Chapter 1. Qingsheng, Yi Family, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian lacks talent and virtue. From this moment forth, the title of heir apparent is revoked from Yi Xian and bestowed upon Yi Lang. The speaker was an elderly man clad in a black robe. Not far behind him stood a young boy, a faint smile gracing his lips. This boy was none other than Yi Lang. Flanking them were the esteemed elders of a Yi family. Why? At that moment, a timid voice unexpectedly echoed within the ancestral hall. The crowd turned to see a young girl standing at the entrance. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her dress. Her complexion bore a sickly pallor, indicating her frailty, and her eyes reflected a flicker of timidity. This young girl was named Yi Ling, the beloved younger sister of Yi Xian. Upon hearing the family's decision to strip Yi Xian of his title, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The elderly man in black furrowed his brow. "Yi Ling, what are you doing here?" Yi Ling offered a slight bow to the assembly within the hall and spoke hesitantly. "Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the heir. Why you seek to unjustly strip him of his title?" The elder cast a cold glance at Yi Ling. "This is a matter of familial significance. What right do you have to intervene? Leave." Yi Ling, clearly intimidated, dared not meet the elder's gaze, yet she summoned her courage to step further into the hall. Once more, she bowed respectfully to the elders on either side. "Esteemed elders, my brother is currently battling the Li family for the mining rights in Nanshan. He is fighting valiantly for our family, risking his very life, yet the family chooses this moment to revoke his title on unfounded grounds. This is profoundly unjust, preposterous." The elder erupted in fury. "Whether or not to strip him of his title is not for a mere child like you to decide. Guards, take her away." At that moment, the newly appointed heir Yi Lang chuckled. "Let her be punished with 30 strikes, as a warning to others." The elder coldly replied, "Then let it be 30 strikes." In an instant, 2 guards from the Yi family burst into the hall. Yi Ling clenched her fists, indignation boiling within her. "It is unfair. My brother has devoted himself to the family for so many years, and even now, he fights for us. How can the family treat him so unjustly?" One of the guards, casting a sidelong glance at the newly appointed heir Yi Lang, recognized his opportunity. With a chilling smile, the guard retorted, "Yi Lang inheriting the title is the will of the people. What do you have to shout about?" He then raised his hand and struck Yi Ling across the face. Slap! A sharp sound resonated through the hall, as Yi Ling's right cheek instantly became swollen and red. However, she did not cry, she merely pressed her palm tightly against her injured cheek. Yi Lang appraised the guard, smiling. "What is your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "I am Zhang Mu, at your service, my lord." Yi Lang nodded. "You have done well. As the heir, I require 10 personal guards, and from now on, you shall serve as one of mine." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu's heart soared with joy, and he bowed deeply. "I would gladly sacrifice myself for the heir." Yi Lang slightly nodded. "Take her away, she disrupts the ancestral hall. Do not hold back, understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and upon seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. He seized Yi Ling by the hair and began to drag her away. Just then, Zhang Mu abruptly halted, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads toward the entrance. Not far outside, a young man was approaching the ancestral hall, clad in a tattered robe stained with blood. This man was none other than Yi Xian, who had hurried back from Nanshan. Upon seeing Yi Xian, a sinister smile crept across Yi Lang's face, while the elders in the hall furrowed their brows in concern. The elder's eyes narrowed, his expression dark and foreboding, lost in thought. In the distance, when Yi Xian spotted Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression twisted into a mask of rage. "Who dares to lay a hand on my sister?" Zhang Mu's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing Yi Xian. He hastily glanced at Yi Lang, about to speak, but before he could, Yi Xian lunged at him like a ferocious tiger, landing a powerful punch squarely on his face. Boom! Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled backward, disoriented. Yet Yi Xian was relentless. He charged at Zhang Mu once more. At that moment, Yi Lang's voice rang out in fury. "Yi Xian, he is my subordinate. How dare you?" Yi Xian swiftly placed his foot on Zhang Mu's chest. Puff! Zhang Mu coughed up blood. Witnessing this, Yi Lang's expression soured, while Yi Xian glared at him, growling, "Your subordinate?" With that, he brought his foot crashing down onto Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's visage was instantly reduced to a bloody mess, and he wailed in agony, "My lord, save me." Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu's desperate cries and approached Yi Ling. Upon seeing her state, his heart ached as if it were being cleaved in two, his hands clenched tightly, and he trembled slightly. When Yi Ling caught sight of Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts so much." At her words, Yi Xian's expression contorted with fury. In the next moment, he lunged at Zhang Mu again, delivering a fierce kick to his head. Boom! Zhang Mu's skull collided with the stone steps, exploding in a shower of blood. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. However, Yi Xian showed no signs of stopping. He turned to Yi Lang, snarling, "You dare lay a finger on my sister? I curse your ancestors." With that, he charged at Yi Lang. In the ancestral hall, the elder's face blanched. "You insolent fool." With that, he propelled himself off the ground, sliding directly in front of Yi Xian, and struck out with a palm. The force of the blow sliced through the air, a fierce assault. Yi Xian's lips curled into a menacing smile, his right hand clenched into a fist, and in an instant, the sleeve of his robe ripped apart as he met the elder's punch with a powerful counterstrike. Bang! The two fists collided, a low explosion resounding throughout the hall. Yi Xian was pushed back to the entrance, while the elder staggered several steps backward. The onlookers were left reeling in disbelief. In Qingzhou, martial artists were categorized into various realms. The first-grade body refinement realm, the second-grade strength training realm, the third-grade inner strength realm, the fourth-grade dual cultivation realm, the fifth-grade eternal realm, the sixth-grade qi transformation realm, above which lay the qi master realm. The elder was indeed a formidable qi master, while Yi Xian was merely at the fifth-grade eternal realm, yet he only seemed slightly disadvantaged. The elder was equally astonished he knew of Yi Xian's exceptional talent, having been meticulously nurtured by the Yi family and having fought valiantly for them. However, he had not anticipated Yi Xian's combat prowess to be so formidable. The young man had spread his wings. With this realization, the elder's eyes darkened with intensified murderous intent. The elder fixed a steely gaze on Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, how dare you attack the heir in public?" Yi Xian furrowed his brow. "Heir?" The elder sneered. "Yi Xian, I forgot to inform you. You have been stripped of your title as heir. From this moment on, Yi Lang is the heir of the Yi family." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. "I have been stripped of my title?" The elder coldly replied. "This is the unanimous decision of the elders." Yi Xian laughed maniacally. "I risk my life outside, and you conspire to strip me of my title inside?" The elder smirked, pointing toward Yi Lang. "Do you know who he is?" Before Yi Xian could respond, the elder continued. "Yi Lang is the chosen one, freshly awakened." Yi Xian was taken aback. What does it mean to be the chosen one? The chosen one is someone selected by the heavens. In the entire Qing realm, there exists a group of individuals who may seem unremarkable in their youth, yet one day they suddenly awaken. After awakening, they transform, their cultivation speed accelerating exponentially, and they encounter countless fortuitous events. They are the favored children of the heavens. Qing realm is divided into 3 continents, with Yi Xian currently in Qingzhou, where numerous nations exist. He was in Jiang Nation, which, over several decades, has seen fewer than 10 chosen ones, all of whom later became formidable figures. Yi Xian's hands slowly clenched. He knew that the Yi family intended to abandon him. Not only were they abandoning him, but they might even seek to kill him. At that moment, Yi Lang suddenly interjected with a smile. "Elders, Yi Xian has killed in public and attacked the elder. According to family rules, what should be done?" The crowd turned their attention to Yi Lang, who continued with a cold smile. "According to family rules, he should be executed, should he not?" The elders nodded in agreement. For Yi Lang was indeed the chosen one and the elder's legitimate grandson. They would not dare offend either Yi Lang or the elder at this juncture. The elder cast a cold glance at Yi Xian. "Guards, come forth." Soon, Dozens of guards from the Yi family appeared outside the ancestral hall. That moment, Yi Xian suddenly declared, "In my Yi residence, there exists a rule. The heir must not refuse any challenge from the younger generation of the Yi family in order to earn their respect." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze upon Yi Lang. "I challenge you." Yi Lang squinted slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "A challenge, you say? Very well, but we must ascend the life and death platform. Do you dare?" The life and death platform. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Within the Yi family, when irreconcilable conflicts arise among their own, the life and death platform serves as the ultimate resolution. Once one steps upon it, the outcome rests solely on their shoulders. Yi Xian let out a cold laugh. "Let us proceed to the life and death platform." However, Yi Lang shook his head. "1 month from now, we shall meet upon the life and death platform. By then, the clan leader will have emerged from his seclusion, and he can serve as a witness to our duel, ensuring no accusations of foul play between us." Yi Xian pondered for a moment before responding, "Agreed." With that, he said no more and carried Yi Ling out of the ancestral hall. As they watched the siblings depart, the elder glanced at Yi Lang. He has spent years battling fiercely outside. His combat prowess is formidable. Are you confident in your chances? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Yi Lang's mouth, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "I have just awakened, and my spirit has yet to fully merge with this flesh. Otherwise, crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. In 1 month, there will be no opponent for me, Yi Lang, in Qingcheng." Upon hearing this, the elder nodded slightly, a smile upon his face. "That is reassuring." He then turned to a nearby elder and spoke softly. "The individual I dispatched to Nanshan has yet to return, and I perceive that Yi Xian's complexion is rather pale. Something seems amiss. Yi Ku, you must investigate what transpired with Yi Xian in Nanshan." The elder acknowledged with a nod before departing. Yi Xian cradled Yi Ling as he returned to their courtyard and gently laid her down on the bed. He tenderly rubbed the slightly swollen cheeks of Yi Ling, whispering, "Does it hurt?" Yi Ling wiped away the tears on her cheeks. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." "Brother, on what grounds do they strip you of your title as heir? You have fought tooth and nail for the family. Why should Yi Lang, simply by being deemed the chosen one, have the right to usurp your position? It is utterly unfair." Yi Xian shook his head, gently caressing Yi Ling's still slightly puffy face. "There is no concept of fairness here. This time, it is my inadequacy that has failed to protect you, resulting in your suffering." Yi Ling shook her head, tears welling in her eyes once more. "No, it is my weakness. I cannot be of any help to you. I am merely a burden to you, brother." Yi Xian smiled softly and playfully pinched Yi Ling's small nose. "Silly girl, I am your brother. It is my duty to protect my sister, as it should be, understand?" Yi Ling sat up and gently kissed Yi Xian's forehead, her expression earnest. "Brother, once I recover, I too shall cultivate and protect you." Yi Xian chuckled, gently ruffling Yi Ling's hair. "Very well, I will ensure your recovery. It is getting late, you should rest now." Yi Ling nodded. "I want to hear a story." Yi Xian smiled and began. "Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and atop that mountain stood a temple, within which there was a—" Yi Ling rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Brother, you have told this story for many years now, but I still enjoy listening to it." Half an hour later, Yi Ling drifted into slumber. After covering her with a blanket, Yi Xian sat down on the floor beside her. He gently lifted the hem of his robe, revealing a long scar on his abdomen, from which blood still flowed. In the fierce battle for that mine, he had fought against 12 members of the Leaf family. In a moment of carelessness, he was ambushed by a mysterious assailant. Though he managed to slay his attacker, the blade had pierced his dantian, likely shattering it. A shattered dantian. Yi Xian's eyes gradually closed. This meant he could only cultivate his physical body and would never again reach the 6th grade Qi transformation stage. The inability to cultivate was secondary. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Ling, whose complexion remained pale, even with 3 blankets covering her. Despite this, she still felt cold. A chill-induced illness. Yi Ling had been afflicted by coldness since childhood, leaving her body perpetually weak. If he had not strived to become the heir and earned countless merits for the Yi family, They would not have provided her with medicinal meals and pills each month, and she would have long since perished. Yi Xian's right hand gradually tightened into a fist. Now that he was no longer the heir, would the Yi family continue to supply Yi Ling with her medicinal needs each month? Moreover, Yi Ling's condition showed signs of worsening. To heal her, they would need to go to the Tsangmu Academy in the imperial capital of the Jiang Kingdom, for there resided the finest physicians. However, entry to the Tsangmu Academy required one to attain the Qi Mastery realm before the age of 18. Originally, he had a chance, as he still had 6 months until he turned 19. However, now, with his dantian shattered, achieving the Qi Mastery realm seemed nearly impossible. Contemplating this, Yi Xian turned his gaze to the slumbering Yi Ling. No matter the cost, I will ensure your healing. Moments later, seemingly struck by a thought, he retrieved a pitch-black ring from his pocket. This ring had been left behind by his mother. His memories of that woman were unclear, as she had departed when he was merely 10 years old. Years ago, at the rear gate of the Yi residence, a woman held her tightly, tears streaming down her face. Not far behind her stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, who was not merely standing, but hovering. In her memory, the man uttered a grave warning. "Miss, if you do not leave, and if the clan leader learns of the young master's existence, his wrath will bring calamity upon this realm, and the young master may not survive." Upon hearing his words, the woman gently pushed him away and quietly slipped a ring into his embrace. "Xianer, take good care of Linger, take care of yourself, and do not harbor hatred for your mother." With those words, she turned and departed with the man in black. He stood momentarily stunned before frantically giving chase, yet alas, he could not catch up. For the man in black and the woman were soaring through the air. Thus, he pursued relentlessly until exhaustion overcame him, at which point he halted. The woman did not glance back, disappearing with the man in black into the horizon. Moments later, Yi Xian regained his composure, gripping the ring tightly in his right hand. His hand, already injured, split open under the pressure, and a drop of blood fell onto the black ring. Suddenly, the ring trembled in his grasp, startling Yi Xian, who quickly glanced down at it. In that instant, the ring transformed into a beam of black light, merging into his brow. In a heartbeat, Yi Xian vanished from his original spot, only to reappear in an endless expanse of starry sky. Before him loomed a towering black edifice, suspended in the air with 12 levels. Surrounding the tower were massive black iron chains as thick as pillars, and atop the tower were 3 swords thrust into its pinnacle. The entire structure exuded an aura of darkness and dread. Yi Xian suppressed the shock within his heart as he gazed upwards at the entrance of the first layer. There, inscribed in blood-red characters, were the words, "Realm of Prison." Flanking the entrance were 2 lines of blood-red text, reminiscent of a couplet. On the left, imprisoning heaven, imprisoning earth. Imprisoning all celestial beings and demons. On the right, restricting the path, restricting life, restricting all beings of the myriad realms. As he beheld the towering black edifice before him, Yi Xian was enveloped in profound astonishment. The sight surpassed the confines of his understanding. Soon, he compelled himself to regain his composure. He recognized that this might present an opportunity, yet it could equally harbor peril. Yi Xian ultimately chose to push open the tower door and step inside, feeling a sense of reluctance to depart. Once inside, he cast a sweeping glance around. The walls were adorned with an array of exotic beasts he had never encountered before. In addition, there were some mysterious purple-golden runes, some of which even writhed as if alive. Finally, his gaze settled on a short distance ahead, where a desiccated skeleton sat cross-legged, with a long sword standing beside it. Yi Xian's gaze fell upon the desiccated bones before him. Whereupon the ground bore an inscription, "I am the sword master of the Song realm. I commenced my sword training at the tender age of 12. Achieved mastery in the sword arts by 17, and became unrivaled in the Song realm by 21. At 27, I shattered my heart with my sword, attaining the supreme sword path. Trapped in this prison for 1,200 years, I have spent my entire life unable to escape the tower. Knowing that my demise is imminent, I leave behind this legacy, hoping that future generations will carry it forth. If you harbor any sentiment, please watch over the Tsong sword sect." The sword master of the Tsong realm? Yi Xian furrowed his brow, for he had never heard of it. His gaze shifted downward, where, beneath the characters, lay a fist-sized jade stone, the stone of inheritance. Yi Xian's blood surged with intensity. Sword cultivators. Throughout Qingzhou, there are countless martial artists. Yet sword cultivators are exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix among feathers. It is said that one must possess a unique spiritual root to become a sword cultivator. However, he is utterly ignorant of what spiritual roots entail, only aware that they are exceptionally rare. Yi Xian instinctively moved to retrieve it. However, as he approached, an invisible force barred his way, preventing him from advancing even a fraction. Yi Xian was taken aback. Unable to pass? A newcomer? At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly resonated throughout the venue. Yi Xian was startled by the sudden voice, retreating several steps while casting a glance around, yet found no one in sight. Had he misheard? As soon as this thought arose in Yi Xian's mind, that voice echoed once more, "Who governs the heavenly principles of this realm?" Yi Xian was taken aback. The heavenly path? What is that? After a moment of silence, the voice echoed once more, questioning why it sounded so feeble. No, you were not imprisoned. Yi Xian was utterly perplexed by this. At that moment, the mysterious woman expressed her astonishment, saying, "To possess a natural Tao physique is one thing, but to also have dual spiritual roots, having both within oneself. No wonder the hell tower of this realm has chosen you. A natural Tao physique? Dual spiritual roots?" Yi Xian was filled with bewilderment. "Senior, who are you?" The mysterious woman replied, "You have reached adulthood. By rights, you should at least have attained the ethereal realm. Why then are you so weak? Furthermore, your physical foundation is exceedingly poor, almost appalling." Yi Xian, the enigmatic woman, suddenly inquired, "How did you cultivate your physical body?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before replying, "It involves activities such as prone exercises, weighted long-distance running, and striking the body." The enigmatic woman coldly retorted, "Are you living in the primitive era? To still employ such archaic methods of cultivation is truly a waste of your physique, a squander of your spiritual roots." Yi Xian smiled wryly and said, "Senior, all the people of Chichen cultivate in this manner." The woman fell silent. Yi Xian felt somewhat speechless as he surveyed his surroundings, still unable to see anyone. The atmosphere here was permeated with an eerie quality. Noticing that the enigmatic woman remained silent, his gaze once again fell upon the inheritance stone not far in front of him, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fervor. "Do you wish to learn the sword?" the mysterious woman suddenly inquired. Yi Xian nodded eagerly, contemplating the thought. Who wouldn't desire to traverse the heavens on a sword? Gazing down upon the myriad of creations? The enigmatic woman remarked, "Your dantian has been shattered. You cannot inherit the sword cultivation legacy before you." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression dimmed. A shattered dantian. It meant that he stood little chance even as an ordinary martial artist. At present, he could only be regarded as a martial novice. Just then, the mysterious woman suddenly proposed, "How about this? I possess a unique method of sword cultivation, distinct from the others. Would you be interested in learning it?" Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly asked, "Is it possible to learn without a dantian?" The mysterious woman replied, "It is even better without a dantian. Learning is still attainable." Yi Xian was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt from his feet. Yet he compelled himself to regain his composure. He cast a glance around, pondering whether the senior had any stipulations. He was acutely aware that nothing in this world comes without a price. The enigmatic woman remarked, "This tower was severely damaged in the past. Its 9 principles are scattered throughout the Azure Tsong realm. Each level's seals have weakened. You were fortunate, for the sword cultivator before you has perished, otherwise, you would likely be a lifeless corpse by now." Yi Xian, the enigmatic woman, continued, "I understand your current perplexity regarding the nature of this tower. However, revealing its essence to you would be futile. You need only grasp that this tower comprises 12 levels, each harboring some of the most formidable beings from various realms, humans, spirits, demons, and even the very essence of a world's heavenly path. In times past, this tower was capable of subduing them, yet now, its seals are weakening, struggling to contain them." At this juncture, she paused momentarily before adding, "What you must do is retrieve the laws of the universe to reinforce this tower. Of course, you also have the option to release them." "Release them?" Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "What will happen?" The enigmatic woman replied, "There are 2 possible outcomes. First, they may kill you and seize the tower. Second, you could restrain them and bend them to your will. However, given your current strength, the likelihood of them ending your life is, without a doubt, 100%. Yi Xian let out a bitter smile, recognizing that it was both a blessing and a curse. Seemingly struck by a thought, he hurriedly inquired, "Senior, were you also confined here?" The enigmatic woman replied, "No." Yi Xian pressed further, "What is that?" The enigmatic woman replied, "You inquire too much." Yi Xian, the mysterious woman, said, "As the master of this tower, With each law you retrieve, your power will not only be significantly enhanced, but your control over this tower will also be greatly amplified. If you manage to reclaim a single law, you shall gain dominion over the first layer. In future confrontations, as long as your adversaries are not overwhelmingly stronger than you, you can summon this tower to ensnare them. Currently, the laws of this tower are non-existent, rendering its functions utterly ineffective. Furthermore, the seals on each layer are gradually loosening. Should this tower shatter completely, the beings imprisoned within will be unleashed, and your realm shall face utter devastation. And you shall be the first to perish. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Senior, are you asking me to save the world? The mysterious woman replied, what you must salvage is your own being. The second layer of confinement houses those of nefarious intent. If I am not mistaken, within a year, the seal of the second layer will vanish completely. At that time, you shall bid farewell to this beautiful world. Yi Xian bowed deeply before the enigmatic figure, respectfully requesting, esteemed elder, please enlighten me with the cultivation methods that do not require the dantian. After a brief moment of silence, the mysterious woman responded, my approach to sword cultivation diverges significantly from conventional paths, presenting challenges of a markedly greater magnitude. The process may prove to be more torturous than death itself. So you must ponder this carefully. Yi Xian chuckled at himself, acknowledging, my dantian lies in ruins, leaving me with no other path to tread. Am I not correct? The enigmatic woman replied, indeed, that holds some truth. Nevertheless, I must share with you this method of cultivation. Lacking a dantian makes you perfectly suited for my approach, as it necessitates the sword to serve as the dantian. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. To use a sword as a dantian? Is that truly feasible? The enigmatic woman replied, indeed, it is entirely possible. By employing the sword as your dantian, you do not traverse the path of martial arts, but rather the path of the sword. The quality of your sword directly enhances your dantian. The better the sword, the more formidable your dantian becomes. Moreover, while others cultivate their qi, you shall hone your swordsmanship. In your future pursuits, you will not need to meditate to absorb spiritual energy. Instead, you will merely seek out superior swords for absorption. The finer the sword, the swifter your cultivation progresses. If you achieve a minor success in the early stages, your body will transform into a sword body, rendering you immune to ordinary swords. Not only immune, but upon your arrival, you shall command the submission of myriad swords. The submission of myriad swords. Yi Xian felt his blood boiling with anticipation. At that moment, the mysterious woman spoke again. Before you entered, did you notice the 3 swords at the top of the tower? Yi Xian nodded, acknowledging her words. The enigmatic woman continued. Those 3 swords symbolize the 3 ultimate paths of swordsmanship in the world. Should you manage to absorb them into your being, transforming them into your dantian and assimilating their essence, your power will ascend to an unprecedented pinnacle. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. I observe that those 3 swords appear to be suppressing this tower. If I were to absorb them, would it pose any danger? How could it? The mysterious woman replied swiftly, nothing will happen. Trust me, I shall protect you. Yi Xian harbored some doubts. Yet he understood that at this moment he had no alternative but to place his trust in her. The mysterious woman spoke. Do you see the sword before you? Yi Xian gazed at the skeletal remains before him, beside which stood a sword, exceeding 3 feet in length and a finger's width across. Its entirety shimmered with a silvery hue, exuding an aesthetic allure. Etched upon the blade were 2 small characters. Lingxiao, the Lingxiao sword. The enigmatic woman spoke. This sword has been imprisoned for 1,200 years, its spiritual energy diminished by nearly 90%, making it perfectly suited for your current use. I shall impart to you a technique. Shortly, you must follow the method outlined in the technique to absorb this sword into your being. You have now reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier of the unceasing realm, and if successful, you should be able to attain the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm. Yi Xian discerned the implications behind the mysterious woman's words and promptly inquired, is there a possibility of failure? The enigmatic woman replied, it is indeed possible to fail. Yi Xian was taken aback. Senior, please do not tell me that no one has ever utilized this cultivation method before. The mysterious woman remained silent for a moment before replying, indeed. No one has ever employed it. You are the first. If you succeed, congratulations, you will be unparalleled in history. Yi Xian's expression froze. After a moment, he forced a smile and asked, Senior, what would happen if I were to fail? The mysterious woman replied, if the sword shatters the body, it is possible, likely. Or perhaps one might meet their demise. Yi Xian, the mysterious woman said, Your dantian is shattered. You are in a state worse than death. Why ponder so much? Just fight." Upon hearing her words, Yuxian's expression grew serious. Indeed, with his dantian broken, he found himself in a desperate situation. If he did not fight, not only would he have no hope, but his sister, Yiling, would also be left without a path to survival. He had to fight. Yuxian nodded and said, "Come on." No sooner had his voice faded than a beam of white light suddenly penetrated his brow. In an instant, waves of information surged into his mind. The indomitable sword body technique. To embody the sword, to make the sword one's dantian, to absorb the myriad swords of the world into the dantian, and to nourish the body with these myriad swords, perpetually and endlessly. Moments later, a beam of white light descended upon the long sword not far in front of Yuxian. The sword quivered slightly and then transformed into a flash of sword light, directly entering Yuxian's body. In that instant, Yuxian's eyes widened in shock, and his entire visage contorted in agony. Pain. It was a pain that rendered life unbearable. At that moment, Yuxian felt as though his entire being was being sliced inch by razor blades. Just then, the voice of the mysterious woman echoed in his mind. "The sword has entered your body. You must endure the excruciating pain it brings. If you cannot withstand it, you will be unable to use the sword as your dantian. Furthermore, you may even lose your life." Yuxian clenched his teeth, his entire body trembling violently. Failure meant death. As time gradually passed, his facial features contorted into a grotesque mask, and his body occasionally convulsed. Many times, the pain was so intense that he felt he might faint, yet he understood that to lose consciousness could mean never waking again. He had to endure. Thus, Yuxian persevered through the agony, and after nearly a day had elapsed, a faint sound of a sword humming suddenly resonated within him, causing him to collapse instantaneously. Concurrently, a surge of energy erupted from his being. He had entered the Qi transformation realm. Within the area where his dantian once resided, a small sword now floated. Inside the tower, a soft murmur emerged, expressing surprise that it was indeed possible. Unfortunately, at that moment, Yuxian had already lost consciousness and did not hear the words. After an indeterminate time, Yuxian's eyes slowly opened. As if sensing something, he abruptly sat up, incredulously exclaiming, "Have I truly reached the Qi transformation realm?" The Qi transformation realm. At that moment, he felt the energy flowing within him. No, it was not merely energy, it was sword Qi. Moreover, he sensed a silver small sword hovering in the dantian area of his abdomen. At that instant, the voice of the mysterious woman echoed once more, confirming his attainment of the Qi transformation realm. Indeed, he had reached the Qi transformation realm. Yuxian clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling slightly. It was not rage, but rather exhilaration. At this moment, he resembled a wanderer in a pitch-black abyss who has suddenly caught sight of a slender beam of light. How could he not feel excitement upon glimpsing hope after despair? Most significantly, he possessed a genuine opportunity to reach the Qi Master Realm, and subsequently take his sister to the imperial capital's Sangmu Academy for medical assistance. "What are you so excited about?" A mysterious woman interjected. "This is merely the beginning." Yuxian offered a faint smile, apologizing for any embarrassment caused to the elder. The enigmatic woman remarked, "By utilizing the sword as your dantian, you have compensated for the absence of a true dantian. However, this approach possesses its own drawbacks. Swords can be categorized into various types: mundane swords, spiritual swords, luminous swords, true swords, heavenly swords, Tao swords, and immortal swords. The blade residing within you once belonged to the realm of true swords. Yet, after 1,200 years of erosion, its original essence of truth has dissipated. Not only has the truth vanished, but even the clarity of its sword heart has disappeared. It now merely exists as a spiritual sword." At this juncture, the mysterious woman paused momentarily before continuing. "The spirit of a sword is destined to fade one day, and once it does, the sword shatters, with you being the first to perish." Yuxian's expression froze. The enigmatic woman spoke. "You have two solutions. The first is to continuously seek out new spiritual swords to devour. Once consumed, the essence of the sword will not only enhance your own power, but also replenish the spirit energy of the sword within you. The second option is to find a new sword to replace the one currently residing in your body. The better the sword, the more formidable your dantian becomes, and the more powerful you will inevitably be. Of course, considering your current state, it seems you are but a pauper, perhaps lacking even a mundane sword." Yuxian seemed to have recalled something, and he hurriedly inquired, "Aren't there 3 swords at the pinnacle of the tower? What is their level?" The enigmatic woman replied softly, "They possess no rank. Yi Xian. The enigmatic woman continued, "Young man, I advise you not to overthink. Were it not for the existence of these three swords, your world would have long since perished. There is no need to rush concerning the swords. The one within you should sustain you for approximately a year. Your immediate priority is to practice with the sword." "Practice with the sword?" Yi Xian hurriedly inquired. "How does one practice?" "By taking lives," the enigmatic woman replied. Yi Xian. The enigmatic woman spoke. "The sword, a lethal instrument for taking lives, can only reveal its true essence through the act of killing. However, as you are just beginning, your focus must lie on speed and strength. Utilize the sword technique I impart to you to summon the sword from within your being." Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, and then he gradually closed his eyes. Soon, he opened his palm, and a glimmer of sword light flickered within it. Following this, a sword floated gently in his hand. It was indeed the silver Lingxiao sword that resided within him. Yi Xian was taken aback. "Senior, can this sword truly be summoned?" The mysterious woman replied, "Indeed, it can. However, it is advisable that you refrain from using this sword for combat, as its destruction would spell your doom. What you lack now is a worthy opponent. Allow me to provide one for you." As her words echoed, an ethereal shadow materialized before Yi Xian. The mysterious woman continued, "This shadow before you is at the Qi transformation stage, matching your own level. Let the duel commence." No sooner had the woman's voice faded than the shadow before Yi Xian vanished without a trace. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed abruptly. The opponent's speed was astonishing. Reacting instinctively, he sidestepped, yet the sword seemed to anticipate his movement, altering its trajectory at the very moment he attempted to evade. As Yi Xian's feet touched the ground, the sword pierced directly into his chest, blood gushing forth. Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Senior, aren't we practicing swordsmanship? Why is it becoming serious? Moreover, you have not imparted any sword techniques or skills to me." The mysterious woman's voice suddenly turned icy. "Practicing swordsmanship? The most formidable killing moves of a sword cultivator are never forged through mere practice. They are born from the act of killing. The apparition before you is both an adversary and a mentor. If you are wise, it will teach you all the fundamental sword techniques. Injury is the finest teacher. Do you understand? As for sword skills and techniques, do not be hasty. Establishing a solid foundation is of utmost importance." Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and finally, he nodded, coming to an understanding. With that, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, propelling himself forward. Inside the tower, the wounds on Yi Xian's body multiplied, yet he grew increasingly courageous in battle. Conflict? Yi Xian had never feared it. Once the heir of the Yi family, he frequently represented the family in various life and death battles for its benefit, which was why he could withstand the Grand Elder with his unyielding strength. His realm was not cultivated through mere practice, but forged through bloodshed. Gradually, Yi Xian began to learn some of the Shadow's sword techniques. Moreover, with each injury he sustained, he gained insight into the reasons behind his wounds and how to avoid them in the future. Thus, after 3 days of relentless struggle, the injuries he endured started to diminish. Of course, he had not mastered any specific sword techniques, but he learned when to strike, when to refrain from striking, when to block, and when to evade, all at the cost of his own blood. Though this training was brutal, it proved to be the most effective method. 2 more days passed. Now, Yi Xian was beginning to mount a counterattack. As he did so, he discovered that the Shadow's defensive capabilities were remarkably superior, far surpassing those he had encountered before. To him, the Shadow's defense was impenetrable. No matter how he attacked, the opponent seamlessly neutralized his efforts. Nevertheless, this proved beneficial, as the Shadow effectively taught him the art of defense. Time passed slowly, and within the tower, Yi Xian engaged tirelessly in practice with the Shadow, and during this period, his strength, speed, and reflexes had significantly improved. This realization filled Yi Xian with exuberance, driving him to cultivate with even greater fervor. Outside, the Yi family awaited. Yi Ku entered the chamber of the Grand Elder, his face adorned with an excited smile. "Grand Elder, I have uncovered the truth regarding the incident at Nanshan. Although the assassins we dispatched were unable to eliminate Yi Xian, a survivor from the Li family witnessed with his own eyes that Yi Xian's dantian has been shattered." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you certain?" Yi Ku nodded, affirming the truth without a shadow of a doubt. "I personally inquired with the survivor, and it is indeed certain that Yi Xian's dantian has been utterly destroyed. It seems that fate has conspired against Yi Xian, haha." Within the confines of the room, the Grand Elder chuckled coldly. The destruction of one's dantian. A person bereft of their dantian is merely a common warrior. It is only with a dantian that one can truly be regarded as a martial artist. Yuxian's dantian lay shattered, rendering him akin to a mere invalid. Despite possessing considerable combat prowess, he was reduced to nothing more than raw strength. True power could only be attained through mastery of qi. Moments later, the Grand Elder spoke coldly. Yi Ku summoned the others, excluding him, to eliminate future threats. However, the elder named Yi Ku shook his head, firmly objecting, "No, Grand Elder. Yi Xian has made significant contributions to the Yi family. To take his life now would surely leave many within the Yi estate disheartened. Furthermore, with Yu Lang recently appointed as heir and bound by a life and death pact with him, how would outsiders perceive our actions? They would undoubtedly suspect our involvement. Not only outsiders. But if this were to leak, the Li family would surely seize upon it to their advantage." The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, pondering. Then, according to your counsel, what course of action should we pursue? You bitterly smiled and remarked, "Isn't Yu Lang bound to him by a life and death pact? When the time comes, Yi Lang can rightfully slay him, and no one would dare to speak out against it. Yi Lang would establish his authority and gain renown throughout Qingqing. Furthermore, once on the life and death platform, even if the clan leader emerges from seclusion, he would have no grounds for objection, would he?" The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, with Yi Xian's dantian shattered, he posed no further threat. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as he continued. "However, we must ensure that he does not live too comfortably during this period. Dispatch a decree. From this moment forth, all allowances and provisions for the Yi Xian siblings are to be halted. All privileges and special treatments granted to that heir are hereby revoked. He is forbidden from entering the Yi family's martial arts pavilion and must not leave the Yi residence without permission. Additionally, cease all medicinal meals for his sister. Humph. Over the years, her affliction has consumed countless elixirs and herbs. If it weren't for his past usefulness, I would have already expelled her from the Yi estate." Yuku smiled faintly. At this moment, he was utterly incapacitated, with his dantian shattered, rendering him almost a shell of his former self. The Grand Elder nodded and said, "Yu Lang has just awakened. If he has any needs, the entire Yu family will endeavor to fulfill them. Furthermore, he is free to visit the martial arts pavilion at any time, where he may observe everything within." Yiku nodded, understanding the situation. "By the way, Yi Ling is no longer a child. Perhaps we should consider arranging a marriage for her with one of the servants in the household?" The elder's eyes gradually closed, leaving the decision in your hands. Within the prison tower, Yu Xian lay on the ground, breathing heavily, his body adorned with numerous sword wounds. Fortunately, having reached the Qi transformation realm, he could harness spiritual energy to mend these scars. Yet, the agony of flesh wounds was inescapable. Despite enduring such physical torment, his gains over the past few days were indeed monumental. With a formidable combat prowess that already placed him among the elite of the younger generation in Qingqing, his strength had ascended to new heights following this rigorous training. "How do you feel?" a mysterious voice suddenly inquired. Yi Xian smiled broadly, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The mysterious woman remarked, "You have merely taken your first steps. The path ahead will be fraught with challenges." Indeed, the journey of martial arts resembles walking along the edge of a precipice, and the path of the sword is even more arduous. Moreover, without a dantian, you tread an unconventional path, and many hardships await you in the future. Yu Xian gradually closed his eyes, unperturbed by hardship. Having grown up in the Yi family, he had endured countless trials alongside his sister. Lacking a powerful background, his ascent to the rank of heir was solely through relentless effort. Moreover, with the prospect of reaching the Qi mastery realm, there was newfound hope for his sister's ailment. He would willingly endure all the suffering the world could offer. After resting for a brief moment, Yi Xian departed from the realm prison tower. He had not yet cultivated to the point of being able to abstain from food, and sustenance remained a necessity. Not long after Yi Xian returned to his room, Yi Ling entered. She approached Yi Xian, her head bowed, and presented 2 white steamed buns in her hands, softly saying, "Brother, please eat." Yi Xian furrowed her brow, wondering what was amiss. She lifted her head. Yi Ling lifted her little head, and Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. On Yi Ling's right cheek, there was a vivid red handprint. What on earth happened? Yi Xian's gaze suddenly turned icy. Yi Ling shook her little head, saying, No, it was merely an accidental encounter on my part." Yu Xian brought Yi Ling before him and said, "To be honest, I am still alive, and everything will be decided by me." Tears streamed down Yi Ling's face, and she wiped them away with her hand. "Brother, today the kitchen did not deliver our meals, so I ventured there myself. The steward, Wang, handed me some scraps meant for the dogs. How could I possibly consume such filth? It was already spoiled and infested with maggots. In my indignation, I confronted him. But he callously retorted that I was no longer the heir and that we, as siblings, were only worthy of dog food. He then brazenly suggested that if I desired proper food, I must first spend the night with him. I cursed him, and in response, he struck me. Yi Xian's countenance was frigid, his right hand clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palm. Once fallen from grace, he felt less than a mere dog. With that, he grasped Yi Ling's hand and exited the room, making his way directly to the kitchen of the Yi residence. As they hurried along, whispers followed them, with onlookers exchanging glances and murmurs. When Yi Xian was the heir apparent, everyone in the residence treated him with utmost respect and greeted him warmly. However, he is no longer the heir. Those who once flattered him now hastily retreat or feign ignorance upon encountering him. After all, the current heir of the Yi family is Yi Lang, and no one wishes to offend him or the grand elder. For Yi Xian, such matters hold little significance. It is only in times of downfall and adversity that one can truly discern a person's character. Along the way, Yi Ling tightly clutched Yi Xian's hand, her voice trembling as she said, "Brother, perhaps we should just let it go? I don't feel any pain. There are elders behind them. They will target you." Yi Xian came to a halt, turning to gaze at Yi Ling, his voice laced with menace. "Who dares to harm you? Even the grand elder shall face my wrath." With that, he grasped Yi Ling's hand and strode purposefully into the distance. Soon, they arrived at the kitchen of the Yi residence, where a rotund man emerged. This individual was none other than Steward Wang, the overseer of the entire Yi family's kitchen. Upon catching sight of Yi Xian, Steward Wang momentarily froze, a look of surprise crossing his plump face, which quickly morphed into a forced smile. "Ah, what brings the young master here? Oh dear, it seems I've forgotten you are no longer the young master. My memory truly fails me. Oh, I suppose I ought to address you as brother-in-law now, as the elders have already betrothed your sister to me." At that moment, Yi Xian swiftly closed the distance to Steward Wang, who had yet to react, and delivered a sharp kick to his groin. "Ah!" Steward Wang's eyes widened in shock, his features contorting in an instant. The onlookers stood frozen, perplexed by Yi Xian's sudden aggression. With a fierce glare, Yi Xian declared, "Throughout my life, I have never laid a hand on my sister, and yet you dare to strike her." As he spoke, he delivered a resounding slap across Steward Wang's face. The sound echoed like thunder. Blood erupted from Steward Wang's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin and wailing in agony, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. Just as Yi Xian was about to strike again, a furious voice suddenly erupted from behind him. "Yi Xian, you are being outrageous." The speaker was none other than Yi Ku, who was accompanied by several guards from the Yi residence. Yet Yi Xian paid no heed to Yi Ku. Instead, he placed his foot upon the face of the wailing chief Steward Wang. He then turned to glance at the pale-faced Yi Ling, who appeared somewhat frightened, and inquired, "Which hand struck you?" Yi Ling trembled as she spoke, "To the right." "The right hand, brother, or else, let's just forget it." Before Yi Ling could finish her words, Yi Xian suddenly drew the dagger from his waist and swiftly struck down upon the shoulder of the chief steward, Wang. With a sharp sound, Wang's entire right arm was severed from his shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as everyone present was rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in shock. Even Yi Ku stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. As for Chief Steward Wang, he promptly fainted from the shock. Yi Ling covered her small mouth, equally taken aback. At that moment, Yi Ku came to his senses, furiously pointing at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, how dare you? You actually commit an act of violence before me." Yi Xian suddenly turned around, brandishing a dagger and pointing it menacingly at Yi Ku. With a fierce expression, he exclaimed, "You old dog, do not presume that I am unaware of your machinations with the Grand Elder. You wretched lot spend your days scheming against your own, yet possess neither the courage nor the capability to challenge the Zhang family, the Li family, or the city lord's mansion. Your elder council's conduct is characterized by a ferocity towards your own while exhibiting the weakness of a cur when facing external threats. The Zhang family, the Li family, and the city lord's mansion are collectively referred to as the four great forces of Qingqing, with the Yi family being the most feeble among them." Upon hearing these words, Yi Ku's expression darkened to the utmost degree as he retorted, "Yi Xian, what are you so arrogant about? You commit acts of violence in broad daylight before all, and yet you dare to speak?" At that moment, Yi Xian's fury ignited as he shouted, "Come at me if you dare." Yi Ku's face flushed with rage, and he bellowed, "Seize him." However, the guards of the Yi residence standing by his side hesitated, unwilling to move. Yi Xian represents the Yi family, having fought countless battles on their behalf. Among the guards of the Yi residence, his prestige is immensely high, for he is the only one bold enough to confront the other three factions with unwavering resolve, declaring war without hesitation. Moreover, he frequently leads members of the Yi household in seizing territories, and it can be said that most of the guards have fought alongside Yi Xian. Upon witnessing the guards' reluctance to move, Yi Ku was momentarily taken aback, then furiously exclaimed, "Do you wish to rebel?" The leading guard cast a hesitant glance at Yi Xian. Stammering, "Brother Yi Wei." Yi Xian cast a glance at the guard, "Li Mu. You have fought alongside me in countless bloody battles, at least 100. You are well aware of the state of the Yi residence. Now, however, the family offers us meager scraps fit only for dogs. I cannot abide this indignity. I do not wish to complicate your positions, but let it be known today, should you choose to act against me, the bonds of brotherhood we once shared will be irrevocably severed. Show no mercy, and I shall reciprocate in kind." Upon hearing these words, Li Mu's expression darkened. The various factions in Qingqing frequently clashed over territory and mines, with each confrontation heralding inevitable bloodshed. The elders refrained from intervening. It was a rule established to prevent clan warfare, for when the older generation took action, it meant that no one would emerge unscathed. Thus, the younger generation was permitted to contend, not only to avoid mutual destruction but also to hone their skills. Yi Xian stood as the embodiment of the Yi family, representing the younger generation. The guards had fought alongside him through countless trials, forming a profound bond with him. To take down Yi Xian now placed them in an excruciating dilemma. Moreover, they were acutely aware of his strength and temperament. Once engaged in battle, he would become a relentless force, a reckless madman. Against such a foe, they would surely perish if they dared to strike. Noticing that Li Mu and the others had yet to act, Yi Ku growled, "Do you truly wish to court death?" Li Mu inhaled deeply, poised to respond. But in that moment, Yi Xian interjected, "He knows full well that you are no match for me, yet he refrains from acting himself, instead urging you to do so. His intent is to provoke me into slaying you, thereby escalating the situation." As he spoke, a smirk played upon his lips. Our pampered elders of the Yi family are indeed quite adept at scheming against their own kin. At these words, the expressions of Li Mu and the others grew increasingly grim. Yi Ku intended to sacrifice them. Yi Ku fixed his gaze intently upon Yi Xian, declaring, "Yi Xian, the times have changed. If you had chosen to conduct yourself with humility, perhaps you could have prolonged your existence. Alas, you remain blind to the circumstances, displaying such arrogance even now. You, old dog." At that moment, Yi Xian abruptly interrupted Yi Ku, stating his intention to betroth my sister to this scoundrel. Disregarding the presence of someone like you, old dog. Yi Ku's cold laughter echoed, "It was indeed my idea. What can you do about it?" Yi Xian's expression twisted in fury. To scheme against me is one thing, but to target my 12-year-old sister is utterly despicable. How dare you, you old dog? With that, he slammed his right foot down. Bang! Beneath Yi Xian's feet, the azure stone floor shattered into fragments. In that instant, Yi Xian lunged forward like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, charging towards Yi Ku. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ku's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Yi Xian would dare to lay hands on him, for he was an elder of the Yi family. Was Yi Xian truly attempting to rebel? With no time for further contemplation, Yi Ku crouched slightly, his right hand clenched into a fist as he drew it back. The next moment, he unleashed a powerful strike forward. The technique he employed was a rudimentary martial art of the Yi family, capable of shattering stones with a mere punch. At that very moment, Yi Xian's fist also surged forth, utilizing the same basic technique. With a resounding bang, their fists collided, and Yi Ku's complexion changed instantaneously. His right hand fractured in an instant, blood gushing forth. Before Yi Ku could react, Yi Xian swiftly closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Thud! Yi Ku spat out a stream of essence blood, his entire body arching backward as he was propelled away. No sooner had Yi Ku landed on the ground than Yi Xian's foot came crashing down upon his chest. Yi Ku stared intently at Yi Xian. Disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? Why is your punch so devastating? Though he held the position of internal affairs elder within the Yi family, overseeing domestic matters, his strength, while not particularly formidable, was nonetheless at the Qi transformation stage. Yet, before Yi Xian, he had been utterly defeated by a single punch. Yi Xian suddenly slapped Yi Ku across the face, exclaiming, "You old dog, living in luxury at the Yi residence every day, your punches are as feeble as a child's. I am utterly embarrassed for you." Yi Ku glared fiercely at Yi Xian. "Dare you strike me? Yi Xian struck Yi Ku fiercely across the face once more, declaring, "I am targeting you." Yi Ku's face instantly swelled up. Ah! Humiliated so publicly by Yi Xian, Yi Ku let out a frantic scream. "Why aren't you taking action?" Beside him, Li Mu and the others hesitated. If they were confident in their strength, they might have intervened. But the truth was, they were no match for him. Just then, a furious shout echoed from a distance. The crowd turned to see the Grand Elder hurrying over. Accompanied by a host of elders and guards from the Yi family, Yi Ling hurriedly approached Yi Xian, her small hand tightly grasping the corner of his garment. With a trembling voice, she urged, "Brother, you must flee, swiftly." Yi Xian grasped Yi Ling's trembling hand and gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid." Yi Ling was immediately overcome with tears. "It is my fault, brother. I have burdened you. I am truly useless. I am so sorry." Yi Xian smiled faintly and reassured, "Fear not. Should the heavens collapse, I shall bear the burden first." With that, he turned to the Grand Elder, grinning playfully. "Let us make peace, shall we? I shall admit my fault, and we can consider this matter resolved. What do you say?" The Grand Elder, infuriated yet mockingly amused, retorted. "Make peace? Resolve it? Yi Xian, are you living in a fantasy?" Just then, Yi Xian suddenly placed his foot upon Yi Ku's throat. A sharp crack echoed through the air as a bone fractured, and Yi Ku's eyes widened in disbelief. Soon, the light in his eyes began to fade. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Yi Xian gazed at the Grand Elder, declaring, "If you shun the prospect of negotiation, then let us engage in single combat." Amidst the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Yi Xian strode confidently before the Grand Elder. "As a junior, I challenge you. Surely, you do not lack the courage to accept?" The arena fell into an eerie silence, where even a falling needle could be heard. A challenge. Yi Xian challenged the Grand Elder. The entire Yi residence was nearly struck dumb. Within the Yi household, the most formidable figure was undoubtedly the reclusive clan leader, followed closely by the guardian elder, Yi Qing, who was currently absent from the estate. Thus, the Grand Elder stood as the next most powerful individual. Yet now, Yi Xian had the audacity to confront the Grand Elder. Was he overestimating his own capabilities? Some believed so, while others felt that Yi Xian was not without the strength to contend. Yi Xian was once the most cherished protege of the Yi family. Unlike the Grand Elder, who luxuriated in the comforts of the estate, Yi Xian lived daily on the edge of a blade. This fierce determination and indomitable spirit were qualities absent in the Grand Elder. In the eyes of the Yi family members, although Yi Xian was merely at the 5th rank of the unceasing realm, he still possessed a glimmer of hope should he fight with all his might. Before Yi Xian, the Grand Elder fixed his gaze upon him, utterly astonished that Yi Xian would dare to challenge him. Should he accept or decline? A refusal would tarnish his reputation significantly, news of it would spread, and his standing within the Yi family would undoubtedly diminish, leading to potential dissent among his peers. Yet, to accept the challenge? The thought of Yi Xian's formidable combat prowess instilled a sense of hesitation within him. Although his cultivation level surpassed that of Yi Xian, he had not engaged in a true battle for many, many years, having only participated in light sparring within the confines of the Yi estate. In stark contrast, Yi Xian had faced life and death struggles in the outside world on numerous occasions. He understood the implications of this reality all too well. Furthermore, even if he were to triumph over Yi Xian, outsiders would merely accuse him of bullying the weak. However, should he suffer defeat, the humiliation would be unbearable, jeopardizing his very position as elder. The Grand Elder's expression darkened ominously. What was initially Yi Xian's predicament had now turned the tables, forcing him into a corner. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated throughout the gathering. "Do we not have a month's agreement?" The crowd turned to see Yi Lang approaching with measured steps from a distance. Yi Lang, the current heir of the Yi family. Just as the Grand Elder was about to speak, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Yi Lang, have you truly attained the Qi transformation realm?" The atmosphere fell silent, and all eyes were fixed upon Yi Lang. With a slight nod, he humbly remarked, "It took me merely over 10 days to reach the Qi transformation realm. I fear it is rather slow." At his words, the crowd collectively gasped. Slow? They were acutely aware that prior to Yi Lang's awakening, he was merely at the 4th rank of the harmonization realm. Yet, in just over 10 days, he had ascended to the Qi transformation realm. Such a pace of cultivation was unprecedented within the Yi family. Upon hearing Yi Lang's statement, the Grand Elder suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Heaven bless the Yi family." Haha, within the Yi residence, everyone was filled with immense joy. With Yi Lang's remarkable cultivation speed, the future of the Yi family is undoubtedly poised to become a prominent clan in the world. Yi Lang's gaze fell upon Yi Xian as he chuckled. What gives you the right to challenge the Great Elder? Only by defeating me can you earn the privilege to confront the Great Elder. Our 1-month life and death pact leaves us with less than 20 days, does it not? Yi Xian cast a glance at Yi Lang and chuckled. Look at me. I almost forgot. As he spoke, he turned towards the Grand Elder. Esteemed Grand Elder, I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. Once I have dueled with your grandson, I shall return to seek your guidance. Farewell. With that, he took Yi Lang's hand and began to depart. Wait. At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly exclaimed in anger. You have slain an elder. Do you think this matter can simply? Yi Xian suddenly turned to face the Grand Elder, saying, Grand Elder, shall we engage in a one-on-one duel now? Or perhaps your grandson would like to challenge me in a life and death contest? Or is it that you and your grandson are apprehensive, which is why you sent Yi Ku to deliberately provoke me, seeking an excuse to eliminate me? If that is the case, Grand Elder, you need not exert yourself so. You could simply confront me together, and I, Yi Xian, would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. The Grand Elder's face turned ashen with rage. At that moment, Yi Lang cast a cold glance at Yi Xian and remarked, You may leave now. We shall meet on the arena of life and death in 20 days. Yi Xian shrugged. Elder, it seems your grandson possesses more wisdom than you. The older you get, the more muddled you become. With that, he grasped Yi Lang's hand and turned to leave. The elder's face darkened with rage, a purplish hue overtaking him as a realization struck. He suddenly glared at Li Mu and the others, bellowing, To support you gluttons, and yet when the elder is assaulted, you do not lift a finger. Guards, seize them and execute them on the spot. At his words, Li Mu and the others turned pale with fear. Just then, Yi Xian halted a short distance away, turning to face the elder. A friendly reminder, Elder, these individuals are the personal guards of the clan leader. While you may hold the title of Elder, the clan leader is still alive. If you lay a hand on his guards, he feigned shock. Could it be that you intend to strike against the clan leader? Impudence! The elder roared. Yi Xian, utter another word, and I shall do everything in my power to slay you today. Yi Xian chuckled. Elder, please calm your temper. I merely wish to offer a gentle reminder. Do not let your anger compromise your health. Otherwise, I would find myself exceedingly delighted. Profoundly sorrowful. With that, he took Yi Lang by the hand and turned to leave. Li Mu and the others cast a grateful glance at Yi Xian, their eyes brimming with appreciation. Had it not been for his timely words, they might have faced dire consequences today. Meanwhile, the elder trembled with rage, his body shaking, while those around him dared not utter a word. Suddenly, the elder turned his gaze toward Yi Lang, pondering why they had not engaged in a life and death duel earlier, and why it was necessary to postpone it for another 20 days. Yi Lang cast a glance at the Grand Elder and spoke in a calm voice. Because I am about to break through to the Qi Mastery realm. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he exclaimed with excitement. Is that truly the case? Yi Lang nodded slightly, on the brink of a breakthrough. Otherwise, I would have slain him just now. It is not the right time to act. I must not allow a trivial existence to jeopardize my significant advancement. The Grand Elder promptly agreed. Indeed, indeed. Let this Yi Xian live a few more days. After all, he is but a worthless being. Yi Lang nodded slightly. He was now in a desperate situation. It would be wise not to provoke him during this period, lest others claim that Yi Lang feared him, intentionally sending you to trouble him, and then seeking an excuse to eliminate him. The elder spoke solemnly. This time, I have not thought it through. Rest assured, during these 20 days, I shall ensure that no one troubles him. Yi Lang nodded, recalling that his current cultivation would likely require a substantial amount of spirit stones. The Grand Elder appeared somewhat troubled. Spirit stones were precious crystals infused with spiritual energy, and even the Yi family possessed only a limited supply. Furthermore, spirit stones were typically reserved for the clan leader and the heir, yet Yi Xian had never utilized them, which was undoubtedly due to certain restrictions. Is there an issue? Yi Lang inquired. The Grand Elder shook his head, indicating that there was no problem, only that the supply of spirit stones might be insufficient. Yi Lang smiled and said, Rest assured, it's merely the Qi refinement stage. It won't require many spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Yi Lang raised his gaze towards the horizon, a hint of derision gracing his lips, as he murmured to himself, a remote and impoverished land. However, it can still be of some use for the time being. Yi Xian led Yi Lang back to his courtyard. As soon as they returned, Li Mu and the others hurried over. Yi Xian glanced at Li Mu and the others, realizing that their presence here could be detrimental to them. Ever since his title as heir had been revoked, nearly all the brothers who had once fought alongside him had vanished. They were acutely aware that the future head of the Yi family would not be Yi Xian, but rather Yi Ling. Li Mu clasped his fist towards Yi Xian, expressing his gratitude. Brother Yi, I appreciate your assistance in the past. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Your restraint is appreciated. You may return now. Should the Grand Elder's people catch sight of you, it would spell trouble. Li Mu hesitated for a moment before responding. Brother Yi, should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. My brothers and I shall never decline. With that, he turned and departed with several attendants in tow. Yi Xian gently shook his head. Observing this, Yi Ling clutched Yi Xian's arm and softly inquired, Brother, do you not believe in them? Yi Xian chuckled and said, If I am strong, then what they just said is indeed true. However, if I am weak and possess no opportunity for resurgence, then all of it is but a falsehood. Yi Ling gazed earnestly at Yi Xian and declared, I am sincere. I shall eternally stand by my brother's side. Yi Xian chuckled heartily, taking Yi Ling by the hand as they turned to enter his courtyard. Just upon crossing the threshold, Yi Ling's body began to tremble violently, and not only that, a chilling aura emanated from her being. Yi Xian was taken aback. He hurriedly placed Yi Ling onto the bed and then retrieved a white jade vial, from which he poured out a white elixir for Yi Ling to consume. After ingesting the elixir, her complexion improved slightly. Yi Ling slowly opened her eyes, her right hand firmly grasping Yi Xian's hand. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Brother, I feel that I may not have much time left. If I were to pass away, would you keep my ashes with you? I wish to be by your side always. You mustn't speak such nonsense. Yi Xian suddenly shouted, casting a fierce glare at Yi Ling. You shall not perish. I will ensure your survival. Trust me, I will definitely cure you. Once I attain the realm of Qi mastery, I shall take you to the imperial capital, all right? As he spoke, his tone gradually softened. You are my only family left. For my sake, you must strive to live well. Understood? Yi Ling gazed at Yi Xian, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yi Xian gently wiped away the tears on Yi Ling's face, saying, Do not cry. If you continue, it will mar your beauty. You will need to marry in the future. Yi Ling shook her head, declaring, I shall not marry. My heart belongs solely to my elder brother. Yi Xian chuckled. What a fool you are. Come, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and atop that mountain stood a temple. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Ling had drifted into slumber. Observing her peaceful form on the bed, Yi Xian's expression darkened. For Yi Ling had been sleeping for increasingly prolonged periods. Moreover, he found that fewer than 3 pills remained in his jade vial. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian stowed away the jade vial, gently tucked Yi Ling in for the night, and then entered the realm prison tower. Cultivation. What Yi Xian must now focus on is the relentless enhancement of his strength, striving to attain the Qi mastery realm as swiftly as possible, so he could take Yi Ling to the imperial capital. Furthermore, the Yi family had also developed a murderous intent against him. In the life and death competition set for 20 days hence, should he falter in battle, not only would he perish, but his sister Yi Ling would meet the same fate. Yi Xian was about to seek out the shadow for a sparring session when, at that moment, the voice of the mysterious woman suddenly resonated, informing him that he could cultivate the hidden realm. Yi Xian was taken aback. What is the hidden realm? The mysterious woman replied. The corporeal realm is divided into 6 grades, yet many remain oblivious that after the 6th grade of Qi transformation, there exists another realm, the golden body realm. It is only after attaining the golden body realm that one can reach the innate Qi mastery realm. Yi Xian furrowed his brows, pondering the golden body realm. Senior, why have I never heard of it? The enigmatic woman replied in a soft tone. I have already mentioned, it is a concealed realm, known only to a select few. Should you attain the golden body realm, your overall strength would at least double. Will you practice it? If not, in the future, when you seek the spiritual sword, you could bypass this realm and directly enter the innate Qi manipulation realm. Yi Xian exclaimed with excitement. Has my strength truly doubled? Is it for real? The mysterious woman replied, Indeed. Yi Xian hurriedly replied, I shall practice. I shall. The mysterious woman stated, Within you already resides sword Qi. Although you may be unable to project this energy outward, you can harness it to invigorate your internal meridians and vital organs. Previously, you cultivated your physical form externally. Now, you must refine it from within. Only through the harmonious cultivation of both the inner and outer realms can one attain completeness. However, be forewarned. There will be a measure of discomfort. With a grand gesture, Yi Xian declared with boldness, A mere twinge of pain is inconsequential. I shall commence. The enigmatic woman replied. Excellent, it is quite simple. You must harness the sword qi, allowing it to disperse throughout your limbs and every fiber of your being. Yu Xian immediately complied. Just as he began, his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Yu Xian felt as though tens of thousands of needles were piercing through his body, nearly causing him to faint. Senior, this is not merely a little discomfort. Is it truly that painful? I had thought it would only be a slight sensation. Senior, do not tell me that no one has ever cultivated this so-called hidden realm. Long ago, there was indeed someone who attempted it, but he perished instantly. I assumed it was due to other reasons. Seeing you in such agony while I am powerless to assist, I can only express my remorse through a smile. Yi Xian. P.S. The new book requires everyone's support. I kindly request you to bookmark it. If you have red tickets, please cast your votes. Thank you. Moreover, friends who wish to have cameo roles may leave a message in the review section, and I will consider them earnestly. Lastly, how many old readers are here? Leave a comment so I can see you all. The pain. The unbearable pain. At this moment, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming desire to succumb to death for the first time. Previously, it was merely physical suffering, but this time, he felt his internal organs and meridians tearing apart, a torment he had never encountered before. Endure. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He longed to succumb to unconsciousness, yet he was acutely aware that doing so would mean he might never awaken again. What would become of his younger sister if he failed to revive? She was merely 12 years old. Would the Yi family treat her with kindness? With this thought, Yu Xian suddenly threw his head back and let out a furious roar. Clenching his fists, his face was filled with a frenzied expression. Come on. Inflict more pain upon me. Ha. I can endure it, but truly, it hurts like hell. Perhaps ease up a bit. Time passed slowly, and after an indeterminate duration, Yi Xian collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Once on the floor, his body began to convulse violently, resembling a seizure. This convulsion persisted for approximately 15 minutes before finally subsiding, leaving him utterly drenched. Yu Xian lay prostrate on the ground, utterly devoid of any strength to move. At that moment, outside the Hell Tower, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded above the Yi residence as innumerable clouds swiftly converged. Soon, rain began to fall over the Yi estate, while the rest of the surroundings basked under a blazing sun. Moreover, a rainbow quietly materialized in the skies above, and as this ethereal arc solidified, a second one followed suit. However, just as the third rainbow was on the verge of manifesting, the Hell Tower within Yi Xian's being trembled slightly, causing the third rainbow to vanish without a trace. A celestial anomaly. The entire Qing city trembled in response. In the realm of existence, there are exceptional talents who, during moments of breakthrough or enlightenment, evoke such heavenly phenomena, which are typically relegated to legend. Yet now, in Qing City, this extraordinary spectacle had emerged. At this instant, the attention of every soul in Qing City was fixated upon the skies above the Yi residence. Within the Yi residence, the Grand Elder, accompanied by numerous elders and clansmen, gathered in the courtyard. They gradually knelt down, and the Grand Elder reverently bowed towards the heavens. Expressing his heartfelt gratitude, we are thankful for the celestial favor bestowed upon the Yi family, upon Yi Lang. Countless members of the Yi family followed suit, kneeling in unison. At this moment, the entire Yi residence was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, an elderly man gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon above the Yi residence, his expression reflecting considerable displeasure. What a remarkable Yi Lang, to invoke such a celestial spectacle, he murmured. Summon the heads of the Zhang and Li families for a discussion at my residence. In Qingcheng, a multitude of messenger doves suddenly took flight, soaring in all directions. This scene was nothing short of magnificent. The Yi family has produced a chosen one, a fact that is hardly a secret. While the emergence of a chosen individual is rare, it is the ability to summon celestial phenomena that is truly exceptional. The entire city of Qiqing is aware that the Yi family is on the verge of a remarkable rise, not merely within Qiqing, but throughout the kingdom of Jiang, and even across the whole of Qizhou. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Yi residence is almost one of frenzy, with the Grand Elder generously bestowing a month's worth of allowance upon every member of the household. Furthermore, he has directly appointed Yi Lang as the young patriarch, bypassing the clan leader, Feng Yilang. There is a distinction between a young lord and a young patriarch. The former merely represents the younger generation of the Yi family, while the latter signifies a position of true authority as the second in command of the clan. Although this decision may be seen as overstepping his bounds, The Grand Elder is unconcerned at present, for Yi Lang is destined to become a figure of prominence among his peers. What significance does the clan leader hold in comparison? In the future, the entire Yi family will undoubtedly rely on Yi Lang's influence. In a secluded courtyard, Yi Lang gazes up at the extraordinary phenomena in the sky. His brow furrowed in contemplation. He has indeed broken through, ascending from the 6th grade Qi transformation realm to the Qi master realm. However, this breakthrough occurred just an hour ago, while the celestial phenomena have only just manifested. Hence, he remains uncertain whether these occurrences are a result of his own achievement. After a brief moment, a cold smile spreads across Yi Lang's face. If not for me, who else possesses the capability to summon such celestial phenomena? It appears that in this lifetime, I, Yi Lang, shall secure a place among the ranks of extraordinary individuals. With that thought, he turns and departs. The realm prison tower. Yu Xian lay on the ground, uncertain of how much time had passed. At that moment, the voice of the mysterious woman suddenly echoed in the surroundings, urging, "Rise and behold your own body." Yu Xian slowly rose to his feet, and as he examined his body, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he noticed that his skin bore a faint golden radiance. What is this? Yu Xian looked around in bewilderment. The mysterious woman explained. The golden body realm signifies the cultivation of the physical form to a state of gold. The physical body is fundamental. The realm of the body serves as the foundation. The quality of this foundation will ultimately determine how far you can progress in the future. Ordinary individuals focus solely on external cultivation, neglecting the internal. In truth, it is the internal that holds paramount importance. Only with sufficiently resilient muscles, bones, and vital organs can one withstand the ravages of external forces. Although you have endured inhuman suffering, you will reap substantial benefits in the future. Moreover, the advantages you have already gained at this moment are already considerable. Yi Xian took a deep breath, his hands slowly clenching into fists. At that moment, he felt a surging power coursing through his entire being. Realizing this, Yi Xian was overwhelmed with joy. As the enigmatic woman had foretold, his strength at this moment was at least more than double what it had been before. Furthermore, the resilience of his physical form now surpassed anything he had previously experienced. One could assert that he could now face the Elder, a seasoned master of the Qi manipulation realm, without any sense of trepidation. As if recalling something, Yu Xian hastily inquired, "Esteemed one, my sister is afflicted with a fever. Do you possess a remedy?" The mysterious woman fell silent for a moment before responding, "Is it that little girl?" Yu Xian nodded hastily. The mysterious woman spoke. "I indeed possess a method to resolve this, yet she cannot enter this tower." "Why?" Yu Xian was perplexed. The mysterious woman continued, "The spirit of this tower has succumbed to slumber. Although it acknowledges you as its master, you lack the necessary essence to bring others into this realm. Should you attempt to forcibly usher someone in, the tower will instinctively expel those it does not recognize." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened immediately. It seemed he had no choice but to take his sister to the imperial city in search of a physician. At this moment, he faced a dilemma. To attain the Qi mastery realm, he must seek out a spiritual sword to devour, but how exceedingly rare are spiritual swords? Not to mention the Yi family, it is likely that the entire Qingsheng lacks even a single spiritual sword. Only in the imperial city, the most prosperous place in the kingdom of Jiang, might such a treasure be found. The imperial city, Yu Xian murmured. It seems that visiting the imperial capital is absolutely imperative. After practicing swordsmanship for a while, Yi Xian departed from the realm prison tower. After Yi Xian's departure, a whisper suddenly resonated in the arena. "That little girl, she is rather peculiar." Yi Xian returned to his chamber, and at that moment, Yi Ling entered, the young girl appearing somewhat despondent. Yi Xian smiled and asked, "What is it?" Yi Ling approached Yi Xian and softly remarked, "Brother, what extraordinary phenomenon did Yi Lang invoke? The entire clan is rejoicing, and moreover, the Grand Elder has already designated Yi Lang as the young clan leader. From now on, he shall be the head of our Yi family." An extraordinary phenomenon? Yu Xian furrowed his brow slightly. He had heard of legends that spoke of extraordinary prodigies who, upon their breakthroughs, could summon celestial phenomena. However, this had always been mere folklore, as Qi Qing had never witnessed such a marvel. He was taken aback to discover that Yi Lang had indeed attracted such a heavenly spectacle. This signified that the other party was truly extraordinary. At that moment, Yi Ling suddenly let out a cold snort, dismissing the notion of celestial phenomena, asserting that her brother was the strongest of all. Yu Xian smiled gently, assuring, "Do not worry, the life and death duel with him is still 10 days away. After 10 days, my sibling and I shall depart from the Yi residence. Depart from the Yi residence? Yi Ling was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, So, will we return? Will we come back? Yu Xian remained silent. He and his sister, Yi Ling, had grown up here, truly considering it their home. However, after the recent events, he realized that he and his sister held little significance in the eyes of the elders of the Yi family. Had it not been for his slight usefulness, both he and his sister would have likely perished long ago. Now, with individuals more capable than himself emerging within the Yi family, he was swiftly cast aside. In the past, he had thought that should he ever sacrifice himself, the Yi family would treat Yi Ling kindly in gratitude for his unwavering loyalty. Yet now, it appeared that if he were to die, the fate awaiting his sister would be exceedingly grim. With this thought, he shook his head and smiled faintly, gently ruffling Yi Ling's little head. Do you like it here? Yi Ling shook her head. She once held affection for this place because it was home to her brother. But that sentiment has since faded. The family has been exceedingly unjust to him. He has sacrificed so much for the clan, yet he is treated in such a manner. The Grand Elder and the others have shown remarkable unfairness. Moreover, not a single elder from the clan has spoken in his defense. They are truly despicable. Yu Xian smiled gently and reassured, Do not worry. As long as we, siblings, are together, no matter where we may be, it shall always be our home. Yi Ling smiled sweetly and then embraced Yu Xian tightly. For as long as she was with her brother, she could go anywhere. Yu Xian chuckled heartily. After indulging in playful moments with Yi Ling, he returned to the Abyssal Tower. Cultivation. With merely 10 days remaining until the life and death duel against Yi Ling, he could not afford even the slightest hint of complacency, especially now that Yi Ling had summoned the legendary phenomenon of heaven and earth. Yi Ling extended his right hand, and within his palm, a silvery sword materialized quietly. Gazing at the blade in his grasp, Yi Ling exclaimed with a hint of excitement, Elder, I can be considered a sword immortal now, can I not? Sword immortal? The enigmatic woman scoffed softly. You are still leagues away from that status. Yi Ling was taken aback, unable to comprehend why. The mysterious woman spoke. Only by grasping the essence of sword intent and mastering the true way of the sword can one be deemed a sword immortal. As it stands, you are not yet worthy of that title. You cannot even be regarded as a sword master, but can only barely be considered a sword practitioner. Yi Ling felt a tinge of embarrassment. The enigmatic woman continued, What you must do now is to become a competent swordsman. Young one, do not blame me for not warning you. While there are many swordsmen in this world, true sword immortals are exceedingly rare. In your realm, having even 10 would be considered remarkable. As for the reasons, you will come to understand them in due time. I can only tell you that the path of the sword is fraught with challenges. Yi Ling nodded resolutely, affirming that despite the challenges ahead, he would persevere with unwavering determination. After the recent events involving the Yi family, he realized that relying on them to care for his sister was utterly futile. He must take it upon himself to safeguard her well-being, and to do so effectively, he must strive to become stronger, far stronger than he is at present. For this world is starkly pragmatic. Without value, one will garner no regard from others. Yu Xian retracted his thoughts and asked solemnly, Senior, how can one become a qualified sword cultivator? The mysterious woman replied, With a single sword, sever your ties. Yu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Was it not exceedingly simple? The mysterious woman sneered. Why not give it a try? Yu Xian plucked a strand of his own hair and, with a swift motion, swung his sword. As the blade descended, the hair shattered into countless fragments with a resounding burst. Yu Xian was taken aback. His hair was frayed, yet not severed. At that moment, the voice of the enigmatic woman resonated, emphasizing that possessing power requires not only mastery over it, but also the ability to control its angles, speed, and various applications. Even taking wind speed into account. In my estimation, you might have to sacrifice tens of thousands of strands of hair to truly grasp these essentials. Yi Xian took a deep breath, proclaiming, I have plenty of hair. With that, he began to swing his weapon with fervor. Meanwhile, outside the Boundary Prison Tower, the Yi residence was adorned with festive decorations, hosting a grand banquet for nearly all the prominent figures of Qing City. Moreover, the members of the Yi family now frequently regarded themselves as the foremost clan in Qing City. The Yi family was truly basking in the glory of its prime. Even the city lord's mansion and the Li and Zhang families graciously came to celebrate. In the reception hall of the Yi family, the elder sat in a chair, his eyes gently closed, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, an elderly man entered and announced the arrival of the Grand Elder, the city lord, as well as the heads of the Li and Zhang families. The elder opened his eyes and spoke softly, Yiyu, go inform them that I am resting and cannot receive guests at the moment. I shall meet with them in half an hour. Yu hesitated slightly. The Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes. It was time to reveal to them who truly held dominion over Qiqing. Outside the Yu residence, Yu clasped his fist before an elderly man and two middle-aged gentlemen, saying, Mayor Jiang, head of the Li family, head of the Zhang family, I sincerely apologize. The Grand Elder is currently resting and is unable to receive guests at this moment. However, you may wait for half an hour. The Grand Elder should awaken by then. Li Yushuang, the head of the Li family, narrowed his eyes and remarked, Are we to wait for half an hour? Yu nodded slightly, smiling, of course. If the three of you are unwilling to wait, you may leave. After saying this, he turned and departed. At this moment, the Yi family no longer needed to concern themselves with the expressions of the other families. Although their overall strength was currently inferior to that of the three families, all members of the Yi family firmly believed in one thing. In the near future, the Yi family would be the one they could only look up to. Upon seeing Yu leave, the faces of Li Yu and the others darkened immediately. Li Yu coldly remarked, This Grand Elder of the Yi family truly carries an air of arrogance. The city lord of Qiqing, Jiang Yin, replied in a calm voice, with their current Yi hall, they naturally can afford to view our families with disdain. Meanwhile, Zhang Lai, the head of the Zhang family, chuckled, This is the rise of one person, elevating the entire family to glory. However, the Grand Elder's reckless and presumptuous behavior is not a good thing for the Yi family. As he spoke, he looked at Li Yu and Jiang Yin, saying, My friends, we were previously hesitating whether to join forces, but it seems that we have no choice now. Jiang Yin and Li Yu exchanged glances, and soon, the three of them nodded in agreement. Evidently, the Yi family's attitude compelled them to unite. Half an hour later, the three entered the Yi family's reception hall. The Grand Elder approached, clasping his fists in apology. I sincerely apologize for my recent slothful demeanor. I have neglected the three of you. Please forgive me. Jiang Yin smiled. Not at all, Grand Elder. We understand that you have been quite busy lately. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Come, please take a seat. After they sat down, the Grand Elder glanced at the three and said, It seems you have come for a specific reason today? Li Yu replied with a smile. Naturally, we are here to congratulate the Yi family on acquiring a chosen one. This is indeed a joyous occasion for us in Qiqing. The Grand Elder responded with a smile. The awakening of Yi Lang, accompanied by the manifestation of heavenly phenomena, is indeed a blessing from the heavens upon the Yi family. He then lifted his teacup, took a sip, and continued. I thank you for your congratulations on behalf of Yi Lang. At this moment, Lin Yan, the head of the Li family, rose and clasped his fists, stating, Grand Elder, our families have had many unpleasant encounters in the past. I hope the Yi family can be magnanimous. Zhang Lai also stood, clasping his fists, Grand Elder. My Zhang family has also been at fault before. I implore your understanding. The Zhang and Lin families had once been bitter enemies of the Yi family, particularly the Zhang family, as the previous heir of the Yi family had perished at their hands. Now, however, the Zhang and Li families had to bow their heads, for the Yi family had produced a chosen one capable of invoking heavenly phenomena. At this juncture, failure to submit could lead to their own downfall in the future. The Grand Elder took a sip of tea and remained silent. With his silence, the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. Zhang Lai glanced at Jiang Yin, the city lord, who smiled faintly and said, Grand Elder, we are all from Qiqing, a place so small that we inevitably encounter some conflicts. Now that the Yi family is destined to rise, their rivals will undoubtedly be some prominent families of our time. What do you think? The Grand Elder smiled slightly. Since Brother Jiang has spoken, what more can I say? How about this? Our Yi family has not been having an easy time in recent years. So for the next decade, the mining rights of the gold mines surrounding Qiqing will belong to the Yi family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present immediately darkened, filled with indignation. Gold mines. How do these noble families survive within Qiqing? Naturally, they rely on gold mines. The source of conflict among these families also stems from the gold mines, for there are several mines in the vicinity, and discovering a new one often leads to fierce battles. No family is willing to relinquish their claim, for gold mines symbolize resources. A family without resources cannot cultivate their members, leading to a slow demise. Now, the Yu family openly demanded the mining rights for 10 years, which meant that the other families would have no income during that decade. While this would not lead to their extinction, they would surely struggle to survive. Not far away, Jiang Yin, the city lord of Qiqing, glanced at the Grand Elder but remained silent, sipping his tea, though his eyes were icy. The expressions of the other two were equally grim. Although they had prepared for a significant loss before arriving, they had not anticipated the Yi family would be so ruthless. The Grand Elder surveyed the crowd, smiling. Rest assured, in 10 years, Yilang will likely have ascended to the realm of the mountain dwellers. At that time, heh. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Jiang Yin and the others changed dramatically. The mountain dwellers referred to outside sects. And the Grand Elder's words were clearly a threat, one that was unapologetically blatant. Should Yilang join those forces, their annihilation could indeed occur in the blink of an eye. Realizing this, Jiang Yin and the others exchanged glances. Finally, Jiang Yin stood and clasped his fists, saying, "Since the Yi family is facing difficulties, we shall concede the mining rights of the surrounding mountains of Qiqing to the Yi family for the next decade." The Grand Elder smiled and clasped his fists. "I am most grateful." Jiang Yin nodded. "Then we shall take our leave." After saying this, the four turned to depart. At that moment, Yi Yu entered the Grand Hall, stating solemnly, "Grand Elder, you have offended them all." "Offended?" The Grand Elder scoffed. "Does the Yi family fear offending them now? Once Yilang becomes a mountain dweller, extinguishing them will be as effortless as a heartbeat. We are merely asking for 10 years of mining rights, which is already a tremendous act of mercy." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Outside the Yi residence, as Jiang Yin and the others emerged, their expressions contorted into masks of fury. "The audacity is intolerable," Zhang Lai exclaimed. "The Yi family, now in power, seeks to annihilate all who oppose them." Li Yu retorted coldly that Yilang is a person of destiny, capable of summoning celestial phenomena. With him in their ranks, the Yu family holds a position of such superiority that not only we, but even the city lord's estate dares not challenge them. Jiang Yin shook his head. "Let us cease this discussion. For now, we must endure this affront and return to our respective residences. Time will reveal the truth. Do not be hasty. The flower does not bloom forever. The Yi family's rampant arrogance will surely lead them to their downfall one day." With that, they turned and vanished from the entrance of the Yi residence. With the truce between the Li and Zhang families, along with the city lord's estate, the Yi family swelled with newfound confidence. Previously, the Yi family had been somewhat subservient to these factions, but now, bolstered by Yilang, they radiated an undeniable assurance. Many scions of the Yi family began to consider themselves the foremost lineage of Qiqing, a sentiment echoed even by the elders. At present, nearly everyone revered Yilang, and many recalled Yuxian. "Have you heard? Yuxian hasn't emerged from his courtyard in ages. Does he dare to? In the current generation of Qiqing, who would fear Yilang? No. Among the entire young elite of the Jiang kingdom, Yilang stands at the pinnacle. As for Yuxian, he is scarcely worthy of carrying Yilang's shoes. Indeed, had he merely bowed his head and acknowledged his mistakes, he might have preserved his life. But who cares about him now? Do you not see how illustrious we Yi family scions are in the world? Just yesterday, I encountered a young master from the Zhang family. I approached him and struck him without hesitation, and he dared not utter a word. Just yesterday, at the Yichuan courtyard, I met the heir of the Li family, who once regarded only Yi Xian with esteem. But yesterday, I told him to leave, and he too departed without a retort. What a delightful experience. Indeed, in Qiqing, we, the Yi family, hold the reins. All of this is thanks to Brother Yilang. Come, let us pay a visit to Brother Yilang." Within the realm prison tower, Yi Xian wielded the Lingxiao sword, relentlessly striking with fervor. He was consumed by the relentless pursuit of becoming a true swordsman. Having grown up relying solely on his sister, he understood the paramount importance of strength, especially after the recent events that had unfolded. He realized with stark clarity that when one falls from grace, they are often regarded as lesser than a mere dog. Despite his countless sacrifices for the Yi family, the moment they chose to cast him aside, he understood that he could only rely on himself. Within the tower, Yi Xian had lost count of how many times he had swung his sword. At present, he was capable of severing his hair with a single stroke, marking his progression to a swordsman in training. Yet, he knew he had not yet reached his full potential. His mastery of speed and strength was still that of an ordinary swordsman, leaving him just a hair's breadth away from becoming a grand swordsman. Time passed swiftly in the realm of cultivation, and soon, less than 3 days remained until the fateful month-long duel between the two. On this day, as Yu Xian emerged from the prison tower, he furrowed his brow, for it was unusual that Yiling had come to deliver food at this hour. Had something gone awry? Yi Xian hurriedly rushed into Yiling's room, where he found her trembling in bed, her hair adorned with a layer of frost. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly approached her and produced a white jade vial, only to discover that it was utterly empty. The elixir was gone. Yi Xian suddenly slapped himself, cursing under his breath for forgetting that the elixirs were depleted. Damn it! He chastised himself once more and then hurriedly caressed Yi Ling's cheek. Trembling as he spoke, wait for me, brother will return shortly. With that, he dashed out of the room, racing towards the pharmacy of the Yi residence. Yi Xian had emerged. Upon his appearance, several members of the Yi family began to murmur among themselves, and some curious onlookers hurried over to confront him. In the past, they would not have dared to do so, but now, with the rise of Yi Lang, the younger members of the Yi family felt a newfound boldness towards Yi Xian. As he made his way, a group of Yi family members suddenly blocked Yi Xian's path, led by Yi Feng, the grandson of the Grand Elder and a direct cousin of Yi Lang. Yi Feng glanced at Yi Xian and chuckled. Yi Xian, after hiding for so many days, what brings you out today? Yi Xian disregarded Yi Feng and others, striding towards the distant pharmacy. Yet, Yi Feng swiftly positioned himself once more before Yi Xian, chuckling. Yi Xian, seeing you in such a hurry, could it be that your frail sister is on the brink of death? If so, allow me to congratulate you in advance, for you shall soon be rid of a burdensome anchor. At that moment, Yi Xian unexpectedly surged forward. Yi Feng, caught off guard, had no time to react as Yi Xian's fist struck his throat with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. The onlookers froze in disbelief. Yi Feng's eyes widened in shock, his gaze filled with terror as his eyeballs ruptured. In an instant, Yi Xian drew a dagger from his waist, directing it menacingly towards Yi Feng's throat. Yi Feng's head fell directly to the ground. Yi Xian sheathed his dagger, casting a fierce glance at the members of the Yi family. Whoever dares to utter a word against my sister shall find themselves rendered speechless for eternity. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as every member of the Yi family was filled with astonishment and dread. The members of the Yi family are fully aware of Yi Xian's unwavering affection for his sister. It is safe to say that he is a veritable guardian of his sibling. However, they never anticipated that Yi Xian would take such drastic measures. Yi Feng, being the direct grandson of the Grand Elder and a first cousin to Yi Lang, was met with an unexpected fate at the hands of Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not linger among the members of the Yi family. Instead, he made his way directly to the Yi residence's apothecary. At that moment, an elderly figure emerged. This individual was Elder Yi Qing, the overseer of the Yi family's apothecary. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Yi Qing's brows furrowed immediately. Yi Xian, what is your intention? Yi Xian strode directly to the medicine cabinet, his gaze sweeping over its contents. Soon, his eyes settled on a particular compartment, and he pulled open the cabinet door, only to find it utterly devoid of any items. Witnessing this, Yi Xian's expression instantly turned frosty as he turned to face Yi Qing, inquiring about the nourishing spirit pill. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Old man, I have already concealed myself. Yi Xian, your family has halted the supply of elixirs to your sister and you. At that moment, a fist-sized weight from the medicinal platform beside Yi Xian was suddenly hurled towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing's complexion changed dramatically as he swiftly sidestepped, evading the heavy weight. Although he managed to dodge it, his expression transformed instantaneously, for Yi Xian had already arrived before him. Yi Xian suddenly struck with a powerful fist aimed at Yi Qing's head. It was straightforward and unambiguous. Yi Qing's heart was struck with terror. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Yi Xian. The fists collided with a resounding impact. Bang! A deep, thunderous explosion of energy reverberated through the air. Yi Qing was sent reeling backward by Yi Xian's punch, as he found himself cornered against the wall with no retreat left. Yi Xian reappeared before him, once again delivering a powerful blow aimed at his head. Yi Qing's pupils suddenly contracted, and he hastily exclaimed, I will give it to you. I shall give it to you. Yi Xian's fist halted mere inches away from Yi Qing's face. Yi Qing gazed at Yi Xian in astonishment. As a genuine practitioner of the Qi transformation realm, he rarely engaged in battle. Yet he was well aware that Yi Xian was merely at the 5th rank of the everlasting realm. However, in this single exchange, he had been utterly defeated. The prowess of Yi Xian was simply too terrifying. Yi Xian extended his hand, and Yi Qing's expression shifted slightly, deterred from attempting any tricks. He promptly retrieved a white jade vial and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened the jade white vial and discovered that it contained merely 15 spirit-nourishing pills. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, and Yi Qing quickly remarked, Yi Xian, this elixir is exceedingly precious. We do not possess it in Qiqing. It was procured from external sources, and this is merely a remnant from our last shipment. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment. Finally, he tucked away the white jade vial and remarked, After dedicating so many years to my family, is it unreasonable for me to take this modest amount of elixirs? Yi Qing cast a glance at Yi Xian, remaining silent. Yi Xian said nothing as he turned and departed from the room. However, outside, The Grand Elder had already assembled a group of elders who surrounded him. The incident of Yi Xian's furious act of murder has evidently reached the ears of the Grand Elder and others. The Grand Elder fixed his gaze upon Yi Xian, stating, "My grandson merely spoke a few words against you, and you resort to taking his life?" Yi Xian slowly approached the Grand Elder, asserting, "Your grandson has gone astray. If you will not discipline him, allow me to take on that responsibility." The Grand Elder's hands gradually clenched into fists as Yi Xian regarded him with an impassive expression, though a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly snarled, "Seize him and strike him down." In an instant, several guards from the Yi residence charged towards Yi Xian. A sinister smile crept upon Yi Xian's lips. In the next instant, he lightly tapped his toes, and his entire being glided forth. Before the onlookers could comprehend the situation, the leading guard of the Yi residence was sent soaring several feet away. Yi Xian did not pause. He swiftly turned and executed a whip-like kick that struck one of the guards rushing towards him. Bang! The guard was sent flying by Yi Xian's powerful kick. In that moment, Yi Xian charged directly at the Grand Elder. Upon witnessing this scene, the Grand Elder's expression twisted into a grimace as he stepped forward and aimed a palm strike at Yi Xian. Yi Xian clenched his right hand into a fist and launched a powerful strike. Bang! As soon as their fists met, the Grand Elder was propelled backward by several steps. However, Yi Xian remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. The Grand Elder gazed at Yi Xian in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Your dantian is shattered. How can you possess such combat prowess?" In the distance, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and questioned, "How do you know my dantian is broken?" The Grand Elder fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, remaining silent. Yet, Yi Xian had already comprehended the truth. Without a doubt, the mysterious assailant who had ambushed him was undoubtedly dispatched by this Grand Elder. With this thought, a surge of murderous intent flooded Yi Xian's eyes. Just then, a voice resonated through the air. "Yi Xian, you should leave." The crowd turned to see that it was Yi Lang who had spoken. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at Yi Lang, uttering no words, and turned to leave. The surrounding guards did not intervene but instead looked towards Yi Lang. Beside Yi Lang, the Grand Elder expressed his confusion, saying, "Yi Lang, even if you share a bond of life and death with him, he has taken the life of your cousin." This grievance. Yi Lang interrupted the words of the Grand Elder, assuring him, "Rest assured, in 2 days, I shall avenge this grievance for you." The Grand Elder clenched his hands tightly, his face pale with anger, yet he remained silent. Yi Lang smiled and said, "I am aware of his arrogance. He truly deserves to be punished. However, now is not the appropriate moment. In 2 days, inform everyone from Qiqing to come and witness the battle. I shall confront him and thereby make my name renowned." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Pondering the implications, Yi Lang smiled and said, "To attract the attention of the external forces on the mountain, one must first establish a name. Yi Xian shall be the first under my heel. By stepping on him, I can make my mark in Qiqing and thus have the opportunity to catch the eye of those formidable powers." The elder relaxed slightly, realizing that indeed, those forces dwell in lofty heights. Without making some noise, it would be challenging to garner their attention. Yi Lang nodded, and the Grand Elder felt reassured. "In 2 days, upon the arena, I shall ensure he suffers humiliation and meets his demise, thus alleviating the resentment that burdens your heart." The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, as if struck by a thought, and solemnly declared, "Although this individual's dantian is shattered, his combat prowess should not be underestimated. You must not be complacent." Yi Lang cast a glance at the Grand Elder, offering a slight smile, yet his heart brimmed with disdain. He had observed the earlier confrontation between the Grand Elder and Yi Xian, noting the latter's superior position. In Yi Lang's mind, it was not that Yi Xian was exceptionally strong, but rather that the Grand Elder had grown feeble, a person who merely indulges in a life of comfort, even if they are a martial artist, remains merely an elderly figure unless they transcend the confines of the physical realm. To Yi Lang, the Grand Elder epitomized such frailty. This sentiment extended to all the elders of the Yi family as well. Yi Lang withdrew his thoughts and gazed in the direction where Yi Xian had departed, a cold smile forming on his lips. "It is indeed a privilege for you to serve as my stepping stone." Yi Xian returned to his chamber and promptly administered a spirit-nourishing pill to Yi Ling. Yi Xian anxiously gazed at Yi Ling, feeling a profound sense of disarray, accompanied by a heavy wave of self-reproach for having forgotten his sister's elixir. Soon, under Yi Xian's intense scrutiny, Yi Ling gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing Yi Xian, a warm smile blossomed on her face as she exclaimed, "Brother, it is truly wonderful to see you." Yi Xian smiled gently, grasping Yi Ling's hand firmly, and softly inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Yi Ling nodded slightly, feeling less cold than before. Yi Xian softly said, "It is my fault, dear brother. I assure you, there shall never be a next time. I promise, it shall not happen again." Yi Ling gazed at Yi Xian, and suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Brother, there was a time when I wished for death, for I did not want to be a burden to you. Yet just now, I found myself terrified of death, fearing that if I were to perish, you would be left all alone. I wish to remain by your side forever." Yi Xian's eyes glistened with moisture as he smiled and declared, "Linga will be just fine. Neither of us siblings shall come to any harm." Yi Ling wiped away the tears from her face, resolutely declaring, "I will live my life to the fullest. I must accompany my brother for all eternity." Yi Xian extended his finger to hook one of Yi Ling's fingers, smiling as he said, "Then we must make a pact. Neither of us shall depart this world first." Yi Ling cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xian and said, "Brother, making a pinky promise is a child's play." Yi Xian chuckled heartily, for in his heart, "You shall forever remain a child." A radiant smile blossomed on Yi Ling's face, filling her heart with sweetness. This time, Yi Xian chose not to immediately immerse himself in cultivation. Instead, he carried Yi Ling on his back for a stroll through the streets. Having spent a considerable amount of time within the confines of the Yi residence, she had scarcely indulged in leisure, and this weighed heavily on Yi Xian's conscience. Now that he had the opportunity, he was determined to devote quality time to his sister. In Yi Xian's eyes, nothing was more significant than his beloved sister. Qingcheng, a modest town with a population not exceeding 200,000, ranked among the lesser cities of the Jiang Kingdom. Although it was small in number, Qingcheng was bustling with life, boasting a myriad of street performers and vendors. Yi Xian escorted his sister out of the Yi residence, whereupon the family promptly dispatched several individuals to follow them at a distance, clearly wary of Yi Xian absconding. The current elder was certainly not inclined to let Yi Xian slip away. Unperturbed by those trailing behind, Yi Xian allowed them to follow, as long as they refrained from causing any disturbances. "Brother, I can walk on my own." "Nonsense. You are far too weak to walk. Allow me to carry you for a little while longer." "All right, fine." Yi Xian and Yi Ling roamed through much of Qing City. As dusk approached, the siblings were preparing to return to the Yi residence. Upon passing through the city gate, a woman galloped in from outside, her speed remarkable. Clad in a pristine white robe, she held a silver spear in her right hand, its tip glimmering like a cold star. The woman was strikingly beautiful. With an elegant oval face and phoenix-like eyes, her features exquisitely refined to near perfection. Yi Xian had never encountered such a captivating beauty before. She was the kind of woman one would remember for a lifetime after just one glance. As she entered the city, all eyes within the gate were drawn to her, for she was a breathtaking sight that commanded attention. The moment she stepped into the city, she abruptly halted beside the Yi siblings. Her gaze fell upon Yi Xian, and after a brief appraisal, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She perceived his hidden realm. At this revelation, Yi Xian's expression shifted slightly. This woman could discern his concealed cultivation level? More astonishing was the fact that she could see through his hidden realm, a feat that even the Grand Elder and others had been unable to achieve, as his level was obscured by a mysterious force. Yet, she was able to unveil it. In that instant, the woman suddenly pointed her spear directly at Yi Xian. "I presume you are the one who has summoned the celestial phenomenon, Yi Lang? To cultivate to a hidden realm with such solid fundamentals is indeed impressive. You have earned the right to face my strike. I am Enlancio. Prepare to receive my spear." "Enlancio," a voice from the side exclaimed, "Heavens! She is the unparalleled genius, Enlancio, a rarity in our Jiang Kingdom." It truly was her, the one whom our sovereign had personally designated as a national prodigy. An 18-year-old national prodigy. Not only has our Jiang Kingdom never seen her kind, but even the previous dynasty had not. It is said she is challenging all the talents of Jiang Kingdom and has triumphed over 36 cities without anyone being able to withstand her spear. It seems she has come specifically for Yi Lang. If she were to praise Yi Lang, the Yi family would undoubtedly gain renown. Enlancio. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. The name he heard was indeed familiar. Enlancio was a figure known throughout the entirety of the Jiang Kingdom, her fame unparalleled. The foremost genius of Jiang Kingdom. Not yet 18, she had already ascended to the realm of Linkong beyond the mastery of Qi. Moreover, she was the youngest gunslinger in the kingdom's history. Yet, what was truly astounding was that she had comprehended the essence of the spear. What does this signify? It implies that she is almost guaranteed to become a grandmaster of the spear way in the future. Such a prodigy had not graced the annals of Jiang Kingdom for 5 centuries. Furthermore, Enlonshu was shrouded in numerous legendary records. For instance, she was the first student personally invited by the dean of Tsangmu Academy to join its ranks, the youngest national scholar of Jiang Kingdom, and the fastest among the younger generation to reach the Lingkong realm. Whatever the chosen one or celestial phenomena, they pale in comparison to her brilliance. Yi Xian had never anticipated that the other party would arrive in this quaint Qing city. On horseback, Enlon held a long spear, aimed directly at Yi Xian. Her gaze devoid of disdain or haughty arrogance, exuding a serene composure. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and shook his head, saying, "You have mistaken the person." Enlon furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "What do you mean?" Yi Xian remarked, "I am not the Yi Lang who summoned the celestial phenomena. He resides within the Yi family. You may seek him there." Enlon raised a delicate eyebrow. "You are not Yi Lang." Yi Xian nodded. At that moment, Yi Ling, who was beside him, suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, my brother is also quite remarkable." Yi Xian smiled as he gently tousled Yi Ling's little head. She beamed sweetly, clinging tightly to his arm. Enlon surveyed Yi Xian, surprised to discover that this small Qi-Ching not only produced a remarkable figure like Yi Lang, who could summon extraordinary phenomena, but also someone like you, capable of cultivating hidden realms. This revelation truly astonishes me. Yi Xian smiled faintly, remaining silent. Enlon elegantly stated, "Regardless of whether you are Yi Lang or not, you possess the qualification to receive a shot from me. Will you accept?" Yi Xian fell into silence, accepting the challenge. Although he was indifferent to fame, he understood that such a reputation would undoubtedly serve him well. However, to accept meant revealing his true strength. At this moment, exposing his capabilities could provoke the Grand Elder and others to eliminate him at all costs, potentially even targeting his sister. Yet, to refuse was contrary to his nature. How could one lack courage in life? With this thought, Yi Xian lifted his gaze towards Enloncio and declared, "In 2 days, shall we engage in battle?" 2 days? Enloncio shook her head slightly. "Forgive my candor, but you do not possess the qualifications to make me wait." With that, she prepared to ride away. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly seized a wooden sword from a nearby vendor, plucked a strand of his hair, and with a gentle diagonal slash, severed it effortlessly. Enloncio halted, her gaze returning to Yi Xian, astonishment flickering in her eyes. "How did I overlook this? Not only have you cultivated a hidden realm, but you are also a swordsman. Such a young swordsman is rare in the kingdom of Jiang." Yi Xian gazed directly at Enloncio and said, "In 2 days, shall we engage in battle?" A playful smile danced upon Enloncio's exquisite features, for the man before her spoke of a duel, not of receiving a mere blow. She scrutinized Yi Xian once more before replying, "Then I shall await you for 2 days. For now, I must seek out Yi Lang. Do you know the whereabouts of the Yi residence?" At that moment, Yi Ling chimed in, "Sister, we are from the Yi residence. Come back with us." Enloncio turned her gaze towards Yi Xian, inquiring, "Are you the young master of the Yi family?" Yi Xian nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Enloncio slightly inclined her head, remarking that the Yi residence was indeed fortunate to possess 2 prodigies, suggesting that they were not far from becoming a second-rate aristocratic family. Yi Xian smiled softly, choosing not to utter a word. Thus, the 2 siblings returned to the Yi residence with Enloncio. The arrival of Enloncio sent shockwaves throughout the Yi family. The Grand Elder personally led a group of elders to welcome her. Despite the Yi family's current expansion and arrogance, Enloncio hailed from the imperial capital, and the power she represented far surpassed that of 100 Yi families combined. Consequently, upon learning that Enloncio had come to challenge Yi Lang, the Grand Elder and the others were utterly elated. As Yi Xian and his siblings arrived at the entrance of the Yi residence, the Grand Elder and his entourage promptly came to greet them. Upon noticing the Yi siblings, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed slightly. However, he did not address them directly. Instead, he hurriedly approached Miss Enlonyu, offering a slight bow. "Your esteemed presence brings great honor to the Yi family, Miss En. Please, do enter our humble abode." Miss Enlonyu gently shook her head and replied, "There's no need for formalities. Is Yi Lang available?" The Grand Elder quickly responded, "Indeed, indeed." He then gestured to another elder standing nearby, instructing him to fetch Yi Lang at once. As the elder hurried away, the Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Yi Xian, his expression growing noticeably cold. "What are you doing here, causing such embarrassment? Hurry and go inside." Upon hearing this, Miss Enlonyo's brows knitted together in concern. Yi Xian cast a glance at the Grand Elder, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours?" Their relationship had deteriorated to the point of enmity, and he had no intention of showing the Grand Elder any respect. The Grand Elder's expression darkened immediately, and just as he was about to speak, Enlancio interjected. "What is this?" The Grand Elder turned his gaze towards Enlancio, his demeanor softening. "Missen, you may not be aware, but Yi Xian was originally the heir of the Yi family. However, this individual is arrogant and overbearing, and his talent is mediocre at best, rendering him unworthy of the title of heir. Consequently, we have stripped him of his position. To our surprise, he harbors resentment against us and seeks." At that moment, Enlancio interjected, "You claim he is arrogant and overbearing. I refrain from commenting on that. However, you assert that his talent is mediocre?" The Grand Elder paused for a moment, then replied, "Indeed, he is already 18 yet remains at the 5th rank of the unceasing realm. Such talent is undoubtedly lacking." Enlancio's expression became somewhat peculiar. A swordsman, concealing his true level. Is this truly a lack of talent? She glanced at Yi Xian, remaining silent. But it was clear to her that there was something amiss between the Yi family and Yi Xian. The Grand Elder continued, "Missen, you may not be aware, but this individual cannot tolerate Yi Lang as the heir and has recklessly declared a life and death agreement with him. Speaking of this agreement, there are only 2 days remaining. If you have no other matters, I invite you to stay in Qingsheng for 2 days, and I would appreciate your presence as a witness." Enlancio looked at the Grand Elder, then at Yi Xian, her expression quite strange. Just then, Yi Lang emerged, approaching Enlancio and clasping his fist in greeting. "Missen." Enlancio's gaze fell upon Yi Lang, and soon, her brows furrowed in discontent. The Chosen One? The so-called Chosen One refers to those who, having reached a certain level of cultivation, face the end of their lifespan and reincarnate to cultivate anew. Such individuals are regarded with disdain by true prodigies. Only the incapable would resort to reincarnation to prolong their existence. Her reason for coming to Qingqing was not due to Yi Lang being the Chosen One, but rather because someone here had attracted a phenomenon of the heavens and earth. It was this ability to evoke such celestial occurrences that piqued her interest. However, at this moment, upon seeing Yi Lang, she felt a deep sense of disappointment. Yi Lang concealed his true realm, yet it was elusive and insubstantial, akin to a mere illusion of bubbles. Nevertheless, it was indeed remarkable. Yet it failed to capture her attention. In contrast, she held Yi Xian in higher regard. His foundational skills were comparable to hers, and he had cultivated a concealed realm, also excelling as a swordsman. Contemplating this, Enlancio cast a glance at Yi Xian and declared, "I shall seek you out in 2 days." With that, she gracefully mounted her steed, preparing to depart. The onlookers from the Yi residence were left in a state of shock. What just transpired? Even Yi Lang was taken aback. Is she leaving just like that? At that moment, the Grand Elder regained his composure and hastily approached Enlancio, bowing slightly. "Missen, will you not compete with our Yi Lang?" Without turning her head, Enlancio replied, "He is not worthy." With those words, she spurred her horse and vanished from the sight of the Yi family. Behind her, the Yi family remained stupefied, while Yi Lang's expression darkened, akin to one who had consumed something vile, to be disregarded. This marked the first time in his illustrious career that he had been overlooked. It was intolerable. Under the gaze of all present, Yi Lang suddenly charged forward. The Grand Elder's expression shifted drastically. He sought to intervene, but it was too late. Just then, Enlancio halted, pivoting to point her spear directly at Yi Lang. An invisible pressure abruptly stilled Yi Lang in his tracks. Yi Lang's expression changed dramatically. This was the intention of a gun, the intent of a firearm. Yi Lang gazed at Enlancio with disbelief in his eyes, astonished that someone so young could comprehend the essence of gunmanship. Noticing Yi Lang's immobility, Enlancio sheathed her spear, remarking, "If you had continued, I might have thought more highly of you. Alas, you faltered, which explains why your reincarnation and cultivation are far from remarkable." With that, she cast a glance at the Yi residence and the neglected Yi Xian siblings, shaking her head lightly. The upper echelons of the Yi family truly are a collection of dimwits. With her words lingering in the air, she rode away. Left behind, Yi Lang clenched his fists, his expression dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, Yi Xian returned to his courtyard with Yi Ling, indifferent to the affairs involving Yi Lang and the elder. His focus lay solely on diligent cultivation and cherishing his time with his sister, eagerly anticipating the upcoming competition in 2 days, when he would escort her to the imperial capital. "Brother, that sister just now is so beautiful," Yi Ling suddenly exclaimed from within their room. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Ling and smiled. "My sister will undoubtedly be stunning in the future." This statement held truth. Yi Xian himself was not lacking in appearance, and his sister was already a beauty in the making. As she matures, she will inevitably blossom into a breathtakingly beautiful woman, captivating all who behold her. Yi Ling sweetly smiled, her heart filled with joy. After Yi Ling fell asleep, Yi Xian entered the realm prison tower. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Senior, that woman was surprisingly able to discern my concealed realm. Did you not mention that no one had ever cultivated this hidden realm before? After a brief pause in the atmosphere, the enigmatic woman replied, your concealed realm is unlike that of others. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly inquired, what is different? The mysterious woman replied, while others cultivate the hidden realms with ease, you, however, shall only endure increasing suffering. Yi Xian was profoundly perplexed. Why is that? The enigmatic woman replied, because they cultivate realms, while you refine your sinews, organs, and every limb of your body. Do you understand? Yi Xian. Recently, I have been participating in a poverty alleviation initiative, where online authors visit schools to provide spiritual support. During my time at the school, I encountered two fans, one of whom was a young lady. She expressed her admiration for Zai Yaozi and Xiaobai, which left me utterly astonished. I wish to convey that I am currently maintaining a consistent update schedule, and once the event concludes, I shall unleash a torrent of creativity. I have always honored my word, have I not? Admittedly, I have been quite occupied with various engagements and social events, so I kindly ask for your understanding. Lastly, I humbly request your support in the form of votes and collections, as we currently hold the 8th position in the new book rankings. Let us demonstrate the strength of our GNU readers. Regarding the enigmatic woman, Yi Xian did not dwell too much on the matter, as it posed no detriment to him. Suddenly recalling something, Yi Xian inquired, Senior, you encountered that woman previously. What are your thoughts on her? The woman in question was, of course, Enlancio. The mysterious woman replied calmly, she's rather average. You and your sister are no less than her, especially your sister, who surpasses her. My sister? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, pondering the elder's intentions. The enigmatic woman replied, do not concern yourself with such matters for now. Having grasped the fundamentals of swordsmanship, you may now attempt to cultivate some sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian eagerly inquired, what sword techniques? Sword techniques. Such entities were exceedingly rare. It is noteworthy that the entirety of the Yi family's legacy over the years comprised merely a handful of martial arts, and all of them were of the lower tier. Martial arts are classified into levels: celestial, earth, spirit, profound, human, and mundane. The finest martial art within the Yi family was merely a low-grade human tier, and this was exclusive to the clan leader. Furthermore, throughout the entire Qing city, the most superior martial art was a low-grade spirit tier, possessed solely by the lord of the city. Martial arts could be said to be even more precious than medicinal pills. As for sword techniques, their rarity transcended even the most precious of martial arts. It is likely that none existed in all of Qing city. At this moment, the mysterious woman stated, I possess two sword techniques from which you may choose. The first is a formidable technique with immense lethality. However, it reaches a limit once cultivated to a certain level. The second is an evolutionary type, devoid of grade and limitation. The stronger you become, the more potent it grows. It can accompany you throughout your life. Yet, this sword technique bears a significant flaw. If your intent to kill and belief in the sword path are not sufficiently strong, it will gradually weaken. Conversely, if your intent to kill and belief in the sword path are robust, it will strengthen infinitely. Yi Xian spoke solemnly, Senior, may I cultivate both styles? The mysterious woman replied, it is unwise. One cannot overindulge and expect to master all. It is far more advantageous to excel in a single discipline. In the future, you may explore other sword techniques, but for now, it is best to focus on one, for your knowledge and understanding of the sword path are still shallow. To attempt to learn too much at once would be futile. Each sword technique, especially the one I impart to you, is not merely an ordinary skill. It embodies a distinct attitude, a way of life, a philosophy of the sword. Do you comprehend? Yi Xian glanced around, and then said, are you also a sword cultivator? Senior? The mysterious woman replied softly, you asked too many questions. Yi Xian. The mysterious woman said, choose, which one will you select? Yi Xian smiled bitterly, for it was undoubtedly the latter. The enigmatic woman remarked, your ambition is vast, yet you must remember that a grand heart must be matched by commensurate strength. Yi Xian nodded slightly, comprehending her words. The enigmatic woman stated, the sword technique I possess is called a sword that determines life and death. The essence of this technique lies in the fact that when I draw my sword, it is to seal your fate. The cultivation of this technique diverges from conventional swordsmanship. It embodies a belief in the way of the sword. Thus, whether you can master it entirely depends upon your own fortune. As the mysterious woman's voice faded, Yi Xian found himself imbued with new knowledge, the workings of a profound sword technique. Yi Xian swiftly summoned the Lingxiao sword, attempting to execute the sword technique as it was intended. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that following that method yielded no results whatsoever. Not only was there a complete absence of effect, but he also felt a profound sense of constriction within his heart, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Yi Xian looked around in confusion, asking, "What is this, senior?" The mysterious woman replied, "The cultivation method of this sword technique is divided into 6 stages. You have yet to unlock the first stage, and thus are unable to wield it. As for when you will be able to do so, it depends on your own fortune." Yi Xian's expression was somewhat peculiar. What in the world is this bizarre sword technique? It requires unlocking? The mysterious woman suddenly spoke. A swordsman who does not draw their sword is one thing. However, when the sword is drawn, it is destined to determine the life and death of the adversary. The essence of this sword technique lies in the intent to kill and the belief in the path of the sword. Do not pursue it with deliberate intent. When the time is right, mastery will come naturally. Yi Xian smiled wryly, realizing that for the moment, there was little else he could do. In the ensuing hours, he did not cease his efforts, fervently practicing against the shadow. This rigorous training significantly enhanced his speed, strength, and reflexes. Having already been through countless battles, he had not only cultivated his hidden realm but had also emerged as a swordsman. His combat prowess had escalated beyond measure compared to his former self. Although he was merely at the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm, he found that the typical practitioners of the Qi control realm were no longer his match. Time passed swiftly, and soon the fated duel between Yi Xian and Yi Lang arrived. Due to Yi Lang's influence, the news of their life and death contest had spread throughout Qiqing, becoming common knowledge among the younger generation of the Yi family. Yi Xian. The people of Qiqing are no strangers to Yi Xian, for it was he who salvaged the precarious situation of the Yi family in Qingqing. Undoubtedly, Yi Xian stands as the greatest benefactor of the Yi clan. Regrettably, the family now has Yi Lang. In the realm of the royal, kinship holds no value, and among noble families, it is often even more merciless. The principle is simple. The family supports whoever proves capable, and within a clan, there is room for only one leader. After all, in essence, the Yi family must choose between Yi Xian and Yi Lang. It is evident to even the simplest minds who that choice will favor. Today marks the fateful duel between Yi Lang and Yi Xian, and astonishingly, the Yi family has invited several other prominent clans from Qingqing to witness the event. Moreover, they have relocated the arena for this competition to outside the Yi residence, where a grand stage measuring several dozen yards in length and width has been erected. The intentions of the Yi family are readily apparent to those with discerning minds. Recently, Yi Lang has been gaining considerable attention, and at this moment, the Yi family seeks to stoke the flames of his influence, elevating his prestige to new heights and generating momentum in his favor. Undoubtedly, there is also an element of intimidation involved. Yi Lang seldom makes public appearances, and his current visibility clearly serves to assert his authority. The arrangements made by the Yi family perfectly aligned with the desires of many within Qingqing. These individuals were eager to witness the extraordinary capabilities of the Chosen One. Consequently, nearly the entire populace of Qiqing gathered outside the Yi residence. At this moment, the area surrounding the Yi estate was a veritable sea of humanity, bustling with fervor and excitement. In the ancestral hall of the Yi residence, all the elders of the Yi family were present, along with Yi Lang. Yi Lang donned a robe of ebony hue, a garment unlike any ordinary cloak, woven with threads of gold that rendered it resilient against blades and swords. Additionally, at his waist hung a jade tablet of a cerulean shade, known as the Spirit Consolidating Jade, an extraordinary artifact capable of sharpening one's focus and invigorating the mind, ensuring clarity during pivotal moments, an imperative attribute. Most notably, this jade harbored pure spiritual essence, and as Yi Lang currently resided in the Qi manipulation realm, the possession of such a treasure undoubtedly bestowed upon him a significant advantage. It could be said that the Yi family had expended considerable resources for Yi Lang's benefit. Yet all members deemed it a worthy investment. The Grand Elder paid his respects to the ancestral spirit tablets of the Yi lineage, expressing gratitude for the divine favor and ancestral blessings that had bestowed upon the Yi family a chosen one. He proclaimed that from this day forth, the Yi family would once again bask in the glory of yesteryears. As he spoke, the assembly bowed deeply in reverence. After the formalities, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards Yi Lang, declaring, "Today marks your debut. There is no need for restraint against Yi Xian." Upon hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Yi Xian's defiance warranted his removal. Yi Lang smiled faintly, naturally not dissuaded. The Grand Elder nodded, stating, I have already received word that individuals from Yin City and Luo City have arrived in Qing City. It appears these forces are here to support you. Today's contest with Yi Xian is merely a means to create momentum for you. Once you vanquish Yi Xian, these factions will undoubtedly seek to ally with our Yi family, and you shall gain renown. With their assistance in promoting your name, you will have a significant opportunity to capture the attention of those on the mountain, and perhaps even that of Songmu Academy. Yi Lang nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. The Grand Elder approached Yi Lang and gently patted him on the shoulder. As the chosen one, you possess memories of your past life. Regardless of who you were in your previous existence, you bear the bloodline of the Yi family. This, I trust. You do not contest? Yi Lang smiled. Of course, my soul and blood belong to the Yi family. Yet, a hint of sarcasm lingered at the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian was merely a stepping stone for him, while the Yi family was but a platform he stood upon. The Grand Elder revealed a faint smile. This is good. Let us proceed. Soon, under the guidance of the Grand Elder and a group of elders, Yi Lang exited the Yi residence and arrived at the newly erected arena. Upon seeing Yi Lang, the crowd erupted into excitement. A prodigious genius, a superlative talent capable of invoking celestial phenomena. Such an individual had never graced Qicheng before. Yi Lang cast a glance at the throngs below, a faint smile gracing his lips. In his past life, he had observed others in a similar fashion. Yet in this life, heaven showed him no favor, drawing forth a celestial phenomenon. In this existence, he was destined to be one of the countless radiant gems of the Qing Tsong realm. He, Yi Lang, would undoubtedly secure a place on the legendary prodigy list. As this thought crossed his mind, the smile on his lips broadened gradually. Moments later, he abruptly turned his gaze towards the Yi residence and declared, Yi Xian, come forth to meet your end. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating across the heavens. Yi Xian. In the arena, countless individuals turned their gazes towards the Yi residence. Where is Yi Xian? He has yet to emerge from the grand gates of the Yi residence. Could it be that he is frightened? Surely not. This Yi Xian was once known as Yi the Merciless. He does not strike one as the kind to succumb to fear. Yi the Merciless? One should consider who his adversary is at present, an individual chosen by the heavens, no less, one capable of invoking extraordinary phenomena. Enough of this chatter, let us observe. For the Yi family will undoubtedly provide an explanation. Not far away, upon the constructed platform, the elder of the Yi family glanced toward the residence. His brow furrowed in perplexity. What is he up to? I shall investigate. At this, Yi Ku nodded in agreement and turned to depart. In the Yi residence, within the confines of a room, Yi Xian was gently holding a bowl of medicinal porridge, feeding it to Yi Ling, bite by bite. He had emerged an hour prior. Brother, today marks the life and death duel between you and Yi Lang, Yi Ling quietly remarked. Yi Xian smiled gently. Do not fret. Now, take this medicine, open your mouth, good. Moments later, Yi Xian rose and said, I need to step out for a while. Yi Ling nodded obediently. Yi Xian leaned down and gently kissed Yi Ling on the forehead before turning to leave. As he reached the door of the room, Yi Ling's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Brother will come back, right? Yi Xian nodded affirmatively. After speaking, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. On the bed, Yi Ling slowly closed her eyes, her right hand reaching beneath the sheets, where a pair of scissors lay hidden. Long ago, she had contemplated ending her life to avoid burdening Yi Xian, yet every time she beheld him, the desire to live surged within her. It was not fear of death that haunted her, but rather the thought that her demise would leave Yi Xian utterly alone. Yi Ling produced the scissors, gripping them tightly. Yet, if Yi Xian were to cease to exist, she would lose her reason for living. In life, she accompanied her brother. In death, she would accompany him as well. Yi Xian emerged. A voice rang out, and all eyes at the entrance of the Yi residence turned towards the gate. There, a man in a long robe stepped forth. The visitor was none other than Yi Xian. Upon seeing Yi Xian, the Grand Elder of the Yi family immediately darkened in expression, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, the head of the Zhang family, the lord of the city, and the head of the Li family also fixed their gazes upon Yi Xian. Observing Yi Xian's calm stride toward the martial arts platform, Zhang Lai, the head of the Zhang family, nodded slightly. This demeanor and courage displayed by Yi Xian were indeed commendable. No wonder he had previously made the younger members of my Zhang family suffer countless setbacks. Li Yu, the head of the Li family, also nodded in agreement, recognizing that this individual was decisive and resourceful, a remarkable person. However, it was unfortunate that the Yi family could not accommodate him. Otherwise, With Yi Lang in charge internally and him externally, the Yi family would have had a fair chance to ascend to the ranks of noble families. The lord of the city remarked softly, Yi Lang is the direct grandson of the Grand Elder. This man is narrow-minded and will not permit anyone to threaten Yi Lang's position. The more he thinks this way, the less likely the Yi family will become a prominent lineage. In response, Li Yu and Zhang Lai nodded slightly. Indeed, within aristocratic families, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. However, this does not imply that there can only be one exceptional talent within a family. In some of the most prestigious families, there is often a leader for internal matters and another for external affairs. Who takes which role depends entirely on individual capability. While underhanded tactics are not impossible, if a family is competent, those young masters would not dare to act recklessly. It is exceedingly rare for a family like the Yi family to suppress one genius in favor of another. Soon, Yixian reached the platform of life and death, facing none other than Yi Lang. Yi Lang cast a glance at Yixian, offering a subtle smile before turning his attention to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, however, was gazing towards the platform not far away, where a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman were seated. These two individuals were not from Qingqing, rather. They hailed from Yinqing and Luoqing, representing the two most formidable factions within those cities, forces that the Yi family could not dare to provoke at present. Noticing the Grand Elder's gaze, the middle-aged man and the elegant woman exchanged slight nods in acknowledgement. Observing this, the Grand Elder smiled faintly, fully aware that they were extending a gesture of goodwill. He then addressed the assembly below. Adhering to the customs of the Yi family, once one steps onto the life and death platform, the responsibility for life and death rests solely upon the participants, and no one is permitted to intervene. The two of you shall now engage in a duel to the death. Whoever descends from the platform shall live, while the defeated shall not be avenged. Let it commence. Yi Lang gazed at Yixian with a faint smile, remarking that on this very day next year, it would be your memorial day. Before Yi Lang could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed. For Yixian before him had charged at him like a ferocious tiger. Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Was there no need for pleasantries? And were they to engage in battle immediately? Yixian has endured countless life and death battles, and these numerous encounters have imparted a profound truth to him. Oftentimes, individuals perish due to their own excessive chatter. In the face of life and death duels, is there truly a need for idle words before the inevitable? Apologies. But Yixian does not subscribe to such conventions. Yixian struck first, signifying that he had gained the upper hand. As he charged towards Yi Lang, his momentum had already coalesced, and he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Yi Lang's face. This was the crumbling fist, a rudimentary technique of the Yi family. However, he had mastered this lowly skill to an exquisite level. When he unleashed this blow, it could shatter stone and split gold. Noticing the formidable force within Yixian's fist, Yi Lang's expression shifted slightly. He dared not underestimate the attack. With a subtle shift, he placed his right foot back and crossed his arms in defense. Bang! Accompanied by a low explosive sound, Yi Lang was sent reeling backward. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Yi Lang had actually found himself at a disadvantage in this first round. Meanwhile, the elders of the Yi family in the stands wore expressions of utmost displeasure, particularly the Grand Elder, whose countenance was ominously dark. On the dueling platform, having successfully landed his strike, Yixian did not relent. Instead, he took a step forward, utilizing his momentum, and hurled another punch towards Yi Lang. This was sheer physical prowess. In the small locale of Qingqing, martial techniques were exceedingly rare. Often, combat relied more upon raw strength and experience. After Yi Lang came to a halt, his expression turned exceptionally grim. He had not anticipated that Yixian's strength would be so formidable. It completely exceeded his expectations. As Yixian launched another punch, Yi Lang chose not to block it. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist and retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Yixian. A faint luminescence shimmered upon his fist, a manifestation of the Qi manifestation realm, which endowed him with his own energy, enhancing his physical prowess. Upon the collision of their fists, Yi Lang's countenance shifted dramatically. In an instant, he was propelled backward, stumbling several paces. Observers could clearly discern that his entire arm was trembling violently. In the stands, the Grand Elder and others abruptly rose to their feet, disbelief etched across the Grand Elder's face. How could his power be so terrifying? This was far beyond what a fifth-grade perpetual realm should possess. Around him, Li Yu and the others mirrored his astonishment. Indeed, Yixian's strength was strikingly abnormal. Meanwhile, A middle-aged man and a beautiful woman from Yin City and Luo City exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of surprise. On the life and death platform. After repelling Yi Lang with a single blow, Yi Xian propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his right foot. In an instant, he closed the distance of several zhang. Upon reaching Yi Lang, he planted his left foot firmly on the ground and executed a swift whip kick aimed at Yi Lang's shoulder. As his legs swept through the air, a faint sound of sonic boom reverberated. A glint of ferocity flickered in Yi Lang's eyes as he chose not to evade the sweeping kick from Yi Xian. Instead, he allowed the strike to connect with his shoulder, all the while delivering a powerful fist to Yi Xian's abdomen. Bang! Bang! Yi Lang rolled sideways several times, while Yi Xian retreated a dozen steps. Yet he was unscathed. He had withstood Yi Lang's punch with sheer physical strength. How could this be possible? In the stands, the Grand Elder's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could he remain unharmed? On the other side, Li Yu and the others furrowed their brows, astonished that Yi Xian had taken Yi Lang's punch without injury. On the life and death platform, Yi Lang was also unharmed. As the inner armor he wore absorbed most of Yi Xian's force. Upon seeing that Yi Xian was also unhurt, Yi Lang's brow furrowed deeply. How could this be? He had exerted all his strength in that punch, augmenting it with the power of his qi. Yet, Yi Xian had managed to endure it. In the distance, Yi Xian cast a glance at Yi Lang, his right hand slowly tightening into a fist, causing the fabric of his sleeve to explode. Veins bulged ominously along his arm. A truly fearsome sight. Yi Lang fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, realizing that he had concealed his true strength. Before he could finish his words, his pupils abruptly contracted. For Yi Xian had already surged to his side. Bang! Before the watchful eyes of the multitude, Yi Lang suffered another defeat. His entire being jolted back to the edge of the arena. From the stands, the Grand Elder exclaimed in fury, "This is a life and death duel. Why waste breath on trifles?" It was evident that he harbored great dissatisfaction towards Yi Lang. Not only the Grand Elder, but several other elders also expressed their displeasure. Yi Lang had already experienced a setback, yet he continued to chatter. It was rather foolish of him. On the life and death platform, Yi Xian did not relent, charging once more toward Yi Lang. In the distance, Yi Lang's expression suddenly twisted into a snarl as he raised both hands feebly. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted from within him. It was the Qi Mastery realm. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. My heavens, he truly possesses Qi Mastery. And he is barely 18. No wonder he is a prodigy capable of invoking celestial phenomena. The faces of the Grand Elder and others finally lit up with brilliant smiles. He glanced at the two figures not far away, a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman, both exhibiting a hint of shock in their eyes. Witnessing this, the Grand Elder's smile grew ever more radiant. On the life and death platform, Yi Lang glared menacingly at Yi Xian, proclaiming, "Let me show you the disparity between an ant like you and my might." With that, he forcefully stomped his right foot, propelling himself forward like a tempest. A formidable current of energy radiated from his being. The Qi Mastery realm signified that he had attained the ability to manipulate energy, a level beyond the mere physical realm. Opposite Yi Lang, Yi Xian wore an expressionless face, his right hand slowly clenched into a fist. Within him, a force surged like a tempestuous wave. Having attained the golden body realm, his strength had increased more than tenfold compared to before. Under the gaze of all, Yi Xian charged towards Yi Lang. On the viewing platform, spectators shook their heads, certain that Yi Xian was attempting the impossible. The Grand Elder wore a subtle, disdainful smile, mocking the reckless endeavor. To confront physical strength with mere energy manipulation, it was tantamount to courting death. Soon, amidst the collective attention, Yi Lang and Yi Xian drew closer. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! Before countless astonished eyes, a figure was sent hurtling through the air. The crowd stood in stunned silence. For it was not Yi Xian who had been launched, but Yi Lang. How could this be? The Grand Elder gazed incredulously at the airborne Yi Lang, as if his very soul had fled him. Surrounding the life and death platform, all spectators remained as if turned to stone, fixated on the scene unfolding above. Was this how the chosen one would fall? Yet, on the life and death platform, Yi Xian did not relent. He continued his advance towards the flying Yi Lang. Audacity! At that moment, the Grand Elder on the platform suddenly roared in fury. In the next instant, he leaped onto the duel stage and struck towards Yi Xian with an open palm. Observing the Grand Elder's assault, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward the Grand Elder. Bang! With a resonant thud, the Grand Elder was sent reeling several paces back. As Yi Xian was about to make his next move, the elders of the Yi family ascended the life and death platform one after another. While numerous guards of the Yi family, armed with formidable crossbows, surrounded the area, Yi Xian slowly clenched his fists, casting a cold glance around him. Is this life and death battle to be reduced to a mere brawl? In the distance, the Grand Elder abruptly pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you are cheating. Yi Xian gazed at the Grand Elder, who, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Your dantian is clearly shattered. So how do you possess such formidable power? Yi Xian scoffed. What business is it of yours? The crowd fell silent. P.S. Some readers have inquired about my gender. Please refrain from such frivolities. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have generously offered their support and votes. Your kindness moves me to tears every evening. In return, I can only promise to increase my updates. You. The Grand Elder furiously pointed at Yi Xian, his face a deep shade of anger. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at the Grand Elder and the others, sneering, Grand Elder, we had agreed upon a duel to the death, yet you all suddenly intervened. TSK, Grand Elder, are you so unashamed? The world is watching. Do you not fear that the Yi family will become a laughingstock? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, all present turned their eyes toward the Yi family, their expressions filled with peculiar intrigue. What was promised as a one-on-one duel had devolved into a brawl, a far cry from the singular confrontation they anticipated. Below, murmurs of discontent began to circulate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu and his companions exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of bemusement. What a surprise! They had not anticipated that Yi Lang, upon reaching the Qi transformation realm, would prove to be no match for Yi Xian. This was, indeed, a remarkable stroke of fortune for their three families. Liu stood, addressing the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, you invited us to witness this duel. Are you truly intending to allow us to observe your family ganging up on a mere youth? Beside him, Zhang Lai sneered. Is this what is referred to as the Yi family's duel to the death? Engaging in a group assault upon stepping onto the platform? How utterly laughable. The city lord, Jiang Nian, cast a sidelong glance at the Grand Elder, stating in a calm voice, The world is still watching, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's countenance darkened considerably as he glanced at Yi Lang, whose armor lay in tatters, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, indicating severe internal injuries. If they continued this assault, Yi Xian would undoubtedly slay him. Realizing this, the Grand Elder clenched his fist slowly. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. It seems the Grand Elder has no intention of letting me duel him. I wonder what excuse you will concoct to eliminate me. Come now, speak up. I am all ears, and so is everyone else. The Grand Elder looked up at Yi Xian, asserting, Yi Xian, I suspect this duel is decidedly unfair. You must have cheated. At that moment, Yi Xian furiously pointed at the Grand Elder, retorting, Cheating? Old dog, do you not have any shame left? I faced him in single combat. If I win, it's cheating? Your face is thicker than my backside. The Grand Elder growled, Yi family members, heed my command. Yi Xian has rebelled. Shoot him down. Clearly, he had cast aside all restraint. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Yi family had truly lost all sense of honor. They could not bear to lose, and to declare a victory as cheating was the height of shamelessness. How could the Grand Elder behave in such a manner? What choice did he have? The chosen one was his own grandson. He could never permit his demise. Yet this approach was utterly disgraceful. In the stands, a middle-aged man from Yin City and a beautiful woman from Luo City exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in disdain. Surrounding the arena, the elite guards of the Yi family exchanged uncertain looks as the Grand Elder bellowed, Why do you hesitate? Shoot him down. The guards hesitated momentarily, preparing to act when suddenly a voice resonated through the arena, The Patriarch has emerged. At this proclamation, the Grand Elder's body trembled slightly as he turned his gaze toward the entrance of the Yi residence, where a middle-aged man approached with measured steps. This man was Yi Tsong, the current head of the Yi family and their strongest member. Greetings, Patriarch. The crowd bowed in unison, paying their respects. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Tsong, remaining silent. Yi Tsong ascended to the platform of life and death, casting a glance at the Grand Elder. You have wrought this mischief. The Grand Elder's expression darkened somewhat as he offered a slight bow. Patriarch. Yi Tsong disregarded the Grand Elder, instead offering a respectful clasp of his fists to those present. Expressing his apologies for any embarrassment caused, he then cast a glance at the Grand Elder, stripping him of his esteemed title and relegating him to the status of a mere elder, forbidding him from ever wielding power again. At this pronouncement, the Grand Elder's expression shifted noticeably, and just as he was about to voice a response, Yi Tsong turned his attention to Yi Xian. signaling that this matter should conclude here, if that is agreeable. Yi Xian shook his head and pointed towards the distant Yi Hall, stating, "My life and death duel with him has yet to reach its conclusion." Upon hearing this, Yitsong furrowed his brows. At that moment, the Grand Elder and a group of elders approached Yitsong. The Grand Elder said solemnly, "Patriarch, Yi Hall is a chosen one, and he has also attracted extraordinary phenomena from heaven and earth. His future prospects are boundless." Although he was defeated by this Yi Xian, it must be noted that Yi Xian's dantian has been shattered, rendering him a mere invalid. His potential is limited to that of a mere warrior, and he shall never escape this Qing city. Yitsong cast a cold glance at the elder, inquiring, "It was you who tampered with my dantian, was it not?" The elder clenched his fists tightly, replying, "Indeed, it was I. Clan leader, he has no future left, whereas Yulang possesses boundless potential. If we safeguard him today, he will undoubtedly bring glory to our Yi family in the future." Surrounding them, the other elders echoed in agreement. The Yi family must not be harmed. This pertains to the future honor and disgrace of the Yi clan. Yitsong remained silent. Every family requires a genius, yet Yu Xian's dantian has been shattered, rendering him incapable of shouldering the future of the Yi clan. However, this Yi Lang is indeed the chosen one, a person whose arrival has even summoned phenomena from the heavens and the earth. The Yi family is in need of such individuals. With this thought in mind, Yitsong turned his gaze towards Yi Xian and declared, "From this day forth, in addition to the title of heir, all your previous privileges shall be restored. This matter is hereby settled, understood?" Yi Xian smiled, yet the smile bore a hint of melancholy. Yi Xian gazed at Yitsong. In truth, the clan leader must have been aware of all affairs within the estate for quite some time. However, the leader chose not to intervene, allowing the elders to treat me in such a manner. It seems that the leader not only harbors apprehensions towards the elders, but also towards me, fearing my rapid growth might one day pose a threat to you. Is that not so? Yitsong narrowed his eyes slightly. "How utterly lacking in restraint you are." "Restraint?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Patriarch, with the clan leader and the elder treating me with such oppression and secretly harming my dantian, do you not intend to take any action? Or is it that I, Yi Xian, have become a useless person destined to go nowhere, thereby rendering myself devoid of any value, and thus unworthy of your risking offense against Yi Lang and his associates? Is that correct?" Yitsong fixed his gaze upon Yi Xian, remaining silent, yet a palpable aura of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Although Yi Xian was once regarded as a genius of the Yi family, he was neither the grandson of the Grand Elder nor a direct descendant of the Yitsong lineage. As Yi Xian had expressed, he indeed harbored trepidation. This time, his seclusion was, as Yi Xian articulated, a strategic maneuver to incite a fierce clash between Yi Xian and the Grand Elder, allowing him to emerge and weaken both factions, a method of maintaining equilibrium. As the head of the family, he perceived no wrongdoing in his actions. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had shattered the metaphorical glass between them, signifying that there was no turning back for anyone involved. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, with all eyes fixated on Yi Xian. In this instant, even Li Yu and others felt a sense of indignation on behalf of Yi Xian. Although the aristocracy could be ruthless, such treatment towards a family benefactor was indeed disheartening and disgraceful. At this juncture, Yi Xian smiled, a smile steeped in desolation. He turned to glance at the Yi residents, his eyes reflecting a flicker of tumult, as if reminiscing about the past. At the age of 12, Yi Xian had become the heir, fighting valiantly for the Yi family countless times. Yet, all his sacrifices culminated in this disheartening outcome. As he spoke, he removed the Yi family emblem from his chest and cast it to the ground. "I, Yi Xian, hereby swear before all present that from this moment forth, my sister Yi Ling and I shall no longer be members of the Yi family. Our lives and death shall bear no relation to the Yi family, and we shall not be interred within the ancestral shrine." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically, particularly those from the Yi family. The notion of severing ties with the family was unprecedented in Qingqing. Even Li Yu and others were filled with disbelief. Yi Xian was indeed resolute in his decision to rupture his relationship with the Yi family. Yitsong gazed at Yi Xian, declaring, "This is your choice." Yi Xian remained silent and turned to leave. At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly exclaimed, "Hold on." Yi Xian halted his steps. The elder cast a cold glance at him before turning his attention to Yitsong, the clan leader. Although this individual's dantian has been shattered and his future appears bleak, his combat prowess at this moment is formidable. Surely, he harbors resentment towards our Yi clan. If we do not eliminate him now, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our family in the future. Beside them, an elder clad in black robes intoned gravely. Clan leader, Yixian has openly betrayed the family. If we do not extinguish his life at this juncture, it is inevitable that others will follow suit. Moreover, given his impressive combat abilities, should he be courted by the other clans, it would spell disaster for our Yi clan. Upon hearing this, the other elders of the Yi clan hastily voiced their agreement. Yitsong fixed his gaze upon Yixian. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, and in an instant, all the elite archers of the Yi family directed their crossbows at Yixian. Following this, Yitsong's icy voice echoed throughout the arena, declaring that Yixian had openly betrayed the family and, according to family rules, he was to be executed immediately. Just as the elite archers were about to take action, a voice suddenly rang out, "Hold on." The crowd turned to see a woman approaching gracefully, wielding a long spear. Upon sighting her, the expressions of the Grand Elder and others changed dramatically. Not only the Grand Elder, but even Jiang Nian's countenance shifted, and he hurriedly rushed to the woman, bowing deeply. "I am the subordinate of the Lord of Qiqing. I pay my respects to the national scholar." The newcomer was none other than Enlancio, the youngest national scholar of Jiang country. In Jiang country, a national scholar held a status that surpassed even that of officials, with the national lord himself lacking the authority to constrain them. Any official beneath the national lord was obliged to pay their respects upon encountering a national scholar. At that moment, a middle-aged man from Yin City and a beautiful matron from Luo City swiftly approached Enlancio, both offering slight bows. The middle-aged man introduced himself. "I am Mo Xing, representing the Mo family of Yin City, paying my respects to the national scholar." The matron followed suit, stating, "I am from the Yu family, representing Luo City, paying my respects to the national scholar." They lacked the standing to engage in conversation alone, only managing to do so through the endorsement of their families. Enlancio nodded slightly. "I have matters to attend to." The three promptly stepped aside. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Enlancio lightly pointed her toes, and as if a wisp of breeze, she gracefully landed on the life and death stage. The crowd gasped in unison. The youngest practitioner of the Sky Realm in Jiang country. Enlancio walked slowly before Yixian, stating, "Our agreement of 2 days has arrived." Around them, everyone stood in stunned silence, particularly the Grand Elder and his companions, who appeared utterly dazed. She intended to challenge Yixian. In the arena, some regained their senses and gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, she truly intends to challenge Yixian. How is this even possible? Not far away, the Grand Elder murmured in disbelief. How could she? How could she challenge someone whose dantian has already shattered? This is utterly inconceivable. Yitsong clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Yixian not far away. Under the scrutiny of all, Yixian turned his attention to Enlancio. Good. As his voice resonated, his palm opened, and in an instant, a sword materialized within his grasp, a spiritual sword. At that moment, the onlookers were rendered speechless. He was a sword cultivator. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, and as it echoed, the surroundings fell into an almost eerie stillness, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone stared in disbelief at Yixian on the life and death stage, their eyes filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Yitsong, the head of the Yi clan, turned pale, his hands trembling as if he had lost his very soul. The elders, including the Grand Elder, were utterly petrified. A sword cultivator. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in Qicheng before. How could Yixian possibly be a sword cultivator? Just as Enlancio was about to speak, the Grand Elder beside her suddenly bellowed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You cannot be a sword cultivator." Yixian cast a glance at the almost frenzied elder, and with a hint of mockery said, "I truly am a sword cultivator. I shall infuriate you, old dog." Suddenly, the elder spat a mouthful of vital blood, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yixian, his countenance twisted in rage. As if struck by a revelation, he hastily turned to Yitsong, the clan leader, exclaiming, "This person must not be spared. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly lead to calamity for our Yi family in the future." At that moment, Enlan, her delicate brows furrowed, interjected, "Your temperament is appallingly poor. I have never witnessed such behavior before." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted. And just as he was about to respond, Enlan abruptly declared, "Utter another word, and I shall claim your head today." The elder's visage instantly paled, and he dared not utter another syllable, for the gaze of the nearby city lord Jiang Yin and his companions had turned upon him, their expressions far from benevolent. and Lan paid no heed to the disconcerted faces of the Yi family members, instead focusing her attention on Yixian, urging, "Draw your sword." Yixian offered a slight bow, his hand grasping the Lingxiao sword, which was inclined towards the ground, rendering his entire figure motionless. Opposite Yixian, Anlanxiao slightly nodded. As she took a step forward, Yixian suddenly surged ahead with remarkable speed, akin to a fleeting breeze. In Yixian's grasp, the Lingxiao sword was pointed directly at Anlanxiao. It was but a single strike, simple and direct. At that moment, Anlanxiao slightly inclined her body, and in the next instant, her spear lunged forward with a thrust, directly meeting the tip of Yixian's sword. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the arena. Yixian was momentarily forced to the edge of the arena, yet in the next instant, he reappeared before Anlanxiao. However, before he could draw his sword, Anlanxiao's spear was already poised mere inches from his brow. There was a flicker of surprise in Anlanxiao's eyes, for Yixian's sword was resting against the tip of her spear. She intended to hold back. But the reality was that even without holding back, this strike would not slay Yixian. A slight smile graced Anlanxiao's lips, appreciating his combat awareness. As her voice faded, she deftly flicked her right hand, causing the spear to sweep towards Yixian's shoulder with the agility of a venomous serpent at an unexpected angle. Almost simultaneously, Yixian surged forward, leveraging the momentum of Anlanxiao's thrust to aim a strike at her heart. An exchange of injury for an opportunity to attack. The curve of Anlanxiao's smile widened, and without any visible motion, her spear abruptly rose to intercept Yixian's sword. The clang of metal echoed sharply through the arena. Failing to land his strike, Yixian glided to the right like a wraith, then launched a downward thrust at an unusual angle toward Anlanxiao's brow. As the blade approached within half an inch of her forehead, it halted unexpectedly. Anlanxiao's spear had somehow found its way beneath his arm. Just as it seemed the confrontation would reach a stalemate, Yixian suddenly relinquished his sword, grasping Anlanxiao's spear instead. With a fierce tug, he charged forward, colliding directly with her. Anlanxiao narrowed her eyes. With a slight push of her right foot against the ground, she shifted backward, however. Since Yixian still held her spear, her retreat inadvertently pulled him along. Seizing the moment, Yixian enveloped Anlanxiao in an embrace, catching her off guard. Before the astonished spectators, Yixian clasped Anlanxiao tightly and roared, executing a throw. With a resounding thud, they both crashed to the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble. Yet in the next moment, a figure soared out of the arena. It was none other than Yixian himself. Outside the arena, Yixian slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then turned to Anlanxiao, clarifying that his actions were not intended as an affront. Opposite Yixian, Anlanxiao scrutinized him with a smile and remarked, "I understand. I'm a practitioner of martial arts and am not so delicate. I initially thought your swordsmanship was commendable, yet I did not anticipate that your prowess in close combat would be equally remarkable. It seems you have endured countless life and death battles." Yixian nodded slightly, remaining silent. Anlanxiao continued, "In this competition, relying on the advantage of our realms feels somewhat inequitable. How about we engage in a battle in the future?" Yixian cast a glance at Anlanxiao, then nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this individual before him was a true master. Engaging with her would yield more benefits than grappling with that shadowy figure. Anlanxiao acknowledged his response with a nod, seemingly struck by a thought. She gestured with a finger, and a white jade pendant floated gracefully before Yixian. "If you find yourself without a destination, you may consider the Imperial Capital's Songmu Academy. This pendant, a personal token of mine, grants you the privilege of joining the academy, serving as my recommendation." Upon hearing her words, Yixian's expression shifted with emotion. He did not decline. Instead, he accepted the pendant, for he was in dire need of entering Songmu Academy to seek medical assistance for his sister. Yixian tucked away the jade pendant and, with a respectful clasp of his fists, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Anlanxiao, declaring, "This act of kindness shall be etched in my memory for eternity." Anlanxiao shook her head, replying, "I cherish talent. Until we meet again." With that, she turned and departed gracefully, vanishing swiftly from the gaze of the onlookers. In that moment, all eyes below were fixed upon the Yi family, particularly those of Jiang Nian and others, who wore expressions of undisguised glee. Just then, a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman from Yin City approached Yixian, both clasping their fists in greeting. The middle-aged man spoke, "Young Master Yi, should the opportunity arise, I invite you to visit Yin City and Luo City for a gathering." They had initially intended to recruit him, but with Anlanxiao recommending Yixian to Songmu Academy, they dared not pursue that course and settled instead for a cordial acquaintance. Yixian clasped his fists in greeting to the two men, affirming, If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly do so. The middle-aged man chuckled. Then it is settled. Until we meet again. With that, they turned and departed. At that moment, Yi-Song suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is approaching. Seize the Grand Elder." The surrounding members of the Yi family were momentarily taken aback, but soon, several Yi family guards advanced towards the Grand Elder, who bore an inscrutable expression. Offering no resistance as they apprehended him, Yi-Song glanced towards Yi Xian in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, "Yi Xian, from this moment forth, you are the heir of the Yi family, destined to be our next generation's scion." Yi Xian let out a cold laugh, expressing his disdain for the title of young master. At this moment, he reiterated with unwavering conviction, "From this day forth, I, Yi Xian, shall no longer be a member of the Yi family." Having spoken, he turned and made his way toward the Yi residence. Upon hearing Yi Xian's declaration, Yi-Song and the others instantly turned pale, their expressions filled with dismay. They understood all too well that Yi Xian had severed his ties with the Yi family, resulting in the family losing a prodigious talent, a genius swordsman. More importantly, this swordsman might harbor resentment against the Yi family. At that moment, not far away, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Lai, erupted into laughter. What a spectacle! The Yi family has actually driven away an unparalleled genius. Truly impressive, Yi family, truly impressive. Beside him, Li Yu chimed in with a grin, not merely a genius, but a swordsman of extraordinary caliber. Moreover, I dare say that the celestial phenomena were undoubtedly summoned by Yi Xian himself. Otherwise, Guosher would never have sought him out. How ridiculous that the Yi family believes it was brought forth by Yi Lang. It is utterly laughable. Nearby, Jiang Yin from the city lord's mansion wore a subtle smile, choosing to remain silent. However, the expression on his face spoke volumes. Yi-Song gripped tightly with his right hand, his complexion ashen. After a moment, he turned to Jiang Yin, the city lord, Li family head, and Zhang family head. In regard to previous matters, my Yi family has indeed offended many just then. Zhang Lai suddenly waved his hand. Offended? Your Yi family was quite arrogant before, proclaiming yourselves as the foremost family in Qingqing, even demanding a 10-year mining rights over the surrounding mines. Now, are you seeking to humble yourselves and let this matter pass? Huh, you wishful thinkers. As he spoke, he cast a cold glance over the members of the Yi family. Let it be known today, from this moment forth, any individual from the Yi family who dares to step beyond the confines of Yi Manor shall be eradicated by my Zhang family. Li Yu interjected. My Li family stands resolutely in the same regard. Anyone from the Yi family who dares to appear within our sight shall be met with death. He then turned to Jiang Nian. What do you think, City Lord Jiang? City Lord Jiang Nian smiled faintly. Naturally, I align myself with you, my brothers. With that, Li Yu erupted into laughter, while the members of the Yi family turned ashen, for it was evident that the Yi family's standing in Qingcheng was doomed. At that moment, the head of the Yi family, Yi-Song, approached the Grand Elder and, in a fit of rage, delivered a resounding slap across the Grand Elder's face. It is all your fault, you old dog. Bang! The Grand Elder was sent crashing to the ground by the force of the blow, and the members of the Yi family glared at him with venomous resentment. If it weren't for this Grand Elder, the Yi family would not have found themselves in such dire straits. The Grand Elder suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter. Yi Xian was right. In this Yi family, once one loses power, one is no better than a dog. Ha ha ha. Yi-Song glared fiercely at the Grand Elder, vowing to render him devoid of his dantian and confine him for eternity within the water prison. Yi Xian returned to his room, approaching the bedside where Yi Ling lay. As she gazed at Yi Xian, a smile graced her lips, but in the midst of her laughter, tears began to flow. Yi Xian smiled as well. Brother. Yi Ling rose and embraced Yi Xian tightly, holding him close. Yi Xian carried Yi Ling as he exited the room, subsequently departing from the Yi residence during the twilight hours. Within the confines of the Yi residence, in the courtyard of Yi Lang sat cross-legged upon the ground, his hair disheveled and his visage marred by a fierce expression. Yi Xian, our affairs are far from concluded. The indignity suffered today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. At that moment, a shadow abruptly descended behind Yi Lang, and in the next instant, a silver gleam flashed past his neck. Sizzle! Yi Lang's head was severed directly from his neck. The person who arrived was none other than Yi Xian. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at the head of Yi Lang beneath his feet, expressing, I, Yi Xian, never leave behind future troubles. Having spoken, he turned and departed. Outside Qingqing, a young boy carried a little girl as they made their way beyond the city. Brother, will we never return to the Yi family again? We shall not. Then where will our home be? Wherever my sister is, that shall be home for me. Cough. Brother, I feel a bit cold. I will take you to get treated. But what if the treatment fails? I shall accompany you in death. P.S. There is an issue with another chapter that I need to amend. It should be published by noon. I kindly ask for your understanding. Bowing deeply to all the elder brothers, Yuxian had not walked far while carrying his sister when he suddenly came to a halt. Before him stood 3 figures not far away. It was none other than Jiang Yin and her companions. As they approached Yuxian, Jiang Yin offered a faint smile, saying, "We have come to bid farewell to young Master Yi." Yuxian gently set his sister down and clasped his fists towards the 3 individuals, expressing his gratitude. Jiang Yin smiled and presented a white jade vial to Yuxian, saying, "Within this vial are 30 health-restoring pills, a humble token of goodwill from our 3 families. I hope you will graciously accept it." Health-restoring pills. Yuxian glanced at the 3 individuals, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes. As if sensing his bewilderment, Jiang Yin smiled and said, "I shall speak candidly. The 3 of us wish to establish a cordial relationship with you, young Master Yi. Although you are no longer a member of the Yi family, you remain a citizen of Qiqing. Should you venture forth from here and attain fame in the future, we might still bask in the glow of your success." Yuxian took the white jade vial, offering a slight bow in gratitude. Although he was reluctant to be indebted to anyone, he genuinely required this life-nurturing elixir. For the sake of his sister, he was willing to incur even greater debts of gratitude. At that moment, Liu suddenly inquired, "Young Master Yi, are you planning to head to the imperial capital?" Yuxian nodded, for this journey was indeed destined for the imperial capital's Sangmu Academy. Liu smiled gently, raising his right hand, and soon a carriage galloped into view from the bustling city. Liu remarked, "The path to the imperial capital is long and arduous. Should you rely solely on your own 2 feet, it would take nearly half a year to arrive. You 2 siblings may travel by carriage to Chieshan City, where you can then board a cloud ship bound for the capital. Just a month from now, the enrollment period at Sangmu Academy will commence, and you should arrive just in time." As Liu finished speaking, Zhang Lai presented a small pouch of coins along with a scroll of map to Yuxian. "Young Master Yi, this is but a humble token of my regard. The journey to the imperial capital will entail various expenses. While this amount may not be substantial, it should suffice for your immediate needs. The scroll contains a map, indicating certain perilous areas. Do take heed to avoid them." Yuxian cast a glance at the 3 individuals before clasping his fists together. "I, Yuxian, shall forever remember the kindness shown today. In the future, I will repay your generosity. Farewell." With that, he stowed away his belongings and lifted his sister onto the carriage. Soon, the Yu siblings vanished from the sight of the trio. Watching them disappear into the distance, Liu spoke softly, "Does this person value relationships?" Jiang Yin chuckled. "Did you see his sister?" At her words, the 3 immediately understood. Jiang Yin gazed at the increasingly indistinct carriage and murmured, "This individual possesses a resolute character and is not one to show mercy in his actions. He is indeed formidable. If the Yu family has such a talent, we may find ourselves bowing our heads for many years to come. Fortunately, the Yi family is filled with fools who choose to support a so-called chosen one. And in doing so, they have suppressed another genius. Now, they have effectively forced him to sever ties with the Yi family. The family elder and the patriarch are truly dim-witted." Liu laughed. "For us, this is a fortunate turn of events, is it not?" Jiang Yin replied, "Indeed." Suddenly, Zhang Lai interjected, "So, how do you both propose we divide this substantial pie that is the Yi family?" Liu chuckled heartily. "Naturally. We shall divide it as we please. Come, let us return and share this bounty." The 3 turned and departed. Meanwhile, atop a great mountain, a woman armed with a spear observed the trial carriage below. This woman was Lancio. Behind her stood an elderly man with a gnarled wooden staff. And Lancio inquired, "Ling Lao, what is your opinion?" The elder glanced at the carriage before responding, "Based on his previous actions with you, this young man has undoubtedly faced numerous life and death battles. As for his swordsmanship, it remains unclear where his teachings originate, but one thing is certain. He has already attained the status of a sword practitioner." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Miss, while he is indeed impressive, you inhabit 2 distinct worlds. After all, you have ascended the martial ranking." The martial ranking. Across the entirety of Qizhou, there are hundreds of small nations, 4 or 5 larger ones, along with hidden clans and sects. And all the offspring of these powers share a common aspiration to ascend the martial ranking. This ranking is the most prestigious and authoritative in all of Qizhou. And those who attain a place upon it are the Cr. Mi de la Cr. Mi of genius and prodigy. Yet, Only 2 individuals from the entire Jiang nation have made the list, one of whom is Enlancio. Enlancio glanced at Ling Lao and smiled faintly, as if to say, does he think my gift of the jade pendant indicates my interest in him, fearing I might be swayed? Ling Lao did not anticipate that his young mistress would be so forthright, and he lowered his head in silence. Enlancio gazed at the carriage that had already vanished from view, realizing Ling Lao had misunderstood her inquiry. She had not asked about his talent, but rather about his character. Upon hearing this, Ling Lao's brow furrowed. Enlancio chuckled lightly. A brother should be like this. With that, she turned and gracefully departed. Ling Lao remained in silence for a long while before he too turned to leave. Yu Xian drove the horse-drawn carriage. Beside him was Yi Ling, who clung tightly to his arm. Yu Xian cast a glance into the distance, then retrieved the map given to him by Zhang Lai. Upon examining the map, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Having never ventured beyond Qingqing, he was suddenly struck by the vastness of the world. They had been traveling for nearly 2 hours, yet they remained within the confines of Qingqing. Moreover, at their current pace, it would take at least 4 or 5 more days to reach Qinshan City. Yu Xian chose not to continue his journey, for the night had fallen, and he was hesitant to drive his sister into the depths of the mountains after dark. Were he alone, he would be untroubled. After all, he had often engaged in combat amidst the mountains in times past. However, with his sister by his side, he could not afford to be so reckless. Above, the sky was adorned with a sparse scattering of stars, vast and profound. Beside the crackling campfire, Yi Xian and Yi Ling sat closely together, and upon the flames rested a turkey, half-cooked, prepared for them by Li Yu and the others from the wagon. Yi Ling glanced around. Apart from their immediate vicinity, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, as the moon was obscured by dense black clouds. An uncanny silence enveloped the area. Yi Ling held Yu Xian tightly, who responded with a gentle smile, "Fear not." As he spoke, he cast a glance around, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Since ascending to the status of heir, he had frequently represented the Yi family in fierce contests for the minds against the disciples of the other 2 families. Their battlegrounds were often these deep, ancient forests, a realm with which he was intimately acquainted, accustomed as he was to engaging in life-and-death struggles under the veil of night. Yi Ling tilted her head, gazing at Yu Xian. "Brother, with you by my side, I fear nothing." Yu Xian gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head and reassured her. "As long as you are not afraid, remember this. When the sky falls, your brother will support it first." Yi Ling smiled sweetly. After the siblings consumed the turkey, Yi Ling soon fell into a deep slumber. Yi Xian carefully placed Yi Ling inside the carriage before settling down to meditate, subsequently entering the realm prison tower. The battle with Enlancio prior to his departure from the Yi family had profoundly enlightened him, witnessing the opponent's speed, reaction capabilities, and combat awareness. He realized that he still had numerous shortcomings to address. Yi Xian did not engage in practice with his shadow. Instead, he immersed himself in the recollection of every detail from his previous battle with Enlancio. Initially, he was merely reminiscing, but gradually, he began to envision himself as Enlancio. In truth, he was studying Enlancio while also reflecting on the timing and angles of his own sword strikes. After an hour had passed, Yi Xian abruptly rose to his feet and commenced his sword practice. No, it would be more accurate to say he conjured an imaginary adversary, one that resembled Enlancio. Time slipped away unnoticed until Yi Xian finally sheathed his sword and seated himself upon the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Have you gleaned something of value?" inquired the enigmatic woman suddenly. Yi Xian nodded. "During our previous confrontation, my first strike should not have been executed in that manner. It was the misstep of that initial sword strike that subsequently led to my suppression. Had I not promptly relinquished my sword, I might have been rendered utterly defenseless." The enigmatic woman remarked, "It is commendable that you can grasp this understanding." Yi Xian raised his gaze and inquired, "You already knew, did you not?" The enigmatic woman replied, "What does it matter that I am aware? Some truths can only be grasped through personal enlightenment. Only then do they become truly yours. What others impart holds no substantial significance." Yi Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging the lesson. After a brief period of cultivation, he exited the prison tower. Casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Yi Ling, a faint smile gracing his lips before he stepped out of the carriage. It was now the dead of night. At that moment, Yi Xian's brow furrowed suddenly. He turned to his right, where the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Soon, a woman appeared before him. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, with a captivating visage, clad in a rather revealing fitted dress that exposed a generous expanse of her fair skin. Several scars marred her body. Upon spotting Yixian, the woman paused momentarily before rushing to his side, exclaiming, "Young master, someone is trying to kill me. Please save me." As she spoke, she clasped Yixian's arms with her hands, and he immediately felt a wave of softness enveloping his limbs while she pressed her ample form against him. Just then, three figures emerged in the distance. At the forefront was a middle-aged man wielding a long knife, accompanied by two elderly men. Upon seeing them, Yixian's heart sank. The middle-aged man exuded an aura suggesting he was at least at the Qi master level, while both elderly men had reached the Qi transformation stage. The trio soon noticed Yixian as well, their brows knitting in concern. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Yixian and inquired, "Who are you?" Before Yixian could utter a word, the enchanting woman suddenly exclaimed, "The item is secured. You must intercept them and meet at the usual place later." With that, she turned to flee. Just then, Yixian, standing beside her, executed a swift kick aimed at her. The woman's expression changed drastically. She had not anticipated Yixian's sudden assault and hurriedly raised her hands to shield herself. Bang! The force of Yixian's kick sent her flying several meters away. Meanwhile, the three individuals who were about to charge at Yixian were left in stunned silence. Yixian cast a glance at the enchanting woman and earnestly inquired, "Where exactly is the old place you mentioned? Please clarify, as I fear I might lose my way. P.S. I apologize for the delay. I just disembarked from the plane. Such issues will not arise again in the future. I hope for your understanding, my brothers." The enchanting woman fixed her gaze upon Yixian, remaining silent. Yixian cast a cold glance at the enchanting woman, then turned his attention to the trio of middle-aged men nearby. "I am merely passing by. Your affairs do not concern me." With that, he retreated to the warmth of the campfire beside the carriage. Heroically rescuing a damsel in distress? Yixian was not so foolish as to believe that the world was rife with beautiful maidens awaiting salvation. In the wilderness, treachery lurked in every shadow, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a fate where even one's bones would be unrecognizable. Moreover, without understanding the intricacies of the situation, he had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. Furthermore, this beguiling woman had previously sought to exploit him, showing little regard for his life or predicament, thus revealing that she was no virtuous soul. Noticing Yixian's retreat, the middle-aged men exchanged glances. One of them clasped his fists in greeting towards Yixian, then turned his gaze to the enchanting woman on the ground. "Qin Shang, hand over the item, and I shall grant you a swift end." The beguiling woman retreated to the shelter of a tree, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Mo village, if I were you, I would turn and flee for my life." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from a distance. Realizing the implications, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. "You've summoned reinforcements." The woman named Qin Shang replied with a chilling smile, "What do you think?" The man glared fiercely at Qin Shang. "This matter shall be remembered by the Mo family." With that, the trio vanished into the darkness of the night, leaving only Yixian and Qin Shang in the clearing. Qin Shang looked at Yixian, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and approached him. "What is this? Are you not going to flee?" Yixian shook his head. Escape was not an option for him, especially with his sister by his side. Qin Shang cast a discerning glance at Yixian. "Your abilities are commendable, yet judging by your attire, it is evident that you hail from humble beginnings. Do you comprehend the significance of the goodwill we could have forged had you assisted me earlier? This bond of goodwill, do you grasp what it could mean for you?" Yixian glanced at Qin Shang, pondering that perhaps it was a fateful connection. Qin Shang sneered, "Fateful connection? Indeed, it is nothing but a cursed bond now." At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Yiling emerged, enveloped in a thick layer of fabric. Yixian hurriedly discarded the wooden branch he had been using to stoke the fire, and then approached Yiling, softly inquiring, "Have I disturbed you?" Yiling nodded gently. She cast a glance at Qin Shang, who was not far away, and softly inquired, "Brother, are you all right?" Yixian chuckled, "No worries," as Yixian's voice faded. A dozen riders swiftly approached not far behind Qin Shang. The foremost rider dismounted and walked to her side, inquiring, "Miss, are you unharmed?" In response, Qin Shang swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap across the man's face. "Unharmed? Why did you not wait until I was dead before arriving?" The man quickly knelt on one knee, pleading, "It was my subordinate's tardiness. I implore you to forgive me, miss." Qin Shang emitted a cold snort, declaring, "We shall settle this matter upon our return." With that, she directed her gaze towards the Yixian siblings in the distance, stating, "Now, it is time to address our affairs." Yixian pondered for a moment, and then spoke, My sister and I are merely passing through. We seek no trouble. Qin Shang approached Yi Xian, and a fierce expression suddenly manifested on her exquisite face. Seek no trouble, you say? Very well, kneel before me and bow 100 times. If you do so, I shall let you and your sister go unharmed. What say you? Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Merely because I have not been of use to you? Forgive my candor, but it seems I owe you nothing. On what ground should I assist you? Qin Shang stepped before Yi Xian, her smile somewhat sinister. I wish for you to comprehend the consequences of your previous inaction. You, at this juncture. As Qin Shang spoke, Yi Xian suddenly erupted, catching her off guard, and struck her face with a resounding slap. The sharp crack of the slap reverberated through the night. Qin Shang was sent sprawling to the ground, momentarily dazed. She had never anticipated that this man would dare to strike her in such circumstances. Meanwhile, the others, regaining their senses, rushed toward Yi Xian, only to halt abruptly. For Yi Xian had positioned his foot upon Qin Shang's abdomen. Yi Xian cast a cold gaze upon the figure of Qin Shang beneath him, proving that some individuals are utterly impervious to reason. With that, he leaned down and delivered a resounding slap across Qin Shang's face. The sound echoed sharply, and in that instant, her delicate visage swelled with the impact. How audacious! Beside them, the leader of the group bellowed in indignation. Do you have any idea who she is? She is the young lady of the Qin family from Luo City. Luo City. Yi Xian was naturally well aware of this city, for it lay in close proximity to Qingqing. Yi Xian cast a glance at the man who had spoken. If I were you, at this moment, I would not resort to threats, but rather hastily offer an apology and acknowledge my faults. Boasting harsh words? Anyone can utter them. However, it is often those who speak such words who are the most inept. The more incapable a person is, the more fervently they proclaim their bravado. Just then, beneath Yi Xian's feet, Qin Shang suddenly interjected, Esteemed sir, I must confess that I previously failed to recognize your greatness. I implore you to forgive my oversight. And rest assured, the Qin family shall offer substantial recompense. Yi Xian cast his gaze downward toward Qin Shang, whose face was now devoid of the previous ferocity, replaced only by a pitiful and delicate expression. However, her hands remained firmly clenched. Yi Xian smiled faintly, and in the next moment, he forcefully stamped his foot upon Qin Shang's throat. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured. Qin Shang's eyes widened in disbelief and regret. Witnessing Yi Xian's decisive act of violence against Qin Shang, those nearby stood frozen in shock. Yi Xian retracted his feet and returned to Yi Ling's side. He gently rubbed her small head, understanding that she was not pleading for mercy, but rather seeking a temporary escape to unleash her vengeful fury upon us. He was not one to indulge in explanations, yet he did not wish to be perceived as a heartless and unfeeling individual in his sister's eyes. Yi Ling gently shook her head, firmly grasping Yi Xian's arm. Regardless of whether her brother was right or wrong, she would always stand by his side. A warm current coursed through Yi Xian's heart as he turned to gaze at the individuals not far away. What, are you not going to take action? The guards before him, all of whom possessed strength below the 4th rank, posed no threat to him whatsoever. The leading man fixed his intense gaze upon Yi Xian and demanded, Who on earth are you? Yi Xian spoke softly, Qingqing, my surname is Yi. The man replied in a deep voice, Qingqing. Yi, you are from the Yi family. Yi Xian's expression shifted slightly. I am not a member of the Yi family, truly. How could the man believe him? With a wave of his right hand, his followers moved to take away Qin Shang's corpse. At that moment, Yi Xian unexpectedly approached the body of Qin Shang. With a gentle flick of his right foot, a black pouch at Qin Shang's waist soared into his grasp. Witnessing this scene, the leader of the group in the distance instantly wore an extremely grim expression. The man glared fiercely at Yi Xian and then declared, The Yi family of Qingqing will be remembered by the Qin family. After uttering these words, the group turned and departed, carrying Qin Shang's body with them. Naturally, they did not dare to take action, for Qin Shang was at the Qi master level. However, just moments ago, he had perished without even managing to defend himself. Although Yi Xian had caught him off guard, it was clear that without strength, surprise was but a fleeting notion. The men understood well that Yi Xian was not someone they could contend with. To put it simply, they were afraid of death. Once the men had departed, Yi Xian opened the black pouch. In an instant, his expression changed dramatically. Spirit stones. Within this black pouch lay 16 spirit stones. The so-called spirit stones are precious gems that harbor the essence of heavenly and earthly energies, greatly benefiting cultivators. Spirit stones are categorized into inferior, superior, extraordinary, jade, celestial, and divine grades. In Qi, even inferior spirit stones are a rarity, yet this pouch contained nothing but superior spirit stones, and moreover, one extraordinary spirit stone. An inferior spirit stone could be exchanged for at least 100 gold pieces, which would allow an ordinary family to thrive for a decade. Now, he possessed 16 superior spirit stones in this pouch. Even the Yi family did not have such a bounty of superior spirit stones. He had struck gold. Yi Xian stowed away the bag, his expression gradually growing somber. He was uncertain where Qin Shang had procured such an abundance of high-quality spirit stones. But he was certain of one thing. Neither the Qin family nor the three middle-aged men who had pursued Qin Shang would easily relinquish the spirit stones contained within that bag. The lifeblood of aristocratic families lies in their resources, yet to amass wealth and ascend beyond the lower echelons, one must rely solely on spirit stones. For only spirit stones can cultivate a greater number of formidable warriors. Such an immense quantity of spirit stones was sufficient to enable a family to nurture several masters of the Qi manipulation realm, or even those of the Sky Ascension realm. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian promptly extinguished the campfire and set off with Yi Ling in their carriage. As he had anticipated, nearly half an hour after his departure, a middle-aged man and an elderly figure appeared at the very spot Yi Xian had occupied. The middle-aged man was none other than Qin Ba, the patriarch of the Qin family, a genuine master of the Sky Ascension realm. The elder behind him was also of the same caliber. Qin Ba scanned the surroundings and spoke in a grave tone. I have heard that the Yi family has produced a chosen one, Yi Ling, who has even attracted a phenomenon of celestial origins. Could it be him? Although Qing City and Luo City were in proximity, there remained a considerable distance between them. The Qin family was not a major force, and thus their intelligence was somewhat lacking. They were still unaware of the current circumstances surrounding the Yi family in Qing City. The elder behind Qin Ba spoke solemnly. Regardless of whether it is Yi Ling or not, it is undoubtedly a member of the Yi family. And this matter is inextricably linked to them. Qin Ba nodded, his voice cold. I shall make a trip to Qing City to demand an explanation from the Yi family. As for that individual, he should not have strayed too far. Qin Yu, follow after him. If you catch up, and it is indeed Yi Ling, do not underestimate him. The elder named Qin Yu nodded, lightly tapping his toes before leaping into the air, vanishing like a spiritual ape into the darkness of the night. Qin Ba tightened his grip, his expression icy, contemplating the audacity of the Yi family, whose reach extended far and wide. With that, he turned and disappeared into the distance. In the depths of the night, Yi Xian urged the carriage forward at a swift pace, aided by the faint glow of the moonlight, which allowed him to navigate the path ahead. Brother, why did that woman make things difficult for us just now? Asked Yi Ling. Because she perceives us as easy targets. Yi Xian replied. Should we allow others to bully us simply because we appear vulnerable? Many people operate this way. They will take advantage of those they deem weak. In this world, if one does not possess a ruthless spirit, one cannot stand firm. Brother, you have killed many, haven't you? Yes. And you may kill even more in the future. Why? My temper is not to be trifled with. When others provoke me, I feel compelled to retaliate. As the night deepened, the young man drove the carriage forward at a brisk pace, while the young girl, nestled against her brother's shoulder, held tightly to his arm. Her eyes gently closed, clearly having drifted into slumber. The young man occasionally glanced at the little girl beside him, his gaze filled with affection. You dote on your sister quite a bit. A mysterious voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind. Startled by the voice, Yi Xian chuckled softly. I am her brother. If I do not cherish her, who will? The mysterious voice responded. You are a commendable brother. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, I have heard that there are sword immortals capable of cleaving mountains and severing rivers with a single stroke. Is that true? The mysterious woman replied, Indeed, it is true. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a surge of yearning. A sword immortal, soaring through the heavens on a sword, witnessing the vast landscapes and rivers. This was a dream he too cherished. At that moment, the enigmatic woman added, If you strive diligently, you too may have the opportunity to become a sword immortal. Yi Xian smiled broadly, declaring, Once I master the art of sword flight, I shall take my sister to explore the wonders of this world. The enigmatic woman replied, Look at your aspirations. Yi Xian chuckled heartily and quickened his pace. An hour later, a faint blush appeared on the horizon, signaling the dawn. However, rain began to fall. Yi Xian looked up. The rain poured down increasingly, rendering the journey unsuitable. Yi Xian quickened his pace, and soon, in the depths of a distant mountain, he beheld a dilapidated mansion. From his vantage point, the estate appeared somewhat worn and desolate. Upon sighting this abode, Yi Xian furrowed his brow. How could there be a mansion in such a remote mountain? Though he had no intention of lingering, the rain intensified, accompanied by fierce winds, rendering the journey exceedingly perilous. Yuxian fell into silence for a moment. Then he retrieved the map that Liu had gifted to him. Upon examining the map, he located his current position, and to his surprise, it was not indicated as a perilous area. Yuxian felt somewhat reassured, and then he halted the horse-drawn carriage before the grand estate, where the doors stood wide open. Yuxian surveyed the mansion before him. Up close, it was evident that this estate had long been abandoned, with weeds thriving beneath the crumbling walls. Observing that the rain showed no signs of ceasing, Yuxian cradled Yiling and entered the desolate mansion. The siblings soon found themselves in a grand hall, where two individuals were present, an elderly man clad in a gray robe and a youth who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. The two were seated closely together, clearly companions. Upon noticing the arrival of Yuxian and his sister, the old man cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, while the young man greeted them with a warm nod and a smile. Yuxian nodded slightly, then led his sister to sit down beside him. Yuxian kindled a roaring fire and then procured 2 turkeys to roast. Upon witnessing this scene, the young man beside him suddenly lit up with excitement and rushed to Yuxian's side, inquiring, "I am Jiang Miyuki. How shall I address you, esteemed brother?" Yuxian glanced at the young man. "Yuxian," Jiang Miyuki chuckled, "to meet is to be fated. What do you think?" Yuxian pointed at the turkey roasting over the fire and asked, "Would you like to have some?" Jiangqi was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously in agreement. Yuxian presented a turkey to the young man, declaring, "It is a gift for you." Jiang Miyuki accepted it without hesitation, taking his time to roast it. He glanced at Yuxian and chuckled. "Though you are merely at the Qi transformation stage, your foundational strength is quite formidable, rivaling my own." Upon hearing this, Yuxian paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, responding, "You are indeed unfathomable." This was the impression the young man left upon him. Unbeknownst to him, he too conveyed a similar sentiment to the youth. With a slight arch of his eyebrows, the young man suggested, "Shall we exchange a few moves?" After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "But let us keep it light." At that moment, an elder nearby interjected, "Do not take advantage of him." Upon hearing the elder's words, Yiling, who stood beside Yuxian, became somewhat displeased. She shot a glance at the elder and retorted, "Grandfather, my brother is quite formidable as well. Perhaps it is he who might intimidate him." The elder looked at Yiling, questioning, "Is that so?" Yiling gazed at Yuxian, who smiled faintly, and said, "Then let us exchange a few moves." Yuxian and Jiang Miyuki stepped aside, and Jiang Miyuki smiled gently. "Shall we begin?" Yuxian nodded. As Yuxian nodded slightly, Jiang Miyuki vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, a fist struck Yuxian's chest, yet simultaneously. Yuxian's fist collided with Jiang Miyuki's chest. Bang! Bang! Both individuals were propelled backwards simultaneously, and after retreating nearly a dozen steps, they came to an almost synchronous halt. Opposite Yuxian, Jiang Miyuki examined him with a hint of astonishment and remarked, "Your physical form is even more formidable than I had anticipated." Yuxian remarked, "Yours is the same." That recent punch struck as if it had collided with a slab of iron. Jiang Miyuki chuckled, "Our Jiang kingdom is indeed brimming with talent. Since my departure from the palace, I have encountered." At that moment, an elderly figure nearby suddenly interjected. Jiang Miyuki cast a resigned glance at the elder. "Esteemed elder, if one were to be overly cautious while venturing into the world, what would be the point?" The elder shook his head. "Out there, human nature is intricate." Jiang Miyuki replied with a smile, "It matters not. This brother here clearly possesses a straightforward character, unlike those who harbor deep-seated malice." As he spoke, he turned to Yuxian, clasped his fists in greeting, "Brother Yi, I am Jiang Miyuki, the 10th prince of the Jiang kingdom." A prince? Yuxian was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering a prince from the Jiang kingdom in this place. Regaining his composure, Yuxian clasped his fists and humbly introduced himself, stating, "I am Yuxian, merely an unknown individual." Upon hearing this, Jiang Miyuki laughed heartily, "Brother Yi, with your strength, it is only a matter of time before you achieve fame." Yuxian shook his head, refraining from uttering a word. He had never cared for superficial fame. Such matters could oftentimes be lethal. At that moment, the rain had begun to lessen. The elder rose and said, "Your Highness, it is time to depart." Jiang Miyuki nodded slightly, picking up the golden, roasted chicken. He then turned to Yuxian and remarked, "Brother Yi, I must venture elsewhere. I bid you farewell." As he spoke, an idea seemed to strike him. He produced a token and handed it to Yuxian. "Brother Yi, this is my personal token. It should prove useful in the imperial capital. Do not refuse it, else I might hesitate to enjoy this roasted chicken. Yi Xian cast a glance at Jiang Yuki before accepting the jade pendant. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's acceptance of the pendant, Jiang Yuki chuckled and said, "Until we meet again." With that, the other elder turned and vanished at the entrance of the grand hall. Yi Xian gazed at the retreating figures of the two men, lost in thought. Outside the estate, the elder spoke in a hushed tone. "Does His Highness intend to win him over?" Jiang Yuki smiled faintly. "This individual is a sword cultivator. Yet, prior to unsheathing his sword, he was able to contend evenly with me. Should he draw his sword, I fear I may not even secure a victory." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the dilapidated estate, acknowledging the worth of one whom Guisher esteemed, justifying my arduous journey here. The elder hesitated for a moment before replying. Although this person possesses a solid foundation and commendable combat prowess, he is ultimately a solitary figure, lacking the support of a prominent family or sect. His future prospects are inherently limited, and without a lineage or backing, his assistance to your highness would be negligible. Perhaps this is precisely why the crown prince and the ninth princess chose not to send anyone to Qiqing. Jiang Yuki chuckled lightly. My elder brother's mother hails from the Yu family, the second most prestigious family in Jiang, a lineage even my father regards with caution. Meanwhile, my ninth sister commands the military, overseeing nearly half of our nation's forces. Naturally, they would not be inclined to regard such ordinary talents. The elder inquired. Then why has your highness traveled such a distance? Jiang Yuki replied softly, I possess no advantages compared to them. They may hold lofty aspirations, but I cannot afford such luxury. Perhaps today's acquaintance will yield a formidable ally in the future. The elder shook his head. Sword cultivators are indeed rare. Yet if he is merely a sword cultivator, it holds little significance unless he is a sword master. And to achieve mastery in the sword, how exceedingly difficult it is. Jiang has only one such master, and he is already in his 90s. Our nation has not produced a sword master in nearly 50 years. Inside the hall, Yi Ling inquired curiously, Brother, was that person truly a prince? Yi Xian nodded, seemingly in agreement. Yi Ling softly remarked, It seems he is deliberately waiting here for my brother. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Ling and smiled, saying, Within the aristocratic families, many individuals seek to form alliances to augment their own power, let alone the royal family. With that said, he gently patted Yi Ling's small head, adding, At present, my sole desire is to cure your fever. I have no interest whatsoever in the strife for power and influence. Yi Ling gently embraced Yi Xian. Brother, will I be able to cultivate in the future as well? Yi Xian smiled and said, Certainly I can. However, even if I cannot, it matters not. I shall strive to grow stronger and protect you for a lifetime. Yi Ling smiled sweetly, then embraced Yi Xian tightly. Though she longed for her brother's protection, she yearned even more to safeguard him. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a voice interjected, remarking on the profound bond of sibling affection. Following this utterance, an elderly man entered the room. The newcomer was none other than Elder Qin Yu of the Qin family. Upon seeing him, Yi Xian's right hand gradually clenched into a fist as he cast a glance at Yi Ling, urging her to step aside. Yi Ling glanced at the elder and softly urged, Brother, be careful. After uttering these words, she obediently stepped aside. Qin Yu scrutinized Yi Xian and declared, Hand over those spirit stones, and I shall spare the two of you. Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, his expression a dark shade of iron, remaining silent. Qin Yu sneered, What is the matter? Do you intend to strike? You are merely at the Qi transformation stage, while I have already ascended to the sky realm. To kill you, I wouldn't even need a single move. Though he spoke with such bravado, he remained inwardly vigilant. Having lived to this point, he was no fool and would not underestimate his opponent. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, If I relinquish that item, may I secure a means of survival for my siblings? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, engaging in a negotiation. As he spoke, his right hand slowly clenched, causing his garments to swell, making him resemble a lion poised to pounce. Yi Xian fell into silence for a brief moment before producing a black bag and tossing it towards Qin Yu. Upon seeing the black bag, Qin Yu's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly caught it. Just then, Yi Xian abruptly appeared before him. Qin Yu maintained his composure, a cold smile creeping across his face. I knew you would resort to tricks. With that, he flipped his right hand upwards and then forcefully pressed it down. A sharp explosive sound reverberated through the air. Bang! As soon as Yi Xian unleashed his fist, he was violently thrown against the wall several yards away. The elder's strike had repelled Yi Xian, but he did not relent. Instead, he charged forward. Nearby, Yi Ling's expression changed dramatically. Brother, she cried. suddenly leaping in front of Yi Xian and tightly embracing him. The elder's palm, however, did not pause. It was directed towards the siblings, specifically aimed at Yi Ling. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian felt a surge of rage, his mind momentarily blank. The elder's hand drew closer with alarming speed. In that instant, Yi Xian swiftly pulled Yi Ling behind him. The next moment, the Lingxiao sword appeared in his grasp, and a deep, resonant sound of the sword echoed throughout the arena. At that moment, he harbored but one thought: to kill. He was determined to take a life. With a single strike, he would determine fate. Concurrently, the voice of the mysterious woman reverberated within the prison tower, remarking, "This fellow. Only when someone threatens his sister does he experience such a fierce desire to kill." When Yi Xian unleashed his sword, Qin Yu's hand, which was mere inches from Yi Ling's head, suddenly halted. In an instant, his entire right hand detached from his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Qin Yu's complexion paled as he stumbled backwards, retreating several yards. However, as soon as he came to a stop, a faint glimmer of sword light appeared before him. This glimmer was not a second strike, but rather the residual energy from the sword he had just unleashed. At this moment, Qin Yu was engulfed by terror. He had no time to ponder further. Clenching his left hand into a fist, he thrust it forward with all his might. This punch was fueled by every ounce of strength he possessed. In the face of death, he dared not hold back. The punch was accompanied by a sound of explosive power. As the sword approached, the moment their forces collided, Qin Yu's entire left arm was severed, blood spraying forth like a fountain. Simultaneously, he was forcefully propelled several yards away. Yi Xian refrained from making a move, for at that moment, his entire right arm was marred by fine cracks, with blood incessantly oozing out. Furthermore, after unleashing that single strike, he felt a tumultuous upheaval within him. An extreme discomfort that rendered his limbs weak, as though his very essence had been siphoned away. The sensation was profoundly distressing. In the distance, Qin Yu gazed at Yi Xian in disbelief. The radiance of the sword. How could this be? You are a swordsman. No. That brilliance suggests you are a master swordsman. Yet, that cannot be. You have only just entered the realm of transformation. And it is utterly impossible for you to emanate such sword radiance, let alone be a master. To be recognized as a swordsman, one merely needs to have a grasp of the foundational principles of swordsmanship. Swordsmen are categorized into ordinary swordsmen and master swordsmen. If a swordsman can wield their sword as a medium to release sword energy and radiance, it signifies that they have attained a level of a master swordsman in their craft. Master swordsmen are a rare breed. In the entirety of the Jiang Kingdom, the number of master swordsmen does not exceed 100, the majority of whom are well over several decades in age. Yet before him stands Yi Xian, a mere 18 years old. This is the very reason behind Qin Yu's astonishment. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at Qin Yu. Why are you still here? Leave at once. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, he turned and vanished from the sight of Yi Xian and his sister. As soon as Qin Yu fled, Yi Xian collapsed to the ground, and Yi Ling, alarmed, rushed to support him, her voice trembling. Brother, are you all right? Yi Xian forced himself to sit down, gazing at Yi Ling, who appeared visibly anxious. He managed to muster a smile, assuring her, "It's nothing. Don't worry. I shall meditate for a moment." With that, he slowly closed his eyes. Senior? Yi Xian contemplated in his heart. The enigmatic woman spoke. "I know what you wish to inquire. This sort of life and death technique is exceedingly ruthless. Your current strength is insufficient to withstand its tremendous power. For you, wielding this sword would mean inflicting 1,000 injuries upon your enemy while suffering 800 in return. The reason I impart this technique to you at this moment is to help you comprehend certain truths. The path of the sword often relies on enlightenment, and it embodies an attitude. What is your attitude? Your swordsmanship will reflect that." Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian fell silent. Enlightenment? Attitude? What had led him to unlock the sword of life and death just now? It was not through arduous training, but rather in that fleeting moment. His sole desire was for the safety of his sister. That was his thought. As the mysterious woman had previously stated, this technique is not merely a sword skill. It represents a philosophy of swordsmanship. The enigmatic woman continued, "At your current stage, the sword of life and death can barely be considered a high-quality profound sword technique. The reason for your severe backlash stems from your inability to reach the Qi mastery realm, preventing you from truly harnessing Qi. The sword light you just emitted was not a result of your own cultivation. Rather, it was due to the inherent power of this technique, which is why you experience backlash. Once you escort your sister to the imperial capital, you must seek a spiritual sword to devour, and hasten your progress to the Qi mastery realm." Yi Xian nodded. comprehending the situation. It was no wonder that after wielding this sword technique, he felt as though his inner essence had been utterly drained, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction, having severed the elder's arms with a single strike. At this thought, a smile graced his lips. That elder, after all, was a master of the void realm. A fool indeed. Suddenly, the mysterious woman spoke coldly. Though that man's cultivation appears deceptively shallow, you are not in a position to confront him at this moment. The reason you were able to sever his arms with a single strike was largely due to his overconfidence after he had repelled you with a single palm. Had he been aware you were a swordsman, he would have been prepared. Do you truly believe you could have severed his arms had he been on guard? Upon hearing this, Yuxian's expression grew serious. Indeed, if the elder had been cautious from the outset, would he have been able to sever his arms? It was important to remember that when he initially clashed fists with the elder, he had been utterly defeated. It was only due to his cultivation in the golden body realm that he had survived. Otherwise, the elder's palm would have been sufficient to vanquish him. The mysterious woman continued, the gap in cultivation between you two is far too great. To leap 2 levels in challenge is beyond your current capabilities unless you manage to grasp a certain principle and activate the prison tower within you. Principle? Yuxian spoke in a solemn tone. Senior, you have mentioned the Tao principle before. What exactly is it? Where can one seek it? The mysterious woman replied. Once you attain the status of a sword Tao master, you will come to understand the essence of the Tao principle. Yuxian. The mysterious woman continued. There is one more thing you must not forget, your sister. The second layer of the seal is showing signs of loosening. If you do not swiftly enhance your strength, the seal will vanish, and at that time, no one will be able to save you. The seal is loosening. Yuxian took a deep breath, for he had not forgotten the words of the mysterious woman regarding this matter. The first level imprisoned a certain sword master, who had perished long before his arrival. As for the one on the second level, it was certain that they had not yet met their demise. When the seal is lifted, the adversary might very well be the first to seek his life as a sacrifice to the heavens. Fortunately, he still had a modicum of time remaining. Yuxian withdrew his thoughts and opened his eyes. At this moment, although he felt utterly fatigued and weak, he was considerably better than before. However, he realized that he must exercise utmost caution when wielding this sword to determine life and death in the future. Should he strike? If his opponent were to survive, it could very well mean his own demise. Just moments ago, had that old man continued his assault, the likelihood of his demise would have been nearly certain. There remained a disparity between him and the realm of Lingkong. Yet he knew that if he were to fight with all his might, he still possessed the capability to engage. At that moment, Yiling suddenly spoke. Brother, are you all right? Yuxian gazed at Yiling, observing her still pale complexion. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, do not worry, a moment's rest will suffice. Upon hearing his words, Yiling's expression softened slightly, but then a shadow crossed her face as she lamented, Brother, I am of no use at all. Yuxian said seriously, do not overthink. Once you recover, I will take you along to cultivate. When you become a warrior, you shall protect me, all right? Yiling glanced at Yuxian and asked, can I truly cultivate? Yuxian smiled and said, it is certainly achievable. Yiling clenched her small hand tightly, her expression radiating unwavering determination. Brother, I shall undoubtedly become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. I too shall protect you. Yuxian gently tousled Yiling's hair and smiled. Brother is looking forward to that day. Yuxian was unaware that his casual remark would be etched into the memory of the young girl before him for a lifetime. After resting for an hour, Yuxian continued on his journey with Yiling to Qianshan City. Yuxian hastened his pace, for he realized that now Yiling needed to don thick garments even during the day. Moreover, she required 2 nourishing pills each time to suppress the chilling aura enveloping her. At this rate, he would exhaust his supply of nourishing pills within half a month. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. His foremost fear was that the pills might cease to be effective for Yiling's ailment. Should that occur, the situation would become exceedingly dire. It was imperative to expedite their journey to the imperial capital. Not long after the departure of the Yi siblings, Qinba, the head of the Qin family, and Qinyu, who had lost both arms to Yuxian, appeared in the dilapidated hall of their estate. Upon gazing at the severed arms on the ground, Qinyu's expression darkened considerably, mirrored by the grim countenance of Qinba. After a moment of silence, Qinba inquired solemnly, is he truly a grand sword cultivator? Qinyu nodded, asserting that only a grand sword cultivator could have cleaved his arms so effortlessly. Clenching his fists tightly, Qinba wore an expression as inscrutable as water, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he sighed softly, This vendetta cannot be avenged. Qin Yu's demeanor remained grave, and he refrained from voicing any objections. Indeed, a grand sword cultivator, especially one so youthful, was a terrifying prospect. How could the Qin family dare to seek retribution? At that moment, Qinba added, however, this matter cannot simply be disregarded. Spread the word that Yixian possesses dozens of high-grade spirit stones. I believe many will develop interest in him upon hearing this. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression softened slightly. While the Qin family could not pursue vengeance, they could certainly incite others to do so. As if struck by a thought, he turned to Qinba. That individual is named Yixian. He is also from the Yi family, Qinba affirmed, revealing that he was the former heir of the Yi family. However, after the emergence of the chosen one, Yi Lang, the family had ostracized Yixian, ultimately forcing him to vow never to return to the Yi family. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "Is the leadership of the Yi family not in their right minds?" Qinba nodded in agreement, lamenting that the current Yu family had become a laughingstock amongst several surrounding cities. It was known that Yixian had been personally challenged by Anguisher, who held him in high regard. The celestial phenomena had been summoned by Yixian, not Yi Lang. Yet the upper echelons of the Yi family mistakenly believed the latter to be the cause and celebrated wildly. The elders and the patriarch of the Yi family were truly foolish, lacking any semblance of wisdom. Qin Yu concurred, recognizing their folly. What has become of the Yi family now? Qinba replied coolly, they are nearly suffocating under pressure from several other families. By the way, although we cannot seek trouble with it, you brother, we can use this as an excuse to extract some benefits from the Yi family. Let us return and gather our people to settle accounts with the Yi family in Qiqing. With that, Qinba turned and departed. In the hall, Qin Yu cast a glance at his severed arms, his expression a complex mix of emotions. This vendetta was beyond his reach. Not only could he not avenge his own grievance, but he also found himself powerless to avenge Qin Shang's. Although resentment simmered within him, he understood that this was where the matter must conclude. As a minor family, one must discern who is worth provoking and who is not. Should the Qin family pursue revenge, they risked plunging into an abyss from which there would be no return. After all, Yixian was not only an extraordinary individual but also held in esteem by Anguisher. Seeking revenge would be sheer folly. After a brief moment, Qin Yu turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, the Qin family set forth towards the Yi family in Qiqing. Yixian is not to be trifled with, nor can one seek retribution. However, the Yi family can. In Qiqing, the Yi family has undeniably fallen from its former glory and is on the brink of vanishing from the city. During its period of prominence, the Yi family had managed to offend nearly all the other prominent families in Qiqing. Presently, the Li family, the Zhang family, and the city lord's manor are relentlessly seeking vengeance against the Yi family. The territories and shops once held by the Yi family have been almost entirely devoured by several rival factions. Most significantly, the descendants of the Yi family no longer dare to venture outside. The moment they step out, they are certain to face a brutal demise. The current plight of the Yi family is nothing short of tragic. In the water prison of the Yi family, the once esteemed elder Yi now lay like a lifeless dog, confined within its cold walls. Upon learning of Yi Lang's brutal slaying, the last flicker of hope within elder Yi was extinguished, leaving him in a state of maddened despair at times. On this day, Yitsong arrived at the water prison. Yitsong approached the cell of the Grand Elder, observing him with an expression of indifference. We have battled each other for a lifetime. Yet I never anticipated that the Yi family would succumb to the hands of the two of us. In the water prison, the Grand Elder scoffed. Yitsong, the world deems me short-sighted, yet are you not equally so? Yitsong nodded, acknowledging the short-sightedness of the situation. However, the Yi family would not face annihilation. There would surely come a day of resurgence. The Grand Elder scoffed. Are you still deluding yourself into believing that he could harbor any sentiment and, in the future, consider the Yi family? If that is the case, you might as well abandon your daydreams. You know better than anyone his character. Having been wronged by the Yi family, he shall never again concern himself with its fate. Yitsong remained silent for a considerable time before letting out a cold chuckle. Do not forget one thing. It is rumored that when an individual's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, their bloodline may undergo a transformation. Once this transformation occurs, all those related by blood can also experience a mutation, resulting in a significant enhancement of their power. A fool's delusion. The Grand Elder scoffed. What kind of formidable being possesses such capabilities? Our Jiang kingdom likely lacks such a force. Can he truly achieve this with just Yixian? Yitsong took 2 steps forward and smiled. Do you know why I went against the consensus to appoint him as the heir all those years ago? The Grand Elder fixed his gaze upon Yi Tsong, remaining silent. Yi Tsong smiled and said, apart from his personal strength, there is another reason, and that is his mother. Yu Xian's mother. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. He naturally had an impression of her. She was an ordinary woman who mysteriously vanished when Yu Xian was merely in his early teens, and she has yet to reappear to this day. Yu Tsong's right hand gradually clenched into a fist. He had been present when Yu Xian's mother departed from the back gate of the Yi residence with the figure cloaked in black. At that time, he distinctly perceived the terrifying aura of the individual behind her. Suspended. What kind of formidable being could achieve such levitation? A practitioner at the Ascension realm could at most remain airborne for a limited duration, yet that figure hovered effortlessly above the ground, devoid of any discernible fluctuations of profound energy. Ultimately, the two vanished by tearing through the fabric of space. Tearing through space. Such phenomena had only been whispered of in tales he had heard. Following that incident, he promptly declared Yi Xian as the heir, convinced that the enigmatic woman would someday return to claim Yi Xian and his sister, thus bestowing unparalleled benefits upon the Yi family. However, he had never anticipated that nearly 10 years would pass without her return, nor any trace of communication. It was at this juncture that doubts began to plague him. He began to suspect that Yi Xian and his sister had been forsaken by her. This skepticism gradually shifted his attitude towards Yi Xian, and he had not foreseen that Yi Xian would rise as a swordsman, and astonishingly so, exhibiting unparalleled strength. He understood that this was undoubtedly linked to that mysterious woman. Yu Tsong withdrew his thoughts and cast a cold glance at the Grand Elder imprisoned within the water dungeon. The greater Yi Xian's strength became, the more our Yi family would be ridiculed and humiliated. However, we shall endure, waiting for the day he ascends to the heavens and alters our bloodline. Though this hope may be faint, we cling to it. As for you, Grand Elder, you shall never possess any aspirations in this lifetime. Your survival in captivity serves to convey to Yi Xian that our Yi family acknowledges its errors. We shall await his fury to subside, even if it takes a decade, 2 or 3. As for you, remain here until your demise. With that, he turned and departed. Within the water dungeon, the Grand Elder remained silent for a long while before suddenly erupting into maniacal laughter, a laughter tinged with madness. Moments later, he exclaimed amidst his insane chuckles, Yi Tsong. Oh, Yi Tsong, you were even more foolish than I imagined. Yu Xian's character is one he understands better than anyone else. He is a person who harbors grudges and seeks retribution. Has his anger subsided? If he still harbors hatred for the Yi family, it indicates that they still occupy a place in his heart, suggesting hope for their future. However, Yu Xian has reached a point where he no longer even feels resentment towards the Yi family. If he has relinquished his animosity, what is there to discuss regarding his anger? 3 days later, in Qianshan City. Qianshan City is a bustling metropolis located at the northern and southern borders of the Jiang Kingdom, surrounded by countless towering mountains, hence its name. The prosperity of Qianshan City is largely attributed to the presence of the largest commercial association in the Jiang Kingdom, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. This enigmatic organization has established branches across various nations within the Qingzhou region, ensuring that any city that hosts them thrives. They possess a remarkable means of transportation, the cloud ship. The cloud ship is a flying vehicle that diminishes the distances between cities, making the realms of different nations feel significantly closer together. This time, he is headed to Qianshan City to board a cloud ship destined for the imperial capital, the most prosperous place in the Jiang Kingdom. At the city gates of Qianshan, on a carriage, Yiling gazes at the grandeur of the city, blinking in astonishment. Wow, brother, what a magnificent city. It's far larger than our Qing city. Yi Xian nodded and smiled. Indeed, it is quite substantial. Yiling gently shook Yi Xian's arm and, with a hint of playfulness, said, Brother, shall we go shopping later? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right. During this period, they had been preoccupied with their journey. Not only Leaf Spirit, but even he found it rather monotonous. A leisurely stroll would be quite delightful. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian led Leaf Spirit into the city. The streets were expansive, spanning several yards in width. And within the city, the hustle and bustle of vehicles and pedestrians was abundant, far more lively than in Qiqing. Yi Xian first took Yiling to a quaint inn, opting for a single room. Given Yiling's current state of instability, he was naturally reluctant to allow her to stay alone. After settling into their accommodations, Yi Xian led Yiling out for a leisurely stroll. As they meandered through the bustling streets, Yiling flitted about like a joyous little sprite, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Moments later, her hands were adorned with various trinkets. Observing Yiling's unbridled delight, a smile blossomed on Yuxian's face. While passing a small vendor, the voice of a mysterious woman suddenly echoed in Yuxian's mind. Wait. Taken aback, Yuxian paused and gently grasped Yiling's arm. Senior? He silently inquired. The enigmatic woman continued, at the stall beside you, there lies a purple ring, procure it. Yuxian turned his gaze towards the vendor. A casual glance revealed an unassuming purple ring tucked away in the corner of the stall. The vendor, a middle-aged man, cast a glance at Yuxian and smiled. What can I assist you with today, my friend? Yuxian picked up the violet ring and inquired about its price. He refrained from questioning the enigmatic woman about her reasons for wanting him to purchase this seemingly unremarkable ring, for he was acutely aware that there must be a significant motive behind it. It was noteworthy that this mysterious woman rarely spoke, making her initiative to engage in conversation a rare occurrence. The middle-aged man glanced at the violet ring in Yuxian's hand and remarked with a smile, 10 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Yuxian furrowed his brow slightly, considering that 10 gold coins was rather steep. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. He promptly produced the 10 gold coins and handed them to the vendor. Observing Yuxian's lack of negotiation, the vendor chuckled with glee, swiftly accepting the coins, his heart brimming with delight. It was worth noting that he would have been willing to part with it for even 3 gold coins. Just as Yuxian was about to turn and depart, a voice suddenly emerged from the side. Hold on. Upon hearing the sound, Yuxian turned to see a petite girl, of a similar age to Yiling, approaching him. The little girl had rosy lips and white teeth. Adorned in a white cotton jacket, with a small braid trailing behind her head, presenting an exceedingly charming appearance. She cast a glance at the ring in Yuxian's hand before turning to the vendor, proclaiming, I shall offer 20 gold coins for this ring. The vendor was momentarily taken aback, finding himself in a predicament, as he had already sold it to Yuxian. Yuxian glanced at the little girl and smiled. Little sister, this ring. Who is your little sister? The girl suddenly interrupted Yuxian's words with a cold tone. Yuxian's expression stiffened, momentarily rendering him speechless. What sort of temperament does this little girl possess? Beside Yuxian, Yiling cast an indignant glance at the little girl. How can you speak like that? My brother means no harm. The little girl turned her gaze towards Yiling. Upon seeing her, she momentarily froze, and soon, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. As she continued to gaze, that astonishment transformed into sheer shock, which swiftly evolved into uncontainable joy. In an instant, the little girl's expression underwent several transformations, leaving Yuxian utterly bewildered. Yiling felt somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze, prompting her to inquire, Why are you looking at me? The little girl's expression returned to normal. She had intended to speak, but seemed to harbor some reservations. After a brief silence, she asked, What is your name? Noticing the absence of any haughty demeanor from the girl, Yiling replied, I am Yiling. As she spoke, she embraced Yuxian's arm, adding, This is my brother. Yuxian. The little girl cast a cold glance at Yuxian before her gaze returned to Yiling, revealing that she was clearly in a state of hesitation. Yuxian grasped Yiling's hand, intending to turn away, when suddenly the little girl produced a fist-sized red stone and presented it to Yiling, saying, This is for you. Yuxian and his sister were taken aback. The little girl placed a stone into Yiling's embrace, explaining, This is the heavenly fire-warming jade. Keeping it close to you will temporarily suppress the chill within your body. Upon hearing this, Yuxian's expression shifted dramatically. You. The little girl disregarded Yuxian's concern and continued, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot take you with me. I will return at the latest in 3 months. With that, she cast a cold glance at Yuxian and added, For the sake of your sister, accept this ring as a gift. After speaking, she glanced at Yiling once more before turning to leave. Yuxian was momentarily taken aback, but then he pursued her. However, in the next instant, the little girl was already several dozen feet away. In the blink of an eye, she had completely vanished from Yuxian's sight. Yuxian remained rooted to the spot in a secluded corner. The little girl approached the wall, and as she came to a halt, a figure cloaked in black silently materialized behind her. The figure knelt on one knee and addressed her, My lord. The little girl replied coldly, Keep a close watch on that pair of siblings. No, you cannot follow them. Your presence would attract too much attention. Instead, send someone of lesser strength to trail them. Remember, we must ensure that the little girl remains unharmed. The black-cloaked figure responded in a deep voice, Does my lord intend to take in that little girl? The girl slowly closed her eyes, her tone brimming with excitement. I never anticipated that such a remarkable individual could exist in this diminutive Jiang kingdom. Were it not for the pressing matter of the Songjie Swordmaster's cave, I would long to take her with me. The black-cloaked figure replied solemnly. Though the cave of the Sangye sword master has been discovered, the sword formation he left behind remains unbreakable. It is said that only his treasured sword can dispel the array. Yet the Sangye sword master has vanished for over a millennium. Where shall we seek his sword? The little girl responded calmly, no matter. Our gathering is precisely to seek a means of unraveling this. The black-cloaked figure nodded, as if struck by a thought, and then inquired, "What of the little girl's brother? Does my lord have intentions to take him in?" The little girl shook her head. Though his foundation is decent, his dantian is shattered, his physique is mediocre, and his spiritual root is average. What purpose would it serve to take him in? Would that not be a waste of food? With that, she turned and departed. After the little girl left, Yixin took a long moment to regain his composure. He returned to the inn with Yi Ling, and within their room, Yi Ling gazed at the piece of heavenly fire-warm jade in her hand, exclaiming in astonishment, "Brother, this stone is so warm. Holding it makes me feel much less cold." Yixin chuckled, "As long as it is warm." Yi Ling nodded with delight, tightly clutching the piece of heavenly fire-warm jade. Meanwhile, Yixin settled into a nearby seat, slowly closing his eyes. "Senior? That person from earlier?" Yixin inquired. The enigmatic woman responded, "You are not on the same level as him. It is futile to ask." "Yixin," the mysterious woman spoke again. "Take out the ring I previously asked you to purchase." Yixin took out the purple ring, which appeared somewhat worn and bore slight imperfections in certain areas, seemingly lacking any remarkable qualities. "Do you know what this is?" the mysterious woman inquired. Yixin shook his head. The enigmatic woman spoke. "This is a formation ring, containing a compact array. Although the array is relatively elementary, it is exquisitely crafted and demonstrates considerable skill, holding significant research value. The little girl desired it for this reason. As for you, this formation can serve as a means of self-defense." Yixin expressed his astonishment, remarking, "This seemingly insignificant ring can actually conceal a small formation?" The enigmatic woman replied softly, "In the future, venture to various corners of the world. It is far more vast and splendid than you can imagine." Yixin nodded, expressing his intent to explore the world once he mastered the art of sword flight. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the ring in his hand. "Esteemed elder, how does one activate this formation?" The enigmatic woman replied, "Place a drop of your blood upon it, and then control the ring using the method I will impart to you." Upon hearing this, Yixin promptly complied. Soon, as his blood touched the ring, he felt an unusual connection with it, and suddenly, a formation materialized within his mind, the Five Thunder Formation. This formation, once activated, could summon divine lightning to strike down foes. Divine thunder. Yixin was somewhat taken aback as he inquired, "Senior, can this formation truly summon divine lightning?" The enigmatic woman replied, "Naturally, it cannot. Divine lightning embodies the might of heaven and earth. How could such a minor formation conjure it? The divine lightning mentioned herein is merely a creation of the individual who devised this formation, utilizing certain methods. Although its power pales in comparison to authentic divine lightning, it will be of immense utility to you at this moment. Once you activate this formation, even a practitioner at the Void Realm would find it challenging to withstand its force. However, it appears this realm has suffered damage, and you may only activate it up to 5 more times." Upon hearing this, Yixin was instantly elated. With his current strength, he could potentially contend with a Void Realm expert using a decisive strike. Yet the cost was exceedingly high, inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. With this ring, he effectively possessed a means of safeguarding his life. However, his expression soon soured, for he discovered that activating the 5 lightning formation required spirit stones, specifically high-grade spirit stones, with each activation necessitating at least 5 of them. Currently, he possessed only 16 high-grade spirit stones. In an instant, he felt profoundly impoverished. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Yixin's eyes brightened. "Senior, your discerning vision is remarkable. Perhaps we could venture to procure treasures together in the future? With your keen sight, we are certain to reap substantial profits." What a fanciful dream you weave in broad daylight. The mysterious woman abruptly interrupted Yixin. "Accompany you on such a venture? Your imagination knows no bounds." At her words, Yixin offered an awkward smile but fell silent. Yet, the mysterious woman's tone turned icy. "In any endeavor, one must not harbor a sense of unwarranted luck. Today, you have stumbled upon a great fortune that is mere chance and what is rightfully yours. However, if you continuously seek to exploit such opportunities, your character will inevitably be tarnished. Do not think I am merely being alarmist for those who cultivate the sword. The essence of character is paramount. Always bear this in mind." Yixin nodded and said earnestly, "Senior, Please do not be angry. I understand. The enigmatic woman remained silent. Observing this, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. His feelings towards her were not rooted in fear, but rather in profound respect. An hour later, after Yi Ling had fallen asleep, he entered the Abyss Tower to cultivate. Although he was currently unable to break through to the Qi Master realm, he could still refine his sword techniques. In truth, he possessed no formal sword techniques, and his practice with the shadow was largely based on instinctive reactions. Techniques are lifeless. His sparring with the shadow was a means to hone his strength, speed, and reflexes. While he may not be able to attain the Qi Master realm at this moment, he could push his Qi transformation to its utmost limit. It is essential to understand that even within the same realm, there are distinctions in strength. On the first floor of the Abyss Tower, the clashing sounds of swords echoed continuously, resonating like the clash of metal. With an hour remaining until dawn, Yi Xian eventually succumbed to sleep. An hour later, he awoke promptly. After settling the bill, Yi Xian sold the horse-drawn carriage at a bargain price to the inn and then departed with his sister, heading towards the river of Qiashan City. Upon their arrival at the river, the siblings were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Before their eyes lay a vast river, nearly 1,000 zhang wide, adorned with several grand vessels, each measuring at least 100 zhang in width, immensely impressive. The siblings had never before encountered such enormous ships. Beside Yi Xian, Yi Ling exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, this ship is magnificent. Are we really going to board this one?" Yi Xian nodded and smiled, saying, "We shall take this to the imperial capital." Yi Ling tilted her head, gazing at Yi Xian with curiosity, and inquired, "Brother, is the imperial capital even larger than Qiashan City?" Yi Xian gently ruffled Yi Ling's small head, which was undoubtedly larger than that of Qiashan City. "Upon arriving in the imperial capital, I will take you to explore the splendor of the city and indulge in various amusements, shall we?" At his words, Yi Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. "You are the best, brother." Saying this, she tiptoed and softly planted a kiss on Yi Xian's cheek. Yi Xian chuckled heartily, then took Yi Ling by the hand as they strolled towards the distance. Having inquired about the process of boarding the cloud ship the previous night, the siblings swiftly purchased their tickets and boarded a majestic cloud vessel. Yi Xian felt a pang of sorrow as he purchased 2 tickets for the journey to the imperial capital, which cost him a total of 40 gold coins. At that moment, he truly regarded himself as a destitute individual, for he was left with fewer than 10 gold coins. A fleeting thought of resorting to robbery crossed his mind. On board the cloud ship, there were hundreds of rooms of various sizes, categorized into different classes. Upon inquiry, Yi Xian learned that a first-class cabin required 150 gold coins, while a second-class cabin demanded 100 gold coins. However, the most alarming revelation was the cost of a luxury cabin, which amounted to 300 gold coins. 300 gold coins for ordinary families in Qin City. It seemed an unattainable fortune that might never be earned in a lifetime. Yet here, it was merely the price of a ticket. In that moment, Yi Xian realized that poverty had indeed stifled his imagination. Yi Xian brought his sister to the lowest level of the cloud ship's chamber. The room was quite small, containing merely a bed, 2 stools, and a table, exceedingly simple in its furnishings. Yi Xian gently ruffled Yi Ling's hair, noting that there was still half an hour before the ship would take flight. Once the vessel steadied, we could ascend to the deck and behold the scenery below. With a sweet smile, Yi Ling seemed to recall something. She turned around and rummaged through her bundle for a moment, soon producing a pair of cloth shoes. Presenting them like a treasure, she held them out to Yi Xian, exclaiming, "Brother, I crafted these. Come and see if they fit." As she spoke, she squatted down and began to remove Yi Xian's shoes, leaving him momentarily stunned. When had she made them? Just then, Yi Ling suddenly exclaimed, "Wow." Yi Xian quickly glanced down, only to see her covering her nose, casting him a reproachful look. "Brother, your feet smell terrible," she declared, before dashing out of the room. Shortly thereafter, she returned, this time carrying a basin of water. She placed the basin before Yi Xian and gently lifted his feet to immerse them in the water. Yi Xian hastily replied, "Brother, allow me to handle it myself." Yi Ling shot him a glance, then lowered her head to slowly wash Yi Xian's feet. As she continued, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes, for the soles of Yi Xian's feet were covered with a thick layer of calluses, and his calves bore numerous scars that had yet to fully heal. All of these were the marks left from his relentless efforts for the Yi family during his time as the heir. Noticing Yi Ling's distress, Yi Xian softly inquired, "Why are you crying?" Yi Ling wiped away the tears from her face and said, "Brother, your life has been filled with hardship. I swear, I shall become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future, earning immense wealth to ensure you can enjoy a life of comfort. She had been raised by her brother. Yet, many were unaware that when their mother departed, Yi Xian was merely 10 years old, still a child, while she was only 4 or 5. Initially, the siblings lived in the Yi household like beggars, surviving on scraps and leftovers. It was in this dire environment that Yi Xian steadfastly nurtured her. The extent of his suffering was something even she could not fully comprehend, especially during the time he became the heir, tirelessly striving for the Yi family. She only remembered that her brother would leave during the day and return at night, always bearing wounds upon his return. Hearing Yiling's words, a warm current flowed through Yu Xian's heart as he gently ruffled her little head, saying, "Your health is more important than anything else. After we go to the imperial capital, with so many capable individuals there, I am certain they will cure your illness. Once you recover, I will teach you the ways of cultivation." Yiling gently washed Yi Xian's feet, her tone resolutely firm. "Brother, if I recover from my illness, I will devote myself to diligent cultivation. No matter how arduous the journey may be, I shall fear no hardship." Yi Xian smiled and was about to speak when, at that moment, the door to the room was abruptly opened. Soon after, a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 elderly gentlemen entered the chamber. Yiling was taken aback and quickly rose to her feet. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man at the forefront glanced at Yi Xian and asked, "Do you remember me?" Yi Xian nodded, for he naturally recalled that the 3 individuals before him were the very ones who had pursued Qin Shang in the dense forest. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that the middle-aged man among them was named Mo. Yi Xian fell silent. It was evident that the individuals before him had come in pursuit of the spirit stones. However, he had not anticipated that they would follow him aboard the cloud ship. At that moment, Mo Village suddenly declared, "Surrender those items, and I shall grant you and your sister a chance at survival." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Fighting is strictly prohibited aboard the cloud ship." Mo Village sneered, "As long as I eliminate you and your sister, I can find a moment to cast your corpses overboard. Who would bother to investigate?" Yi Xian pondered for a moment before speaking, "If we give you the items, will you grant us a chance to live?" Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Indeed, our only pursuit is wealth." Yi Xian took a deep breath, resigning himself to the notion that he was not destined to enjoy such luxuries. With that, he produced the black pouch and proceeded towards Mo Village, urging, "You must keep your word." Upon seeing the black pouch, Mo Village's eyes ignited with fervor, and he assuredly replied, "Of course, I shall keep my promise." His right hand slowly clenched into a fist. As Yi Xian approached Mo Village, merely a few steps away, he abruptly tossed a bag to an elder beside Mo Village. The 3 inhabitants of Mo Village were momentarily taken aback. The elder instinctively reached out to catch it, while Mo Village reacted reflexively to snatch it away. At that precise moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed. With a swift motion, a sword materialized before Mo Village, and by the time he regained his senses, the blade had already pierced his throat. In an instant, Mo Village's head was severed from his body, blood splattering everywhere. On the other side, the 2 elders were struck with shock, and in the next heartbeat, they turned to flee. Yet, Yi Xian's sword was swifter. As the 2 elders spun around, his blade penetrated the back of one of them, delivering a fatal blow. However, the other elder managed to break free, not only escaping but also screaming for help in a frenzy. In that moment, the entire first floor of the establishment was roused from its slumber. Yu Xian's expression turned somewhat grim as he sheathed his sword, realizing that the situation had become rather troublesome. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown and adorned with a veil entered Yu Xian's chamber, accompanied by a group of cloud ship guards. Yu Xian clenched his fists tightly, his expression somewhat grim. He could not discern the strength of the veiled woman. Yet he was acutely aware of the prowess of the guards, 3 at the Void Realm and 2 at the peak of the Qi Manipulation Realm. Such a lineup was undeniably formidable. One might say that the strength of the drunken immortal pavilion was truly terrifying. The veiled woman cast a glance at the corpse on the ground, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, before turning her gaze towards Yi Xian. "Did you do this?" Yi Xian nodded and elucidated, "They desire." The veiled woman flicked her sleeve and turned away, intending to descend and explain the matter, subsequently slaying the 2 on the spot and discarding their bodies beneath the cloud vessel. At that moment, Yu Xian's right hand unfurled, and a sword hovered within his palm. The veiled woman, who had nearly reached the threshold, abruptly halted, turning to gaze at Yu Xian, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in her eyes. "A swordsman?" Yu Xian nodded. The veiled woman shook her head, remarking that it was rare for someone so young to become a sword cultivator. However, that was all there was to it. In this cloud ship, The rules surpassed all else. Even if you are a sword cultivator, you must not transgress. Eliminate him. Upon finishing her words, she turned to leave. At that moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, his right hand gripping the sword tightly. In an instant, the sword quivered slightly, a faint glimmer of sword light flickering upon its blade. The individuals present were momentarily taken aback, and the veiled woman halted once more. Yi Xian gazed intently at the veiled woman and said, "I apologize, but I am a grand sword cultivator." He spoke with unwavering composure, his expression devoid of any signs of agitation, though internally he was a tempest of anxiety. A grand sword cultivator? He was far from it. The radiant sword aura emanating from his blade was primarily a result of his invocation of the sword of life and death technique, a unique characteristic of that sword skill. In truth, he had yet to attain the status of a grand sword cultivator, though he was not far from it. As the ethereal sword in Yi Xian's hand radiated a faint glow, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The formidable individuals who had approached him halted, their eyes widening with astonishment and gravity. To them, sword cultivators were indeed rare, yet ordinary sword cultivators were not a scarcity. However, a grand sword cultivator was an entirely different matter. How many people resided in the entirety of Jiang country? The recorded grand sword cultivators numbered fewer than 100. What was even more alarming was the tender age of this young man before them. What kind of terrifying force could possibly nurture such a youthful grand sword cultivator? At that moment, the veiled woman suddenly cast her gaze upon the two corpses on the ground. Dispose of these bodies by feeding them to the dogs. And as for the one who fled earlier, capture him and execute him by the staff before discarding him from the cloud ship, she commanded, before turning her attention back to Yi Xian. Arrange for this young master to have the finest accommodations. Do not let him be neglected. With that, she swiftly departed. Within the chamber, the surrounding guards and strongmen slightly bowed to Yi Xian before turning to leave. One of the guards respectfully announced, "Young master, please follow me." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian followed closely behind Yi Ling, guided by the guards. The siblings arrived at the luxurious suite. Upon entering, they were utterly astonished. It was immense, vastly larger than any accommodation they had previously occupied, at least tenfold. The opulence was unparalleled. The decor surrounding them resembled that of a grand palace. Even the floor beneath their feet was adorned with an unknown type of animal hide, yielding a soft and sumptuous sensation with each step. Behind Yi Xian and his sister, the guards offered a slight bow before retreating. Well, Yi Ling gazed in awe at her surroundings and exclaimed, "Brother, this room is so spacious and beautiful." Yi Xian gently tousled Yi Ling's little head, a soft smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. Yi Ling seemed to have recalled something. She raised her little head to look at Yi Xian and asked, "Brother, is it because you are a great sword cultivator that they treat us this way?" Yi Xian nodded. "But why?" Yi Ling asked, somewhat perplexed. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Because of reality." Yi Ling had further inquiries, but at that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Yi Xian turned around and called, "Please enter." The door swung open, revealing a woman who stepped inside, a familiar figure clad in a purple dress and a veil. The veiled lady took a seat nearby and gestured gracefully, "My lord, please take a seat." Yi Xian took a seat opposite the veiled woman, while Yi Ling obediently settled at a distance, her curious gaze fixated upon the enigmatic figure. The veiled woman poured a cup of tea for Yi Xian, exclaiming, "This is the essence of the celestial bamboo. My lord, please indulge in its taste." Yi Ling nodded slightly, acknowledging the girl as politeness. After speaking, he gently sipped the tea, which flowed smoothly down his throat, sweet and refreshing, providing unparalleled comfort. What an exquisite brew! Yi Xian set down his teacup and gazed at the veiled woman before him. "I am Yi Xian, a native of Qiqing." The veiled woman glanced at Yi Xian and replied, "I am Han Xiangming." Yi Xian smiled faintly, remaining silent. The other party merely mentioned a name, clearly reluctant to disclose too much. Han Xiangming gently sipped her tea, then remarked, "Young sir, at such a tender age, you have already attained the status of a great sword cultivator. I presume you hail from a prestigious lineage. Might I inquire as to your esteemed master?" Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Observing this, Han Xiangming furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "What is the young master implying?" Yi Xian gazed directly at Han Xiangming and remarked, "Miss Han, if I may speak candidly, do you judge others by their background when forming associations?" Han Xiangming's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by Yi Xian's unexpected statement. Yi Xian continued, "Miss Han, when it comes to forming friendships, sincerity is paramount, rather than employing tricks or considering one's noble lineage. Of course, If this is the manner in which you choose to cultivate friendships, then I must graciously decline. With that, he stood and glanced towards Yiling in the distance. Let us depart. Yiling obediently ran to Yuxian's side. Yuxian departed without a moment's hesitation. However, just as the siblings reached the door, Han Xiangming suddenly called out, "Young master, please hold on." Yuxian halted his steps, and Han Xiangming softly remarked, "I was rather presumptuous earlier. Please do not hold it against me, my lord." Yuxian turned to Han Xiangming and said, "Miss Han, regarding the earlier incident, I appreciate your forbearance. I shall remember this kindness and repay you in the future." Although he spoke these words, it was evident that he was drawing a line. Han Xiangming discerned the underlying meaning in Yuxian's words, yet she chose not to elaborate, merely nodding slightly. "It is getting late. You should rest, young master." With that, she turned to leave the private chamber. Outside, an elderly man appeared behind Han Xiangming. "Miss?" She paused, acknowledging the presence of the sword cultivator, whose temperament was notoriously brusque. The old man nodded, noting that sword cultivators often preferred solitude and sometimes exhibited eccentricities. "Miss, your earlier revelation of your name was quite sincere. Yet this fellow perceives you as haughty. How absurd." Han Xiangming shook her head. "It matters not. His forthright nature, while perhaps irksome to some, is far preferable to those who speak with double meanings." She commanded, "Relay my orders. They are to remain in this deluxe chamber until they reach the imperial capital. With all provisions matching the standards of such accommodations, there must be no negligence whatsoever." After issuing her directive, she swiftly vanished into the distance. Within the chamber, a voice inquired, "Brother, is the great sword cultivator formidable? He must be quite impressive. Are you not a great sword cultivator?" "Of course, I am on the verge of becoming one." "Wow, you are deceiving me." "Humph, you know too much. I might have to silence you." "Hee, I am not afraid." Half an hour later, after covering the already slumbering Yiling with a quilt, Yuxian entered the realm of the prison tower. To cultivate, only the strong earn respect. The harsh realities of society incessantly reminded him of this truth. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm, further establishing himself as a peak sword cultivator. His speed, strength, and reflexes were nearly at their zenith. Although he was still in the Qi transformation realm, his prowess was not something an average Qi control realm warrior could contend with. Within his realm, while not invincible, he was certainly among the elite. However, he understood well that the path of martial arts was akin to rowing against the current. If one did not advance, one would regress. Therefore, he dared not relax for a moment. Currently, when confronting shadows, he was able to match them equally, yet he was far from satisfied. His ambition was to vanquish the shadows. Inside the realm of the prison tower, Yuxian was alone, accustomed to solitude. As for the enigmatic woman, she typically remained silent, and he refrained from disturbing her, knowing well that she would never engage in idle chatter. Cultivation was a monotonous and lonely endeavor. After 2 hours, Yuxian paused, standing with his sword, his entire body drenched in perspiration. Yuxian glanced at the Lingxiao sword in his hand and then inquired, "Senior, why is it that every time I engage in practice with the shadow, I feel as though I have reached my utmost limit? Yet, upon the next encounter, I experience the same sensation. Has the strength of the shadow been enhanced by you, Senior?" After a brief moment, the voice of the enigmatic woman echoed, "Your sensation indicates that you are indeed making progress with each encounter. As for the notion of limits, they are but illusions. Your current foundation, while commendable, is merely sufficient within the confines of places like Qiqing and Jianghua. In the grander schemes of larger nations and esteemed sects, it is rather ordinary. Therefore, spending some time in the Qi transformation realm will be beneficial for you, though be mindful not to linger too long. As for matters regarding the spiritual sword, you must find your own way to address them." Yuxian nodded in understanding. His current objective was to enhance his capabilities in various aspects before reaching the Qi mastery stage. After indulging in a refreshing wash, he decided to rest instead of continuing his cultivation. One must exercise moderation in training, otherwise, one risks overexertion. An hour and a half later, Yuxian awoke, and so did Yiling. Soon, breakfast was delivered, featuring a sumptuous array of dishes that the siblings nearly devoured entirely. Having grown accustomed to frugal living, they were determined not to squander the rare opportunity to enjoy a hearty meal. Upon finishing their repast, Yuxian led Yiling out of their private compartment and onto the deck of the cloud ship. At this moment, the vessel soared high above the ground, suspended at least several hundred feet in the air. The deck was teeming with people, and the brother and sister made their way to the bow, a section exclusively reserved for the occupants of the premium compartments, boasting the finest views. Yi Xian raised his gaze, and in the distance, mountains encircled him, with birds occasionally soaring gracefully between the peaks. Wow! Beside Yi Xian, Yiling exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, look! Those mountains have shrunk in size." Yi Xian gently ruffled Yiling's small head, then he lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, as he beheld the verdant mountains and the white clouds. Yi Xian found himself lost in thought. Once, when he was on the ground, the scenery before him was limited, but now, suspended in the air, the vistas he beheld were utterly different from those seen on the earth, and his thoughts had also transformed. The world of Qingsheng was but a speck. While the universe sprawled infinitely, he too felt diminutive amidst the vastness of heaven and earth. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's demeanor, Yiling fell into a contemplative silence, recognizing that her brother was likely lost in thought. Consequently, she strolled to the edge of the boat, grasping the railing with both hands, and marveled, "It is truly magnificent." How naive. At that moment, a shrill voice pierced through the air, startling Yiling. She turned to see a young boy of similar age standing not far from her, adorned in opulent attire. Yet, he was rather rotund, to the extent that his eyes were nearly obscured by the folds of flesh. Yiling withdrew her gaze, as she had no desire to trouble her brother. However, the young boy approached her side, scrutinizing her with a disdainful expression. "Look at your clothes," he remarked. "They even have patches. Surely, you cannot be so impoverished that you cannot afford a single garment?" Yiling indifferent remarked, "Clothing is of little consequence. As long as it can be worn, that suffices. After all, having my brother is more than enough." The young boy patted his garments with pride and declared, "Do you know what this is made of? It is crafted from the hide of a mystical spirit fox, worth enough to purchase 100,000 of your garments." Yiling glanced at the young boy's attire and replied, "I am not impressed. I have an older brother." The boy then produced a lustrous jade stone, which immediately captivated Yiling's attention. The jade was immaculate and exceptionally beautiful. Observing Yiling's fascination, the boy smugly declared, "This is a fine spirit jade, worth its weight in gold. Do you possess anything like it?" Yiling snorted, "I have an older brother." The little boy retorted angrily, "Could you please stop mentioning your brother?" Yiling disregarded the young boy and instead gazed into the distant horizon, softly murmuring, "I only have my brother. I am profoundly grateful for your unwavering support during this period of my new literary endeavor. The encouragement in the form of recommendations and monthly votes is deeply appreciated. Witnessing the daily messages from readers brings an indescribable joy. During the time without publishing, I felt an emptiness, as if something vital was missing. Now, with your companionship, I genuinely feel at ease. As writers, we often find ourselves in solitude, with readers being our primary source of interaction. It seems that we exist solely for our readers. I extend my heartfelt thanks to those who have generously supported me. I assure you, I will remain steadfast and committed, never faltering in my dedication. Regardless of any modest achievements, I shall strive even harder. Only my brother." Yiling suddenly smiled, for having an elder brother was more than sufficient. Beside Yiling, the young boy suddenly inquired, "Is your brother very remarkable?" Yiling nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed impressive." The young boy snorted dismissively, asserting, "No matter how impressive, he cannot surpass my father." Yiling glanced at the little boy and asked, "Is your father formidable?" The boy immediately perked up and nodded vigorously. "Of course he is. He is the lord of Qieshan City, and everyone in Qieshan City must heed his commands." "The lord?" Yiling blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, that's quite impressive." The little boy replied with pride, "Of course, in Qieshan City, our family is the most prominent." Yiling glanced at the little boy and remarked, "My brother says one should be modest. Otherwise, one might easily be beaten outside." However, the little boy shook his head and replied, "If anyone is to be beaten, it would be my father, not me." Yiling was left astounded, utterly taken aback. "Is this truly the case?" The little boy suddenly pointed to Yi Xian in the distance, inquiring, "Is he your brother?" Yiling nodded, "That's my brother." "Handsome, isn't he?" The young boy scoffed. "What good is being handsome? It doesn't put food on the table." Yiling smiled playfully, remarking on his handsome appearance, suggesting that he would have no trouble finding a wife in the future. The young boy scoffed, declaring, "I have wealth. I can marry as many wives as I desire." Yiling shook her head and said, "Little chubby one, let me tell you, money is not omnipotent." The young boy retorted, "That's not true. My dad says that money can make the devil do things. There is nothing in this world that money cannot accomplish. If there is, it simply means there isn't enough money. Therefore, I aim to earn a great deal of money." At this point, he seemed to recall something and, with a hint of anger, exclaimed, "You called me little chubby one. Am I really that fat?" Yiling cast a glance at the little boy, observing that his physique must weigh at least 200 pounds. She shrugged her shoulders and remarked, "Isn't that considered overweight?" The boy retorted angrily, "My father says this is robust, strong." Yiling shook her head and cast a sympathetic glance at the little boy. "Your father is truly kind-hearted." The boy's expression darkened slightly. And after a brief moment, he asked, "Am I really that overweight?" Yiling nodded, exclaiming, "Quite plump indeed." The young boy, with clenched fists, exclaimed in anger, "They have all deceived me." Yet, Yiling paid no heed to the young boy. Instead, she retreated to Yuxian's side. She did not disturb him, but gently embraced his arm, resting her head upon it. Witnessing this scene, the young boy snorted disdainfully before turning and running towards a middle-aged man who was chatting nearby. "Father, give me a brother." The middle-aged man responded with silence. The cloud ship sailed across a myriad of mountains, arriving upon an expansive river that seemed to stretch endlessly, its width spanning at least several thousand zhang. Truly a magnificent river. Meanwhile, Yuxian remained utterly still, gazing ahead as if in deep meditation. For some time, Yuxian had scarcely allowed himself to ponder, lacking the leisure for contemplation. Yet now, upon boarding the cloud ship and beholding the vast mountains and rivers, a myriad of thoughts surged within his mind, thoughts he had never experienced before. Within a certain private chamber, an elderly man clad in simple attire regarded Han Xiangming with a cold gaze. "I have heard that you allowed an unknown youth to occupy a first-class suite?" Han Xiangming nodded, affirming the claim. "Indeed, it is so. Is this trivial matter truly of concern to Elder Gu?" The elder responded icily, "A first-class suite is not a privilege afforded to just anyone. You ought to comprehend this better than anyone else." With a light chuckle, Han Xiangming replied, "He is no ordinary individual. He is a formidable sword cultivator. A mere gesture of goodwill should suffice. No? A sword cultivator?" The elder scoffed. "Are you deceiving a child? A youth of merely 17 or 18 cannot be a sword cultivator. Why not claim he is in Longjing, the renowned scholar?" Han Xiangming's brows furrowed slightly. "Elder Gu, are you deliberately seeking a quarrel?" Elder Gu retorted with a cold smile. "How could I dare? Although you have been dispatched to oversee the commerce within Chieshan City in the imperial capital, according to family decree, your authority only takes effect upon your arrival in the capital." At that moment, 2 guards entered at Elder Gu's command. "The brother and sister pair are unworthy of residing in the first-class suite. Dispose of their belongings," he ordered. The guards bowed respectfully before departing. Han Xiangming shot a cold glance at Elder Gu, realizing he was resolute in demonstrating loyalty to certain individuals. Elder Gu chuckled derisively. "I am afraid I do not grasp what Miss Han is implying. I am merely fulfilling my duties. Should the third miss find my actions objectionable, she is free to lodge a complaint." Han Xiangming nodded. "I shall remember this." With that, she turned and exited the chamber. Inside, Elder Gu sneered. "You wish to cultivate relationships, yet it seems fate is not in your favor." He then stepped out of the room, acutely aware that he was about to relinquish his position. If he did not express loyalty to those behind him during this critical juncture, he would likely face a life of retirement upon his return. He had long sought an opportunity, and now it had finally presented itself. On the deck of the cloud ship, Elder Gu approached Yuxian from behind, accompanied by the 2 guards. Noticing this, Yiling released her grip on Yuxian's arm and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Elder Gu glanced at Yuxian and smirked coldly. With his prowess, he could effortlessly discern Yuxian's realm of cultivation. Yuxian was merely at the Qi transformation stage. How could a Qi transformation cultivator be a sword cultivator? It was utterly absurd. Elder Gu turned to one of the guards, who nodded slightly before tossing the siblings' belongings at Yiling's feet. "You?" Yiling was completely bewildered, unsure of what had transpired, as the gazes of many around them turned in their direction. Elder Gu sneered, "This first-class suite is not a place for you to reside." Yiling hastily explained, "It was that elder sister who arranged for us to stay here. She." "Have you made the payment?" Elder Gu interrupted Yiling. "Do you have the ticket receipt?" Yiling grew anxious and hurriedly explained again. "It was that elder sister who insisted that my brother and I reside here. You may inquire with her." Elder Gu sneered, "Without a ticket or any proof, your words are nothing but nonsense. It seems you are deliberately trying to infiltrate the VIP compartment." With that, his expression hardened. "Someone, seize these 2 and dispose of their bodies overboard." 2 guards advanced towards Yuxian and Yiling, causing Yiling's face to blanch. She quickly positioned herself protectively behind Yuxian and protested. "It was you who permitted us to stay here. How can you treat us this way? You are bullying us." Elder Gu scoffed. "You occupy a VIP room without the proper ticket, showing utter disdain for my Zui Xianlu. Do not think it excessive to execute you both. For even annihilating your entire clan would be justifiable. The atmosphere in the room was thick with intimidation. Yet, no one dared to speak, for this was Zui Xianlu. And those who might voice their opinions were unwilling to offend Elder Gu for the sake of two strangers. Before long, one of the guards seized Yiling and forcefully dragged her aside. Yiling's right hand dislocated entirely, causing her delicate face to break out in cold sweat from the pain. Yet, she resolutely crawled towards Yi Xian with unwavering determination. The guard furrowed his brow and delivered a kick to Yiling's abdomen. Bang! Yiling was abruptly propelled away by the force of a kick, crashing heavily against the ship's wall, rendering her unconscious. In the distance, the plump little boy witnessed this scene and was about to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by the middle-aged man beside him. The boy glared at the man, exclaiming, "Father, they are bullying her." The middle-aged man shook his head, advising him to first observe the situation. Just then, not far away, Yu Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Yu Xian gazed ahead. The vastness of the universe dwarfed his being, yet his heart could expand boundlessly. The heavens and earth may confine his body, but they cannot imprison his spirit. With an infinite heart, he wields an infinite sword. Thus, he contemplated. Yi Xian suddenly felt a wave of exhilaration coursing through his entire being. In an instant, the Lingxiao sword erupted from within him. Buzz! A resounding sound of the sword echoed across the vast sky. The Lingxiao sword spiraled majestically above the cloud ship. At that moment, all eyes on the cloud ship were fixed upon Yi Xian, not far away. The middle-aged man beside the young boy who had conversed with Yiling looked on in disbelief and murmured, "How is this possible? The sword heart is so clear." What does it mean for the sword heart to be clear? A clear sword heart signifies a profound understanding of one's own path in swordsmanship, possessing a lucid and unwavering goal, unperturbed by external distractions. It represents a mystical realm of sword cultivation. This state is also referred to as a quasi-sword path master. Throughout history, those who have achieved a clear sword heart have invariably ascended to the rank of sword path masters. The sole sword path master of the Jiang Kingdom was once a person with a bright sword heart. Meanwhile, Han Xiangming was also taken aback, her bright, watery eyes brimming with disbelief. Upon regaining his senses, Yi Xian turned to his side and smiled. Linger I. In the next moment, he was struck dumb. When he beheld Yiling's appearance not far away, it was as if she had been paralyzed. In an instant, he dashed toward her like a madman, trembling as he lifted her into his arms. What happened? He cried out, suddenly roaring like a wild beast. Who did this? At that moment, the plump young boy hurriedly pointed towards the distant Elder Gu and two guards, exclaiming, "It was them. They harmed her. It was that guard who struck her." Yu Xian abruptly lifted his gaze towards the guard, and in an instant, amidst the multitude of onlookers, he charged forth. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's daring move, Elder Gu bellowed with fury, "Impudence! Do you think this place allows for your recklessness?" As he spoke, he prepared to retaliate. However, Yi Xian's sword suddenly changed direction, aimed directly at Elder Gu. The crowd was left in utter astonishment. After all, Elder Gu was a master of the sky-piercing realm. Elder Gu narrowed his eyes, underestimating the situation. With a swift utterance, he clenched his fists tightly, and in an instant, an invisible force erupted from his being. At that moment, the sword was upon them. A brilliant sword light suddenly erupted from the blade. A single strike determined life and death. The sword light. A grand sword cultivator. Such a youthful grand sword cultivator. The onlookers were petrified. Even Elder Gu found himself momentarily stunned. This was indeed a grand sword cultivator. Terror gripped Elder Gu's heart. Yet he could not afford to hesitate. Clenching his fists, he launched a powerful strike forward, unleashing two torrents of formidable energy that surged forth like a flood. However, upon encountering that sword, the two forces were instantly torn apart. In a heartbeat, to the astonishment of all present, Elder Gu's arms were severed and sent flying. With a cry of agony, he staggered backward, while two guards nearby prepared to intervene. Yet, Yi Xian, like a specter, slipped past them with astonishing agility. Swoosh! Two bloodied heads soared through the air. In mere moments, he had dispatched them with ease. The surrounding crowd was filled with dread, many instinctively retreating in fear. On the other side, the chubby boy looked on in disbelief, exclaiming, "My brother, how impressive!" After dispatching the two guards, Yi Xian raised his gaze towards Elder Gu, who was now filled with dread. "I am an elder of the drunken immortal pavilion. If you lay a hand on me, you are challenging the drunken immortal pavilion itself." Yi Xian approached Elder Gu with his sword in hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Gu was struck with terror and retreated repeatedly. At that moment, Han Xiaoming suddenly appeared before Yi Xian and solemnly remarked, "Young Master Yi, it is time to cease this. If this continues, it will be impossible to contain the situation." However, her voice was abruptly silenced as Yi Xian grasped her throat with one hand. Han Xiaoming gazed at Yi Xian in silence, exhibiting an air of tranquility. Yi Xian's expression was fierce as he confronted her, accusing, "It was you who arranged for my sister and me to stay in the special room. Yet now you emerge to trouble us. This matter is indeed connected to you, is it not?" The enigmatic woman had already recounted the previous events to him. Thus he had grasped the entire sequence of occurrences. Han Xiaoming met Yi Xian's gaze directly, sensing that if this turmoil continued, it would spiral beyond control. Yi Xian grinned malevolently, declaring, "Your internal affairs should not implicate my sister. Yet, it is indeed your actions that have instigated this chaos, and you do nothing to prevent it. You deserve to perish." As he spoke, he exerted tremendous force with his left hand. This was a deadly move. However, at the very moment his hand clenched tightly, Han Xiaoming had silently retreated several paces away. Simultaneously, an elder materialized before her. The elder coldly regarded Yi Xian and warned, "Young Master Yi, do not bring calamity upon yourself due to the forces behind you." Yi Xian cast a glance at Yi Ling, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness not far away, and in that moment, his heart felt as though it were being cleaved. Suddenly, he erupted into a fit of laughter, wild and unhinged. "What calamity has befallen us? My sister and I were perfectly fine. What wrong have we committed? How could my sister end up in such a dire state?" As his voice faded, he opened his palm, revealing the Lingxiao sword materializing within. The sword quivered violently in his hand, as if it sensed Yi Xian's murderous intent and fury, emitting a series of resounding sword cries. He was prepared to unleash a strike that would determine life and death once more. Witnessing Yi Xian's intent to strike, the elderly man narrowed his eyes. While on the other side, Han Xiaoming's countenance turned exceedingly grim. This was a path that could lead to mutual destruction. At that moment, she was overwhelmed with regret. Had she foreseen this, she should have intervened earlier to prevent it. A young master of swordsmanship, who had just attained a state of pure clarity in his heart. The drunken immortal pavilion harbored no fear, yet to provoke such a prodigy would ensure that she would never again be favored in her lifetime. The most alarming possibility was the potential conflict it could incite between two powerful factions. After all, the talent and combat prowess that Yi Xian displayed was utterly terrifying. Such a person undoubtedly had a formidable force backing him. If that were the case, both she and Elder Gu, along with all the guards and overseers aboard the cloud ship, could face dire consequences. Just as Yi Xian was about to take action, a mysterious woman's voice echoed in his mind. "Have you considered the repercussions of this strike?" "Haha." Yi Xian laughed maniacally, pondering what consequences could possibly arise from my sister's unfortunate fate. As his voice faded, Yi Xian's sword was drawn. In that fleeting moment, a voice suddenly emerged from beside him. "Brother." Though the tone was faint as a whisper, Yi Xian's entire being trembled. Yi Xian came to a halt, swiftly turning to embrace Yi Ling gently, his hands trembling with emotion. Throughout his life, he had wielded the sword for his sister and could just as easily sheath it for her sake. Upon witnessing Yi Xian refrain from taking action, both Han Xiaoming and the elder beside her breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Yi Xian chose to strike, there would be no room for negotiation. Thankfully, the little girl still breathed. Otherwise, the direst outcome of the day would have been Yi Xian's demise, while they faced severe retribution. Perhaps even vengeance from the formidable forces behind him. Regardless of the outcome, neither was desirable for them. Meanwhile, Elder Gu attempted to make his escape, but was swiftly brought down by a forceful strike from the elder beside Han Xiaoming. She cast a cold glance at Elder Gu, silently bidding him to await his judgment. At her words, Elder Gu's face turned ashen. On the other side, Yi Xian cradled Yi Ling with utmost care, his gaze fixed upon her pallid visage. The once indomitable boy, who had endured countless injuries without shedding a tear, now found tears cascading from his eyes like a broken dam. Yi Ling gazed at Yi Xian and softly said, "Brother, please, do not cry. I am not in such pain. Yi Xian held Yi Ling tightly, weeping like a child, lamenting, "It is my fault, it is my fault." At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Yi Xian with a chubby boy in tow, saying, "Young friend, I have brought a physician with me. May I allow him to take a look?" Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much." The middle-aged man smiled faintly and turned to a cloaked elder. The elder nodded and then crouched before Yi Ling. After a brief moment, the elder spoke softly, "It is nothing but superficial wounds. As for the dislocated hand, I have already set it back in place. With a little time for recuperation, she will be fine. However, there is a strange chill within her body that I have never encountered before. With that, he directed his gaze towards Yixian. Yixian spoke in a deep voice. It is of no consequence. As long as there are no issues elsewhere, that will suffice. As for this chill, I shall devise a solution in due course. The old man in black nodded, refraining from further comment, and stepped aside. Yixian cupped his fists in greeting towards the middle-aged man, saying, I am Yixian. May I inquire your esteemed name? The middle-aged man chuckled and replied, I am Lu Xiaoran, the lord of Qianshan City. Lord. Yixian was momentarily taken aback, but soon, he clasped his fists together once more, expressing his gratitude for his sister's matter. Lu Xiaoran replied with a smile, it was but a trifling matter. Yixian nodded, then turned with his sword towards Elder Gu, who was not far away. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, and so were the onlookers around them. Was this fellow still unwilling to relent? Han Xiangming and the elderly man beside her wore solemn expressions. Elder Lu was indeed a member of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Although he was merely a minor elder from the outer hall, he still held the title of an elder within the pavilion. Under no circumstances could they allow him to be slain by Yixian. Otherwise, it would be a blatant affront to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Yixian approached Elder Gu, while Han Xiangming stood protectively in front of him. Young Master Yi, this matter will be handled by our Zui Xian Lu, rest assured. We shall impose severe punishment upon him and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Yixian cast a cold glance at Han Xiangming and commanded, keep your distance. Han Xiangming's delicate brows furrowed instantly. She was about to respond when Yixian stepped before her, locking his gaze onto hers. It was you who permitted our entry. Yet he comes to torment my sibling and me, and you do nothing to intervene. Allow me to speculate. You must wish to ascertain my true strength and the influences behind me, while simultaneously hoping to incite animosity between us, leading to our mutual destruction, thereby allowing you to reap the benefits. Am I correct? Han Xiangming's hands gradually clenched in surprise, for Yixian's words mirrored her previous thoughts. Beside them, Elder Gu laughed heartily. Isn't that precisely her intention? However, she has grossly underestimated your feelings for that young girl, as well as your formidable prowess. Otherwise, she would have spared no effort to safeguard the girl and forge an alliance with you, thereby securing a favor. Alas, she has miscalculated. Ha ha. At that moment, Yixian's sword suddenly pierced through Elder Gu's brow. With a swift motion, blood splattered. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. This was an outright provocation against the Drunken Immortal Tower. Han Xiangming's face paled as the reality set in. This was not the conclusion, but merely the beginning. Yixian sheathed his sword and turned to face Yi Ling, declaring, those who dare to bully you in this world shall not see the light of another day. Tears welled up in Yi Ling's eyes. At that moment, the cloud ship came to an abrupt halt. Opposite the vessel, a majestic crane soared into view, its wings extending at least 10 zhang. Upon the back of the crane stood an elegant middle-aged man, holding a jade fan delicately in his hand. Soon, amidst the gazes of countless onlookers, the crane descended onto the cloud ship, a powerful gust of wind emanating from its arrival, causing many to stagger backward. The middle-aged man stepped down from the crane with measured grace. Han Xiangming and the elder beside her paled at the sight. They had not anticipated the arrival of this individual. They promptly approached and offered a slight bow, greeting the cold master. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoran, the lord of Qianshan City, instantly adopted a serious demeanor. The Drunken Immortal Tower comprises 9 floors, each overseen by a master, each wielding immense power and unfathomable strength. The cold master before them was the one responsible for all matters concerning the Drunken Immortal Tower of Jiang country. Even the sovereign of Jiang would treat him with considerable deference. The cold master nodded slightly, casting a glance at the distant corpse of Elder Gu, and inquired, is he dead? Han Xiangming and her companion dared not respond, lowering their head slightly. The cold master then turned his gaze towards Yixian, scrutinizing him with a hint of surprise. Such a solid foundation was indeed rare, and to add to that, he was a swordsman with a clear sword heart, truly exceptional. It was unexpected to find such talent in Jiang country. With that, he surveyed the surroundings and declared, esteemed guests, this is a private matter of the Drunken Immortal Tower. Please retreat to your quarters. At his words, the people dared not linger and hurriedly returned to their rooms. Lu Xiaoran, after casting a glance at Yixian, reluctantly led the plump young man back to his own chamber. Only a few remained on the deck of the cloud ship. The cold master's gaze once again settled on Yixian. Such an ordinary place could not possibly give rise to someone like you. Pray tell, to which faction do you belong? I am quite curious as to what emboldens you to slay a member of my drunken immortal tower. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. So, if the forces behind me are formidable, I could preserve my life. The master of the cold tower shook his head. No, that is not the case. Your blatant act of slaying the elder of the drunken immortal lodge is a direct affront to our dignity. Therefore, regardless of your identity or the powers that support you, you shall meet your demise today. It is indeed a pity, yet there is no alternative. The reputation of the drunken immortal lodge must not be tarnished in this realm of Qizhou. As I speak, it occurs to me that my inquiry into your backing is merely to ascertain whether to hold them accountable, not out of fear of them. In this kingdom of Jiang, there is no force that the drunken immortal lodge cannot confront. Yi Xian remained silent. Power? What power did he possess? He had not a single soul backing him. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets for having slain those individuals previously. Was he thoughtless? Impulsive? He acknowledged his lack of forethought and admitted to his impetuosity. Yet if given the chance to choose anew, he would act without hesitation once more. For had he spared those men, the drunken immortal pavilion would merely have reprimanded them. If even that, in a few years, they would likely return to their opulent lives. And what about his sister? Would she simply endure the blows? Absolutely not. He could endure suffering for his sister's sake, but should anyone lay a hand on her, Yi Xian would never stand idly by. The master of the cold hall spoke softly. What is it? Do you not wish to speak? Yi Xian smiled and said, There is no power behind me, truly. I am not deceiving you. The master of the cold pavilion narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, without any backing. Do you dare to kill someone from my drunken immortal pavilion? Yi Xian gazed intently at the enigmatic and refined gentleman before him. The drunken immortal pavilion bullies others with its power. I shall simply eradicate them. It is as straightforward as that. The cultured man chuckled lightly. Bullies? In this realm, the strong command respect. The drunken immortal pavilion may act with arrogance, but if you can endure this moment, there will come a time when you carve out your own domain. To sacrifice a promising future merely to vent your anger is foolishness. Do you not comprehend? Yi Xian straightened his back. How could the spine of a sword cultivator bend? The refined gentleman smiled slightly, stating, Indeed. A sword cultivator who bows has ceased to be one. Very well, since you claim there is no power behind you, you shall bear the consequences alone. I will stand with my brother. At that moment, Yiling suddenly embraced Yi Xian, her gaze fixed resolutely on the cultured man. We will face this together. The master of the cold tower glanced at Yiling and chuckled. Very well, I shall honor the bond between you siblings. He then turned his attention to the elderly figure nearby, instructing that their bodies be hung at the bow of the cloud ship. A warning to all who dare offend the drunken immortal pavilion. He intended to demonstrate that the drunken immortal pavilion wields power to intimidate, should anyone defy us. They are welcome to challenge. With that, he prepared to depart, but at that moment, Yi Xian's sword at his waist began to tremble violently. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Master Han abruptly turned his gaze towards the bow of the ship, and several others present followed suit. At the pinnacle of the bow, a woman had mysteriously appeared. She had long hair cascading down to her waist and was clad in a simple dress. Standing with her back to the onlookers, her right hand was positioned behind her, fingers spinning two objects, one black and one white. She stood there, overlooking the vessel beneath, allowing the gentle breeze to lift her garments and hair delicately. Everyone was rendered speechless. Who was this person? Master Han's expression darkened, for he had not noticed when the woman had arrived. Just as he was about to speak, the woman suddenly declared, Allow me to demonstrate what it means to intimidate others with power. If you can summon your finest from the drunken immortal pavilion, draw 2 swords, and I shall concede defeat. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Xian froze in astonishment. That voice was so familiar. In the next moment, he trembled. For the voice of the woman before him was that of the enigmatic figure from within the realm of the Abyss Tower. She has emerged? She can leave? Yi Xian was utterly bewildered. Upon hearing the words of the enigmatic woman, the master of the cold pavilion narrowed his eyes slightly, exclaiming, You claim that your Zhuai Xian Lu can produce the most formidable fighter? Such audacity! Not even the grandest empire of Qizhou, the Han Empire, would dare to utter such a statement lightly. It is imperative to understand that the influence of Zhuai Xian Lu extends beyond the borders of the Jiang Kingdom, encompassing the entirety of Qizhou. Throughout the countless dynastic changes in this region, Zhuai Xian Lu has persevered. This alone speaks volumes. The mysterious woman remained silent. Under the gaze of the onlookers, she gracefully lifted her delicate hand, causing the waters of the grand river below to suddenly converge. In an instant, to the astonishment of the spectators, the river coalesced into a water sword. The river was nearly drained in that moment. Witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, including that of the cold pavilion master. What extraordinary power was this? At that moment, Yi Xian heard the voice of the mysterious woman echo in his mind. What does it mean to determine life and death with a single sword? As her words fell, the water sword in her hand transformed into a beam of sword light, flashing through the arena. Was it swift? Not at all. The few present observed it distinctly. However, the expression of the cold pavilion master changed drastically. The target of the sword was him, and although he perceived the sword's speed to be slow, this implied something ominous. It meant he could not discern the essence of the blade. This sword had transcended the boundaries of his comprehension. Despite this, the cold pavilion master did not resign himself to inaction. He suddenly clasped his hands together, a radiant golden light enveloping him. Concurrently, he swiftly formed a hand seal and thrust it forward, unleashing the 10,000 Mountains Guardian seal. As his voice resonated, a golden disk of energy materialized before him. The surrounding mountains trembled violently, and soon, countless earthy energies surged forth from the mountains, converging into the golden disk as if rivers returning to the sea. In that moment, the golden disk quivered intensely, emitting a brilliance that even overshadowed the blazing sun above. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the sword of the mysterious woman approached. Anticipating a cataclysmic clash, the ensuing scene rendered them all petrified. As the water sword neared the golden disk, it shattered with a thunderous explosion, scattering golden energy across the heavens. Yet, the water sword continued its deliberate advance, inching closer to the cold pavilion master, who was rendered powerless to resist, allowing the sword to rest against his brow. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman remained turned away from them, not once glancing back. A complete defeat. A singular sword had brought about utter devastation. Beside them, Han Xiangming and the elder trembled in shock, their bodies quaking with disbelief. Yi Xian was unaware of the true strength of the Cold Master, yet it was evident to them that within the realm of the Jiang Kingdom, the Cold Master undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 in prowess. However, at this moment, he had been defeated by a single sword strike. Was this enigmatic woman truly a master of the sword? At that moment, the mysterious woman's voice resonated, declaring, with a single sword, I determine life and death. If I wish him to live, he shall live. If I desire his demise, he shall perish. Should I draw my sword, the fate of my adversaries lies within my grasp. Do you comprehend? Yi Xian swallowed hard. I do not quite comprehend. The mysterious woman nodded slightly. That is to be expected. If you understood, it would surely warrant a beating. The profundity of this sword technique is beyond your current grasp. However, now that you have witnessed my sword, you possess a general understanding, which will prove immensely beneficial for you. Yi Xian bowed deeply, fully comprehending the situation. The enigmatic woman nodded in acknowledgement and added, Bring forth the strongest fighter from the drunken immortal pavilion. If a single sword cannot resolve this, I shall consider it my defeat. The crowd fell silent. Master Han glanced at the mysterious woman, a bitter smile crossing his face. This esteemed elder, our drunken immortal pavilion. Master Han's voice abruptly ceased as the water sword between his brows pierced half an inch deep, blood gushing forth. The mysterious woman's voice rang out once more. You are far too weak. Refrain from speaking. I spare your life so you can observe how I will dominate your drunken immortal pavilion. Now, summon your strongest fighter. In that instant, Master Han's expression soured, as though he had ingested something repulsive. He realized that the drunken immortal pavilion had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, how could such a terrifying powerhouse emerge from this small country of Jiang? At that moment, a dark speck appeared on the horizon, rapidly growing larger. Simultaneously, a booming laughter echoed from the sky. I am the master of the 8th floor of the drunken immortal pavilion. Pray tell, what grievance have we caused you to provoke such ire? Just then, the water sword pressed against Master Han's brow shot upward, piercing the distant sky. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream reverberated from the clouds, followed by the slow descent of a bloodied old man's head. Witnessing this scene, Master Han's face turned ashen. At that moment, he recognized that he had severely underestimated the strength of this mysterious woman. She was not merely at the level of a sword master. She could potentially be a sword emperor. The sword emperor, the sovereign among swords. As this thought crossed his mind, Master Han's pallor deepened. If such a powerful entity were to be provoked, while the drunken, immortal pavilion might withstand the confrontation. Inciting such an unparalleled warrior could cost him not only his life but also his position as master of the pavilion. Moreover, he could very well suffer unimaginable torment. This incident had already resulted in the loss of a pavilion master, and given the woman's demeanor, she showed no signs of relenting. The commotion aboard the cloud ship was significant, and powerful figures from surrounding factions sensed the disturbance, yet none dared to approach, opting instead to observe from a distance. Everyone understood that an unparalleled sword cultivator was enacting retribution. On the cloud ship, the water sword floated beside the mysterious woman as she pointed it at Master Han, commanding, "Call for more. I demand you summon them." Master Han forced a desolate smile. "Esteemed elder, this matter is indeed our fault. I beseech you to quell your anger." "We will certainly." Suddenly, Master Han's arm was severed, flying away. The mysterious woman spoke coolly, "Next time you utter such nonsense, it will be your head that rolls. When I command you to summon, you shall obey. Do you understand?" Master Han's expression was one of utter despair. Summon them? He could still do so, but given the current situation, those summoned might also meet their demise. To remain silent? It was clear that this mysterious woman would not relent. The drunken immortal pavilion was in dire straits. He glanced at Yixian not far away, cursing inwardly, "Did you not say there was no one behind you? Is this not someone? If you had mentioned that a sword emperor was backing you, how could I have ever troubled you?" As for Yixian, he too felt a sense of bewilderment. He recognized that the mysterious woman was no ordinary individual and possessed immense power. Yet he had not anticipated her to be this formidable. Even more surprising was her willingness to intervene on his behalf. Despite her assistance, he felt an unsettling premonition, as if the tower of the realm within him was stirring, suggesting that the imprisoned entities might soon break free. This thought sent chills down his spine. At that moment, a gray-robed elder appeared strangely on the cloud ship. Another visitor. Yixian hastily turned to the old man in the gray robe, who appeared quite aged. His hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. The old man disregarded everyone around him, his gaze fixated upon the enigmatic woman before him. He offered a slight bow, introducing himself as the master of the third floor of the drunken immortal tower, and expressed his reverence for the sword immortal. Sword immortal? At these words, the nearby Master Han's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief shimmering within his gaze. How many sword immortals exist in this world? Indeed, how many can be found throughout the entire Qingtsong realm? Certainly, none have ever graced the region of Qingzhou, the mysterious woman remarked. You've done well to cultivate to such a level. You possess the qualifications to receive a strike from me. As she spoke, the sword beside her quivered slightly. At that moment, the old man quickly intervened. Predecessor, please, do not be angered. Your strength surpasses the realm of Qingzhou, and I, as a junior, would naturally not dare to accept a strike from you. Given your power and status, I trust you would not trouble us mere youngsters. Clearly, his words implied, I cannot defeat you, so please do not bully the weak. Trouble? The mysterious woman chuckled lightly. You, the drunken immortal tower, previously intended to hang the corpse of that little fellow over there at the bow of the ship, claiming that in Qingzhou, there are no forces that your drunken immortal tower cannot provoke. Such audacity. You speak with great bravado. The old man offered no defense, for arguing in the presence of such formidable strength would be tantamount to courting death. He cast a glance at Yixian not far away, then stepped closer to him. Bowing deeply, dear young friend, I sincerely apologize for the offenses committed by the drunken immortal tower. I hope for your understanding. Yixian was acutely aware that the apology was extended out of respect for the enigmatic woman, and thus he refrained from boasting or speaking. At that moment, silence was indeed the wisest choice. The elder cast a glance at the cold master, who was about to speak, but the elder raised his hand, unleashing a formidable force that enveloped the cold master entirely. In an instant, the cold master was reduced to ashes. The elder then turned to the mysterious woman, offering a slight bow, imploring her to temper her wrath. The mysterious woman remained silent, her delicate hand gesturing lightly, causing a water sword to descend from the cloud vessel and plunge into the parched riverbed below. Upon impact, a thunderous roar erupted, and the once dry river was revived in a moment. Not only had it returned, but the creatures within it were astonishingly still alive. Witnessing this spectacle, the elder's pupils constricted, and he was engulfed by an overwhelming shock. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman began to fade, quickly vanishing from the sight of those present. In the instant of her complete disappearance, her voice resonated once more. declaring that if the drunken immortal pavilion harbored any grievances, they were welcome to retaliate, sending as many as they wished. She was invincible, and they were free to act as they pleased. A profound silence enveloped the deck of the cloud vessel. The elder in the gray robe remained taciturn, his expression serene, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Internally, he was aflame with indignation. The drunken immortal pavilion had never been treated in such a manner before. Despite his ire, he dared not unleash it. A sword immortal. The mysterious woman was highly likely a sword immortal, and if that were indeed the case, the drunken immortal pavilion must tread carefully. Though the pavilion could muster all its strength to contend with a sword immortal, it would merely be a contest. And who could ascertain whether the sword immortal had allies or powerful factions backing her? Even in the absence of friends or influence, her mere presence was enough to instigate the pavilion's downfall. A sword immortal. The combat prowess of such beings is profoundly terrifying. In this world, few are as formidable as sword cultivators, and the most fearsome of all are the protectors among them. Thus, even in the face of the mysterious woman's scathing words, the elder in gray dared not retort. It is well known that sword cultivators possess notoriously eccentric temperaments. Uttering another word could very well lead to his demise on this day. The elder withdrew his thoughts and glanced at Yuxian, realizing that the mysterious woman had likely withheld her hand out of consideration for the youth before her. Sword cultivators are known for their solitary nature, but once they take on a disciple, their independence is irrevocably altered. A disciple of a sword immortal. The elder's expression grew increasingly complex. Such individuals are typically ones to be earnestly courted. Yet, here they found themselves in such a tumultuous situation. With this thought in mind, the elder approached Yuxian, scrutinizing him closely. He then flicked his finger, causing a purple card to materialize before Yuxian. Young friend, the matters between you and the drunken immortal pavilion are now behind us. This is a VIP card from our pavilion, a token of goodwill. I kindly ask that you accept it. Beside them, Han Xiangming interjected with an explanation. This is a purple card. Holding this card entitles you to a 50% discount on all purchases made at the drunken immortal pavilion. Furthermore, should you choose to sell items here, we will charge no service fees whatsoever. In addition, this card bestows numerous other benefits, which you shall come to know in due time, young Master Yi. Yuxian naturally did not decline. He accepted the purple card and then clasped his fists together, saying, "The junior shall take his leave to rest. Farewell." After speaking, he took Yuling's hand and turned to depart. After Yuxian and his sister departed, Han Xiaoming slowly knelt beside the elderly man. The old man in the gray robe gently closed his eyes, saying, "Your grandfather was once one of my subordinates. However, I never regarded him as such, but as a brother. You are his granddaughter, thus you are, in a sense, also my granddaughter." Han Xiaoming lowered her head slightly, too apprehensive to speak. The old man shook his head. "You are his only bloodline. I have no desire to take your life, but it is best that you refrain from involving yourself in the affairs of the Zhuai Lu for now. Return to the imperial capital and reflect upon yourself." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoming's complexion turned ashen. Years of effort had all turned to nothing in an instant. The gray-robed elder cast his gaze upon the great river below, his right hand clenching slowly. A swordsman. I never imagined that in this lifetime I would encounter a swordsman in such a manner. With that, he turned and vanished into the horizon. On the deck of the cloud ship, Han Xiaoming offered a desolate smile. Was I in the wrong? Beside her, the elder spoke solemnly. "Miss, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. There is no need to be overly self-reproachful." Han Xiaoming shook her head. Had I forged a sincere bond with him earlier, given his potential and the influence behind him, it would have been effortless for me to one day take the helm of the corps of Zhuai Lu. Alas, I was too calculating and squandered this opportunity that could have altered my fate and that of my family. The elder bowed his head slightly, remaining silent. Han Xiaoming stood up and gazed into the distant horizon. Well then, let the day serve as a lesson. With that, she turned to leave. Yi Xian returned to his private chamber with his sister, Yi Ling. It was an unremarkable room. Neither of them had any desire to stay in the extravagant suite. Once inside, after soothing Yi Ling to sleep, he ventured into the realm prison tower. The moment he entered, he sensed something amiss. He noticed a disturbance on the second level. Realizing this, Yi Xian's expression changed dramatically, and just as he was about to speak, the mysterious woman's voice echoed once more. "Is this satisfying?" Yi Xian bowed deeply, expressing his profound gratitude for the senior's timely intervention. The enigmatic woman replied coldly, "Rescue? Do you comprehend the reason behind my actions?" Yi Xian shook his head. The mysterious woman asked, Do you still remember the question I posed to you earlier? I inquired whether you were aware of the consequences that would follow that sword strike. Yu Xian nodded. The enigmatic woman remarked, had you not unsheathed that sword back then, I would not have intervened today. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the inquiry. Why? If I do not draw my sword, perhaps the matter would settle. Humph. The mysterious woman spoke coldly. Settle? It is understandable to be diplomatic. Yet if a beloved one is treated in such a manner, and you still ponder the consequences, what right do you have to wield a sword? Furthermore, should you choose not to strike, your heart will be stifled, and the essence of your swordsmanship will shatter in an instant, leaving you with no chance to become a formidable swordsman in this lifetime. Shatter the essence of the sword? Why? Yu Xin questioned, still in confusion. The enigmatic woman replied, a swordsman is defined by his sword, but also by his heart. And one's true heart is the most authentic. In that moment, you yearn for justice for your sister, you wish to exact revenge. However, if you allow the consequences to deter you, if you betray your true self and choose to be diplomatic to quell the situation, you are, in essence, betraying your own heart. While you may not perceive the repercussions of such actions, the reality is that your sword will become your own constraint. And the clarity of your sword's essence, which you have just attained, will dissipate in that fleeting moment. Yi Xian smiled wryly and said, Senior, if all sword cultivators were as unyielding, they would scarcely endure for long. The mysterious woman replied softly, this is precisely why sword cultivators are so rare in this world, particularly the true sword immortals, who are exceedingly few. This also reflects what I mentioned to you before. The path of the sword is far more arduous than you might imagine. Yu Xian took a deep breath, and now he could sense something. At that moment, the enigmatic woman spoke again. I should not have intervened. Do you understand the consequences of my actions? Consequences? Yu Xian was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, what are the consequences? The enigmatic woman replied, I have previously mentioned to you that the seals of this tower have already begun to weaken. My intervention has affected the seals on every level of this tower. To put it simply, these seals will be lifted prematurely. More specifically, the seal on the second level will be entirely undone within 4 to 5 months at most. If you cannot procure the necessary Tao principles by then, your demise is inevitable. Moreover, do not entertain any thoughts of me assisting you against the entities of the second level. Should I intervene, all seals of this tower will be compromised, leading to dire repercussions. Understand this. I will not jeopardize the seals of this tower for your sake. Do you comprehend? Yu Xin fell into silence for a moment before inquiring, Senior, are you unable to take action anymore? The enigmatic woman replied, at least until you have discovered a certain principle, I cannot intervene, nor can I venture outside even once. Of course, even if I were able to act, I would refrain from doing so. To speak frankly, my previous intervention was motivated by your audacity to draw your sword in defense of your sister, as well as my disdain for that individual. Do you comprehend? Yi Xin nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He was acutely aware that one must rely on oneself. He recognized that receiving assistance once did not guarantee future aid, nor did he possess the right to expect it. The fact that someone had helped him was already a significant kindness. Yu Xin was not the type to be an ingrate, believing that help was a given. Nor did he intend to burden others with his troubles in the future. The path to strength was paramount. Consequently, he harbored no feelings of dependency. Rather, the mysterious woman's final words illuminated a crucial truth. All matters must be approached independently. Placing one's hopes in others was not only unrealistic, but also foolish. However, the issue of the seal remained. The way of the Tao, he needed to pursue it. He had to swiftly attain the Qi Mastery realm, or even the Sky Ascendancy realm, for the mysterious woman had indicated that he lacked the strength to harness the Tao. It was indeed a troublesome predicament. Yu Xian shook his head with a sigh. He found himself facing numerous challenges, the foremost being his sister's illness, followed closely by the sealing of the realm prison tower. He sensed an unusual disturbance emanating from the tower and felt the gravity in the voice of the mysterious woman. He understood that she was not jesting. Should the seal weaken, she would not intervene on his behalf. This matter, he realized, he must resolve on his own. As if struck by a sudden thought, Yu Xian hastily inquired, esteemed mentor, what does clear sword heart signify? He had not forgotten the enigmatic state he had previously entered. After a moment of silence, the mysterious woman replied, the clear sword heart is akin to gazing into a mirror. In your everyday life, you remain oblivious to your true appearance, yet upon looking into the mirror, you gain a clear understanding of yourself. Similarly, the clear sword heart represents this principle. At present, You possess a profound clarity regarding the path of your swordsmanship and a deep awareness of its essence. To put it simply, it is the lucid recognition of oneself and an understanding of one's own sword path. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Is this truly beneficial? The mysterious woman replied. It appears you have overlooked an important detail. Previously, you wielded a sword to determine life and death, yet this time, your body seems to have suffered little backlash. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had previously executed a decisive strike, but now, his body felt far less tormented, merely experiencing a sense of fatigue. The mysterious woman's voice resonated once more. A pure-hearted swordsmanship reflects a profound state of mind. In future confrontations, all illusions and deceptions will be rendered ineffective against you. However, this does not apply if your adversary's strength vastly surpasses yours. Furthermore, with a clear mind, your affinity with the sword will deepen, allowing you to execute techniques and maneuvers with remarkable efficiency. I am weary and do not wish to elucidate these elementary concepts any further. Engage and practice with the shadow, and you shall comprehend it all. Yi Xian. After a brief moment, Yi Xian began to seek out the shadow for practice. As he executed his first sword strike, he was taken aback. The sensation was profoundly different. Moreover, when the shadow delivered its initial swordplay, he was once again astonished, for this feeling was yet again distinct. He found himself at a loss for words to describe it, but if he had to articulate it, he would say that this sword strike felt remarkably simple. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Xian paused. Before him, the shadow bore a long sword embedded in its chest. In an instant, the shadow gradually dissipated. Yi Xian lowered his head slightly, enveloped in silence. After a brief pause, he sheathed the Ling Xiao sword, contemplating it for an extended moment before softly murmuring. It is only now that I feel this sword truly belongs to me. The new book is crafted with meticulous detail and earnestness, which accounts for the slow pace of its writing. If I were to update 4 or 5 chapters in a single day, you might find it less enjoyable, as such a rapid output would inevitably lead to a decline in quality. No one can consistently produce over 10,000 words in a day while maintaining exquisite precision. Of course, there will be moments of fervent inspiration, as my longtime readers are aware of my penchant for such bursts of creativity. Aside from my commitment to stable updates, I also strive to deliver these surges. I humbly request your support in the form of votes, recommendation votes, monthly votes. Any assistance is invaluable for a new book. I am profoundly grateful for your encouragement, especially as I have recently seen some longtime readers leaving messages and offering rewards in the comments section. It truly touches my heart. In the past, the Ling Xiao sword felt somewhat alien to him. It was as if the sword were not truly his, and wielding it proved rather awkward. However, that sense of unfamiliarity has dissipated, replaced by a comfort that, while not entirely familiar, is significantly better than before. At least the previous clumsiness has vanished. It is at this moment that he realizes the importance of a sword's affinity with its master. Having put away the sword, Yi Xian departed from the abyssal tower and took a moment to freshen up. Sleep. Cultivation is essential, yet rest is equally vital. Regardless of his fervent desire to grow stronger and his relentless training, he ensures to rest each day, for it is only after resting that he can rejuvenate his energy, allowing for more effective cultivation. Outside, the cloud ship had quietly set sail, seemingly restoring tranquility. Yet, none aboard had forgotten the young man, nor the commotion that had occurred outside the ship. Curiosity lingered in the air. Did that young man perish? It seemed likely, for the patrons of the drunken immortal pavilion were not easily vanquished. The cloud ship glided over the vast river, arriving at an endless expanse of mountains. Standing on the deck, one could behold the breathtaking panorama of countless peaks, a sight to behold. The deck was once again populated with numerous individuals, all bearing serene expressions, as if the earlier events had never transpired. The drunken immortal pavilion had issued a warning. The events that transpired must remain confidential, or severe repercussions would follow. No one dared to offend the pavilion. Within a room, time passed unmeasured until Yi Xian felt a slight itch upon his face. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold a pair of lively, sparkling eyes. At that moment, Yi Ling was gently scratching his face with a small tuft of her hair. Upon noticing Yi Xian's awakening, she beamed at him with a sweet smile. "Brother." Yi Xian turned his head to glance around and inquired, "What time is it?" Yi Ling chuckled, "It's midday. Brother, you have indulged in a slumber today. However, it matters not. You may continue to rest, for I shall keep watch over you." Yi Xian gently pinched Yi Ling's petite nose and chuckled, "Come, let us step outside for some fresh air." After tidying himself up, He led Yiling to the deck of the cloud ship. As the brother and sister duo emerged onto the deck, all eyes were drawn to them. They survived? The crowd was filled with bewilderment. How could it be that those who had vanquished the people of the drunken immortal pavilion were still alive? Meanwhile, Lu Shaoran regarded Yuxian with a profound gaze and softly remarked, "This young man is extraordinary." Beside him, a chubby boy rushed forward to Yixian and his sister, glanced at Yixian, and then knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Big brother, please take me as your disciple. Name your price. My father is wealthy." Yixian. Yiling covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Lu Shaoran approached the Yi siblings and playfully kicked the chubby boy, reproaching him with a smile. "Do you have any idea how challenging it is to become a sword cultivator?" The chubby boy glanced at his own head with dissatisfaction, retorting, "What is there to fear? Money can solve everything." Lu Shaoran appeared rather embarrassed. He clasped his fists in apology to Yixian, acknowledging his shortcomings and discipline in the ensuing laughter. Yixian smiled, and then turned to the chubby boy. "Do you wish to become a sword cultivator?" The chubby boy nodded eagerly. Yixian chuckled, "Certainly, but first, one must lose weight." Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's expression immediately turned sour. Lose weight? That was more distressing than facing death. Observing the boy's reaction, both Yixian and Lu Shaoran burst into laughter. At that moment, Lu Shaoran remarked, "Young friend Yixian, are we indeed heading to the imperial capital on this journey?" Yixian nodded in affirmation. Lu Shaoran scrutinized Yixian and then inquired, "Are you going to participate in the enrollment of Tsangmu Academy?" Yixian was momentarily taken aback. "How did the esteemed senior know?" Lu Shaoran responded with a smile. "The triannual enrollment of the Tsangmu Academy is undoubtedly one of the most bustling events in the kingdom of Jiang. Given your youth and the fact that you are heading to the imperial capital, coupled with the imminent enrollment of Tsangmu Academy, it is reasonable to deduce that you are bound for that institution." As he spoke, he gestured towards the chubby boy before him. "This is my son, Lu Ming. I have brought him to the imperial capital in hopes that he might gain admission to Tsangmu Academy." The chubby boy, Lu Ming, patted his chest confidently and declared, "Father, rest assured, I will surely be accepted into Tsangmu Academy. If they refuse me, I shall simply purchase the academy." Yixian's siblings. Lu Shaoran shook his head with a sigh, reflecting that he should not have indulged you to such an extent in the beginning. Yixian nodded. The imperial capital is undoubtedly the most prosperous place in the Jiang kingdom, a veritable den of hidden talents. This little chubby fellow may be able to wield considerable influence in Xieshan City, but if he continues with such recklessness in the imperial capital, he is likely to face dire consequences. Lu Shaoran turned to glance at the distant horizon and softly remarked, "We are about to arrive at the City of Two Realms." The City of Two Realms? Yixian appeared somewhat perplexed. Lu Shaoran elucidated, "Young friend Yi, you are unaware that the Two Realms city is situated at the border between our Jiang kingdom and the northern Tang kingdom. The long-standing animosity and even warfare between our Jiang kingdom and the Tang kingdom stem from the contention over this very city. The Two Realms city is perched at a considerable elevation, flanked by treacherous volcanic terrains. It can be said that whichever kingdom possesses this city holds a natural advantage for offensive maneuvers. Historically, this city has alternated between the Tang and Jiang kingdoms. Although it currently belongs to our Jiang kingdom, the Tang kingdom still lays claim to it. In summary, this place is rife with turmoil." Yixian said in a deep voice, "Will we stop there?" Lu Shaoran nodded, explaining that the cloud ship required refueling, thus they should remain there for half a day. Yixian inquired, "Are you concerned about potential troubles, Senior Lu?" Lu Shaoran replied with a smile, "I do not believe anything serious will occur. However, it is rather disheartening to witness. Although the region is under the jurisdiction of my Jiang kingdom, the citizens of the Tang kingdom roam freely, even daring to provoke us openly beneath the city walls. Alas, it is a situation difficult to articulate." Yixian nodded silently. After conversing with Lu Shaoran for a brief moment, he took Yiling to the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast mountains and rivers beneath the cloud vessel. Yixian slowly clenched his right hand, vowing to himself that one day he would soar through the skies, wielding a sword to survey the world. As he spoke, he hurriedly inquired, "Senior, can I wield the sword now?" "You may," replied the enigmatic woman. Upon hearing this, Yixian was filled with ecstatic joy. But the mysterious woman added, "In your dreams, you can." Yixian. An hour later, the cloud ship sailed past 1,000 mountains, and a city emerged before everyone's gaze. Nestled between two towering mountains, the city appeared as a gateway formed by the peaks. Opposite the city lay a vast plain, at the far end of which one could faintly discern several other cities. That direction led to another nation, the Tang kingdom. At that moment, a voice resonated in everyone's ears. Esteemed guests, the cloud ship requires refueling. We shall remain at the City of Two Realms for 2 hours. After this time, I kindly request all to board promptly. Furthermore, the City of Two Realms is rather chaotic. If there are no pressing matters, please refrain from wandering aimlessly. As the voice faded, the cloud ship trembled violently before gradually descending. Leafling clutched Yuxian's arm tightly amidst the quaking. As the cloud ship drew nearer to the ground, the City of Two Realms loomed larger in sight. Looking down from the cloud ship, it was evident that the City of Two Realms was considerably less impressive than Chieshan City. The interior appeared dilapidated, with fewer inhabitants, exuding a sense of desolation. The cloud ship settled steadily in the midst of a great river, and soon countless individuals disembarked. The Yu siblings also left the ship. Yet they chose not to venture elsewhere, instead resting at the designated area arranged by the drunken, immortal pavilion. The pavilion had allocated a spacious square, conveniently located near the street and in close proximity to the city gate. Within the square, an array of culinary delights was being offered. Yuxian, accompanied by his sister, approached a noodle stall. "Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, please," he called out. "Coming right up," the proprietor replied. Shortly thereafter, 2 steaming bowls of noodles, each adorned with an egg and some minced meat, were placed before Yuxian, and Yuxian deftly transferred the egg from his bowl to Yiling's. She shot him a glance of mild reproach before returning the egg to him. "Brother, don't tell me you don't enjoy eggs," she huffed. "I want you fall for that trick again." In their earlier days, when the siblings relied solely on each other, Yuxian would often deceive her by claiming he had no fondness for certain foods, only to give them all to her. Young and naive, she believed him completely, only to later realize that it was not a matter of dislike for him, but rather a reluctance to indulge himself. Yuxian gently tousled Yiling's small head and then smiled. "Boss, please add 2 more eggs for us." "Certainly." Meanwhile, Han Xiangming gazed at the siblings in the distance for a long while before softly remarking, "Such a bond has never been witnessed within our clan." The elder beside Han Xiangming shook his head, cautioning that this individual placed too much importance on the little girl, who might very well become his Achilles heel in the future. Han Xiangming looked at the radiant Yiling from afar and softly stated, "That girl is truly fortunate." With that, she turned and departed. Moments later, having eaten their fill, Yuxian called out to the boss from a short distance, "Boss, we're ready to settle the bill." The boss approached Yuxian with a cheerful smile. "Dear customer, that will be 4 gold coins." Just as Yuxian reached for his money, he froze in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. "For gold coins?" The boss nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. For gold coins." Meanwhile, Yiling, who was sipping her soup, stood there stunned, her eyes wide open. "For gold coins?" In Chicheng, a bowl of noodles only cost 5 silver coins. Yuxian exchanged a glance with his sister. Ultimately, Yuxian rose to his feet and addressed the proprietor. 2 bowls of noodles, 2 eggs, for gold coins? Are you certain?" The proprietor's smile faded, and he retorted, "What, dear guest, do you intend to dine and dash?" Yuxian spoke in a low voice. "Boss, are you operating a shady business?" The boss replied coldly, "We have been selling at this price for several years. How can you label it as a black market? It seems to me that you simply do not wish to pay." Just as Yuxian was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Elder brother, this meal is on me." Yuxian and his sister turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, revealing Lu Ming, with Lu Shaoran not far behind him. Lu Ming approached the proprietor, producing 4 gold coins from his pocket, and exclaimed indignantly, "This is my elder brother. Does he not have the means to afford a bowl of your noodles?" The proprietor glanced at Lu Ming, said nothing, pocketed the coins, and turned away. Lu Ming then turned to Yuxian, flashed a grin, and cheerfully remarked, "Hello, elder brother." Yuxian found it somewhat amusing. This little chubby fellow likely still yearned to learn the art of the sword. Just then, a sudden clamor of urgent hoofbeats echoed from the distant city gate. In no time, under the gaze of the crowd, a dozen or so cavalry clad in black armor surged into the city. It was the soldiers of the Tang Kingdom. Beside Yuxian, Lu Shaoran spoke in a grave tone. "These must be the black armored cavalry of the Tang Kingdom. What brings them here? Could it be that war is imminent?" Black armored cavalry? Yuxian cast his gaze upon the band of cavalry. Upon their incursion into the city, they galloped through the streets, mercilessly slaying any who crossed their path and pillaging the shops they encountered. Witnessing this scene, Yuxian furrowed his brow. Was there truly no one to intervene? What could be done? Beside him, the owner of a nearby stall scoffed, suggesting that the guards within the city had likely taken refuge in their basements, trembling in fear. "A word of caution to you gentlemen," he remarked. Do not venture beyond the confines of this drunken immortal pavilion. Otherwise, survival may prove exceedingly difficult. As Yi Xian was about to speak, a group of black-armored cavalrymen suddenly charged out from the city, their horses laden with bundles and accompanied by weeping women. The leader of the black-armored cavalry let out a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "Men of the Jiang kingdom, not a single one possesses any courage. They are all worthless." With that, he began to violently tear at the clothing of a woman before him, leaving her clad only in her undergarments in an instant. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, yet none dared to intervene. The leader of the black-armored cavalry continued to cackle, "Men of the Jiang kingdom, behold, I shall not only seize your wealth, but also take your women." At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned to Lu Xiaoran beside him and implored, "Senior, please look after my sister." Without hesitation, Yi Xian seized a nearby stool and charged forward. Behind him, everyone was left in stunned silence. Yi Xian's meddling, this is the prevailing thought in the minds of all present. When they witnessed Yi Xian charging towards the black-armored cavalry, it became evident that he was indeed intent on interfering. A fool's errand. This was the collective sentiment among the onlookers. Although the Two-Realm City currently belonged to the Jiang Kingdom, it undeniably fell within the sphere of influence of the Tang Kingdom. Not even Lu Xiaoran would dare act recklessly here, fearing the ire of a multitude of black-armored soldiers. Yet Yi Xian chose to intervene. Many began to harbor grievances, lamenting his reckless pursuit of trouble. Should he provoke the black-armored cavalry, it would spell disaster for them all. In a certain corner, Han Xiangming cast a glance at Yi Xian as he rushed forth, shaking her head. This individual never considered the repercussions of his actions and was destined to invite calamity. The elder beside her nodded in agreement, affirming that such a thankless endeavor held little merit and might even precipitate greater misfortunes. Han Xiangming nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze drifting towards the distance where Yi Xian had reached the gates of the city. Before the eyes of countless spectators, the leading black-armored cavalryman, who was on the verge of charging out, suddenly turned his head. As he did, a bench was hurled violently towards him. The cavalryman's expression shifted drastically as he hastily raised his hand in defense. With a resounding crash, the bench splintered, and the black-armored soldier was sent flying. Yi Xian firmly grasped the startled horse, exerting considerable strength with his right hand to bring it to an abrupt halt. With a gentle motion of his left hand, he aided the woman down from the steed. He then removed his outer robe and draped it over her shoulders, pointing towards the location where Yi Ling and the others were situated, urging her to go there for safety. The woman gazed at Yi Xian in silence, not uttering a word. Yi Xian gently patted the woman's cheek and said, "Remember, seeking death is an act reserved for the weak. Only by living can one embrace infinite possibilities." After speaking, he picked up a broken piece of wooden stool from the ground and charged towards the group of cavalry in the distance. Yi Xian's speed intensified, and the group of black-armored cavalry surged towards him. Meanwhile, the leading cavalryman on the ground bellowed in a frenzy, "Kill him! For the love of all, kill him!" Before long, Yi Xian found himself in closer proximity to the cavalry. When he was merely half a zhang away from one of the riders, he suddenly leaped into the air, wielding a broken wooden bench, and struck it violently upon the cavalryman's head. Bang! The cavalryman was sent hurtling backward, and without pausing, Yi Xian hurled the sharp wooden shard with great force. Swoosh! The pointed wood pierced through the cavalryman's throat, extinguishing his life on the spot. However, at that moment, several other cavalrymen had already reached his front. Yi Xian's expression grew somewhat ferocious. He did not draw his sword but charged directly at them. Amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, Yi Xian weaved through the ranks of cavalrymen. In a mere instant, several riders fell to the ground, lifeless. Within a brief span, only the leading black-armored knight remained. These cavalrymen were seasoned warriors, their combat prowess certainly formidable. Yet, Yi Xian too was a veteran of countless battles. His experiences surpassed those of all these cavalrymen combined. Furthermore, most of these riders were merely below the 5th rank of the unceasing realm, thus rendering them no match for him. Yi Xian cast his gaze upon the leading black-armored knight in the distance, who now appeared somewhat flustered. The knight contemplated fleeing. Yet Yi Xian's speed surpassed his own. He surged forth like a tempest, realizing escape was futile. The black-armored knight's expression twisted into one of ferocity as he turned and thrust his spear towards Yi Xian with a fierce intent. Qi Transformation Realm. Yi Xian did not evade the shot, allowing it to pierce his chest. Bang! Yi Xian merely took half a step back. Yet the long spear failed to pierce his flesh. Golden Body Realm. His physique was incomparably sturdier than that of an ordinary person. The expression of the black-armored knight shifted dramatically as he prepared to retract his spear. However, Yi Xian closed the distance, executing a sweeping kick that struck the knight's head. Bang! The black-armored knight was sent crashing against the adjacent wall. As he struggled to rise, Yixian placed a foot upon his chest, and the knight glared at him with venomous intent, muttering, "You are doomed. You are doomed." Just as Yixian was about to strike, a voice beside him inquired, "May I kill him?" Yixian turned his head in surprise. The speaker was the young woman he had rescued earlier. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, possessing a delicate visage and an alluring figure, though her expression at that moment was rather frosty. Yixian pondered for a moment before nodding. He drew the blade of the black-armored knight and handed it to the woman. She cast a glance at Yixian, accepted the sword, and was about to strike when a sudden, furious shout echoed from the side, "Halt!" Upon hearing the commotion, Yixian turned to see a rotund man hastily approaching with a contingent of soldiers. They were not soldiers of the Tang Kingdom, but rather those of the Jiang Kingdom. More specifically, they were the soldiers of the Jiang Kingdom stationed in this dual-realm city. The corpulent figure was none other than the lord of this dual-realm city. With a furious demeanor, he stormed towards Yixian and the woman, indignantly pointing at Yixian and demanding, "Who permitted you to take action?" Yixian furrowed his brows. The rotund man cast an indignant glare at the woman beside him, commanding, "Take her away." One of the soldiers charged towards her, prompting the woman to instinctively retreat behind Yixian. Yet the soldier did not halt his advance in that moment. Yixian suddenly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, the soldier was sent sprawling through the air by Yixian's strike. The corpulent man was momentarily taken aback, then furiously exclaimed, "Are you attempting to rebel?" Yixian slowly clenched his right hand. "These soldiers from the Tang Kingdom have invaded the city, committing heinous acts of pillage and violation, yet you turn a blind eye. Now that I seek to exact vengeance upon them, you choose to intervene. Pray tell, are you citizens of the Tang Kingdom?" A corpulent man retorted angrily, "If you slay them, do you comprehend the consequences? Not far from this city lies the encampment of the black-armored cavalry. By eliminating them, you would be granting them a pretext to march upon our two-realm city, leading to even greater loss of life. Do you understand?" Yixian chuckled coldly. "Are you afraid of your own demise?" The rotund man's expression darkened. "Enough with the meaningless prattle. This is the city of two realms, and I hold the authority here. You." Yet Yixian paid him no heed, instead turning his gaze towards the woman and commanded, "Eliminate him." The woman cast a fleeting glance at Yixian before striding towards the armored cavalryman lying on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the corpulent man's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Seize them." At that moment, Yixian grasped the man's throat firmly, causing the soldiers to halt abruptly. Paralyzed with fear, Yixian fixed his gaze on the corpulent man, harboring a deep-seated disdain for those who exhibited strength internally, yet cowered externally like dogs. "If you utter another word, I shall sever your head," he threatened vehemently. The overweight man, upon meeting Yixian's fierce stare, felt a surge of trepidation and refrained from uttering another syllable. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the side. The onlookers turned to witness a woman, her hands gripping a blade plunged deep into the throat of a black-armored cavalryman, her visage drenched in blood. After dispatching the black-armored soldier, the woman relinquished her weapon and slumped against the wall like a broken doll, her eyes vacant, lost in thoughts unspoken. "You have landed us in grave trouble," the corpulent man stammered, trembling as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yixian. Yet Yixian paid no heed to the corpulent man, instead approaching the woman standing aside. He uttered not a word, merely placing a handful of gold coins into her palm, urging her to live well. Having said this, he turned and departed. The woman gazed at Yixian's retreating figure, momentarily bewildered. At that instant, a sudden clamor of hooves echoed from outside the city. This was no mere trickle of sound, but a cacophony of countless steeds. As this scene unfolded, the expressions of all within the city shifted dramatically, including those of Lu Xiaoran and his companions nearby. The overweight man cast a glance towards the city gates, and in the next moment, his countenance drained of color. It was over. Black-armored cavalry were approaching. They were coming. With that, he furiously pointed at Yixian, accusing him, "It is all your fault. You have brought ruin upon the entire city." Surrounding them, several citizens glared at Yixian with resentment, clearly blaming him for meddling and inciting disaster. At that moment, the voice of the enigmatic woman echoed in Yixian's mind. "Having acted with noble intent, yet receiving such treatment, what are your thoughts?" Yixian spoke softly, "Whatever I do it to be true to my own heart, not for the approval of others. Their opinions are their own concern." The mysterious woman fell silent. Yixian strolled towards the distant city gate, when suddenly, from afar. Yiling called out, "Brother." Yi Xian's body trembled slightly as he halted his steps. Turning his head to glance at Yiling, he smiled and said, "It's nothing. Just order a bowl of noodles for me. I shall return shortly." With that, he turned and walked towards the city gate. Behind him, Yiling watched, tears streaming down her face. Yi Xian arrived at the city gate and, just as he stepped outside, he abruptly halted and turned around. Behind him, the woman who had been following closely did not utter a word. At that moment, the city gate unexpectedly slammed shut. Before the gate stood a man and a woman, and opposite them were thousands of black-armored cavalry. The sheer force of the advancing cavalry was so overwhelming that even Yi Xian felt a stir of emotion. He was acutely aware of his inability to prevail. Truly, he could not triumph. Not to mention himself, even in Lanqiu, who had already reached the Sky Ascension realm, would be utterly incapable of resisting the charge of thousands of cavalry. Although he could not win, he was determined to fight. Yi Xian himself was uncertain as to why he felt the compulsion to fight. He simply felt an undeniable urge to engage. "My name is Yu," a woman suddenly declared from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. "I am Yi Xian." Yu glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, I will remember that, in this life and in the next. I shall never forget." Yi Xian did not hear what the woman said, for he had already approached the group of imposing cavalry. As he gazed at the fierce riders, a dazed expression gradually settled upon his face. Unbeknownst to him, within his body, the Lingshao sword was quivering violently. Fear of death? Yi Xian, too, harbored a fear of death. Yet, there are many instances in life where one must embrace even death. He may not comprehend the grand affairs of the nation, but he is acutely aware that he is a citizen of the Jiang kingdom. His homeland possesses numerous shortcomings, yet it is still his nation. He is a Jiang person, and regardless of its flaws, it remains his home. No matter how deficient his country may be, it is not for outsiders to insult. To battle. This time, he fights not for his sister, nor for himself. Yi Xian quickened his pace, gazing upon the formidable battalion of black-armored cavalry. In his eyes, there was not a trace of fear, only an overwhelming fervor for battle. "Ha!" Yi Xian suddenly erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. "Come forth." As his voice resonated, a subtle tremor coursed through his body, and in the next instant, an invisible force radiated from within him. What on earth? Within the confines of the abyssal tower, a mysterious woman's astonished voice pierced the air. "Battle intent? What is this nonsense? A swordsman who fails to comprehend sword intent is now grasping at battle intent? Have I inadvertently trained a false swordsman? Battle intent." The concept of battle intent embodies an ethereal realm, yet it undeniably exists. The world is replete with myriad forms of intent, such as sword intent, spear intent, fist intent, killing intent, and battle intent, each profoundly challenging to comprehend. Take sword intent, for instance. Within the entirety of the Jiang kingdom, only one master of the sword exists, signifying that only a single individual has grasped sword intent. The difficulty in understanding these forms of intent stems from the absence of definitive cultivation methods. The ability to comprehend them hinges entirely upon the individual. However, once understood, it heralds a significant enhancement in combat prowess and signifies the transition into an entirely new realm. At this moment, Yi Xian possessed boundless battle intent, and this intent was not for personal gain or for the sake of his sister. The true reason eluded even him. All he knew was that, regardless of whether he faced thousands of cavalry or tens of thousands, he would not falter. To battle. Yi Xian's footsteps quickened, and wherever he passed, the battle intent surged like a tempest, raising clouds of dust from the ground and forming a colossal sandstorm around him. However, the charge of the thousands of black-armored cavalry bore an aura far more terrifying than Yi Xian's. Yet, there was not a trace of fear in Yi Xian's eyes. On the contrary, his pace accelerated even further. Behind Yi Xian, Yu gazed intently at the young man charging towards the distant black-armored cavalry, her expression gradually becoming entranced. As Yi Xian approached within 100 feet of the black-armored soldiers, the leading middle-aged man suddenly raised his right hand, and in an instant, thousands of black-armored riders halted in perfect unison, exhibiting no sign of disorder. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted to a point 100 feet to Yi Xian's right, where a woman was slowly approaching on horseback. Clad in shimmering silver armor, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, and a golden curved blade sheathed at her waist. She was not exceptionally beautiful, yet her eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. She rode steadily towards them, neither hurried nor slow. The sight of silver armor and a golden blade caused the expressions of the thousands of black-armored cavalry to shift dramatically. In the entire Jiang kingdom, there was but one individual who donned silver armor and wielded a golden blade, the renowned 9th princess of Jiang, celebrated as a prodigy. She was also one of the most formidable figures feared by Tang Kingdom and several surrounding nations. The ninth princess of Jiang and Enlanxio were hailed as the unparalleled talents of their realm, each a legend in their own right. Before the thousands of black-armored riders, the leading middle-aged man withdrew his gaze, casting a deep look at Yi Xian, before turning to lead his contingent of black-armored cavalry swiftly into the distance. Arriving quickly and departing just as swiftly, Yi Xian was taken aback. Had he frightened himself away? Upon this realization, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swell within him. Just then, the voice of the mysterious woman echoed in his mind. I have suddenly come to realize that someone's skin is thicker than the very earth itself. At that moment, the silver-armored woman approached Yi Xian, gazing intently at him. Yi Xian, not lacking in wit, discerned that the retreat of the cavalry was likely due to the presence of this silver-armored lady before him. Yi Xian cast a curious glance at the silver-armored woman. Although she lacked the breathtaking beauty of Enlan, she possessed a unique aura that he had never encountered before. Particularly striking were her eyes, reminiscent of a sharp blade. Even he found it somewhat daunting to meet her gaze directly. However, this sensation was fleeting. In his life, there was only one person Yi Xian revered, yet none whom he feared. Yi Xian gazed unwaveringly into the eyes of the silver-armored woman, unlike her piercing and aggressive stare, which instilled a sense of fear and reluctance. Yi Xian's gaze was tranquil, akin to a serene hill, gently caressed by a soft breeze. The silver-armored woman averted her gaze and commanded, "Follow me into the city." With that, she turned and strode towards the distant city gate. Yi Xian shrugged and then turned to the side to look at Ayu. "Let us depart." Ayu nodded slightly and closely followed Yi Xian. Under the guidance of the armored woman, the trio arrived before the tightly shut city gates. The armored woman cast a glance at the gates, and in the next moment, several phantoms inexplicably materialized before them. In an instant, the gates shattered into countless pieces, while the phantoms silently retreated behind the armored woman. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian's expression grew solemn. What terrifying power! The strength of those individuals just now was at least above the void realm. Yi Xian cast another inquisitive glance at the armored woman, filled with curiosity about her true identity. The silver-clad lady ushered Yi Xian and Ayu into the city when suddenly, the lord of the two-realm city and his soldiers rushed over. The corpulent lord pointed an accusatory finger at the silver-clad woman, demanding to know who she was. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the golden dagger at her waist. Upon seeing the dagger, the rotund man was momentarily struck dumb. In the next instant, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Before the astonished crowd, he gradually knelt down, stammering, "I pay my respects to the ninth princess." The ninth princess. At this proclamation, everyone around was instantly petrified. The ninth princess. The youngest commander in the history of the Jiang Kingdom, akin to Enlanxio, she was another legend of the Jiang Kingdom. On the other side, Han Xiangming was momentarily stunned before hastily approaching the silver-clad woman alongside the elder. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoran, after a brief daze, quickly stepped forward to the silver-clad lady and bowed respectfully. Lu Xiaoran, lord of Chieshan City, pays his respects to the ninth princess. The silver-clad woman regarded Lu Xiaoran, saying, "Though the two-realm city does not fall under your jurisdiction, you are still a citizen of the Jiang Kingdom. Given the invasion from the Tang Kingdom, your negligence warrants punishment. You shall forfeit 5 years of your salary, and you are fully responsible for the affairs concerning the deceased in the city." Lu Xiaoran bowed deeply. "I willingly accept the punishment." Han Xiangming approached the silver-clad woman and offered a slight bow. Han Xiangming of the Drunken Immortal Tower pays her respects to the ninth princess. The silver-clad woman glanced at Han Xiangming, remarking, "Had you stood up for the citizens of this city earlier, I would have ensured your rise within the Drunken Immortal Tower. Regrettably, as a citizen of the Jiang Kingdom, you lack any sense of loyalty to your homeland. What right do you have to call yourself a Jiang citizen? From this moment forth, you are no longer one of us. Should the Drunken Immortal Tower allow you to manage its affairs, I will be the first to hold you accountable." Upon hearing these words, Han Xiangming's complexion drained of color. Initially, she had held a glimmer of hope, as the third master had given her a chance to go to the imperial capital, but now, the words of the woman before her extinguished all possibilities. The Drunken Immortal Tower would not jeopardize its standing for her sake, for she was deemed unworthy. The silver-clad woman then turned her gaze towards the still kneeling lord of the Two Realms city and the soldiers. The Tang Kingdom's invasion had been met with the lord's cowardice, allowing the slaughter of the city's citizens, an unforgivable crime that warranted execution. As for the remaining soldiers, they were to be treated as expendables. Once their injuries healed, they would be incorporated into a death squad. Should they achieve merit in future battles against the Tang Kingdom, their crimes today would be absolved. Remove them all. Upon hearing her decree, the Lord of the Two Realms city fainted on the spot. As the silver-clad woman's voice faded, several figures clad in black emerged silently, taking the soldiers and the lord away. The silver-clad woman then turned to Yi Xian, her gaze fixed upon him. Earlier, no one in the city dared to fight. Yet you did. Why? Yi Xian gazed intently at the silver-armored woman. Though I am not a citizen of the Two Realms city, I am a subject of the Jiang Kingdom. Witnessing my fellow countrymen being subjected to such indignities is unbearable, thus I intervened. The silver-armored woman nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. If all the men of the Jiang Kingdom possessed her valor, the trifling Tang Kingdom would be of little consequence. Join my ranks and serve as a deputy general. What say you? Upon hearing this, both Han Xiangming and Lu Shaoran were visibly taken aback. The ninth princess has taken a liking to Yi Xian. Furthermore, to be granted the position of deputy general upon entering the military is an extraordinary honor. It is worth noting that a deputy general commands 100 soldiers. To enlist in the army? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. I refuse. Beside him, Lu Shaoran hesitated, knowing well that if Yi Xian agreed, it would signify that he would have the ninth princess backing him in the future. A tremendous opportunity indeed. Han Xiangming was also somewhat astonished, but upon recalling that a sword immortal stood behind Yi Xian, she felt reassured. How could this individual possibly be concerned about a mere deputy general? Noticing Yi Xian's refusal, the silver-armored woman inquired, Are you unwilling? Yi Xian nodded, acknowledging that he had numerous matters to attend to and had no intention of enlisting at that moment. The ninth princess nodded in understanding, not pressing the issue. However, out of appreciation for his accomplishments that day, she stated that the position would be reserved for him, should he ever wish to join her army in the future. With that, she prepared to turn away. At that instant, Yu suddenly knelt before the ninth princess and declared, I wish to enlist. The ninth princess glanced at Yu and asked, Do you understand the hardships of military service? Yu clenched her fists resolutely and replied, I fear no hardship. The ninth princess regarded Yu for a long moment before nodding and saying, Come with me. With that, she mounted her horse and departed. After Yu stood up, she turned to glance at Yi Xian and said, Remember, my name is Yu. With that, she swiftly turned and hurried after the mounted lady. Brother. At that moment, Yiling rushed to Yi Xian's side, tightly grasping his arm, fearful of losing him. Yi Xian gently patted the hand of the criticized Yiling and smiled. It's all right. I will be fine. As he spoke, he turned to the side and addressed Lu Shaoran, Senior Lu. Was that person just now the ninth princess of the kingdom of Jiang? Lu Shaoran nodded. Indeed, it was her. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian glanced once more towards the distant end of the street. The ninth princess. He had certainly heard of her. Renowned alongside in Lanxiu as the unparalleled twin prodigies of the kingdom of Jiang. Seemingly pondering something, Yi Xian inquired, Senior Lu, this city is of great significance to us. Why has our country not dispatched a substantial force to guard it? Beside Yi Xian, Lu Shaoran murmured, Previously, our nation had established a ceasefire agreement with the Tang Kingdom, aiming to avert further discord between our two realms. Consequently, the higher authorities have refrained from dispatching significant military forces to this location, for the arrival of such troops would inevitably signal the potential for conflict. However, our nation's display of weakness and concession has merely emboldened the Tang Kingdom to encroach further. With the arrival of the ninth princess, it seems that war is imminent. War? Yi Xian had never experienced it. Yet he was acutely aware that if war were to break out, countless lives would be lost. If possible, it was best to avoid conflict altogether. Half an hour later, everyone boarded the cloud vessel, which then set sail, leaving the city of two realms diminishing in the distance, while the imperial capital loomed ever closer. The days aboard the cloud vessel were rather monotonous, as there were few forms of entertainment available. Every day, Yi Xian dedicates himself to playing with his sister, Yiling, and fervently honing his skills. Now, imbued with a newfound battle intent, he finds himself effortlessly defeating his shadow adversary. This battle intent, though newly comprehended, remains somewhat enigmatic to him. He understands that when he channels this intent during combat, his strength dramatically amplifies, and astonishingly, it grows with each encounter. This realization fills him with exhilaration and fervor. Regrettably, this is not the sword intent he yearns for. Had it been, it would signify that he is not merely an aspiring swordsman, but a true master of the sword. Although he has grasped the essence of battle intent, he cannot yet claim the title of a martial arts master, for his understanding of the martial path is still rudimentary. Both sword intent and battle intent serve as symbols of identity for martial and sword masters. Yet the mere comprehension of these concepts does not automatically confer the title of master upon him. The journey to mastery is intricate and layered. At this moment, he can only assert that he has prematurely grasped a realm of understanding that he is not yet prepared for, a process he must traverse. Undoubtedly, ascending to the rank of martial arts master is merely a matter of time. Or rather, once he attains the ability to manipulate qi, he will, in a sense, be recognized as a martial arts master. The true worth of this title will ultimately depend on his depth of understanding of martial arts. Regardless, he is content with his progress. With a clear heart and a resolute battle intent, his foremost desire is to engage in a duel with the ethereal figure of Enlon. Yet, he must acknowledge that at present, he is not her equal. The mysterious woman seems to be aware of Yi Xian's thoughts and remarks. The woman you faced previously not only suppressed her own realm, but also restrained some of her unique abilities. In summary, it was a strenuous match. Yi Xian's expression was rather peculiar. Senior, does she merely seem passable in your eyes? The mysterious woman replied softly, in my view. Her mere adequacy is sufficient to allow her to look down upon countless prodigies beneath this clouded sky. Yi Xian inquired with curiosity, esteemed one, were you not once formidable? The enigmatic woman replied, what do you think? Yi Xian. The enigmatic woman continued, young man, in light of your kindness towards your sister, I shall bestow upon you a few words without charge. In this world, talent and physique are but ephemeral illusions. Throughout history, there have been numerous individuals who, despite their mortal forms, have stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. The paths of martial arts, swordsmanship, and indeed all pursuits in this realm are infinite. Exceptional talent and physique may grant you certain advantages, allowing you to traverse further, yet the true measure of one's journey lies in their perseverance and character. Yi Xian fell into silence. Perseverance? Temperament? The former was within his grasp. His ability to survive alongside his sister thus far was rooted in sheer determination. As for temperament, he did not fully comprehend it, yet for him, actions were not dictated by right or wrong, but rather by conviction. If he believed something to be right, he pursued it. If he deemed it wrong, he refrained. The affairs of the world seldom align with one's desires, thus, as long as one remains true to oneself, that suffices. The mysterious woman's voice resonated once more. Now that you have grasped the essence of battle intent, you ought to delve deeper into martial arts. Do not squander this newfound vigor. As for the path of martial arts, it is for you to explore and learn on your own. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then hastily replied, do you not understand martial arts, esteemed one? The enigmatic woman responded, it is not that I lack understanding, but rather that I possess a profound comprehension. In the future, whether it be the path of the sword or martial arts, it is imperative that you navigate and explore these realms on your own. My role is merely to illuminate your path during your moments of darkness. At this point, she paused slightly before continuing, the paths others have traversed are not your own. Do not attempt to emulate them. The journey you carve out for yourself, the insights you glean, are what truly belong to you. Just as with this battle intent, your prior choices have led you to grasp it. Had I instructed you to pursue it, you would have been utterly incapable of comprehending it. Often, intentionality can lead to counterproductive outcomes. Alas, I truly wish to refrain from explaining these rudimentary concepts to you. Hurry and join that academy of yours, so as to spare me your incessant inquiries. Yi Xian chose not to disturb the enigmatic woman, for he had comprehended the essence of her words. It was akin to climbing a mountain. Others may speak of the exertion and difficulty involved, yet one cannot truly grasp such sentiments until they embark on the journey themselves, discovering the true nature of the toil and challenge. The realms of martial arts and swordsmanship are no different. Only through personal experience can one gain profound insight into the sources of difficulty and fatigue. After a span of 1 hour, Yi Xian departed from the boundary prison tower. Upon his exit, the chubby boy Lu Ming arrived at the room he shared with Yi Ling ever since Yi Xian demonstrated his prowess in the City of Two Realms. Lu Ming's admiration for him had intensified to an almost obsessive degree, with his inherent reverence for sword practitioners. Witnessing Yi Xian's valor at such a critical moment had elevated Yi Xian's stature in Lu Ming's eyes to that of a paragon. Admiration. Unfathomable admiration. Lu Ming, being naturally affable, entered the room and placed a pile of fruits upon the table before the siblings, then grinned widely, exclaiming, Big brother, sisterling, please indulge. They are exceptionally delicious. Yi Xian and his sister exchanged a knowing smile. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran entered the room, clasped his fists towards Yixian and said with a smile, "I hope I am not disturbing you." Yixian smiled and said, "Of course not, Senior Lu. Please have a seat." Lu Shaoran settled into the chair, while the two little ones wisely retreated to the side. Lu Shaoran remarked, "We shall reach the imperial capital in half a day's time. Do you have any acquaintances there, young friend?" Yixian shook his head. This time he ventured to the imperial capital. He was unfamiliar with anyone. Lu Shaoran offered a faint smile, remarking that the capital was a melting pot of various characters. "If you do not mind, young friend, you may stay at the accommodation I have arranged for you. Once you gain entry into the Tsangmu Academy, you may then decide your future course of action at that time. What do you think?" Yixian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, expressing his gratitude for Lu Shaoran's kindness. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and since the other party extended such goodwill, there was no reason for him to decline. Upon witnessing Yixian's acceptance, Lu Shaoran's smile broadened significantly. As the lord of a city, his influence was undeniably vast, and his intention to befriend Yixian was clearly rooted in an appreciation for Yixian's potential. Lu Shaoran did not linger for long and soon departed with the chubby companion. The room was left with only Yixian and Yi Ling. Yi Ling sat beside Yixian and softly inquired, "Brother, was it for my sake that you previously declined the offer to become a certain deputy general?" Yixian gazed at Yi Ling, who softly replied, "I inquired with the chubby boy, and he mentioned that the position of a vice-general is a significant official role." "Why, dear brother, are you so foolish as to decline such an opportunity?" Yixian gently ruffled Yi Ling's little head and said, "What need is there for me to become a vice-general? How will you manage then?" Yi Ling gazed intently at Yixian and said, "I am your burden." "Am I not?" Yixian shook his head. "You are the most important person in my life. For you, I would do anything and forsake everything." As he spoke, he held Yi Ling's small hand tightly. "Without you, even if I were to become a sword immortal, it would hold no significance." Tears suddenly streamed down Yi Ling's face. She spoke no more, merely holding Yixian tightly. After a moment, weariness overtook her, and she succumbed to sleep. Such a slumberer. Observing Yi Ling on the bed, Yixian's expression darkened like the depths of water, for she had grown even more indulgent in her slumber than before. Fortunately, with the day fire-warm jade present, she was not entirely cold, yet the situation was far from favorable as her complexion increasingly paled, though she often remained silent. Yixian understood well that she simply wished to shield him from worry. Yixian gently covered Yi Ling with a blanket before departing the room and making his way to the deck of the cloud ship. At the bow, he gazed into the distance. Twilight was approaching, and the sky was ablaze with hues of crimson, resembling a vast tapestry of fire. Beneath the setting sun lay an expanse of endless mountains. The imperial capital was drawing near. "My young friend." At that moment, the voice of Lu Shaoran echoed in his ears. Yixian turned his head, and Lu Shaoran approached him with a smile, saying, "Seeing you in such a hurry, my young friend, it appears you are eager to reach the imperial capital." Yixian nodded and inquired, "Senior, could you enlighten me about the Tsangmu Academy?" Lu Shaoran responded with a nod, explaining that Tsangmu Academy is not a force of the Jiang Kingdom, akin to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, but rather an esteemed institution that spans across numerous nations. The reasons for its immense popularity are manifold. Apart from the presence of exceptionally powerful mentors and a plethora of cultivation resources, there exists another significant factor: its status as a symbol of identity. Gaining admission to Tsangmu Academy confers the esteemed label of genius, ensuring that upon graduation, individuals are sought after by various factions. With a slight smile, he continued, "Those who emerge from Tsangmu Academy find themselves in high demand, even attracting the attention of royal families. For the children of humble origins, this represents the most direct path to prominence. Conversely, for those of noble lineage and esteemed families, the identity of a Tsangmu Academy student serves as a form of assurance. Moreover, entering Tsangmu Academy allows one to forge connections with numerous prodigies, for in the imperial capital, networking is of paramount importance." Yixian nodded slightly, as if contemplating something. He then inquired, "Is Guoshiren Lanxiu also from Tsangmu Academy?" Lu Shaoran shook his head. Guoshiren is not affiliated with Tsangmu Academy. Yixian was somewhat astonished. "Why?" Lu Shaoran smiled softly, revealing that the esteemed president of Tsangmu Academy had personally sought out in Guoshi, hoping she would join the institution. However, it was said that she had declined the offer. Declined? Yixian was momentarily taken aback. "Why?" Lu Shaoran shook her head with a smile, for within the Tsangmu Academy, there existed no mentor capable of imparting knowledge to her. One could say that she had already reached a level where she could assume the role of a mentor herself. To suggest that she joined Sangmu Academy seems rather absurd, doesn't it? Yixian, Lu Shaoran continued, although she has not joined the Sangmu Academy. The academy has still conferred upon her an esteemed title, that of honorary mentor. While she wields no actual power, all individuals, save for the dean and a few core members, are required to pay their respects upon encountering her. At this point, he paused slightly before adding, to my knowledge, Anguisher's background is quite complex. However, this is not a matter we should concern ourselves with. Yixian nodded and inquired, esteemed senior. I have heard that Sangmu Academy boasts the finest physicians. Is that true? Lu Shaoran affirmed with a nod. I cannot claim they are the very best, but their medical techniques are undoubtedly among the most esteemed in the kingdom of Jiang. Even the imperial physicians frequently seek their counsel, and some of them originally hail from that very institution. Upon hearing this, Yixian felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned his gaze toward the distance, where, beyond a myriad of mountains, a majestic ancient city came into view. The imperial capital. The imperial capital, the epicenter of power in the kingdom of Jiang, is also the most vibrant locale within the realm. Here, countless young souls come to pursue their dreams. As the cloud ship drew ever nearer to the imperial capital, the grand city became increasingly discernible to all. Beside Yixian, Lu Shaoran suddenly remarked, young friend Yixian, the imperial capital is rife with complexities. One must navigate with discretion, lest one encounters a myriad of troubles. Yixian nodded, asserting that he would not provoke trouble. Lu Shaoran smiled and shook his head, explaining that it was not fear of conflict that prompted his caution, but rather the fact that this place was rife with complexities and dangers. Even as the lord of the city, he had to tread carefully, wary of offending those who ought not to be crossed. He then turned to Yixian, advising him, young friendy, in this realm, merely avoiding trouble is insufficient. If possible, cultivate friendships with others, as it would greatly benefit you. Yixian nodded, fully aware of the advantages that come with having an additional friend. As the cloud ship drew closer to the imperial capital, the outline of the city became increasingly discernible. The imperial capital, though not particularly vast, boasts a population of approximately 1 million and possesses an ancient aura, clearly indicative of its rich history. However, the vibrancy here is unparalleled. Even from a distance, numerous cloud ships were seen entering and departing from the imperial capital. Yixian gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky and softly remarked, what a lively spectacle. Lu Shaoran chuckled in response. It will be even more vibrant once we enter. Yixian nodded, his curiosity piqued by the imperial capital before him. As the cloud ship approached within approximately 1,000 zhang of the city, it suddenly came to a halt and began to descend gently. Below the cloud ship lay a vast river domain, where at least several dozen cloud ships were anchored, creating a truly magnificent sight. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the area. We have arrived at the imperial capital. Please, esteemed passengers, prepare to disembark. Yixian turned back to his room and noticed that Yi Ling had not yet awakened. Instead of rousing her, he gently lifted her onto his back and made his way to the deck of the cloud ship. Lu Shaoran glanced at Yixian and said with a smile, young friend Yixian, let us proceed to my residence first. Yixian nodded, indicating his acquiescence. Upon hearing his words, the chubby companion Lu Ming instantly beamed with delight. For his solitary journey to the imperial capital had been rather dull. Now, with two companions, his spirits lifted considerably. The cloud ship descended gracefully, soon coming to a gentle halt above the great river, whereupon a long ladder was erected at its edge, allowing countless individuals to disembark from the vessel. After Yixian descended from the cloud ship carrying his sister, he followed Lu Shaoran towards the nearby city gate. On the cloud ship, Han Xiangming gazed at Yixian's retreating figure and murmured, the Sangmu Academy is likely to face turmoil. Beside her, an elderly man spoke solemnly. Why does the young lady not extend goodwill towards him? Han Xiaoming shook her head. I have already missed the best opportunity. Any attempt to befriend him now would only lead to humiliation. As she spoke, she lifted her gaze towards the distant imperial capital and softly remarked, now, joining the Sangmu Academy is the only glimmer of hope. At the city gate of the imperial capital, Yixian looked at the grand entrance before him, feeling a profound sense of reflection. It dawned on him just how small Qingqing was. The city gate before him was more than 10 times larger than that of Qingqing. This was a true city. The place he hailed from could hardly be deemed a city at all. Upon entering the gate, Yixian's first impression was one of vastness. The road beneath his feet was at least 20 zhang wide, and the surrounding buildings were arranged in a pleasing manner, devoid of any sense of congestion, creating an extraordinarily comfortable atmosphere. His second impression was one of liveliness. The streets were bustling with traffic and thronged with voices, making it difficult to hear even a whisper. At that moment, Yiling also stirred awake. Yiling gazed in astonishment at her surroundings, exclaiming, "Brother, this place is far more vibrant than our Qiqing." Yixian smiled and then turned to Lu Xiaoran. "Senior Lu, where is the Sangmu Academy?" Lu Xiaoran replied with a smile, "Young friend, there is no need for haste. The Sangmu Academy will not commence its admissions for another 10 days. At this stage, the academy remains closed to the public, so your visit would bear little significance. It would be best for you to stay at my residence for a few days to recuperate. When the time is ripe, you may join my son and me in visiting the Sangmu Academy. What do you think?" Yixian nodded, naturally pleased. Under Lu Xiaoran's guidance, the group arrived at an expansive and opulent mansion, a fitting abode for the ruler of the city. Lu Xiaoran thoughtfully arranged a separate courtyard for the Yi siblings, along with 3 maidservants, which left Yixian feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, upon entering the courtyard, it took less than half an hour before Yiling fell asleep once more. Witnessing this, Yixian's heart sank. Out of the 12 hours in a day, Yiling seemed to be asleep for at least 9. Such behavior was undoubtedly abnormal. After covering Yiling with a blanket, Yixian stepped out of the room and into the courtyard. In just over 10 days, the Sangmu Academy had become his beacon of hope. Yet, he harbored concerns, for he had yet to reach the Qi control realm, while the academy's minimum admission requirement was precisely that. As a thought crossed his mind, he produced a white jade pendant, a gift from Enlancio. If worst came to worst, he would have no choice but to rely on this pendant, despite his fervent desire to gain entry into Sangmu Academy through his own merit. The Spirit Sword. Yixian understood that once he entered the Sangmu Academy, he would need to embark on the pursuit of the spiritual sword. Unlike others, his path to elevating his own realm lay solely in the quest for a spiritual sword to devour. However, how precious are these spiritual swords? Even if they exist, how exorbitantly priced would they be? Given his current status, he feared he could scarcely afford even a single hair from one. At this moment, he truly grasped the arduous nature of cultivation for an ordinary person. Cultivation. Yixian entered the Tower of the Abyss, refraining from sparring with Shadow, who had now become an inadequate opponent. His current objective was to genuinely master the essence of battle intent. However, he had yet to fully comprehend this elusive concept. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, less than 2 days remained before the admissions at Sangmu Academy. Within the Tower of the Abyss, Yixian clenched his fists tightly, an invisible force pulsating above them. Battle intent. At this moment, he no longer needed to rely solely on a single sword strike to contend with the formidable beings of the Sky Realm. With just this battle intent, he could hold his own against them. Yet, whether he could emerge victorious remained uncertain. The only regret was that what he had grasped was not the intent of the sword. Had it been, he would have faced the experts of the Sky Realm with utter ease. Half an hour later, Yixian exited the Tower of the Abyss. Upon his return to their courtyard, Lu Xiaoran greeted him with a smile, inquiring, "Young friend, have you been settling in well lately?" Yixian chuckled softly and remarked, "To speak candidly, my sister and I have never resided in such a splendid place." Lu Xiaoran laughed heartily. "You truly possess a gift for humor, my young friend. By the way, there will be a banquet tonight. If you have the time, you are welcome to bring your sister and join me." "A banquet?" Yixian was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "What banquet?" Lu Xiaoran replied with a smile, "It is a gathering hosted by the Grand Prince of the Imperial Capital. Each time that Sangmu Academy enrolls students, talented individuals from various regions of the Jiang Kingdom come to the Imperial Capital. The royal family, of course, does not underestimate these prodigies. Thus, the sovereign typically dispatches a prince to extend a warm welcome to these esteemed guests." Yixian pondered for a moment before expressing, "Surely, not everyone can partake in this event?" Lu Xiaoran nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed the case. Only those of notable status and formidable strength are deemed worthy of attending this banquet. In essence, anyone granted entry to this gathering is almost guaranteed a place at Sangmu Academy. Otherwise, the organizers would not extend invitations to them. Yixian forced a smile and said, "Senior, I did not receive an invitation." Lu Xiaoran replied earnestly, "Young friend, you need only accompany me. As for invitations, I shall extend one to you myself. If possible, it would be beneficial for you to attend. All the prodigious talents of this generation will be present. Establishing connections with them would surely be advantageous for you. What do you think?" Yixian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. As Lu Xiaoran had mentioned, forging connections with others was indeed beneficial. Being a sword cultivator did not necessitate a life of solitude. Furthermore, he was eager to witness the prodigious talents of the Jiang kingdom. Lu Shaoran nodded and smiled, saying, "Please make your preparations, young friend. We shall depart shortly." With that, he turned and walked away. Yu Xian returned to his room. At that moment, Yiling also awoke. Yu Xian approached Yiling, gently caressing her cheek as he softly said, "Don't fall asleep later. I will take you out for a grand feast." Yiling blinked her eyes, then beamed with a radiant smile. "All right." Yu Xian gently brushed his fingers against Yiling's small nose and said, "Go wash your face quickly. We shall depart shortly." Half an hour later, Lu Shaoran, accompanied by the Yi siblings and a group of others, left the mansion. They soon arrived at a grand tavern in the heart of the city, the Immortal Guest Pavilion. The Immortal Guest Pavilion is arguably the largest tavern within the imperial capital, sprawling across nearly 1,000 square meters and boasting 6 opulent floors adorned with golden accents, epitomizing extravagance. This establishment is, in fact, a property of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon sighting this magnificent tavern, the Yi siblings stood in awe. They had never encountered such a vast and luxurious establishment before. Not only they, but even the chubby Lu Ming was taken aback, for Qianshan City did not possess a tavern of such grandeur. Observing their astonished expressions, Lu Shaoran laughed heartily and remarked, "This is not even the largest. Venture out more in the future, and you will discover that the world is vast and filled with wonders." Yu Xian nodded, fully agreeing with this sentiment. Fortunately, he had left Qiqing. Otherwise, he would have spent his entire life confined to a limited perspective. Lu Shaoran led the group into the Immortal Guest Pavilion, where a strikingly beautiful woman immediately approached them. "Are you the city Lord Lu?" she inquired. Lu Shaoran nodded in affirmation. The woman beamed sweetly, informing him that with half an hour remaining until the banquet, the Crown Prince had already arranged some entertainment activities for him. Would the city lord care to partake? Upon hearing this, Lu Shaoran's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly declined, asking instead to be taken to meet the Crown Prince. The woman nodded and guided Lu Shaoran and Yu Xian upwards. When they reached the 4th floor, Yu Xian and his sister were astounded by the sight before them. The 4th floor resembled a grand plaza, vast in size, surpassing even their entire Yi family estate. It was extravagantly luxurious, adorned in resplendent gold and brilliance, reminiscent of a palace. Even the ground beneath their feet was covered with thick animal skins, yielding softly underfoot, providing an extraordinarily comfortable experience. "Wow!" exclaimed the chubby lad, Lu Ming, as he stepped on the animal hide. "Father, this is the hide of a crimson tiger. Just this piece must be worth hundreds of gold coins, and there are at least several thousand here. Goodness, this Drunken Immortal Pavilion is wealthier than our family." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and Yi Ling exchanged glances. With Yi Xian shaking his head and smiling, "Poverty has limited my brother's imagination." Lu Shaoran chuckled lightly, "My young friend, this Drunken Immortal Pavilion is as rich as a nation. Even the royal family cannot match their wealth." As he spoke, he glanced into the distance and added, "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he strode away. At that moment, a young man approached them, clasping his fists in greeting. "Have you just arrived, brother?" Yu Xian nodded and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, "I have just arrived." The young man smiled and replied, "I am Yu Heir, the heir of the Yu family from Chuan City. May I ask your esteemed name, my friend?" Yu Xian chuckled. "I am Yu Xian from Qiqing, a solitary cultivator." "A solitary cultivator?" The young man was briefly taken aback. Then he scrutinized Yu Xian. "Are you truly a solitary cultivator?" Yu Xian nodded in affirmation. The young man's expression turned cold, remarking that it was an interruption. Having said that, he turned and departed. "Yu Xian," the young man approached his side, clasping his fists and greeting towards one of the men. "I am the heir of the Yu family from Yuchuan City, and you are?" The man returned the gesture, introducing himself as Mo Xiao, the heir of the Mo family from Yu City. Upon hearing this, the young man was taken aback. Was this the Mo family that possessed dozens of gold mines? The man nodded affirmatively. Yu Xian grasped the man's arm, smiling, "Brother Mo, today we meet as if we are old friends. Come, let us indulge in a few drinks together. P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have offered rewards and monthly votes. Each vote during this new book period is invaluable. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support. A toast to the great benefactors. Lastly, I continue to seek votes." Witnessing this scene, Yu Xian and Yi Ling were momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Yu Xian shook his head with a smile, noting the familiarity of the situation. In Qiqing, it was quite the same. Only those of value would form connections, and those deemed valuable would only associate with others of equal worth. Beside Yi Xian, Lu Ming indignantly exclaimed, "Brother, this fellow looks down on others. Should I take it upon myself to avenge you?" Yixian glanced at the chubby boy, shook his head with a smile, and remarked that it was quite natural for people to congregate by similarity. Just as the chubby boy was about to speak, Lu Shaoran approached, accompanied by a man clad in a yellow robe. The man appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, possessing a handsome visage that exuded a subtle air of authority. He stepped before Yixian, appraised him briefly, and said with a smile, "So, this is the esteemed brother Yixian." Yixian gazed at Lu Shaoran, who promptly stated, "Young friend Yixian, this is our great prince of Jiang Kingdom, Jiang Nianqing." The great prince. Yixian was momentarily taken aback, but soon he clasped his fists toward the crown prince, introducing himself as Yixian from Qiqing. He remained neither servile nor haughty. The crown prince nodded and smiled, saying, "Since brother Yixian is someone esteemed by Lord Lu, it is only fitting that we grow closer in the days to come." Just as Yixian was about to speak, an excited voice suddenly resonated throughout the venue. "Mo Suiqing has arrived." Upon hearing this name, all eyes in the room immediately turned towards the staircase. Before Yixian stood the eldest prince, who also turned his gaze toward the staircase. He adjusted his attire and then walked over. Witnessing this scene, Lu Shaoran hesitated. His words caught in his throat. Ultimately, he remained silent. Naturally, he was aligned with the eldest prince and had hoped to introduce Yixian to him. However, in an effort to avoid provoking Yixian's aversion, he refrained from disclosing too much about him. Now, seeing the eldest prince's composed demeanor, he was inclined to say a few more words, but the thought that Yixian was a sword cultivator, one who despised such trivialities, held him back. It would be one thing if the introduction failed, but inciting Yixian's displeasure would be truly counterproductive. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a woman descended from the staircase. She appeared to be in her 20s, clad in a flowing scarlet gown that accentuated her tall and slender figure. Her features were exquisitely refined, arched brows and starry eyes, with skin as smooth and fair as jade, seemingly flawless. Particularly captivating were her large eyes. Reminiscent of stars in the night sky, a mere glance seemed capable of ensnaring one's soul. She was stunning. Even Yixian found himself stealing a few extra glances. He could not deny the allure of beauty. Though his admiration was purely aesthetic, he harbored no further thoughts beyond that. Yixian retracted his gaze and turned to his companion, Lu Shaoran. "Senior, what is this?" Lu Shaoran replied with a smile, "Mo Suiqing. The most beautiful in the imperial capital. The most beautiful in the imperial capital." Yixian was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, "Where is Enlancio?" Although the woman before him was stunningly beautiful, to suggest that she surpassed Enlancio would be an exaggeration. Lu Shaoran chuckled and replied, "Enguisher is renowned across countless nations. Her reputation is not founded on mere beauty, but rather the impression she leaves on others. Do you comprehend this, my young friend?" Upon hearing this, Yixian understood. With the arrival of Mo Suiqing, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to her, and everyone gathered around her, akin to stars orbiting the moon. Beside Yixian, Lu Shaoran suddenly remarked, "Mo Suiqing is not merely a beauty, she hails from the Mo family, an ancient lineage that even the royal family regards with trepidation. Currently, the two princes of the Jiang Kingdom are vying for the position of crown prince. Should either of them manage to marry her, the throne would be virtually assured. Alas, Mo Suiqing's standards are extraordinarily high. She has proclaimed that no man in the Jiang Kingdom is worthy of her." At this moment, Yiling, standing next to Yixian, interjected, "I believe my brother is more than worthy." Yixian cast a sidelong glance at Yiling, remarking, "In your eyes, I may be a treasure. However, in the eyes of others, I fear I barely amount to a blade of grass." Yiling smiled sweetly, tightly clutching Yixian's arm. In her heart, her brother deserved anyone in the world. Lu Shaoran chuckled heartily, urging his young friend not to underestimate himself. The youth was accomplished and, if he set his mind to it, anything was possible. He was unaware of the individuals behind Yixian. Yet he recognized one thing. After Yixian had slain the elder of the drunken immortal pavilion, he survived unscathed, and subsequently, the master of the drunken immortal pavilion met his demise. Yixian shook his head with a smile, glancing at Mo Suiqing in the distance. Such a woman, with lofty aspirations and a gaze that pierces the heavens, was not someone he would seek to engage with unnecessarily. In his view, a relationship should be founded on feelings and character. Although talent and potential are indeed important, if affection is predicated solely on innate abilities, prospects, or familial status, it loses its significance. It is akin to a love that thrives on wealth. If I am affluent, you adore me. If I am impoverished, your affection wanes. What value does such love possess? As the banquet commenced, Yi Xian, along with his sister Yi Ling, Lu Xiaoran, and the chubby boy, occupied a table of their own, laden with an array of dishes that continuously replenished. The siblings and the chubby boy relished the feast with great delight, having endured a life of hardship. They were unacquainted with the luxurious delicacies of the world. As for the chubby boy, his motives were purely driven by greed. Meanwhile, those around them engaged in networking and toasting one another, while their table was consumed by a frenzy of eating. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoran could only shake his head in a bemused manner. He was acutely aware of his son's disposition. The chubby boy was not one to articulate insincere platitudes and might even offend others. As for Yi Xian, Lu Xiaoran believed him to possess exceptionally high standards. Dismissive of mingling with others. Little did he know, every time Yi Xian declared himself a rogue cultivator, people would promptly scatter. Yi Xian felt quite helpless. Damn it. To make a friend, one must first inquire about their family's business. Is this not absurd? After a brief moment, Lu Xiaoran turned her gaze towards the distance and said, "You all enjoy your meal. A few old acquaintances have arrived, and I shall go greet them." Yi Xian and the other two did not respond to him. Lu Xiaoran shook her head with a smile and rose to depart. Yi Ling served a generous chicken leg to Yi Xian, exclaiming, "Brother, you should nourish yourself more." As she spoke, she added a piece of cabbage to the bowl of the chubby boy. "Chubby, you must lose some weight. Vegetables are delicious, so do indulge." The chubby boy cast a forlorn glance at the cabbage in his bowl and lamented, "Sister Ling, you are so biased." Upon hearing this, Yi Ling let out a delightful laugh and placed a piece of braised pork onto Yu Xian's plate, saying, "Brother, this is delectable and so tender." Meanwhile, the chubby boy watched in utter disbelief and thought to himself, "When I return home, I shall insist that my mother gives me a younger sister. No, make that two." Yi Xian exchanged a glance with his sister, and in the next moment, the two siblings burst into laughter. Meanwhile, by Mo Suiqing's side stood a veiled woman, none other than the recently arrived Han Xiangming. Although Han Xiangming was engaged in conversation with Mo Suiqing, her gaze frequently drifted towards Yi Xian in the distance. Surprised to see him here. Noticing Han Xiangming's attention, Mo Suiqing glanced at Yi Xian and inquired, "Xiangming, do you know that person?" Han Xiangming nodded slightly. Mo Suiqing chuckled. "To catch your eye like that is quite remarkable. Pray, tell me, which noble family does he belong to?" Han Xiaoming shook her head, explaining that they had only interacted once or twice and were not well acquainted. Mo Suiqing's lips curled into a sly smile. "Not well acquainted. Yet you seem to have observed him several times. Have you perhaps developed a fondness?" As she spoke, she glanced toward Yi Xian, finding him to be quite handsome, his gaze passable. Han Xiaoming quickly countered, "Do not speak nonsense. I have merely had limited interactions with him and did not anticipate seeing him here." Mo Suiqing looked around. Chuckling, "It is hardly surprising for him to appear. This place draws together talents from various cities in the kingdom of Jiang. Networking here yields countless benefits. In today's society, apart from personal prowess, connections are paramount, are they not?" Han Xiaoming replied quietly, "Have you seen him mingling with anyone?" Mo Suiqing was momentarily taken aback and, upon glancing at Yi Xian again, responded with surprise, "If you put it that way, he does seem rather unique." Han Xiaoming shook her head, insisting, "Let us not discuss him. His matters are irrelevant to us." However, Mo Suiqing persistently shook her head. "I find myself intrigued. Come, let us go and witness for ourselves." Han Xiaoming's expression shifted slightly as she hurriedly cautioned, "Suiqing, do not provoke him." "Provoke?" Mo Suiqing laughed. "Your choice of words is rather peculiar. It seems you harbor some apprehension towards him. What is truly going on?" Just as Han Xiaoming was about to speak, Mo Suiqing interjected, "Never mind. He only piques my curiosity further. Come, accompany me to see him." With that, she took Han Xiaoming's hand and approached Yu Xian's table. The movements of the two women naturally drew the attention of countless onlookers, and as they approached Yi Xian, the crowd turned their gazes towards him, filled with curiosity. What could it be about Yi Xian that caught Mo Suiqing's interest? Mo Suiqing sized up Yi Xian and smiled. "There is no one here. Do you mind if my sister and I take a seat?" Yi Xian glanced at the two women. He was naturally acquainted with Han Xiaoming. However, he found himself perplexed by the intentions of these two women. Before Yi Xian could respond, Mo Suiqing took Han Xiaoming by the hand and seated her. She scrutinized Yi Xian and inquired, "How shall I address you, young sir? Which esteemed family do you hail from?" Yi Xian set down his chopsticks and clasped his fists together. "I am Yi Xian, a solitary cultivator." "A solitary cultivator?" The interest in Mo Suiqing's eyes deepened. Could it be that he is merely a solitary cultivator? Yixian nodded, yet he was merely a solitary cultivator. Mo Suiqing remarked with a smile. A solitary cultivator lacks the qualifications to be present in this place. Yixian chuckled. We merely followed Lord Lu to this place for a free meal. Upon hearing Yixian's words, the gathering erupted into laughter. Mo Suiqing also smiled, remarking that it was her first time witnessing someone come here merely for a meal. Yixian pondered for a moment before speaking. Miss Mo, what is it that you wish to discuss? Please be direct. The gazes of those around him converged at this point, which was not advantageous for him. He had no desire to create enemies without cause. Mo Suiqing smiled and replied, It's nothing significant, just came to enjoy some company. Is that not permissible? Do you believe that I am unworthy to share a table with you, young Master Yi? As she spoke, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several men nearby changed instantly. One of them approached Mo Suiqing, casting a cold glance at Yixian. What is he, really? How dare he sit at the same table as you, Miss Mo? At that moment, the stout boy suddenly slammed his hand on the table, angrily pointing at the man who had spoken. Who the hell do you think you are to speak to my brother like that? The man narrowed his eyes. Are you seeking death? Just as the stout boy was about to retort, Yixian intervened, grasping his arm and then turning to Mo Suiqing. Miss Mo, have I offended you in some way? Why do you seem intent on inciting animosity towards me? Mo Suiqing blinked innocently, her expression one of feigned surprise. Inciting animosity? I would never. You are unjustly accusing me. With a soft sigh, she continued, I merely noticed your remarkable demeanor and hoped to make your acquaintance. I never anticipated being so misunderstood by you, alas. It seems that in your eyes, I am not worthy of your friendship, Yixian said in a deep voice. But you must have seen that your words and actions have now made me the target of public criticism. Mo Suiqing smiled slyly. That is your concern, is it not? Yixian cast a glance at Mo Suiqing, recognizing her intention to stir trouble. He rose, taking the chubby boy and Yiling by the hand, and declared, Let us depart. Yiling nodded obediently, picking up an apple from the table and placing it in her pocket. For Yixian had a penchant for enjoying a piece of fruit after meals. As the trio prepared to depart, Mo Suiqing's expression gradually turned frosty. How could Brother Yi be so disrespectful? Does he truly look down upon me? Beside Mo Suiqing, a man chuckled and remarked, Miss Mo, why bother engaging with such individuals? He cast a scornful glance at Yiling and continued, To come here merely for a free meal is one thing. But to leave with a takeaway, I have never encountered such audacity. Alas, those of such lowly stature are capable of even baser deeds. Upon hearing the man's words, Yiling's face paled, and she hurriedly returned the apple to the table. Meanwhile, Han Xiangming's expression shifted dramatically at the man's comment. How did the Yunchuan tragedy unfold? It was all because of this little girl. As predicted, no sooner had the man finished speaking than Yixian vanished like a gust of wind, reappearing right before the man. Before the latter could react, Yixian's fist struck his mouth with tremendous force. Bang! The man was sent flying several meters away, his teeth scattering as blood gushed forth. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. A scuffle had erupted. Mo Suiqing, too, was taken aback that the man would resort to violence, coldly regarding Yixian and muttering, You certainly possess quite the capability. After Yixian sent the man flying with a single punch, he strode directly to Mo Suiqing's presence. Women like you, who rely on a measure of beauty, disregard others and show no respect, delight in treating the men around you as mere playthings, relishing in their foolishness provoked by your every word and action. You must take great pleasure in that, don't you? To speak frankly, a woman like you, even if stripped bare before me, would evoke no interest whatsoever. With that, he picked up an apple from the table and turned to leave, taking Yiling and the chubby boy with him. As Yixian's words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the scene. No one anticipated that Yixian would dare to insult Mo Suiqing in front of such a large audience. After all, Mo Suiqing was the dream lover of countless men in the imperial capital. At that moment, Mo Suiqing suddenly slammed her palm onto the table with great force. Bang! The table was instantly reduced to dust. Mo Suiqing's figure flickered, and she stood before Yixian and his companions, her gaze fixed intensely on Yixian, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Do you have the audacity to repeat those words? She challenged. Yixian approached Mo Suiqing, the proximity allowing them to sense each other's breath. He gazed at her, addressing her with disdain. You, a woman who relies on a modicum of beauty, hold others in contempt and fail to show respect. You delight in treating the men around you as mere playthings, reveling in their foolishness brought about by your whims. I must be blunt. A woman like you, even stripped bare before me, would elicit no interest whatsoever. Imo Suiching's smile remained, albeit with a hint of coldness. Everyone recognized that the most beautiful woman in the capital had become incensed. She struck out, her palm twisting slightly, unleashing a powerful gust of energy that surged forth like a tempest. It was the realm of chi manipulation. The technique she wielded was evidently formidable. As the moment the energy manifested, the tables and chairs around her and Yi Xian were instantly reduced to dust. Yet, Yi Xian did not retreat. Instead, he launched a punch towards her. With a resounding thud, their energies collided, creating a shockwave that sent both of them staggering back several paces. Mo Suiqing cast a cold glance at Yi Xian, acknowledging his prowess. Not bad, she remarked, preparing to attack once more. However, at that moment, Han Xiaoming stepped in front of her. Suqing, please stand down. Can you do this for my sake? Han Xiaoming implored. Stand down? Mo Suiqing scoffed. He has insulted me so grievously, you would have me simply let it go? Han Xiaoming grasped Mo Suiqing's hand, urging her, listen to my advice, just this once. Mo Suiqing furrowed her brow, questioning, what is it about him that you fear so much? Just then, the Grand Prince and Lu Shaoran arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, Lu Shaoran's heart sank. The Grand Prince scrutinized Yi Xian and Mo Suiqing before approaching her with a smile. Miss Mo, what has transpired to incite your anger? Mo Suiqing shot a frosty glare at Yi Xian. Jiang Nianchen, this man you invited, has openly insulted me in front of so many. You dare call this a misunderstanding? Is he your friend? Friend? Lu Shaoran felt a chill run through him as he looked at the Grand Prince. Acutely aware that the fate of Yi Xian rested on the Grand Prince's decision, the Grand Prince could hardly befriend such a person. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up. This man has spoken inappropriately and openly insulted Miss Mo. He should be executed immediately to serve as a warning to others. Indeed, such a crude individual has no right to share the same space as us. Grand Prince, you must expel him at once to spare Miss Mo further disgrace. The Grand Prince pondered briefly before shaking his head. I am not acquainted with this individual, nor did I invite him. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaoran sighed inwardly, already anticipating the outcome. Mo Suiqing was backed by the Mo family, and given the current situation, Yi Xian had clearly drawn the ire of the crowd. The Grand Prince would never side with him. Yi Xian remained expressionless, holding on to Yi Ling tightly. Just then, someone in the crowd mocked. No wonder he was so eager to indulge earlier. It turns out he snuck in here. These servants really are incompetent, allowing such a person to infiltrate. Lu Shaoran stepped forward, cupping his fist in apology. I am Lu Shaoran, the Lord of Qianshan City. This young friend is under my care, and I apologize for the inconvenience caused to all present. He then turned to Yi Xian, offering a wry smile. I did not foresee the situation unfolding this way. My apologies, young friend. Yi Xian shook his head, indicating it was not of your concern. Lu Shaoran nodded slightly, then turned to face the Crown Prince, Jiang Nianchen, who was staring intently at him. Lu Lao, are you aware of what you are doing? Lu Shaoran replied with a smile, Crown Prince, I beg your pardon. After speaking, he glanced at Yi Xian and said, my young friend, let us depart. Clearly, he had chosen Yi Xian. Everyone present was taken aback, especially the Crown Prince, who had not anticipated that Lu Shaoran would openly choose Yi Xian in front of so many witnesses. He was also somewhat alarmed. Who exactly was this Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded, then took Yi Ling's hand to follow Lu Shaoran as they prepared to leave. At that moment, Mo Suiqing's cold voice suddenly echoed from not far away. What? Do you intend to depart just like that? Lu Shaoran pondered briefly before stepping in front of Mo Suiqing. Miss Mo, I believe the previous incident was a misunderstanding. I kindly ask you to grant this old man some leniency, and let us put this matter behind us. What do you say? Mo Suiqing replied indifferently. If you wish for this matter to be overlooked, then let him kneel and apologize to me, and we shall consider it settled. How does that sound? Hearing this, Lu Shaoran's brow furrowed. At that moment, Han Xiaoming approached Yi Xian, giving him a slight bow. Young Master Yi, although this incident was not my intention, it arose because of me. I apologize. Xiaoming. Mo Suiqing snapped from the side. Whose side are you on? Han Xiaoming glanced at Mo Suiqing and replied, Suiqing, if you regard me as a friend, can we let this matter rest? Mo Suiqing's expression darkened. How could this be overlooked? Just then, a voice resonated through the gathering. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a young man descended the staircase. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a robust build, a buzz cut, and an intimidating demeanor. Song Qi, someone exclaimed in surprise. Isn't he the genius from the Tsang family? I've heard he has been pre-admitted to Tsangmu Academy. Pre-admitted. Many aspired to join Tsangmu Academy yet required assessments, while a select few were exempt from such evaluations due to their extraordinary qualities. This year, only 5 individuals were exempt, and Song-chi was among them. Furthermore, it was common knowledge that Song-chi was a follower of Mo Sui-ching. Song-chi approached Mo Sui-ching, casting a cold glare at Yuxian from a distance. Sui-ching, I shall avenge you. Mo Sui-ching frowned slightly and retorted, Song-chi, this has nothing to do with you. Song-chi snarled, his insult to you is an insult to me. With that, he turned to face Yuxian. What are you, a mere dog, to insult Sui-ching? I will shatter your bones piece by piece today. As he finished speaking, he charged forward like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. An invisible pressure already weighing down on Yuxian before he even arrived. Yuxian clenched his right fist tightly, and in an instant, the aura surrounding him dissipated. In the next moment, before the gaze of the onlookers, Song-chi's fist struck Yuxian's chest, while Yuxian reciprocated with a punch at Song-chi's chest. Bang! Bang! Yuxian retreated a considerable distance, yet Song-chi was forced back 10 paces, ultimately colliding with the wall before coming to a halt. Witnessing this scene, all present were left in stunned silence. Jiang Yinshin narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of astonishment flickering within them, while Mo Sui-ching beside him furrowed her brow in concern. They were acutely aware of Song-chi's formidable prowess. His unique physique rendered him exceptionally strong, making it rare for anyone at the same level to rival him in physical strength. Yet now, Song-chi found himself at a disadvantage. His eyes brimmed with disbelief as he pondered how it could be possible. Yuxian wore an impassive expression. Had he ever feared anyone? He had indeed cultivated to the concealed realm of the golden body. In terms of physical prowess, he would not shy away from a confrontation with not only humans, but even with ferocious beasts. I refuse to believe it. Song-chi suddenly roared, charging once more towards Yuxian. Yet, Yuxian's figure trembled slightly, and he swiftly positioned himself before Song-chi. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the two once again collided with their fists. Bang! Crack! The sudden sound of a bone snapping echoed ominously as Song-chi's right arm shattered completely, and in an instant, he was sent flying, crashing against the wall. Bang! The entire wall quivered violently, and after a brief struggle, Song-chi ultimately failed to rise. Yuxian cast a cold glance around, then grasped Yi Ling's hand and declared, "Let us depart." Hold on. At that moment, a voice resonated through the gathering. It was none other than the voice of the Crown Prince, Jiang Yinxing. The Crown Prince approached Yuxian, smiling as he said, "Brother Yi, I have come to understand the events that transpired. You have indeed insulted Miss Mo, and I implore you to offer her your apologies." The Crown Prince embodying righteousness. In the crowd, several individuals slightly bowed to Jiang Yinxin, urging, "We beseech the Crown Prince to uphold justice. This person has taken advantage of his power to insult Miss Mo, a crime that is utterly unforgivable. We ask that the Crown Prince commands his imprisonment." Jiang Yinshin clasped his fists and reassured those present. "Rest assured, everyone, justice shall prevail. I will not turn a blind eye. And I will certainly seek reparation for Miss Mo." He then turned to Yuxian, stating, "Brother Yi, should you choose not to apologize today, I fear that I shall be unable to permit your departure from this celestial guest house." Yuxian smiled and remarked, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, possesses remarkable strategies, skillfully winning hearts and achieving multiple gains in one fell swoop." Jiang Yinshin replied in a calm tone, "Apologize. To demonstrate your sincerity, I implore you to kneel and offer your apologies." As his words echoed, a group of elite guards wielding long spears emerged from the surroundings, each one a paragon of exceptional prowess. "Kneel and apologize." Yuxian chuckled softly as he turned to the side, addressing Lu Xiaoran and Han. "Senior Lu and Miss Han, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in looking after my sister." The reason for requesting Han Xiaoming's presence was that having one more person would provide Yu Ling with an additional layer of protection. Upon hearing Yuxian's words, Lu Xiaoran hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, while Han Xiaoming let out a faint sigh, choosing to remain silent. Yuxian turned to face Jiang Yinshin and the others. Jiang Yinshin narrowed his eyes. An intruder had arrived, one who brazenly trespassed into the immortal guest house, openly insulted Miss Mo, and inflicted harm. Such offenses were utterly unforgivable and warranted immediate execution. The guards charged fiercely towards Yuxian. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed at the staircase, and in the next instant, everyone was rendered speechless. At the staircase stood a woman clad in white, as radiant as snow, resembling a celestial goddess. It was Enlancio. Upon seeing Enlancio, the guards promptly knelt on one knee, while the crowd bowed deeply in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the national scholar." Even the Grand Prince Jiang Yinxing hastily offered a bow, and beside him, the pallid-faced Imo Sui-ching also rose to her feet, offering a slight bow. "Imo Sui-ching of the Imo family, I pay my respects to the national scholar." Enlancio nodded gently. Under the gaze of all, she approached Yuxian, scrutinizing him for a moment before displaying a hint of surprise in her eyes. "You," she remarked, accompanied by a faint smile, "you have indeed astonished me. In such a short time apart, you have reached this level. Brother Yi, might we step aside for a conversation?" Brother Yi. At the utterance of this name, everyone present was rendered utterly speechless. P.S. As the weather turns cold, esteemed individuals, do remember to dress warmly. Brother Yi. At this moment, all present were genuinely astonished. How many individuals in the imperial capital could be addressed as Brother by Enlancio? Perhaps there are some, but they are undoubtedly rare and exceptional. A person of Enlancio's caliber, willing to engage with someone on equal terms, could hardly be an ordinary individual. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yuxian, their eyes filled with curiosity. Even Imo Sui-ching exhibited a hint of surprise. Enlancio was somewhat acquainted with him. Those whom she regarded highly in the entire imperial capital were likely few in number. What merit or capability did this young man possess? Meanwhile, the first Prince Jiang Yinxin's expression darkened considerably. In that moment, he realized he might have bet on the wrong horse. In front of Enlancio, Yuxian offered a faint smile. Just then, a young man suddenly stepped forward to stand before Enlancio, bowing deeply. "Engusher, this individual has previously insulted Miss Mo and has openly resorted to violence here. He deserves severe punishment. I implore you to uphold justice." Enlancio glanced at the speaker, inquiring, "Who are you?" Hearing this, the young man felt a surge of joy. He clasped his fists and replied, "I am Li Feng of the Li family. Honored to meet you, Engusher." Enlancio turned to Yuxian, who remained silent. Yiling, anxious, hastily explained, "Sisterin, they're the ones who bullied us." She quickly recounted the events that transpired earlier. Moments later, Enlancio directed her gaze towards Imo Sui-ching, who appeared visibly shaken. The Imo family was indeed powerful, yet this individual before them was not someone to be trifled with. Even by formidable factions such as the Tsangmu Academy or the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Enlancio retracted her gaze and addressed Imo Sui-ching. "The Imo family is a distinguished lineage. As a representative of the younger generation, your words and actions reflect upon your family. It would be wise to refrain from such childish behavior in the future. Would you not agree?" Imo Sui-ching's countenance darkened, and she remained silent. Enlancio fixed her gaze upon Imo Sui-ching. Her silence indicated resentment and defiance. As her words fell, a potent aura surged forth from Enlancio, overwhelming Imo Sui-ching, who felt as though a mountain had fallen upon her, bending her body low, her feet succumbing to the pressure. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The wrath was palpable. In that moment, not a single soul dared to speak on Imo Sui-ching's behalf. Under the weight of their gazes, Imo Sui-ching ultimately knelt upon the ground, her fists clenched, her expression fierce. She too was a person of privilege. When had she ever been subjected to such treatment? At that moment, an elderly man suddenly appeared beside them. He quickly bowed deeply to Enlancio, saying, "Engusher, my young lady is inexperienced and has acted inappropriately. I humbly request that you overlook her transgressions this once. For the sake of the old family head. Thank you immensely." Enlancio withdrew her aura, and Imo Sui-ching collapsed onto the ground. Enlancio regarded Imo Sui-ching and spoke in a calm tone, "Return and inform the head of the Imo family that Brother Yi is my friend. Should the Imo family harbor any grievances regarding my actions today, they may seek me out. If I learn that the Imo family harbors ill will and seeks revenge against Brother Yi and his sister, I, Enlancio, shall confront the Imo family to demand justice for them." The elderly man nodded quickly, then took Imo Sui-ching away. Enlancio turned to the first prince, whose expression had changed significantly. She said softly, "First prince, do you know how rare it is for a talent to emerge from Jiang country? Your selfish actions today, suppressing our nation's talents, are indeed short-sighted and utterly foolish." Jiang Yinxin's countenance was grim, yet he dared not respond. This individual before him was someone even his father treated with deference. Others may not comprehend the significance Enlancio held for Jiang country, but as a member of the royal family, he understood all too well. The royal family of Jiang and countless noble families would rather sacrifice him than offend Enlancio in the slightest. For now, Only Enloncio could suppress the genius prodigies of neighboring nations. It was due to her presence that these nations harbored apprehension towards Jiang country, refraining from provoking it lightly. Enloncio slowly closed her eyes, resigning from her position of welcoming new students, and for the next 5 years, she would not hold this role again. The first prince bowed deeply and then turned to leave, casting a glance at Yixian as he departed. Enloncio turned to Yixian, saying, "Brother Yi, shall we?" Yixian held Yiling's hand and asked, "May I take my sister along?" Enloncio replied with a smile, "Of course." Thus, under the gaze of the onlookers, Enloncio and the Yi siblings turned and departed. Inside the hall, the crowd remained silent for a long time. By now, night had fallen, and on the tranquil streets, the three walked side by side. Enloncio softly remarked, "I never anticipated that after our parting, Brother Yi would attain such clarity of sword heart and comprehend the essence of battle intent. It can be said that Brother Yi has now approached the realm of a martial arts master." Yusun inquired with a solemn tone, "How is it that you can see through me so effortlessly?" This question had lingered in his mind since their time in Qingqing. Enloncio chuckled lightly. "My eyes possess a certain uniqueness, allowing me to perceive the essence of things." Noticing that Enloncio had chosen not to elaborate, Yusun refrained from pressing further. Enloncio came to a halt, standing directly opposite him. "In the realm of the two-world city, it was you who bravely confronted the black-armored cavalry of the Tang Kingdom, single-handedly facing thousands of them, was it not?" Yixian was somewhat taken aback. "How do you know?" Enloncio replied with a smile, "The ninth princess is my dear friend. She recounted the events of that day to me, describing a young man in a blue robe accompanied by a younger sister. I am certain it must be you." Beside Yixian, Yiling smiled sweetly, tightly embracing his arm. Enlon walked gracefully, saying, "Brother Yi, the hearts of the people in the imperial capital are intricate. Each individual is driven solely by self-interest. As for the grand affairs of the nation, how many truly care? Among those present in the hall today, I fear that not a single person would have stood up as you did on that day in the Two-Realm City." Yixian softly inquired, "Missen, do you hold the kingdom of Zhang in high regard?" Enloncio smiled and replied, "A nation provides a home, and a home nurtures the individual. My concern lies not with the Jiang royal family but with the state itself. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing her words, Yixian nodded in understanding. In truth, he shared this sentiment with Enloncio. Though he considered himself a selfish individual, he would undoubtedly rise to the occasion should his country face adversity. Like Enloncio, his loyalty did not reside with the royal family of Jiang. Rather, it was the kingdom of Jiang that mattered to him. As Enloncio walked gracefully ahead, Yixian and his sister followed at a leisurely pace. Beneath the moonlight, Enloncio, clad in snow-white robes, resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Such beauty! At that moment, Enloncio continued, "Brother Yi, the hearts of the people in the imperial capital are intricate. As a swordsman with a forthright nature, you must exercise caution in all matters while in the capital." Yixian cast a glance at Enloncio and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." After a brief pause, he continued, "May I challenge you to a duel?" Indeed, at this moment, he yearned fervently for a confrontation, particularly with a formidable opponent. For the shadows within the Abyss Tower were no longer his match. He found himself uncertain about the extent of his own power. Just how formidable had he become? Upon hearing Yixian's words, Enloncio turned to him with a smile. This smile was so enchanting that it rendered the world around them dim, leaving even Yixian momentarily entranced, though he quickly regained his composure. Beside Yixian, Yiling softly exclaimed, "Sister, you are truly beautiful." Enlon gently caressed Yiling's little head and remarked, "Beauty is merely a superficial layer. True strength and goodness reside within the heart." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Yixian and smiled. "Once you attain the Qi Mastery realm, shall we engage in a battle?" Qi Mastery. Yixian pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Very well." Enloncio came to a halt and said, "Brother Yi, let us part ways here." Yixian clasped his fist towards Enloncio, saying, "Missen, until we meet again." After speaking, he took Yiling's hand and turned to leave. Yiling waved playfully at Enloncio, clearly fond of her. As she watched the Yi siblings disappear at the end of the street, Enloncio withdrew her gaze and continued onward. At her side, an elderly man had appeared unbeknownst to her. The old man spoke in a grave tone, "Miss, the closer you draw to him, the greater his troubles may become." Enloncio replied softly, "Ling Lao, inform them that anyone who dares to trouble his siblings because of me shall not be spared." Ling Lao smiled wryly, "Miss, wouldn't it be better if you simply kept your distance from him?" Enloncio responded gently, "Do you believe he is unworthy of my acquaintance?" Ling Lao shook his head. This young man, at such a tender age, comprehends the essence of battle and possesses a pure heart for the sword. Such talent and fortune are rare indeed. If you were to regard him merely as a friend, he would begrudgingly qualify. However, he trailed off, realizing that his mistress harbored special feelings for the youth. This was not a favorable situation. And Lan Xiu chuckled lightly. Ling Lao, are you afraid that I might develop feelings for him? Ling Lao sighed. Miss, you are rather too blunt. Could you not be a touch more subtle? And Lan Xiu glanced back at the spot where the Yi siblings had vanished, reflecting on how she admired his feelings for his sister. The matters of the Two Realms city had deepened her regard for him. With a soft smile, she mused. A good man should indeed be like this. Upon hearing her words, Ling Lao's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu had already walked some distance away. Ling Lao sighed quietly. Little one, you best not entertain any improper thoughts, or you shall find your life exceedingly difficult, perhaps even tragic. No one understood the formidable nature of his mistress better than he did. To be with her, one must possess a fitting identity, strength, talent, and background. None could be lacking. As for Yi Xian, his investigations revealed that he was merely a discarded pawn from a small world. In terms of status alone, they were worlds apart. After a moment, Ling Lao sighed again and followed after her. At the end of the street, Yi Xian walked slowly into the distance with Yi Ling on his back. Brother, Yin is so beautiful. Indeed. Do you like him? Brother, why not Marian? I think you two would make a great match. But what do I have? Should I ask her to share my meager fare? Then do you like her? All I wish is for your eternal safety. Brother, I want to accompany you for a lifetime. Silly girl, you must get married. I want tea. Why not? Because I shall never encounter anyone who treats me better than you do. Yi Xian carried his sister back to the manor. Upon their arrival, Yuling promptly fell asleep. After gently placing her on the bed, he noticed that Yuling had curled up into a ball, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yi Xian was taken aback, and he hurriedly covered Yuling with a quilt. However, Yuling remained uncomfortably cold. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian felt a surge of panic. It seemed a realization struck him, and he swiftly retrieved the heavenly fire-warmed jade that hung around Yuling's neck. Upon seeing the jade, he was left in a daze. To his astonishment, a delicate layer of frost now adorned its surface. Senior? Yi Xian urgently called out in his heart, Senior, this. Please bring in the jade. Suddenly, the voice of the mysterious woman echoed. Yi Xian hurriedly placed the heavenly fire-warmed jade within the confines of the realm prison tower. Moments later, the heavenly fire-warmed jade reappeared in Yi Xian's hand. Having regained its original form, Yi Xian hastily hung the heavenly fire-warmed jade around Yuling's neck, and gradually, Yuling's expression improved somewhat. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian felt an immediate sense of relief in his heart. At that moment, the voice of the mysterious woman suddenly resonated. This jade's spiritual power and essence have diminished by 99%. At most, it will sustain for merely a day. Soon, this jade shall transform into a worthless stone. You must prepare accordingly. Worthless stone. Yi Xian's expression gradually grew grave. If the celestial fire-warmed jade were to fail, how could his sister withstand this chilling air? After a moment, Yi Xian exited the room. Outside, gazing at the luminous moon in the night sky, he clenched his fists tightly. Tomorrow marked the day of enrollment for Sangmu Academy. Sangmu Academy, the largest institution in the Jiang Kingdom, once he became a part of it. He could seek medical help for his sister, liberating her from the torment of her affliction. Just then, Lu Sharon entered the courtyard. Lu Sharon smiled wryly. Yi, my young friend, I apologize for the events of tonight. Yi Xian shook his head, asserting that it had nothing to do with Senior Lu. Lu Sharon softly remarked. I initially held great expectations for the Crown Prince, yet today's events have revealed that he is not as I had envisioned. Alas, these royal offspring truly excel at superficial appearances. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Senior Lu, if I may be frank, aligning yourself at this juncture seems rather premature. Furthermore, the esteemed individual above would likely disapprove of your current allegiance. Lu Sharon responded with a wry smile. Fully aware of this reality, however, he understood that if he did not choose a side now, it might be too late to do so in the future. Yi Xian shook his head and said candidly, Forgive my frankness, Senior Lu, all you need to do is pledge your loyalty to the current emperor. As long as the emperor remains alive, neither you nor the Lu family will encounter any misfortune. Lu Shaoran nodded in agreement. I have been contemplating the same. We, the Lu family, do not wish to be entangled in this struggle for the crown. Yi Xian nodded, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, Lu Shaoran smiled and said, Young friend, tomorrow marks the enrollment at Sangmu Academy. At that time, My rather unremarkable son will certainly rely on your guidance and support within the academy. Yixian smiled and said, Senior Liu. I may not necessarily be able to join Songmu Academy. Lu Xiaoran slightly shook his head and replied, If Songmu Academy does not accept you, it will be their greatest loss. Yixian smiled faintly, remaining silent. After Lu Xiaoran departed, Yixian returned to the realm prison tower. Upon his return, he noticed a faint sound emanating from the upper floor. It was subtle, yet he distinctly heard it. Yixian said solemnly, Senior, what is that? The mysterious woman replied, What do you think it should be? Yixian smiled bitterly and asked, Senior, what exactly is this second layer? After a moment of silence, the mysterious woman replied, It is not a benevolent existence. In any case, once you enter the academy, you must find a way to acquire a spiritual sword to elevate your own realm. Everything must be expedited. Yixian nodded. The current situation within the boundary prison tower rendered him restless, instilling a persistent sense of unease. It could be said that he felt a foreboding presence on the second level, an intuition devoid of concrete evidence. Yet it was a feeling that the tower imparted to him, a warning from the boundary prison tower itself. As the enigmatic woman had advised, he needed to hasten his pace. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to gain admission to the Songmu Academy. As the day passed, the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, casting a warm glow upon the morning sky. Yixian led his sister Yiling out of the grand gates of their residence, where they were met by Lu Xiaoran and the chubby Lu Ming. Lu Xiaoran cast a discerning glance at Yixian, who was adorned in a flowing robe of cloud-white silk. His already handsome features were accentuated by the attire, and with a sword at his waist to signify his identity as a sword cultivator, he would undoubtedly captivate many young ladies in the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Yiling donned a deep green dress, her long braid cascading down her back. Despite her tender age, it was evident to all that she was a budding beauty destined to dazzle in the years to come. Upon witnessing the striking appearance of the siblings, Lu Xiaoran became increasingly convinced that their origins were indeed remarkable. Shaking off his thoughts, Lu Xiaoran smiled and said, Young friend Yi, shall we proceed? Yixian nodded, then took Yiling's hand and followed the father and son, Lu Xiaoran, as they made their way into the distance. Their location was not far from Songmu Academy. Hence the group chose to walk. Today, the imperial capital was exceptionally vibrant, as the enrollment of Songmu Academy was a matter of paramount importance. In the entire Jiang Kingdom, the most effective way to rise to prominence swiftly was to gain admission to Songmu Academy. Entering Songmu Academy was akin to leaping over the Dragon's Gate. Thus, each enrollment season attracted prodigious talents from all corners of Jiang, accompanied by their families, which further enlivened the capital. However, what Yixian was unaware of was that without Lu Xiaoran's assistance, he and his sister would have struggled to find accommodation in the capital, as all inns had been fully booked a month prior. Yiling was unusually jubilant today, for Yixian would be joining Songmu Academy. Once Yixian became part of Songmu Academy, he would no longer be an island unto himself. He would have support and a promising future. At that moment, even if her illness remained untreatable, she could find solace in that thought. Contemplating this, Yiling tilted her head and glanced at Yixian, gripping his hand tightly. If given the choice, she too wished to live, for ever since their mother departed, her brother had been burdened with overwhelming hardships. She feared not death itself, but rather the loneliness that would engulf her brother in her absence. The streets grew increasingly crowded, with throngs of people all moving in a singular direction, toward Songmu Academy. To the north of the imperial capital stood a majestic mountain known as Tsongshan, towering nearly 1,000 feet high. From its slopes, one could gaze down upon the entire capital. Perched atop this great mountain was Songmu Academy. Along the way, Lu Xiaoran remarked with a smile, Songmu Academy boasts a rich history. Throughout this region, dynasties have risen and fallen numerous times, yet Songmu Academy has endured. Much like the illustrious Zui Xianlu, both are true behemoths in their own right. Yixian spoke in a subdued tone. Are there also Songmu Academies in other countries? Lu Xiaoran nodded, affirmatively stating that indeed there are. It is said that the headquarters of Songmu Academy is located in the central divine continent, a truly distant place. As he spoke, he shook his head with a smile, then turned to Yixian, Young friend Yi. Should you ever have the opportunity in the future, do venture beyond Jiang country and leave Qizhou to explore the broader world outside. Such an experience would render your journey in this world all the more worthwhile. Yixian chuckled, It is indeed quite distant. What matters most is to walk well in the present. Lu Xiaoran laughed heartily indeed. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of Tsongshan Mountain. As they stood there gazing upwards, a profound sense of insignificance enveloped them. At that moment, The area beneath Tsongshan was teeming with people, clearly gathered for the enrollment of Tsangmu Academy. Yuxian was somewhat astonished, for those before him were all at least of the Qi Master realm, and remarkably youthful. As if sensing Yuxian's thoughts, Lu Xiaoran remarked with a smile, "Do not be too astonished. All the talents of the Jiang Kingdom are gathered here. Just imagine. Among a population of several million, there are only these few prodigies before us. Is that not remarkable?" Yuxian nodded. In Qicheng, an 18-year-old at the Qi refining stage was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. However, Qicheng was merely a small town. In larger cities, such an individual might only be regarded as moderately gifted. When considering the entirety of the Jiang Kingdom, such a person would likely be deemed average. At that moment, a celestial crane descended from the heavens, upon which sat an elderly man. The crane soon hovered above the crowd, and the elder gazed downwards. I am Songli, an elder of the outer court of Tsangmu Academy, overseeing today's admissions. He announced, "Today, there are 20 slots available, with 3 trials to be undertaken. If more than 20 individuals pass the trials, those 20 will engage in mutual combat, and only the victors will remain." 20. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. There were at least 1,000 individuals present, yet only 20 would be selected, indicating that a staggering 99% would face elimination. Yuxian's expression also grew solemn. The requirement of reaching the summit within 20 steps implied that the competition would be exceptionally fierce. Above, the elder's voice resonated once more, declaring, "The first trial is to ascend the mountain. Those who cannot reach the halfway point on foot will be immediately eliminated." Ascend the mountain? Yuxian was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoran. Is it really that simple? Lu Xiaoran shook his head, asserting that it was far from easy. Ascending the mountain is fraught with the suppression of formations. The purpose of this trial is to eliminate those with unstable foundations. Although most individuals have reached the Qi mastery realm, many of them possess a rather superficial understanding of this state. Yuxian nodded, then turned his gaze towards the chubby Lu Ming. Senior, it appears that Xiao Ming has not yet reached the Qi mastery realm. Lu Xiaoran chuckled wryly. Indeed. He had not. He was merely participating as a special student at the Tsangmu Academy this time. A special student? Yuxian appeared somewhat perplexed, questioning the meaning behind it. Lu Xiaoran, with a visibly awkward expression, explained that it was merely a degree purchased with money, albeit not one from an esteemed program. Rather, it was a basic class. This class would indeed have instructors, yet it paled in comparison to the experience of formal students, lacking the status associated with them. Beside them, Lu Ming expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Elder brother, father, at least have the decency to preserve my dignity." In response, Lu Xiaoran's temper flared, retorting, "What dignity do you even have? If you had any ambition, would your father need to beg for a degree on your behalf?" Lu Ming merely pouted, refraining from further argument. Yuxian exchanged a knowing smile with his sister. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran suddenly said, "Young friend, let us proceed to the starting point." Yuxian nodded. Thus, a group of individuals arrived at a narrow path at the foot of Tsongshan Mountain. Beside the path stood a wooden stake, upon which was impaled the lifeless body of a man who had been dead for an indeterminate period. In the midst of the scene, the onlookers pointed at the man, engaging in animated discussions. Yuxian glanced at the man before turning to Lu Xiaoran. "Senior, who is this?" Lu Xiaoran replied in a deep voice, "A student from Kanglin Academy." Kanglin Academy. Yuxian was taken aback for a moment, then inquired, "Is it also from our imperial capital?" Lu Xiaoran nodded, affirming, "It is not unusual for you to be unaware. Nowadays, in the kingdom of Jiang, everyone is familiar with Tsangmu Academy, while very few have heard of Kanglin Academy. In fact, during the previous dynasty, Kanglin Academy was renowned alongside Tsangmu Academy. For reasons unknown, the two institutions became bitter rivals, engaging in life and death duels every 3 years. A relentless struggle to the finish. Over time, for reasons yet unclear, Kanglin Academy's strength gradually waned, while Tsangmu Academy flourished. Consequently, for the past 50 years, Kanglin Academy has suffered complete defeat in these life and death contests, with the representatives of Kanglin Academy who participated in these duels being left to languish along this narrow path. As you ascend this route, you will encounter many corpses. With a shake of his head and a sigh, he continued, according to the terms agreed upon by both sides. Should Kanglin Academy secure a victory, they would be permitted to take the bodies of their fallen participants. Regrettably, not a single individual from Kanglin Academy has been able to triumph over the students of Tsangmu Academy thus far. P.S. There is still one more chapter. Do not depart. Kanglin Academy. Yuxian cast a glance at the corpse of the man before him, feeling a profound sense of reflection. In Qicheng, the aristocratic families engaged in fierce rivalries driven by self-interest, employing exceedingly ruthless methods. However, he had not anticipated that in the imperial capital, the struggles among these formidable powers were even more brutal, devoid of any semblance of compassion. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran suddenly pointed towards a circular platform not far from the narrow path and inquired, "My young friend, do you know what this is?" Yuxian turned his gaze and noticed not far away a circular platform, approximately 40 yards wide. Upon this platform stood 9 wooden figures, each wielding a long wooden sword, arranged in a perfectly aligned row. "What is this?" Yuxian inquired, his curiosity piqued. Lu Xiaoran replied, "This is the renowned 9-palace formation of the Cangmu Academy. It is said to have been created by the founder of the academy. Throughout the 100 nations of Qishou, wherever there is a Cangmu Academy, this formation can be found. The purpose of this formation is rumored to be an assessment, a unique evaluation. Anyone under the age of 20 who can break this formation will be required by the academy's president to become a direct disciple, akin to the president's personal apprentice." As he spoke, he shook his head with a smile. "However, it is a pity that no one has succeeded in breaking this formation for nearly 50 years. The 9-palace formation." Yi Xian cast a glance at the 9 wooden figures. "Is this formation truly formidable?" Lu Xiaoran smiled wryly, stating that it is not merely formidable. It is exceptionally so. Once, a practitioner of the Linkhong realm attempted to challenge it, but regrettably, he was slain within 10 breaths. Moreover, those who achieve the Linkhong realm before the age of 20 are exceedingly rare. At this point, he paused slightly and continued. "It is rumored that Cangmu Academy had extended an invitation to Nguisher to break this formation. However, whether she actually came remains a mystery to all." Yi Xian was about to speak when, at that moment, an ancient voice resonated from the heavens, declaring the commencement of the assessment. As the sound faded, the crowd that had gathered along the path surged forth in a frenzy. Yi Xian turned his head and gently patted Yuling's little head. Then he looked at Lu Xiaoran and said, "Senior Lu, could you please take care of my sister?" Lu Xiaoran replied with a smile, "Of course." Yuling gently embraced Yu Xian and said, "Brother, do your best." Yu Xian chuckled softly, then turned and melded into the crowd, watching him disappear among the throng. Yuling offered a faint smile. However, she soon shuddered violently, her entire being enveloped in a chilling sensation, exuding an aura of frost akin to that of a block of ice. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoran was taken aback, urgently exclaiming, "Let us return at once." Yet, Yiling shook her head and said, "Uncle Lu, no, it's nothing. As she spoke, she produced the piece of heavenly fire-warm jade, declaring, "With this, I will be fine." Lu Xiaoran intended to say more, but Yiling gazed into the distance and softly expressed, "Only by seeing my brother join the Cangmu Academy can I find peace." Lu Xiaoran sighed quietly and gently patted Lu Ming, instructing, "Go fetch 2 fleece-lined long coats for Sister Ling, and be swift about it." The chubby Lu Ming nodded eagerly and dashed off. In the distance, Yi Xian had vanished into the crowd. Like everyone else, he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation, for the Cangmu Academy lay just ahead. Once he joined, there would be hope for his sister's recovery. Among the throng, Yi Xian glanced up at the mountainside, took a deep breath, and thought, "Let us strive for it. For my sister, and for myself." With that, he quickened his pace. Initially, the crowd surged forward with great speed, but after traversing nearly 10 miles, the majority began to slow, their pace diminishing further with each step. An invisible pressure began to weigh upon them, intensifying with every upward stride. Consequently, after the leaders had covered approximately 20 miles, some behind them were gradually falling behind. However, a few at the forefront maintained their rapid pace, clearly possessing exceptional skill and strength. Yi Xian walked at a leisurely pace, completely unfazed by the intangible pressure surrounding him. His physical prowess and strength surpassed even those of formidable beings at the Void Realm. It was at this moment that the advantages of his concealed realm became manifest. As time progressed, the number of people dwindled. After an hour, fewer than 100 remained on the path, most of whom were struggling immensely. Notably, a distinguished man in a brocade robe led the way, maintaining a remarkable distance from the rest, nearly 10 zhang ahead. Initially, onlookers anticipated that he would slow down, but to their astonishment, he continued to advance with remarkable speed. Close behind him were 2 men, one clad in a splendid robe and the other wielding a long knife. They maintained a distance of nearly 10 zhang but remained steadfast, their pace slightly reduced yet still steady, devoid of any signs of fatigue. Behind these 2, fewer than 100 remained, most of whom were utterly exhausted and laboring to move forward. Yu Xian, however, continued his unhurried journey, the pressure having little effect on him. In fact, as he traversed further, he sensed a diminishing weight upon him. As for why he did not hasten, he had not pondered this question. He simply walked, finding no distinction between a swift or slow pace, as long as he reached his destination. In essence, he moved without intent, choosing his own rhythm. Half an hour later, fewer than 40 remained on the narrow path. At this juncture, the brocade-clad man reached the end, followed closely by the man in the splendid robe and the one with the knife. Just as he was about to reach the finish, he suddenly halted and turned to a wooden stake beside the path. Nailed to it was a man, appearing to be in his 20s, whose condition was distressing. He was without hands or feet, and even his eyes were absent, leaving only 2 hollow black sockets. It was evident that this individual was also a student of Kanglin Academy, and judging by the state of the corpse, it seemed he had perished not long ago. Yu Xian shook his head with a sigh. It was evident that a deep-seated enmity existed between Kanglin Academy and Songmu Academy. Without pausing, Yu Xian swiftly made his way to the finish line. As all 42 participants reached their destination, a celestial crane descended above them. Upon the crane, Song Zhong cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, ultimately fixing his icy gaze upon Yu Xian. The moment he laid eyes on Yu Xian, his expression turned notably frigid. Observing this, Yu Xian furrowed his brow, sensing the palpable hostility directed at him. What puzzled him was that he had no prior grievances with this individual. In fact, they had never even crossed paths before. Why, then, did this person harbor animosity towards him? Step forward, Song Zhong commanded from atop the crane, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. Yu Xian cast a glance at Song Zhong before stepping away from the crowd. Song Zhong looked down at Yu Xian and stated, "The minimum requirement for admission to Songmu Academy is to attain the Qi Mastery Realm before the age of 18. Yet you have not reached that level, have you? You have not achieved the Qi Mastery Realm." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, and soon, all eyes turned towards Yu Xian. It is important to note that Songmu Academy's admission criterion stipulates that one must achieve the Qi Mastery Realm before turning 18. And Yu Xian has not met this requirement. To put it bluntly, this is tantamount to deception. Yu Xian spoke in a low voice, "Elder Song, although I have not yet reached the Qi Mastery stage, I have successfully passed the first trial. So what of it?" On the back of the celestial crane, Elder Song coldly replied, "The rules of our Songmu Academy stipulate that one cannot participate in the assessment if they have not attained the Qi Mastery stage by the age of 18. Even if you have passed the first trial, it bears no significance. Therefore, I declare that you are disqualified from this assessment. According to the regulations, you are to receive 100 strokes of the punishment rod and be expelled from Songshan immediately." As Elder Song's voice fell, 2 formidable experts from the Sky Realm approached Yu Xian. At that moment, Yu Xian suddenly fixed his gaze upon Elder Song. "Elder Song, we have never met prior to this encounter, yet you seem to have taken a particular stance against me. I must have offended you before." He was not foolish and clearly recognized that this elder was targeting him. A smirk of derision appeared on Elder Song's lips. "Targeting you? Humph. Had I known it would come to this, why bother with it in the first place?" Yu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, as an idea suddenly struck him. At the banquet last night, he had struck a man named Song Qi. Now, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Elder Song Zhang bore an emblem upon his chest, which was identical to the one Song Qi had displayed that day. Such emblems are typically family crests, serving as symbols of identity. Undoubtedly, the individual before him must be a senior member of Song Qi's family. Just as Yu Xian was about to speak, a man suddenly stepped forward beside him and exclaimed, "Yu Xian, you are truly beyond foolishness." Yu Xian turned his gaze towards the man, who appeared to be quite familiar. It soon dawned on him that this was the individual who had consistently stood up for Mo Sui Qing during the banquet, known as Li Feng. Li Feng sneered, "Do you think that with the protection of an inguisher, you can disregard everyone else? Today, allow us to demonstrate our power." As he spoke, he offered a slight bow to the elder in the sky. "Elder Song, this individual has not yet reached the Qi manipulation stage. Yet he dares to participate in this assessment, clearly showing disdain for the Songmu Academy. To uphold the dignity of our institution, I implore Elder Song to punish him severely." With Li Feng's words, 7 or 8 other men stepped forward beside Yu Xian, bowing deeply in unison, proclaiming, "We beseech Elder Song to impose strict punishment on this individual." Elder Song coldly chuckled, "Indeed, I had almost overlooked this matter. Bring him down and administer a brutal beating, as a warning to others." As 2 powerful figures prepared to act, Yu Xian suddenly produced a jade pendant, fixing his gaze on Elder Song. This is the Nguesher jade pendant. I have been recommended here by her. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The recommendation by Nguesher carried significant weight. Even the previously dominant young man in splendid attire could not help but cast a curious glance at Yuxian. Nguesher was the idol of the younger generation in the kingdom of Jiang. In the air, Elder Song's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Yuxian possessed the jade pendant of Enlancio. Clearly, he had to consider Nguesher's standing. Noticing Elder Song's silence, Li Feng felt a surge of anxiety and, without thinking, pointed an accusatory finger at Yuxian, exclaiming, "How dare you, a mere waste in the Qi transformation stage. Claimed to have been recommended by Nguesher? That pendant must be a fake." Just then, Yuxian vanished from his position, reappearing before Li Feng. And with the gaze of the onlookers upon him, he delivered a resounding slap across Li Feng's face. "You talk too much." Slap. Li Feng was sent flying by the force of the blow. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Caught off guard, Li Feng was bewildered. He had never expected Yuxian to strike him, especially within the confines of Songmu Academy, with Elder Song present. Even Elder Song was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that anyone would dare to strike another so openly in his presence. At that moment, Li Feng rose from the ground, pointing at Yuxian in fury. His voice dripping with malice. "You are truly audacious." Before he could finish, Yuxian surged forward, and before Li Feng could react, Yuxian delivered another resounding slap to his face. Slap. With the sharp sound echoing, Li Feng was once again propelled away. Witnessing this scene, some of the students could not help but look at Yuxian, their hearts filled with astonishment. Li Feng was a master of the Qi manipulation stage. Yet he appeared utterly powerless. If Li Feng's first defeat was attributed to a sneak attack, then this second blow was delivered openly and without pretense. Nevertheless, even in this instance, Li Feng remained incapable of retaliating. A clear demonstration of overwhelming strength. Enough. Elder Song, perched upon the celestial crane, suddenly bellowed, and in an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped Yuxian. Yuxian raised his gaze to meet the eyes of Elder Song, questioning the propriety of his actions. Is it not rather inappropriate to act in self-interest under the guise of public duty? Elder Song responded with a cold laugh. In what manner have I ever acted out of self-interest? The admission standards of Songmu Academy are clearly stated. Those who have not reached the Qi transformation stage are prohibited from entering. You, at present, are merely at the Qi change stage. I have rightfully rescinded your qualification for the examination. What injustice is there in this? As he spoke, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Furthermore, you brazenly assaulted someone within Songmu Academy. This is an affront to our institution. As honorary mentor Nguesher, I am certain that even if she were present, she would never permit your entry into Songmu Academy. At that moment, Li Feng suddenly sprang to his feet, glaring at Yuxian with a visage twisted by fury and madness. You despicable wretch, how dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, Yuxian had already appeared before him. Li Xiu's expression changed drastically. However, this time he was evidently prepared. As Yuxian materialized in front of him, he launched a powerful punch toward him. With the strike, a formidable stream of energy coiled around his fist like mist, exuding an impressive force. Yuxian likewise unleashed a powerful punch in response. Fist met fist with a resounding clash. Crack. As the sound of a bone fracturing reverberated through the arena, Li Feng was sent sprawling several meters away. Upon landing, he began to wail in agony on the ground. The bones of his entire right arm had been utterly shattered. Yuxian cast a frigid glance at the wailing Li Feng and declared, "I shall strike you down." After uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Zhong, whose expression was as icy as the depths of winter, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. "You dare commit such an atrocity before me? Showing utter disdain for Songmu Academy? Not even the esteemed Nguesher can shield you from the consequences." As his voice resonated, two formidable figures at his side prepared to take action. Yuxian gazed directly at Zhang Zhong. "Although I have not attained the Qi manipulation realm, Elder Song has observed that I possess the strength of that level." Zhang Zhong scoffed. "Who cares whether you have the prowess of the Qi manipulation realm? All I know is that you have not reached that level. Since you have not achieved it, you are unqualified to participate in the assessment of our Songmu Academy." As he spoke, he lightly waved his right hand, and with a gesture, ordered an immediate attack. Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's words, the two formidable experts of the Lingkong realm before Yuxian charged at him without hesitation. Their strength was immense, and at the moment they struck, Yuxian felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Witnessing their aggressive advance, Yuxian's expression darkened instantly. He understood that there was no way to resolve this peacefully. If resolution was impossible, then he would fight back. With this thought, a fierce grin appeared on Yixian's lips as he stamped his right foot forcefully. Boom! The ground erupted as an immense force surged forth from within him, sending the two Linkong realm experts staggering back several paces. To repel two experts of the Linkong realm with mere chi transformation strength? At this sight, everyone present was utterly astonished, rendered nearly speechless. This was a difference of two major realms. On the back of the celestial crane, Song Zhong's eyes also reflected a flicker of disbelief. He was somewhat surprised that Yixian could effortlessly defeat Li Feng, though it did not shock him entirely, given that Song Qi had also been bested by Yixian. However, these two individuals were indeed of the Linkong realm, although they had not exerted their full strength at the outset. This was not a level that a chi transformation expert could withstand. Song Zhong stared intently at Yixian, realizing that the youth before him was no ordinary individual. He was, in fact, a prodigious talent, a rarity among geniuses. With this realization, Song Zhong hesitated. He began to feel trepidation. If he were to expel a genius from Songmu Academy, the consequences would be dire. After all, he was merely a minor elder. Yet, a grudge had already formed. And should Yixian be allowed entry into Songmu Academy, he would undoubtedly seek revenge in the future, a prodigy-esque vengeance. Contemplating this, Song Zhong's gaze grew increasingly frigid. A genius? Songmu Academy has never lacked for talents. There could be no lingering threats. Song Zhong's right hand slowly clenched into a fist. And in an instant, a powerful current of energy surged around Yixian. As this energy enveloped him, Yixian suddenly felt his entire body tense up. A sudden shock coursed through Yixian's heart. The formidable figure before him was not merely a powerful entity at the Void Realm, but rather an unparalleled master beyond that realm. Confrontation was futile. With this realization, Yixian clenched his right fist tightly and thrust it forward. Boom! As his fist struck, the surrounding currents of air were instantly shattered. Just as the formidable figure prepared to strike again, Yixian deftly retreated, leaping several times until he reached the foot of the mountain. Witnessing this scene, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of the formidable figure's lips. Attempting to escape? Truly laughable. Just as he was about to act, however, all eyes were drawn to Yixian as he dashed onto the Nine Palaces platform. The sight left everyone on the mountainside and at the foot of the mountain in stunned silence. Even the formidable figure was momentarily taken aback. What was he attempting to do? The instant Yixian set foot on the Nine Palaces platform, it trembled violently. And a beam of light erupted from the center of the platform, soaring into the heavens. In that moment, countless individuals from Songmu Academy gazed skyward. The Nine Palaces light beam. What manner of individual is this? Daring to challenge the Nine Palaces formation? Could it be Ngushur? The Nine Palaces formation had not been activated for decades. Who could it possibly be? Soon, figures began to rush down from the mountain's peak. The activation of the Nine Palaces platform clearly indicated that someone was about to challenge the formation. On the back of a celestial crane, the formidable figure was also taken aback. He had initially presumed Yixian intended to flee, but he never anticipated that Yixian would ascend the Nine Palaces platform, seeking to challenge the formation. Realizing Yixian's intentions, the formidable figure erupted into laughter. Yixian, today I shall witness what it means to court one's own demise. Very well, your reckless endeavor shall spare me a considerable amount of trouble. The Nine Palaces formation. This array consists of 9 wooden figures, and when they strike in unison, they possess the capability to instantly annihilate a Void Realm master. Not to mention a master of that caliber. Even if he were to enter the formation himself, he would not possess a shred of confidence in breaking it. Indeed, he felt utterly devoid of assurance. This formation tests not only strength but also one's foundation, temperament, innate talent, and practical combat ability. The founder of Songmu Academy devised this formation to prevent the loss of genuine talent within the academy. Before long, a multitude of spectators had gathered around the Nine Palaces platform, all eyes fixed on Yixian, engaged in fervent discussions. Lu Xiaoran, accompanied by the chubby boy and Yiling, also arrived at the base of the Nine Palaces platform. Upon seeing Yixian, Lu Xiaoran's expression shifted slightly. Was Yixian truly daring to challenge the Nine Palaces platform? Meanwhile, Yiling, bundled in a thick coat, although unaware of the unfolding events, could palpably sense that this was undoubtedly a dire situation. Yiling's complexion was ashen, and she was filled with apprehension. Uncle Lu, will my brother be all right? Lu Xiaoran sighed softly. He cast a glance at Yiling, hesitated for a moment, and then reassured her, do not worry, everything will be fine. As he spoke, he raised his gaze towards Yixian in the distance, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. The Nine Palace formation had not been successfully challenged in the entire Jiang Kingdom for decades. Those who dared to confront this formation typically met with tragic ends. Although he was aware of Yi Xian's commendable abilities and mysterious origins, this was, after all, the Nine Palace formation. Upon Yi Xian stepping onto the Nine Palace platform, the 9 wooden figures that had been standing nearby suddenly came to life, slowly encircling him, establishing an imposing barrier around him. Yi Xian wore an expressionless visage, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of murderous intent. He himself had not anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. Song Zhong had made it abundantly clear that he intended to target him, engaging in a direct confrontation. In this place, the Academy of Tsangmu, he would be utterly outmatched. No matter how many times he tried, faced with the daunting challenge of the Nine Palace formation, he found himself at a loss. Casting aside the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings. The 9 wooden figures, each wielding a long wooden sword, remained motionless. Nevertheless, he could already sense an impending peril. Yi Xian, naturally cautious, remained on high alert. At that moment, one of the wooden figures before him suddenly drew its sword, aiming directly at the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. The instant the first wooden figure brandished its sword, an uproar erupted around him. How could this be possible? Someone exclaimed, astonished by the astonishing speed of the wooden figure's strike. Could it be that all 9 wooden figures were sword cultivators? 9 sword cultivators at the chi manipulation stage. Even a formidable expert at the Void Realm might be instantly defeated. On the back of the celestial crane, Song Zhong was equally taken aback. He was aware that these wooden figures were extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated that they were all sword cultivators. It should be noted that the Nine Palaces platform had not been activated for a very long time. In the blink of an eye, Song Zhong began to smile. Although the realm of these wooden figures was merely at the chi manipulation stage, their status as sword cultivators meant that their terrifying prowess could not simply be measured by their realm. With 9 sword cultivators at the chi manipulation stage, combined with the enhancement of the formation, they were nearly invincible, even against those at the Void Realm. Among the younger generation of the Jiang Kingdom, perhaps only someone of Nguasher's caliber could challenge them. As for Yi Xian, Song Zhong looked at Yi Xian with a cold smirk, thinking, Yi Xian, wishing to make a name for himself, ought to consider his own weight. On the Nine Palaces platform, when the first wooden figure drew its sword, Yi Xian's immediate impression was swift, precise, and ruthless. However, he felt a tinge of surprise, for although the strike was swift, it seemed rather feeble. He could not comprehend why he felt this way. It simply felt weak. Thus, before the gazes of countless spectators, the wooden sword pierced directly into Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian stood his ground, unwavering. Everyone was taken aback. In an instant, amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, the wooden sword trembled violently, transforming into a glimmer of light that vanished into Yi Xian's body. Almost simultaneously, the Lingxiao sword within him shuddered, as if undergoing some transformation. Surrounding him, the remaining 8 wooden figures approached, each wielding a wooden sword. Yet Yi Xian remained steadfast and unflinching. The moment these wooden swords made contact with him, they completely disappeared without a trace. Not only the onlookers, but Yi Xian himself was left in a state of astonishment. Senior, what is happening? Have you intervened? After a brief silence, the voice of the mysterious woman resonated. You are cultivating the invincible sword body technique, which allows you to absorb swords weaker than the spiritual sword within you. Do you understand? Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted from not far away. You were cheating. Yi Xian cast a glance at Song Zhong, exclaiming, Why don't you bite me? Song Zhong fixated his gaze on Yi Xian, his face turning a shade of purple with rage. Were it not for the constraints of the Nine Palaces platform, he would have already taken action. The Academy of Tsangmu has a strict rule. Once someone ascends the Nine Palaces platform, no one is permitted to interfere, particularly those from Tsangmu Academy. In essence, this examination was instituted by the founder of Tsangmu Academy to prevent the elders and mentors from engaging in favoritism, thereby overlooking true prodigious talents. Thus, even though Song Zhong felt as if he might explode with anger, he dared not act. On the Nine Palaces platform, Yi Xian paid no heed to Song Zhong. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the wooden figures had ceased their movements. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Am I now considered qualified? Qualified? Song Zhong sneered from below the platform. You have destroyed these wooden figures through deceitful means, and you dare call that qualification? Yi Xian cast a frosty glance at Song Zhong, interrupting his words. Cheating? Do you have any evidence? Song Zhong retorted angrily. Evidence? How could a mere chi transformation realm cultivator like you make those wooden swords vanish in an instant? And you still claim you are not cheating? Yi Xian glanced around, letting out a soft sigh. Now I understand why this formation has remained unbroken for so many years. It turns out that breaking it amounts to cheating. How enlightening. The surrounding crowd was abuzz with discussion. At that moment, a student from the Tsangmu Academy approached Yi Xian, scrutinizing him. You are merely at the chi transformation stage. What capability do you possess to breach this 9-palace formation? Yi Xian gazed intently at the student, yet I have already broken through. The student shook his head, asserting that there must be some underlying mystery. As Elder Songjong stated, you must have employed some extraordinary means. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students of Tsangmu Academy nodded in agreement. They could not possibly believe that anyone could breach the 9 palaces formation, and certainly not with such ease. When they initially joined Tsangmu Academy, they dared not even entertain thoughts of overcoming the 9 palaces formation. Even the foremost super prodigies within the inner court of Tsangmu Academy had failed to surpass this formation. So why should this man before them be capable? Cheating. Almost everyone was convinced that Yi Xian had resorted to deceit. Yi Xian glanced at the wooden figures surrounding him, now rendered motionless. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired within, Senior, does this constitute cheating? Are you foolish? The mysterious woman suddenly interjected. Although you have yet to comprehend the essence of the sword, your heart is pure, and you are cultivating the invincible sword body technique. You forge your body with the sword. While not yet perfected, you have made significant progress. These wooden figures can only be regarded as novice sword cultivators. Even with the array enhancing their power, they cannot compare to you, a genuine sword practitioner. To label you as a half-step sword Dao master would not be an exaggeration, coupled with your invincible sword body technique, which absorbs sword energy. Should these figures be mere sword practitioners, you may find yourself facing little challenge. However, if they are sword practitioners, you hold a natural advantage over them. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian smiled wryly, realizing that his victory had come too easily. Yet, with the mysterious woman's words, he truly grasped the situation. With this thought in mind, he turned to Song Zhong, preparing to speak. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared in the arena. Upon seeing him, several students from Tsangmu Academy immediately bowed deeply and exclaimed in unison, "We greet Vice President Li Xiu." Even Song Zhong offered a respectful bow. Vice President. Within Songshan Academy, there are 3 vice presidents, each a figure of significant authority. Li Xiu. Yi Xian cast a glance at Li Xiu before him, and a shiver ran through his heart. The depth of this man's strength was unfathomable, perhaps only slightly inferior to that of the 9th master aboard the cloud ship. A true formidable figure had emerged. Yet, this was precisely his intention. He had ventured into the 9 palaces array to draw out the prominent figures of Tsangmu Academy. Li Xiu glanced at Song Zhong beside him. Recognizing that official matters must remain distinct from personal affairs, pursuing private interests under the guise of public duty was utterly unacceptable. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be responsible for admissions. Go report to the logistics department at the back mountain of the academy. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu's face turned pale instantly. He quickly bowed respectfully and said, Vice President, this individual has not yet reached the chi control realm. My subordinates were not at fault for obstructing him. Li Xiu interrupted Song Zhong's words, asserting, I do not know what grievances you hold against him, but the recruitment of students pertains to the future prosperity of Tsangmu Academy. How can personal vendettas be intermingled with it? Do not speak further. Song Zhong's expression was as dark as thunder, yet he dared not utter another word. Instead, he stepped aside, fixing a fierce gaze upon Yi Xian. Li Xiu turned to face Yi Xian, who offered a slight bow, acknowledging the vice president. The vice president scrutinized Yi Xian for a moment, and though he was unaware of the means by which Yi Xian had destroyed those wooden swords, the foundation and combat prowess he displayed were indeed sufficient for admission into Tsangmu Academy. At this point, his brow furrowed suddenly as if he had realized something. He swiftly approached Yi Xian and placed a hand on his shoulder. Within Yi Xian's body, the Lingxiao sword vanished silently. Soon, Li Xiu withdrew his hand and gazed intently at Yi Xian, exclaiming, You have no dantian. Upon the utterance of these words, everyone present was left in stunned silence. The heavy-set figure was momentarily taken aback, but in an instant, his overwhelming joy nearly erupted into maniacal laughter. Yi Xian fell into silence, pondering, Senior, why must you conceal the Lingxiao sword and refrain from revealing my unique dantian? Naturally, it is imperative, the mysterious woman replied. This method is exceedingly extraordinary. Should they discover that your dantian is a sword, given your current strength, you would likely face great peril. for it represents an entirely novel approach and system of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yuxian contemplated her words and found them reasonable. He nodded in agreement. I possess no dantian. Haha. Suddenly, the imposing figure beside him erupted into laughter. You possess no dantian? In that case, Yuxian, you are destined to be nothing more than a mere warrior, an inferior one at that. What right do you have to join my Tsangmu Academy? Yuxian disregarded Song Zhong and instead focused on Li Xiu before him. After a brief silence, Li Xiu remarked, You possess no dantian, rendering it nearly impossible for you to attain the innate realm throughout your life. The Academy cannot allocate resources to a student devoid of a dantian. Thus, you cannot become a student of Tsangmu Academy. However, your foundational skills are commendable, and you may remain at the Academy as a martial apprentice. A martial apprentice is merely a lowly worker within the Academy, tasked with assisting students and mentors alike. A martial apprentice? Yuxian's expression darkened. He certainly had no intention of engaging in the affairs of a mere martial apprentice. His ambition lay in joining the Tsangmu Academy. Just as he was about to unleash his battle intent, a sudden, anxious voice broke through the air beside him. Yi, my young friend. Upon hearing the voice, Yuxian turned to look. When he beheld the sight of Yi Ling beside Lu Xiaoran, his expression instantly transformed. At that moment, Yi Ling was enveloped in a crown of frost, exuding waves of frigid air, resembling a block of ice. Yuxian was filled with terror as he hurriedly rushed to Lu Xiaoran's side and lifted Yi Ling into his arms. The moment he made contact with her, a chilling aura emanating from Yi Ling caused him to shudder involuntarily. What is this? In that moment, Yuxian was utterly flustered, his mind in disarray. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned anxiously towards Li Xiu, beseeching, Senior, I implore you to allow the physicians of Tsangmu Academy to examine my sister. Li Xiu glanced at Yi Ling, then shook his head. There were only 3 esteemed masters of medical arts at Tsangmu Academy. How could they possibly be persuaded to attend to a patient with such ease? Throughout the entire Jiang Kingdom, there were fewer than 10 masters of medical arts. And Tsangmu Academy housed 3 of them, individuals regarded as national treasures. Enlisting their aid was an exceedingly arduous task. Even he might struggle to summon a single medical master. And should he succeed, a considerable price would undoubtedly be required. Yet, the youth before him possessed little to no worth. Why would he expend any resources to solicit the assistance of those revered medical masters? Yuxian wished to express more, yet Li Xiu shook his head. Your dantian is shattered. You shall remain forever confined to the realm of qi transformation. If you are willing, you may stay at my Tsangmu Academy as a martial apprentice. If not, you are free to leave at once. With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed. For Tsangmu Academy, a shattered dantian rendered Yuxian devoid of any value. At that moment, Yuxian suddenly cradled the increasingly faint Yi Ling, positioning himself defiantly before Li Xiu. Kneeling on one knee, he gazed up at Li Xiu, his eyes glistening with fervor. If Tsangmu Academy is willing to save my sister, I, Yuxian, shall dedicate my life to the Academy, willing to face fire and water. Unafraid of death, Li Xiu regarded Yuxian for a brief moment, and gradually, his expression turned icy. You are not worthy. With that, he pivoted and ascended the mountain. Just as Yuxian was about to say something, he heard a voice calling out, Brother. Yuxian's embrace of Yi Ling was interrupted as she suddenly cried out in anguish. No more treatment. Brother, please get up quickly. Tears streamed ceaselessly from Yi Ling's eyes, and astonishingly, these tears were of an icy blue hue. Yi Ling held Yuxian tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. It was not her own plight that troubled her, but rather the humiliation of her brother. When had he ever knelt before anyone? She had lost faith in healing. She truly wished to abandon all hope of it. Yuxian sat helplessly on the ground, tightly clutching the increasingly cold Yi Ling in his arms. He held her close, his entire body trembling, tears streaming from his eyes like a breached dam, weeping like a child. I'm sorry, brother. I am worthless. I'm sorry. In Yuxian's embrace, Yi Ling pressed her head firmly against his chest. A chilling aura enveloped her, and her breath grew increasingly feeble. Yi Ling held Yuxian tightly, looking up at him with a forced smile. Brother, please, don't cry. To die in your embrace, I have already found such happiness. Yuxian tightly embraced Yi Ling, his heart aching as if it were being cut by blades. Within him, the Lingxiao sword trembled incessantly, and he found himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Yi Ling gently cradled Yuxian's face in her hands, gazing intently at him. As she continued to look, a smile suddenly illuminated her features. Brother, after I depart from this world, please keep my ashes close to you. I wish to accompany you for all eternity. And remember, live well. You must truly live well. As she spoke, her eyes gradually closed, her breath growing ever fainter. Brother, in the next life, I will still be your sister. Yiling's presence grew increasingly faint until at last it became nearly imperceptible. Yuxian held onto Yiling tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, while blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth. Around them, numerous onlookers observed the siblings. Lu Xiaoran's expression was complex. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such an extent. Nor could he believe that Yuxian actually lacked a dantian. Without a dantian, it meant he could never condense qi throughout his life. At that moment, Song Zhong suddenly let out a cold laugh. Someone is coming. Throw this pair of siblings down the Song Mountain. As several powerful figures rushed towards Yuxian and Yiling, an old man appeared silently before Yuxian. The old man was disheveled, his clothes tattered, and he emanated a pungent odor of alcohol. Upon seeing this sudden arrival, Song Zhong's brow furrowed, for he had not discerned how the old man had appeared. The approaching figures also halted in their tracks. Song Zhong fixed his gaze on the old man, demanding, "Who are you?" The old man ignored Song Zhong, instead looking at Yuxian and Yiling. He scrutinized Yiling for a moment before stating, "I can save her." At these words, Yuxian abruptly lifted his head. The old man met his gaze, asking, "Will you join my Kanglin Academy?" Kanglin Academy? A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. This institution was the sworn enemy of Tsangmu Academy. However, it was no longer a match for Tsangmu Academy in its current state. Song Zhong glared intently at the old man, exclaiming, "You are from Kanglin Academy." The old man paid no heed to Song Zhong, his focus solely on Yuxian. Yuxian gazed intently at the elder, declaring that as long as he could save his sister, he would forever remain loyal to Kanglin Academy. The elder pointed his right hand towards the Tsongshan Mountain, revealing a total of 36 corpses of Kanglin Academy students ascending from the foot of the mountain. Each one had met a tragic fate, and in the days to come, you may become one of them. Yuxian gazed intently at the elder, declaring, "As long as you can save my sister, I, Yuxian, would willingly become one of them, without a trace of regret." The elder stared at Yuxian for a long while before responding, "But can you carry those corpses hanging along the path of Tsongshan back home?" Yuxian gazed intently at the old man. "If you can save my sister, I shall devote my life to you." The old man scrutinized Yuxian deeply, then declared, "From this moment forth, you are a student of the Kanglin Academy." After speaking, he crouched down and placed one hand upon Yiling's pulse. Moments later, he cast a penetrating glance at her, remaining silent as he gently stroked a pitch-black ring adorning his index finger. In an instant, a delicate flame lotus materialized within his palm. As this flame lotus emerged, the surrounding temperature soared to an unbearable heat. "Fire spirit!" Someone gasped in astonishment. Song Zhong's face mirrored the same shock. In this world, there exist extraordinary treasures, rare and invaluable, such as this fire spirit, something that cannot be purchased with mere currency. Even within the confines of the Tsangbu Academy, such celestial wonders are exceedingly rare. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man flicked his finger, sending the fire spirit directly into Yiling's forehead. Gradually, the chill surrounding her dissipated like receding tides, while the old man's right hand remained firmly on her shoulder, a mysterious force continually flowing into her being. Slowly, under Yi Xian's anxious gaze, Yiling's complexion began to regain a hint of color. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian was overwhelmed with joy. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yiling slowly opened her eyes. Yi Xian eagerly grasped her hand, his voice trembling with anticipation. How are you?" Yiling gazed around in bewilderment, and finally turned her attention to Yi Xian. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she exclaimed, "Brother, am I still alive?" Yi Xian smiled, yet his cheeks were already veiled with tears. At that moment, a delicate flame suddenly manifested between Yiling's brows. The elder remarked, "That flame spirit has temporarily subdued the chill within her body. However, in my estimation, it can only maintain this suppression for a little over a month. After that period, the flame spirit will dissipate." Yi Xian grasped his sister Yiling's hand, and together they bowed deeply to the elder. Yi Xian proclaimed, "This kindness shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime." The elder nodded slightly and said, "Come, let us return to Kanglin Academy." Yi Xian nodded affirmatively. "Very well." As the trio prepared to depart, Song Zhong, standing nearby, suddenly sneered, "How absurd. The Kanglin Academy has stooped to collecting the refuse discarded by my Tsangmu Academy. It is understandable, though, after all, who would still choose to join Kanglin Academy these days?" The elder cast a glance at Song Zhong, choosing silence and ignoring him entirely. Thus, amidst the gazes of countless onlookers, the elder led Yixian and his sister away into the distance. Behind them, Song Zhong laughed unabashedly. How ridiculous. Kalen Academy has truly fallen to scavenging what might Sangmu Academy does not want. Haha. At that moment, a figure clad in white suddenly swooped in from afar, and upon seeing this figure, the crowd fell into stunned silence. It was Nguisher, someone in the crowd exclaimed. And in an instant, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Nguisher, the representative of the younger generation of the entire Jiang nation, could be regarded as the idol of all youth within the realm. Countless eyes in the crowd were fervently fixed upon the white figure, filled only with admiration and reverence. And Lanxia was the pride of the entire Jiang nation. Her brilliance was such that it incited no envy whatsoever. Amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, and Lanxia halted before the elder and the Yixian siblings, her gaze settling upon Yixian as she uttered, "I apologize." Yixian shook his head, indicating it was of no concern to you. And Lanxia extended her right hand, demanding the jade pendant. Yixian hesitated for a moment before replying, "I shall keep it." And Lanxia gazed intently at Yixian, questioning, "Why?" Yixian locked eyes with her, a bond of camaraderie evident between them. After a prolonged gaze upon Yixian, and Lanxia nodded slightly, and then directed her attention to the elder beside Yixian. The elder cast a glance at Lanxia, and, with a soft sigh, remarked, "Truly, you are among the finest of the kingdom of Jiang, having achieved such a level." After a brief silence, Lanxia asserted, "The kingdom of Jiang must not descend into chaos." The elder shook his head with a gentle smile, replying, "Yet 36 corpses still dangle on that narrow path." And Lanxia fell into silence. The elder, having said no more, turned and began his descent down the mountain. Yixian clasped her fists in salute to Lanxia, bidding farewell. After speaking, she took leaf Ling and followed suit. Meanwhile, Lanxia slowly closed her eyes. At that moment, Song Zhong hurriedly approached Lanxia, respectfully bowing, "Mentorin, I." Suddenly, Song Zhong was propelled several zhang away. Everyone gasped, turning towards Lanxia with expressions of bewilderment. For it was Lanxia who had acted. With a cold glance at Song Zhong, who stood several zhang away, she declared, "You dare to trouble my recommended candidate?" Song Zhong, filled with dread, was about to speak when a long spear flew through the air. With a swift motion, Song Zhong's arm was severed. Blood splattered. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Lanxia in shock, questioning her intentions. Amidst the collective gaze, Lanxia looked up towards Song Mountain and commanded, "Li Xiu, come down." As her voice echoed, she flicked her delicate fingers, summoning a silver spear that soared into the sky, around which a colossal dragon, 100 zhang long, materialized, its roar resonating through the entire Song Mountain. In that moment of stillness, a thunderous crash reverberated from atop Song Mountain, followed by a voice filled with astonishment, "You have actually reached the realm of Spearmaster." The exclamation sent ripples of gasps through the crowd. A Spearmaster. And Lanxia had attained the level of Spearmaster at just 19. This was unprecedented in the annals of the Jiang Kingdom and even in the history of past dynasties. A true marvel of her time. Soon, Li Xiu appeared before Lanxia, his expression gravely serious. The title of Spearmaster was not terrifying in itself, but the fact that such youth bore that title was alarming. In the history of Sangmu Academy, only one individual could be compared to her, Gu Qianchen, who had single-handedly saved the academy in the past. That legendary figure of Sangmu Academy. Now, Lanxia stood before him, equally formidable. Li Xiu shook off his thoughts, pondering why the national hero was so enraged. Lanxia glanced at Li Xiu, stating bluntly, "I find you displeasing." With that, she lightly tapped the ground and soared into the air, her spear shooting forth like a bolt of lightning. Faced with Lanxia, Li Xiu's pupils narrowed, and he dared not show any carelessness. He retreated a step, then thrust his right hand forward, summoning a vortex of wind that coalesced before him, forming countless razor-thin blades. Just as the spear approached, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the wind blades, and Li Xiu was propelled backwards, retreating dozens of zhang, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his right arm cracking like spiderwebs. The arena fell into an eerie silence. And Lanxia had defeated a vice president of Sangmu Academy. The onlookers were unaware of Li Xiu's true level. But anyone who could attain the position of vice president would not be weak. It could be said that Li Xiu was at least above the Lingkong realm, possibly even higher. Yet now, he lay defeated before Lanxia. Li Xiu fixed his gaze on Lanxia, his eyes devoid of fury, only filled with deep trepidation. While others were oblivious to what Lanxia represented, he knew all too well. Thus, when Enlanshu chose not to join Sangmu Academy, they dared not act against her. For at this level, treating certain prodigies with disdain could lead to ruin. Enlanshu refrained from further action, casting a glance at Song Mountain, shaking her head. From this moment forth, I have no ties with Sangmu Academy. With that, she turned to leave. Upon hearing her words, Li Xiu's expression drastically changed. National heroine, please. We mean no offense. If there has been any slight, we sincerely apologize. Please. In the distance, Enlanshu had already vanished from sight. Li Xiu's face darkened considerably. At that moment, on the distant Jiogong platform, 8 wooden figures suddenly returned to their positions, and in an instant, a phantom appeared on the platform. Upon seeing this apparition, the crowd's countenance changed dramatically, for this figure was none other than Gu Qianchen, who had departed Jiang Kingdom nearly 300 years ago. With his appearance, the higher-ups of Sangmu Academy were stirred, and aside from the secluded dean, the 2 vice presidents and several elders hurried to the Jiogong platform, bowing in respect. Gu Qianchen scanned the surroundings, a slight smile gracing his lips. How rare it is to witness such a young talent with a foundation as solid as a rock, who not only comprehends battle intent, but is also a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts. Truly remarkable. At his words, Li Xiu trembled, and Song Zhong turned pale. 3 instances of remarkable. The atmosphere became deathly silent. Noticing the unusual tension, Gu Qianchen furrowed his brow. What is the matter? At this moment, Li Xiu stepped forward, bowing deeply to Gu Qianchen, recounting the earlier events without omitting a single detail. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew even more somber. The elder council members and the 2 vice presidents shot Li Xiu icy glances, their expressions far from friendly. Had it not been for Gu Qianchen's presence, they might have erupted. After a moment, Gu Qianchen shook his head slightly. This formation was created by the late Dean Mu. I later deemed it somewhat lacking, thus transforming the wooden figures into sword cultivators. Anyone under 20 who can break this formation, even through cheating, must possess considerable skill. The one who broke the formation just now did not cheat. Though lacking a dantian, this only signifies their extraordinary nature. Should we not find that frightening? Upon hearing this, Li Xiu's face lost color, especially as he recalled Enlanshu's earlier demeanor. Who was Enlanshu? A genius of terrifying caliber. The person she favored would certainly not be mediocre. Realizing this, Li Xiu forced a bitter smile, bowing deeply to Gu Qianchen. I have been blind. Gu Qianchen shook his head. Fate cannot be forced. He then surveyed the crowd. I have been away from Qingzhou for hundreds of years. My intention in leaving this phantom was to see if anyone could break the formation left by myself and Dean Mu in the shortest time possible. I did not expect such an outcome. Very well, I can no longer intervene in Sangmu Academy's affairs. You all must act with caution. With that, his figure began to fade. Witnessing this scene, the crowd hastily bowed deeply, bidding farewell to the ancient dean. Soon, Gu Qianchen's phantom completely dissipated. The other 2 vice presidents and several elders turned their gazes towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu offered a bitter smile from this moment. I will reflect in solitude at the thinking cliff. Once the dean emerges, I will leave all matters to his discretion. As he spoke, he glanced at a white-haired elder not far away. Brother Mozong, I temporarily entrust all matters of the academy to you. Mozong, the other vice president of Sangmu Academy, sighed softly. You have indeed handled this poorly. However, at this moment, further discussion is futile. You should contemplate in solitude at the cliff of reflection until the dean returns. Hold on. At that moment, another elder clad in black robes suddenly stepped forward. This individual was Kurumu, yet another vice president of Sangmu Academy. Upon hearing Kurumu's words, everyone present turned their gazes toward him. Kurumu spoke coldly. He is merely a remarkable prodigy. His failure to join Sangmu Academy is his loss, not ours. Frankly speaking, he lacks the qualifications for us to penalize a vice president. Silence enveloped the crowd. Kurumu continued, if Sangmu Academy were to punish Li Xiu, we would become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. Furthermore, though he is indeed impressive, he is not worthy of sacrificing a vice president for. Let the word go out that Yi Xian is nothing but discarded refuse in the eyes of Sangmu Academy. We must let the world know that regardless of his genius or talent, he remains a worthless individual before Sangmu Academy. The elders and instructors of Sangmu Academy exchanged glances. Some hesitated, yet others immediately expressed their agreement. Kurumu added, since the time of our ancient dean, when have we ever bowed our heads to anyone? We did not in the past, and we shall not in the future. As he surveyed the surroundings, he declared, today, let all students of Sangmu Academy remember this. Yi Xian's joining of Kanglin Academy will be his greatest loss in life. Next year, I want you to display his head on the mountain path, so that the world understands failing to join Sangmu Academy is the gravest error of Yi Xian's existence. Countless members of Sangmu Academy bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We shall ensure that Yi Xian's head hangs upon the mountain path." At these words, Kuruma nodded slightly, and the elders, including Li Xiu, also nodded in agreement. Soon, the news of Yi Xian joining Kanglin Academy spread throughout the imperial capital. The individual deemed undesirable by Sangmu Academy had been picked up by Kanglin Academy. In no time, Yi Xian's name echoed throughout the entire capital, and not for commendable reasons, but as a subject of ridicule. Yi Xian became the subject of jest, and even Kanglin Academy found itself the butt of jokes, having stooped so low as to accept a student discarded by Sangmu Academy. This phrase circulated widely in the imperial capital. Meanwhile, the reputation and prestige of Sangmu Academy reached new heights once more. In a secluded mountain path, Yi Xian carried Yiling on his back, closely following the elder ahead, who paused to take swigs from a wine gourd every few steps. "Brother, I feel warm inside. Is it comfortable?" "Yes, that's good. Brother, promise me that you won't kneel to anyone for my sake in the future, all right?" Yi Xian remained silent. Yiling tightly wrapped her arms around Yi Xian's neck. "Brother, I would rather perish than see you kneel before others. I would sooner kneel before the world than allow you to face death. Brother, in our next life, may I still be your sister?" "No, in the next life, and in countless lives thereafter." After a quarter of an hour, the elder in the distance came to a halt. Yi Xian also came to a halt. Before the three of them stood two modest peaks, each scarcely reaching a height of several dozen zhang, appearing diminutive in comparison to the towering mountains of Sangmu Academy. Nestled between the two peaks was a narrow path, alongside which stood a stone tablet, surrounded by rampant weeds. Upon the tablet were inscribed four ominous characters, Kanglin Academy. These characters exuded an air of desolation. Under the guidance of the elder, Yi Xian carried his sister as they traversed the path. At its end, there lay another hill, slightly taller than the two preceding ones. On the summit of this hill, faint outlines of structures became visible. The elder ambled forward, while Yi Xian followed closely, still bearing his sister. Suddenly, the elder remarked, "It has been many years. You were the first to express a desire to join Kanglin Academy." Yi Xian, taken aback, quickly responded, "Senior, if I may be so bold, how many students does Kanglin Academy currently have?" "Including myself, there are two," the elder replied without turning back. Yi Xian remained rooted to the spot. After a moment, he hurriedly carried his sister to the elder's side. "Senior, are you certain you are not jesting?" The elder glanced at Yi Xian and replied, "Do you truly believe I am making a jest?" "No." Yi Xian swallowed hard. "You, at Kanglin Academy, with me, are there truly only two students?" The elder nodded. Seeing the elder's serious demeanor, Yi Xian forced a bitter smile. "Senior, just the two of us, this." He was at a loss for words. The elder gently patted Yi Xian's shoulder. "Do not worry, I have already brought in two more individuals. They will arrive shortly. Soon, Kanglin Academy will have 4 members." With that, he turned and made his way towards the distant mountain peak. Yi Xian stood in a daze, rooted to the spot. Yi Xian felt a gentle presence on his back as Yiling glanced at the distant elder and softly remarked, "Brother, it seems you have been deceived." Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. "He saved you, and for this reason, he would willingly leap into any pitfall." Having spoken, he swiftly followed behind Yiling. Before long, guided by the elder, the trio reached the summit. Atop the mountain, there stood only a dilapidated grand hall and a dozen or so adjacent rooms. The paint on the hall's exterior had nearly all peeled away, and several cracks marred the walls. Furthermore, the hall's entrance featured but a single door, and a glance inside revealed a floor overrun with weeds. Yi Xian turned to the elder, who remarked, "The Kanglin Hall, typically a venue for discussions and hosting guests, has not seen such activities for many years. Indeed, it has fallen into a state of neglect. To take the time to tidy it up later." Yi Xian, the old man, gestured towards the rear of the grand hall, indicating that the rooms there were vacant, allowing you to choose one at your leisure. "I am rather fatigued and shall take my leave to rest," he said, disappearing without a backward glance. Left alone, Yi Xian, bearing Yiling on his back, gazed at the dilapidated hall, rendered speechless. He was aware that the Kanglin Academy might not be as illustrious as he had hoped, but he had not anticipated it to be in such a state of disarray. No, it was not merely inadequate. It was on the brink of collapse. An unknown elder. 2 students, was this truly an academy? It resembled an orphanage instead. After a long silence, Yu Xian sighed softly. At that moment, Yu Ling suddenly leaped down from his back. Taking his hand, "Brother, you go choose our room, and I will tidy up this hall." Yu Xian hesitated. Yu Ling jumped in place with a playful smile, declaring that she was no longer cold. "Brother, you should go now. I am perfectly fine." Seeing the sincerity in Yu Ling's words, Yu Xian nodded. He gently ruffled her little head and said, "Take your time. I will go select a couple of rooms and find something to eat. Then I shall return to assist you." Yu Ling obediently nodded her head. Yu Xian smiled gently before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Yu Ling entered the grand hall and began to sweep with a broom. Approximately several dozen yards behind the hall, a cluster of buildings lay scattered. Judging by their exterior, these structures must have once been resplendent, yet now they are utterly dilapidated, particularly the house before him, of which half the roof had vanished. Yu Xian shook his head and traversed the narrow path, now overgrown with weeds. Suddenly, he came to a halt. For not far to his right stood a rather charming courtyard. Unlike the dilapidated dwellings he had encountered earlier, this courtyard was adorned with an array of vibrant flowers and greenery, presenting a pleasing sight. Yu Xian felt a surge of joy. He could provide a place for his sister to stay. With that thought, he hastened forward and soon pushed open the door. However, the moment he entered, he was rendered speechless. Not far before him lay a pool, and at that moment, a woman leaned against the edge, her legs extended in a wide stance. The water was remarkably clear, allowing a crystal-clear view of everything at the bottom. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The most striking detail was that the woman was utterly unclothed. She gazed at Yu Xian with an unsettling calmness. Yu Xian was momentarily taken aback. And as he turned around, he sensed a terrifying aura approaching from behind. Almost immediately, a blade as thin as a cicada's wing was pressed against his neck. Yu Xian's expression shifted slightly as he hastily raised both hands, declaring, "I only have affection for men. P.S. The new book is progressing slowly yet with great diligence. Thus, it is utterly implausible to produce a substantial amount in a single day. If I were to do so, it would undoubtedly result in a haphazard creation. Consequently, many loyal readers request additional chapters, but alas, I simply cannot comply. The only promise I can make is to maintain a consistent update schedule, occasionally providing extra content, culminating in a monthly outpouring. I hope for your understanding. Lastly, could you kindly introduce me to a wealthy woman? I am weary of striving. It has become too exhausting." At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Yu Xian's expression was grave, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The strength of the woman behind him exceeded his expectations. Had he not turned around just now, he might have had a chance to contend with her. However, that single turn had cost him the initiative, leaving him in a predicament of indecision. After a brief silence, the knife that had been poised at his neck suddenly vanished. Yu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Yu Xian did not leave. He turned around. And at that moment, the woman had already donned her attire. She was adorned in a flowing gown of deep black, upon which exquisite landscapes were intricately painted. Her figure was tall and slender, accentuated by a black satin ribbon cinched at her waist, emphasizing her delicate form. Her eyes, reminiscent of tranquil waters, bore a hint of coldness, as if they could see through to the very essence of all things. How beautiful! This was Yu Xian's initial impression and feeling. The recollection of certain earlier scenes stirred a sense of heat within him. Although Yu Xian had not indulged in the company of women, it did not imply he was devoid of masculine desires. He possessed all that a normal man should. The woman slowly approached Yu Xian, her gaze fixed upon him, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. Yu Xian locked eyes with the woman, and within his gaze, there was nothing but disdain. It was as though witnessing her form was a disgraceful affair. The kingdom of Jiang was not particularly liberal, and women were deeply concerned about their virtue. Yu Xian was acutely aware of this fact. His attitude stemmed from a desire to avert complications, especially since he bore the greater fault in this situation. Yet, he felt a tinge of grievance. Who could have anticipated that there would be someone else in this place? Moreover, this woman was bathing in broad daylight. However, she was undeniably beautiful, and he found himself wishing for just a few more glances, a thought that startled him. Just then, the woman spoke. Her voice icy and her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. "Who are you?" Yu Xian hastily withdrew his thoughts and declared, "I am Yu Xian, a newly arrived student." After speaking, he retreated several paces, his demeanor not suggesting a desire to flee, but rather an inclination to distance himself from the lady. Moreover, a hint of barely perceptible disdain flickered in his eyes. Noticing Yu Xian's actions, the woman furrowed her brows slightly, questioning silently, "Am I truly so unappealing?" Yu Xian cast a glance at the woman, remaining silent, yet his retreat of 2 steps spoke volumes. The woman scrutinized Yu Xian, shaking her head. You may possess a handsome appearance, yet you are inclined towards the same sex. How do men engage with one another? Yu Xian remained silent, and the woman, not pressing for an answer, cast a sympathetic glance at him before turning to retreat to her chamber. As she departed, Yu Xian felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, grateful that this matter had seemingly come to a close. Yu Xian swiftly departed from the courtyard and sought out 2 adjacent rooms. After ensuring the rooms were tidy, he took a leisurely stroll around the back mountain. Upon his return, he was in possession of some wild game. In the realm of wilderness survival, Yu Xian excelled remarkably, for he had previously sustained both himself and his sister through the pursuit of wild game. Yu Xian arrived at the Kanglan Hall, where Yiling had already tidied up the interior. Upon seeing Yu Xian, Yiling hurriedly approached him, offering a sweet smile and addressing him affectionately as brother. Yu Xian gently tousled Yiling's little head, asking if she was tired. Yiling shook her head, asserting that she was not fatigued. Yu Xian smiled and said, "Please tidy up those tables nearby. I shall prepare the meal." Upon hearing this, Yiling's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Cooking. It was her utmost delight to savor the dishes crafted by Yu Xian, which could easily surpass even the culinary skills of the esteemed chefs of the Yi family. Half an hour later, within the Kanglan Hall, Yu Xian and his sister Yiling sat at a worn, large table adorned with 4 or 5 delectable dishes, the aroma wafting invitingly through the air. The siblings exchanged smiles, just as they were about to begin their meal, when suddenly, a figure approached from the side. It was the elderly man, who emanated an unpleasant stench of alcohol, his garments appearing as if they had not been washed for many years, rendering them unrecognizable. Without hesitation, the elder took a seat at the head of the table, poised to partake in the meal. Just then, another individual arrived. Yu Xian's eyelids flickered at the sight. It was the very woman he had encountered earlier. She settled to the left of the elder, glanced at the dishes on the table, and then looked towards Yu Xian, inquiring, "Did you prepare this?" Yu Xian. Yiling blinked, casting a glance at Yu Xian and then at the woman. The woman remained silent, picking up a pair of chopsticks to take a small mushroom and placing it in her mouth. After a moment, she nodded in approval. Upon hearing this, the elder also took a piece of mushroom, chewed it thoughtfully, then glanced at Yu Xian and nodded in affirmation. "Very well. The culinary affairs of Kanglan Academy shall be entrusted to you from now on." Yu Xian's lips twitched slightly, a surge of irritation brewing within him. At that moment, Yiling suddenly tilted her head to gaze at the elder, exclaiming, "But my brother is a student." The elder cast a fleeting glance at Yiling and remarked, "Cooking is also a form of cultivation." Yiling. Yu Xian could hardly bear to watch any longer. "Senior. Dean." The elderly man turned to Yu Xian and replied, "Call me Dean, Dean Ji." Yu Xian nodded, "Director Ji, in such a large academy. Shouldn't we consider hiring a few maintenance workers?" The elder retorted, "Will you be footing the bill?" Yu Xian was taken aback for a moment before responding. "Shouldn't it be your responsibility to pay?" Director Ji shook his head, lamenting, "I have no money. I can barely afford to buy drinks." Yu Xian, the woman remained silent, solely focused on her meal, devouring the food with such fervor that left Yu Xian and his sister utterly astonished. Her speed was truly extraordinary, as if she had been starved for over 10 days. In the blink of an eye, the dishes on the table had been completely cleared. The woman licked her chopsticks and then turned to Yu Xian, inquiring, "Is there more?" Yu Xian. Yiling set down her chopsticks and remarked, "There are still some items left to be done. I shall go and wash them." Having spoken, she turned and hurried towards the rear of the grand hall. Yu Xian said in a low voice, "Is it safe here?" Old Ji nodded, affirming, "It is safe." Yu Xian hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Director Ji, since this is an academy, there must be a place for learning." "I do not have one." Director Ji replied candidly, "Self-study." Yu Xian. The martial hall. At that moment, the woman suddenly spoke. She was languidly licking her chopsticks. Old Ji glanced at Yu Xian, mentioning that there was a martial hall on the back mountain, where some insights on martial arts left by former disciples could be found. As for martial techniques, if fortune favored you, you might stumble upon 1 or 2 volumes. Alas, Yu Xian let out a soft sigh and said, "I shall go prepare the meal." With that, he turned and departed. At the table, only the woman and the elder remained. The woman set down her chopsticks and inquired, "Where did you find him?" Old Ji took a sip of wine and replied, "He was discovered at the Sangmu Academy." The woman fell silent for a moment before asking, "Why seek him out?" The elder responded, "He possesses potential. The woman replied coolly, I am sufficient on my own. The elder's hand trembled slightly. After a pause, he lifted the wine gourd to his lips and said softly, Anji, you bear too much. The woman replied calmly, this is my fate, as well as my responsibility. After speaking, she turned her gaze toward the hall's entrance, reflecting, though they had perished, their souls remained imprisoned within. Until she could bring them back, they would find no peace, and there were also eldest brother, second brother, father. The elder slowly closed his eyes and remarked, you are the last of the Ji family's bloodline. The woman chuckled lightly, then I have even greater obligations. The elder shook his head, among those two. Perhaps only Anlangxiu in the Jiang kingdom can contend with them. The woman rose, declaring, the outcome lies in our hands. With that, she strode toward the distance. Upon reaching the entrance of the grand hall, she suddenly halted and smiled, saying the worst outcome would merely result in one more corpse along the Tsongshan path. With that, she vanished into the distance. Within the hall, only the sound of the elder drinking remained. As night fell, after Yuxian and Yiling fell asleep, he entered the realm prison tower. Yuxian sat cross-legged on the ground and inquired, Senior, do I qualify as a great sword cultivator? Indeed, replied the enigmatic woman. Why? Yuxian asked, somewhat perplexed, for he had yet to unleash any sword radiance. The mysterious woman explained, what you currently lack is merely the realm. Once you attain the Qi mastery stage and condense the energy within your body, with your existing physical foundation and your profound understanding of the sword, you will be capable of invoking sword energy at any moment. Yuxian spoke in a low voice. Then what about my fighting spirit? The mysterious woman inquired. Are you knowledgeable in martial arts? Yuxian shook his head. The mysterious woman said, your current state is that you have prematurely comprehended the essence of battle. Yet you lack a martial arts foundation. Thus, you do not truly qualify as a martial arts master. To become a genuine martial arts master, you must manifest your battle intent, a capability you have yet to attain. What you need to focus on now is accumulating fundamental knowledge of martial arts, of course. You must not neglect the path of the sword. Additionally, you may commence your quest for the sword. Spirit sword. Yuxian offered a bitter smile, pondering where he might seek the spirit sword. Purchase it? He could not afford such a luxury. This posed a significant dilemma. After a brief moment, Yuxian began his training. In addition to swordsmanship, he also practiced his martial arts. The only technique he had mastered was the fist burst. And upon infusing it with combat intent, he realized that its power had undergone a qualitative transformation. With the addition of his battle spirit, the rank of this fist burst was elevated to at least the lower grade of the profound tier. At that moment, he truly grasped the terrifying nature of combat intent. And if he were to comprehend the essence of the sword, the lethality of a single strike would undoubtedly be even more formidable. As the night passed, the following morning, Yuxian suddenly dashed down the mountain. This was prompted by the news from old Ji, who mentioned that a woman surnamed and was seeking him at the foot of the mountain. Soon, Yuxian arrived at the base, and before a stone tablet, he beheld a woman clad in white, pristine and untainted, her beauty breathtaking. Enlancio. Yuxian approached Enlancio, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Missin. He greeted. Enlancio nodded in acknowledgement, poised to respond when, at that very moment, a carefree young man ambled into view. He bore a heavy black iron rod upon his shoulder, his gait unsteady and erratic. Upon catching sight of Enlancio, the young man's eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming, a beauty. Yuxian suddenly stood in front of Enlancio, casting a glance at the man and thinking to himself, I am quite handsome too. You may admire me for free. The man responded with silence. Behind Yuxian, Enlancio glanced at him in silence. In front of Yuxian, a man scrutinized him and remarked, Kid, I believe you are in need of a beating. As the words fell, the man swung a heavy iron rod fiercely towards Yuxian. Yuxian clenched his right fist tightly, a surge of battle intent coalescing atop it. With a powerful strike, a sharp sound of air exploding resonated suddenly. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous blast, the man, along with his staff, was propelled several paces backward. His ebony iron rod trembled violently, while Yuxian also staggered back a short distance, his right hand quivering slightly. Opposite Yuxian, the man cast a fleeting glance at his iron rod before turning his gaze toward Yuxian, remarking, impressive indeed. As his words lingered in the air, he hurled the iron rod with great force towards Yuxian. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing wind resonated through the atmosphere. Yuxian's expression remained impassive as the iron rod approached him. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch with his right hand. It was but a simple strike. With a resounding crash, his fist shattered the very essence of metal and stone. Bang! The iron rod trembled violently, recoiling in retreat. Yet, at that moment, a shadow abruptly materialized before Yuxian, and in an instant, a glimmering blade surged menacingly towards his throat. Danger! Yuxian narrowed his eyes slightly. A sensation of unease washing over him, compelling him to cease concealing his intentions. With a delicate twist of his right hand, a deep and resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air. In an instant, a figure was propelled backward, retreating a considerable distance of 10 paces. It was indeed the man. After halting his movement, the man gazed at Yi Xian in astonishment, exclaiming, "A sword cultivator? You are truly a sword cultivator." Yi Xian cast a glance at the man and asked, "Are we going to fight?" The man, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Of course we are. Who have I ever feared in this lifetime?" Just then, Yi Xian suddenly appeared before him, and in the next instant, a glint of cold light descended. The man named Imo Yunqi's expression changed dramatically. You can't just attack without a word. While speaking, he swung his iron rod fiercely upwards. The clash of metal echoed sharply, and in an instant, Imo Yunqi was sent staggering backwards for several yards. This time, Yuxian refrained from striking again and instead retreated to stand beside Enlancio. He glanced at her, visibly flustered. Enlancio smiled silently. Yuxian's expression was rather unnatural, or perhaps somewhat awkward, as if he had recalled something. Suddenly, he glanced towards Imo Yunqi in the distance and declared, "Let us continue." With that, he dashed forward with fervor. Imo Yunqi. Enlanjun cast a glance at Yuxian from afar, pondering his thoughts. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a voice resonated through the venue. "That's enough." It was the voice of Old Master Ji. As his words echoed, Old Master Ji appeared not far from Enlanjun, offering her a slight nod before turning his attention to the ongoing match between Yuxian and Imo Yunqi. However, the two did not cease their activities. Old Master Ji suddenly directed his gaze towards Enlanjun, inquiring, "Is Nguesher particularly concerned about him?" This him undoubtedly referred to Yuxian. Enlanjun gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, affirming, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Old Master Ji squinted slightly, and Nguesher, "Do you comprehend the implications of your words?" Enlanjun chuckled softly. "The mere fact that he dares to stand before thousands of Tang soldiers grants him the right to be my friend. In truth, we are already friends." Friends. Old Master Ji sighed quietly, contemplating that perhaps there were but a handful of individuals within the entire Jiang kingdom worthy of being this young lady's friend. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance, and in the next moment, Imo Yunqi was forcefully propelled 10 zhang away. Yi Xian did not take action. Instead, he retreated to stand beside Enlancio. Imo Yunqi glanced at Yi Xian and Enlancio, choosing not to act as well. Old Ji cast a look at Imo Yunqi and declared, "From now on, both of you shall be students of Kanglin Academy." Yuxian and Imo Yunqi were both taken aback. "A student of Kanglin Academy?" Imo Yunqi pointed at Yuxian, incredulous. He is also a student of Kanglin Academy?" Old Ji replied in a calm tone, "What is the problem?" Imo Yunqi glanced at Old Ji and asked, "How many students are there in Kanglin Academy?" Old Ji responded, "Including you, there are 3 in total. However, another one is about to arrive. Soon, there will be 4. 4. Imo Yunqi stood there, stunned, and after a considerable pause, he turned to leave. "I am going to Tsangmu Academy." Old Ji cast a fleeting glance at Imo Yunqi and said, "Don't you want the horizontal sky stick technique anymore?" In the distance, Imo Yunqi halted, turning back to Old Ji. "Old man, sir, grandpa. A single academy with only 4 students. Are you certain this academy has a future?" Old Ji replied coolly, "You have already signed the enrollment application for Kanglin Academy. If you go to Tsangmu Academy now, they will not accept you." Upon hearing this, Imo Yunqi angrily pointed at Old Ji. "Old man, you are deceiving me." Old Ji shrugged. "I didn't force you. You begged me to let you join Kanglin Academy." Imo Yunqi, nearly spitting blood in anger, retorted, "How can you say that? You claim that Kanglin Academy is comparable to Tsangmu Academy." "It is comparable," Old Ji asserted. "Both are in the imperial capital. Both are academies. What's the issue?" Imo Yunqi was nearly breathless with fury. "Comparable? It is an absolute chasm between the two. If I weren't so outmatched, I would have considered taking action." At that moment, Old Ji flicked his finger, and a black scroll fell before Imo Yunqi. Glancing at it, Imo Yunqi's eyes lit up, and he hastily stowed it away. Old Ji gestured towards the mountain peak. Imo Yunqi hesitated, looking at the scroll in his hand. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and, albeit reluctantly, began to ascend the mountain. However, as he passed by Yuxian and Enlancio, he suddenly turned to Yuxian and declared, Wait until I master this technique. We shall spar again. Yuxian shrugged nonchalantly, ever ready for what lay ahead. A brawl? He relished the idea. Not far off. Old Ji suddenly interjected, Kid, this is the imperial capital. It would be wise for you to exercise some restraint. Mo Yunqi let out a derisive snort. Restraint? Old man. Do I truly need to be modest given my exceptional prowess? It is not mere boasting. Is there anyone in the entire imperial capital who can rival my excellence? At this point, he cast a sideways glance at the horizon, brimming with audacity. Our nation's foremost genius was once that Enlancio, wasn't it? That was in the past. Now, with my rise, what is Enlancio worth? Just wait. One day, I shall bring her to tears. Yuxian's expression was rather peculiar. Beside him, the old man Ji shook his head, exclaiming that he had never witnessed such reckless behavior before. Just as Mo Yunqi was about to speak, a white shadow abruptly materialized behind him. Mo Yunqi's countenance shifted dramatically as he swiftly turned around, swinging his iron rod with force. Bang! With a resounding crash. Mo Yunqi was propelled backward, and the ground trembled violently. In the next moment, an unusual scene unfolded before the gathered crowd. A figure was repeatedly crashing onto the ground, wailing in anguish. This continued for a full quarter of an hour before the figure finally came to a halt. The figure was none other than Mo Yunqi, who now lay sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, his face swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head. Enlancio turned to Yuxian and asked, Shall we take a walk together? With a faint smile, Brother Yu responded, Very well. The two walked side by side towards a nearby path. Behind them, Mo Yunqi roared in fury, Wait, just wait. This grudge shall not go unavenged. For she is Enlanjun. At some point, old Ji appeared beside Mo Yunqi. The latter's voice abruptly ceased, and in an instant, he tilted his head and fell silent. Old Ji nudged Mo Yunqi with his foot, exclaiming, Stop playing dead. Get up and continue your shouting. What is Enlanjun to you? Make her cry. Yet, Mo Yunqi remained motionless. Old Ji said nothing further. He simply lifted one of Mo Yunqi's feet and began dragging him up the mountain. Meanwhile, on a certain path, Yuxian and Enlanjun walked side by side. Enlanjun softly remarked, I never imagined you would join Kanglin Academy. Yuxian fell silent. He had never anticipated that he would inadvertently become a part of Kanglin Academy. One could only say that the whims of fate are unpredictable. Enlancio suddenly halted, declaring, I must depart from the kingdom of Jiang. Today, I have come to bid farewell. Departing from the kingdom of Jiang, Yuxian turned to gaze at Enlancio, who met his eyes with unwavering intensity. I have my reservations about you, she declared. Yuxian shook his head, puzzled. Enlancio took a step forward, drawing closer to Yuxian, allowing him to distinctly perceive the faint fragrance emanating from her. Enlancio gazed intently at Yuxian, remarking, Everyone has underestimated you. Indeed. I may have underestimated you as well. I am unaware of the extraordinary encounters you have experienced, nor do I comprehend the true nature of your hidden strengths. Yet you invoke within me a sense of peril. As she spoke, she shook her head with a smile, adding, In the entirety of the kingdom of Jiang, few can instill such a feeling of danger in me, and this sense of danger is not of the ordinary kind. Yuxian fell into silence. Enlancio continued to walk ahead, with Yuxian trailing slowly behind. After a while, Enlancio spoke softly, Once I depart, there may be no one in the kingdom of Jiang capable of truly restraining you. Your temperament is overly impulsive and forthright, and I fear that one day, chaos may ensue in the imperial capital because of you. At this point, she turned to look at Yuxian. Promise me one thing, after I leave. Should it be within your power, please take care of the kingdom of Jiang. Yuxian forced a smile. You might be overestimating my abilities. Enlancio replied with a faint smile, Yet you have yet to provide me with an answer. Yuxian replied solemnly, I promise you that in the future, to the best of my abilities, I shall certainly lend my support to the kingdom of Jiang. Enlancio suddenly inquired, Do you know what I like about you? Is it liking oneself? Yuxian was momentarily taken aback, his mind a blank slate. Enlancio also paused slightly, realizing that she seemed to have misspoken. However, she offered no explanation, merely smiled, and continued to walk into the distance. Yuxian stood in a daze for a moment before slowly following suit. For a time, neither of them spoke, simply walking side by side. After a while, Enlancio came to a halt and produced a pitch-black jade pendant, offering it to Yuxian. What is this? He inquired, puzzled. Enlancio replied softly, To the north of the Jiang kingdom, specifically at the location of the Two-Realm city. The local factions have discovered a relic left by a swordmaster. They have nearly finished their explorations, and in about a month, it will be accessible. This is a certificate sent to me. Possessing this jade pendant grants you the right to enter the relic. For me, entering it holds little significance. But as a sword cultivator, it should prove quite beneficial for you. Moreover, this place is situated in a volcanic region, and there may be extremely hot substances underground. If you can acquire them, it would greatly assist your sister. However, exercise caution, for aside from the top talents of the Jiang Kingdom, there are also several formidable geniuses from other nations who will attend, so do not underestimate them. Yuxian pondered for a moment before accepting the jade pendant. Enlancio smiled gently and took her leave. After speaking, she began to walk away into the distance. Will we meet again? Yuxian suddenly inquired. Enlancio paused, responding, My path may lead me swiftly forward. Yuxian smiled broadly, declaring, I will surpass you. Enlancio glanced back at Yuxian, responding with a smile. Do your best. With her words lingering in the air, she turned and vanished at the end of the distant path. Yuxian gazed at the distant silhouette. Lost in thought for an extended moment, he turned his left palm upwards, revealing another jade pendant gifted to him by Enlancio. 2 jade pendants. As he looked at them, Yuxian suddenly broke into a smile, a somewhat foolish one. Having relied on his sister since childhood, he had seldom experienced kindness from others. Even when it occurred, it was often for ulterior motives. Yet Enlancio was different. The people who had treated him well would forever remain etched in his memory. After a brief pause, Yuxian tightly clutched the 2 jade pendants and turned to ascend the mountain, his smile lingering, blissfully naive. Yuxian was oblivious to the essence of love. He had never experienced it before. He simply knew that he relished the moments spent with Enlancio. As for anything beyond that, he had never contemplated. At that moment, Yuxian abruptly halted his steps, for not far in front of him stood an elderly man. The individual was none other than the spirit elder who had previously accompanied Enlancio. Yuxian glanced at the old man, remaining silent. The old man, Ling Qiu, scrutinized Yuxian before solemnly stating, I am Ling Qiu, a servant by the side of Mississippi Mission? Yuxian inquired. Ling Qiu nodded in affirmation. Yuxian nodded slightly. Is there something you wish to discuss, esteemed senior? Ling Lao replied in a solemn tone, Young Master Yi. The words I am about to convey may be somewhat offensive. I hope for your understanding. Yuxian nodded. The elder Ling remarked. Although the young lady hails from the kingdom of Jiang, it is evident that her origins are far from ordinary. To put it bluntly, those she encounters in this kingdom may one day find themselves in a position of reverence towards her, perhaps even lacking the qualification to do so. Do you grasp my meaning? Yuxian nodded, implying that you wish to convey to me the importance of keeping my distance from her. Am I correct? The elder replied affirmatively, stating that it is evident that young Master Yi possesses extraordinary qualities to have garnered the favor of the young lady. However, not only is she exceptionally gifted, but the power that supports her is beyond young Master Yi's imagination. Should young Master Yi entertain any other notions regarding the young lady, I must candidly express that it could lead to a burdensome and perhaps even a tragic existence for you, and the young lady might suffer consequences due to your entanglement. Yuxian fell into silence. The spirit elder glanced at Yuxian and said, Young Master Yi, I implore you to ponder my words carefully. Farewell. Upon finishing his sentence, the space before him suddenly tore open, and in the next moment, the spirit elder vanished into the rift, tearing apart space. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a formidable being who had reached the realm of profound insight. Above the chi manipulation realm lies the sky ascendance realm, and above that is the realm of profound insight. The adversary was several realms above him, and this formidable being was merely a servant. The display of strength was a clear indication of their intentions. Yuxian fell silent for a moment before gradually making his way up the mountain. Feeling the pressure? The enigmatic woman suddenly inquired. Yuxian nodded. The enigmatic woman spoke. The fire spirit within your sister can sustain her for no more than a month. If you fail to find a replacement within that time, she will be in grave danger. Moreover, the individual imprisoned on the 2nd level is likely to awaken soon. Should it regain consciousness and you have not secured the necessary path, your demise is inevitable. Should you perish, your sister's fate may be even more dire. Yuxian took a deep breath, resolute in his determination to cultivate and grow stronger. This pursuit of strength was for his sister, for himself, for survival, and to chase after his own aspirations. It was akin to the mundane world. Without wealth, what is there to discuss regarding love or a fulfilling life? Many affections are built upon the foundation of money. While not entirely absolute, it is predominantly the case. Before long, Yuxian arrived at the Kanglin Hall, and as he approached, his expression shifted drastically. In the distance, Yiling sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably, Beside her stood the bruised and battered Imo Yunqi, who was gesticulating animatedly at Yi Ling, causing her tears to flow even more fiercely. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xian's countenance darkened with fury. "How dare you bully my sister?" As these words left his lips, a sword materialized quietly in his palm. In the next moment, a formidable pressure, accompanied by a faint sword radiance, surged forth from within him, instantly severing the tangled weeds before him. One sword determines life and death. Imo Yunqi, taken aback by Yu Xian's sudden outburst, was momentarily stunned. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Yu Xian charged at him wielding the sword. Sensing the formidable power within Yu Xian's strike, Imo Yunqi was seized by terror and dared not confront it head-on. He swiftly leaped over the wall to escape. Yet, as he cleared the barrier, the wall crumbled into dust behind him. Oh no! The stark contrast of the wall disintegrating left Imo Yunqi's face twitching in disbelief, prompting him to hasten his flight into the distance. Meanwhile, Yu Xian relentlessly pursued him, leaving chaos in his wake. Inside the hall, Yi Ling, watching Yi Xian and Imo Yunqi disappear into the distance, stood in stunned silence before rushing outside. By the time she reached beyond the wall, Yu Xian and Imo Yunqi had vanished from sight, leaving her only with the faint echoes of Imo Yunqi's panicked voice, pleading, "Big brother, I did not bully your sister, please calm down." But soon, his voice was engulfed by the resounding clash of swords. Yi Ling was momentarily stunned. What if her brother were to injure himself? After a fleeting moment, she hurriedly dashed into the courtyard of Old Man Ji. There, in the yard, Old Man Ji lay on a reclining chair, a gourd of wine resting in his mouth, blissfully immersed in slumber. Yi Ling vigorously shook the arm of Old Man Ji, her voice laced with urgency. "Grandpa Ji, my brother is fighting that scoundrel. You must go and see." Yet, Old Man Ji remained utterly unresponsive, incapacitated by his inebriation, resembling a puddle of mud. Yi Ling, feeling helpless, hurried to Jianji's courtyard. Jianji cast a glance at Yi Ling, who was wearing an expression of deep anxiety. "Sister Ji, my brother is fighting with that person. Could you please intervene? I fear for my brother's safety." Jianji approached Yi Ling and asked, "Can you cook?" Yi Ling instinctively nodded. Jianji remarked, "I am hungry." Yi Ling, beyond the rear of the Kanglan Palace lies a vast expanse of abandoned structures, and beyond that, a range of mountains. At this moment, two figures are racing through a dense forest within those mountains. Leading the charge is Imo Yunqi, whose feet are adorned with two swirling winds. Empowered by these winds, his speed is akin to a fierce gale, remarkably swift. Following closely behind is Yi Xian, wielding the Lingxiao sword. At this juncture, an aura of ferocity envelopes Yi Xian, and wherever he passes, flowers, grasses, and trees are cleaved as if they were mere blades of grass. After approximately half an hour of relentless flight, Imo Yunqi decided to confront Yi Xian head-on. However, when Yi Xian unleashed a lethal strike with his sword, Imo Yunqi promptly chose to flee. His iron staff was shattered before it could even approach the brilliance of Yi Xian's sword. It was shattered with a single stroke. There was no chance to retaliate. Imo Yunqi dashed madly into the depths of the forest, with Yi Xian hot on his heels. Thus, one fled while the other pursued, continuing from night until dawn. As dawn broke, Imo Yunqi returned to the front of the Kanglan Palace. Just as he came to a halt, Yu Xian appeared behind him, ready to strike. However, Yi Ling, who had awaited them on the stone steps all night, rushed over to embrace Yu Xian, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, are you all right? He didn't hurt you, did he?" Not far away, Imo Yunqi lay on the ground, gasping for air, nearly choking with rage upon hearing Yi Ling's words. I. At this moment, upon seeing Yi Ling, Yu Xian's demeanor softened slightly. He gently tousled Yi Ling's hair and asked, "Are you all right?" Yi Ling quickly shook her head, insisting that she was fine. Yu Xian cast a glance at Imo Yunqi, who lay on the ground not far away. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, filled with alarm as he stammered, "Why you? Don't do anything rash. I haven't wronged your sister. Just ask her yourself." Yu Xian withdrew his gaze and turned to Yi Ling, inquiring about what had transpired earlier. Yi Ling slightly lowered her head, remaining silent. "What is the matter?" Yu Xian inquired gently. Yi Ling softly remarked, "It brings back memories of the time spent with my brother in the Yi family. Back then, my brother found a bun, and, unwilling to eat it himself, he gave it all to me. He nearly starved as a result." As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Yi Xian gently embraced Yi Ling, saying, "Silly girl, the past is behind us. I promise, dear sister, you shall never suffer again." Yi Ling held Yi Xian tightly, imploring, "Brother, must you endure such suffering? Is that not too much to ask?" Yi Xian smiled broadly and said, "All right, let us strive to live our lives to the fullest from now on, shall we?" Yi Ling looked up at Yi Xian, her tears giving way to a smile. Very soon, she fell asleep in Yi Xian's embrace. After Yi Xian carried Yi Ling back to the room, he arrived at the front of the Kanglan Hall and took a seat not far from Mo Yunqi, who wore an expression of vigilance. Yi Xian produced a wine gourd and tossed it to Mo Yunqi. Apologetically, Mo Yunqi glanced at Yi Xian, took a hearty swig from the gourd, and inquired, "What is the name of that sword technique you just executed?" "A sword that determines life and death," Yi Xian replied. Mo Yunqi nodded, impressive. "I could not withstand it." Yi Xian cast a glance at Mo Yunqi and inquired, "Those two whirlwinds beneath your feet earlier, were they a form of martial technique?" Mo Yunqi nodded, replying, "The 10,000-mile pursuit technique, a low-grade Xian tier skill." As he spoke, he reclined upon the stone steps, adding, "Were it not for this martial art, I might have been cleaved in two by your sword just moments ago." Yi Xian also lay on the stone steps, his hands cradling his head as he gazed into the distant horizon. "I am sorry." Mo Yunqi shook his head. "It is also my fault for being foolish. Upon seeing your sister weep, I jested with her, claiming that I had beaten you, which only made her cry all the more intensely." Yi Xian. At that moment, at the edge of their vision, a bald man approached them. The man appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a robust physique that dwarfed both Mo Yunqi and Yi Xian. He was bare-chested, his muscles bulging ominously. Around his neck dangled several bones, some still stained with blood. Mo Yunqi whispered, "This fellow must be our other classmate." With that, he turned to Yi Xian, suggesting, "Shall we give him a beating?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian proposed, "Shall you go first?" Mo Yunqi shrugged nonchalantly, "Why not?" With that, he lightly propelled himself forward, gliding through the air with remarkable grace and astonishing speed, leaving Yi Xian feeling a sense of inadequacy in comparison. In no time, Mo Yunqi found himself before the bald man, delivering a swift kick aimed directly at his shoulder. The bald man stood his ground, unflinching. With a resounding thud, Mo Yunqi was forcefully pushed back several paces, his right leg trembling uncontrollably, while the bald man remained steadfast and unmoved. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Mo Yunqi, the bald man's expression darkened. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Mo Yunqi's countenance altered slightly as he turned to Yi Xian nearby, urging, "Let us go together." Yi Xian approached the bald man, who regarded him with a degree of caution. Suddenly, Yi Xian clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and proclaimed, "Kanglan Academy welcomes you." Mo Yunqi stared at Yi Xian in astonishment, exclaiming, "You." The bald man reciprocated the gesture, replying, "Thank you." He then turned to glance at the distance where Mo Yunqi stood, who offered a sheepish smile, misunderstanding, "It's entirely a misunderstanding." In an unexpected turn, the bald man charged towards Mo Yunqi, whose expression shifted to one of horror as he turned to flee. "Yi Xian, you scoundrel, you sold me out." Soon, anguished cries echoed from the mountainside. At noon, within the Kanglan Hall, Elder Ji occupied the seat of honor, intermittently sipping wine, appearing quite intoxicated and far from lucid. To his left sat Jianji, leisurely licking a pair of chopsticks. On Elder Ji's right was the bald man, who held a string of iron beads, smooth and shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow, clearly crafted from an extraordinary material. Beneath the bald man sat Mo Yunqi, whose appearance was quite disheveled, sporting bruises and various shoe prints upon his body. The bald man occasionally cast malevolent glances in his direction. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Elder Ji's eyes flew open, while Jianji straightened in his seat, grasping his long chopsticks, poised for action. Yi Xian and Yi Ling approached, each carrying a plate. Yi Xian bore a platter of roasted chicken, its golden hue rendering it extraordinarily tantalizing, while Yi Ling presented a delicately steamed fish, which whetted the appetite even further. As the siblings placed their dishes upon the table, Old Master Ji and Jianji wasted no time in digging in. Their rapidity astonished the nearby bald man and Mo Yunqi, and even Yi Xian and Yi Ling were momentarily taken aback. Old Master Ji was somewhat composed, yet it was Jianji whose voracious consumption could only be likened to that of a bandit. In mere moments, the roasted chicken before Jianji was reduced to mere bones, and the fish was left with nothing but its spine. The bald man and Mo Yunqi, still bewildered, had only just lifted their chopsticks. Old Master Ji cast a glance at Jianji, urging him to be a tad more discreet. Jianji, licking his chopsticks, then turned to Yi Xian, inquiring if there was more. The others could only stare in silence. After a considerable time, a serene quiet enveloped the Kanglan Hall. with all seated around the table. The plates before them were pristine, devoid of any remnants. The bald man and Mo Yunqi wore expressions of despair, having barely managed to consume a few morsels. Yi Xian and his sister Yi Ling exchanged a knowing smile, for they had already satisfied their appetites in the kitchen. At that moment, old Ji suddenly spoke. "Allow me to introduce our new arrival." He gestured towards the bald man, Bai Zhe, who hailed from the northern region of Mang Mountain and possessed a half-demon physique. The bald man named Bai Zhe rose and offered a slight bow to the assembly, yet he cast a disdainful glance at Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi's lips twitched, and he shot a fierce glare at Yi Xian, who stood not far away. Yi Xian, at this moment, the old man Ji pointed towards Mo Yunqi, who hails from the remote southern borders of Mo Town. Possessing a light and agile physique, he excels in the cultivation of speed-oriented martial arts, achieving remarkable results with minimal effort. He is adept in wielding both the staff and the flying dagger. Flying daggers. Yi Xian cast a glance at Mo Yunqi, sensing the man's concealed intentions. Suddenly, Mo Yunqi pointed at Yi Xian and exclaimed, "Old man, speak of him." Old Master Ji glanced at Yi Xian and remarked, "Yi Xian, hailing from the Yi family of Qingqing, a swordsman, a grand swordsman, a grand swordsman." Jianji and the bald man exchanged astonished and curious looks as they regarded Yi Xian. A grand swordsman. Such individuals are rare in the entire Jiang kingdom, particularly one so youthful. Just then, Mo Yunqi abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yi Xian. "Brother, you cannot be the discarded refuse that Songmu Academy rejected, can you? You are the true refuse." Yi Ling suddenly glared at Mo Yunqi and declared, "I shall no longer prepare meals for you." Beside her, Bai Zhe nodded in agreement. "Indeed, do not feed him." Mo Yunqi's face twitched at the remark. He gently patted his own cheek and forced a smile, saying, "Little sister, I admit my words were ill-considered. Please do not take offense." He had come to realize that within the Kanglin Academy, only this brother-sister duo possessed the culinary skills, and if they ceased to cook, his only sustenance would be mere grass. Yi Ling let out a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate further. Suddenly, old Ji remarked, "He is the infamous Yi Xian rumored in the imperial capital." The name Yi Xian has gained considerable notoriety in the imperial capital, largely due to the deliberate promotion by Songmu Academy, albeit a rather disreputable one. Mo Yunqi scrutinized Yi Xian and shook his head, exclaiming, "Songmu Academy truly has become exceedingly selective. When did their standards become so elevated that they would dismiss someone like you?" Yi Xian smiled faintly, but remained silent. Suddenly, old Master Ji spoke. "On the back mountain, there lies a martial hall, once a place of learning for the disciples of Kanglin Academy. You may wander there at your leisure. Perhaps you shall glean some insights. Are there martial techniques?" Mo Yunqi promptly inquired, "Or perhaps cultivation methods?" Old Master Ji shook his head. "Why not?" Mo Yunqi asked, puzzled. In a calm tone, Old Master Ji replied, "I have sold them all for wine money." The crowd fell silent. Rising to his feet, Old Master Ji continued, "In a year and a half, there will be a life and death contest between the disciples of Kanglin Academy and those of Songmu Academy, held every 3 years. I do not wish for your lifeless forms to be displayed along the path of Tsongshan in a year and a half. Moreover, refrain from wandering about aimlessly. Should the disciples of Songmu Academy encounter you, they will surely seek to confront you for any trivial reason." Having delivered his words, he turned and departed. Jianji suddenly glanced at Yi Xian, saying, "Let's go prepare something to eat." Yi Xian, half an hour later, after Yin finished her meal, she stood up and kindly reminded everyone that there are 2 unparalleled prodigies at Songmu Academy, 1 male and 1 female. The male is named Fenju and the female is called Bei Chun. Remarkably, neither of them has yet turned 20, yet they have already attained the realm of Linkong, and may even be on the verge of Tongyu. To put it plainly, within the entire Jiang kingdom, there is only one person who can firmly overshadow these 2. And I believe you all know who that is. The few people present naturally recognize this individual, who else but in Lanqiu. Jianji continued, stating that aside from these 2, there are 3 other extraordinary talents whose identities remain a mystery, each possessing a unique ability. It is rumored that if these 3 were to unite, even in Lanqiu would find himself challenged. At this moment, Mo Yunqi timidly raised his hand and asked, Is it too late to drop out now?" Jianji cast a glance at Mo Yunqi, remarking that it would be timely for a suicide at this point. Alas! Mo Yunqi sighed deeply, lamenting how terribly he had been misled by the old man. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly spoke up, "Since we are all here, there is a matter I wish to discuss with everyone." The group turned their attention towards Yixian. Yixian pondered for a moment and then remarked, I previously inquired and discovered that our Kanglin Academy is significantly lacking in daily necessities. For instance, we have no staple goods such as rice, oil, and salt. Along with various other items, we are even short on toilet paper. In short, we are deficient in every aspect. Oh, my dear heavens! Mo Yunqi exclaimed in despair, burying his head on the table, his expression one of utter despondency. Yixian glanced at a few individuals and resolved to descend the mountain to procure some daily necessities. However, he found himself short of funds and proposed, why not pool together a little from everyone? The others remained silent. Noticing Ji and the other two did not respond, Yixian shrugged. If you choose not to contribute, that is perfectly fine. We can each go our separate ways from here on out. No objections, I trust? Upon hearing this, the corners of Mo Yunqi's mouth twitched at the thought of living separately. After a brief moment, Beize produced a bag and handed it to Yixian, containing 20 gold coins. Yixian did not hold back, promptly putting it away. He then turned his gaze towards Jianji, who was staring at him intently, causing Yixian to feel a bit uneasy. After a brief moment, Yixian waved his hand and said, All right, you needn't linger here. Please attend to your own matters. Jianji turned and left without the slightest hesitation. Yixian turned his gaze towards Mo Yunqi, who, like Jianji, stared back at him, simply observing in silence. Yixian suddenly slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming in anger, What are you staring at? Hurry up and pay, or you shall face the consequences. Mo Yunqi remained silent. Half an hour later, Yixian descended the mountain with his sister. Accompanying them were Mo Yunqi and Beize. On this trip for supplies, they had acquired quite a number of items, far too many for just Yixian and his sister, Yiling, to carry alone. Thus, he had enlisted the help of Mo Yunqi and Beize. As they traveled, Yiling skipped joyfully, her spirits high. Yet, gazing at her, Yixian's eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. This was only a temporary reprieve, as the fire spirit had suppressed the cold energy within Yiling. But it could only last for 2 to 3 months, if no new remedy were found within that time. With this thought in mind, he withdrew the black jade pendant gifted to him by Anlanxio. 2 Realms Mountain, the Sword Master's dwelling. I must pay a visit, Yixian murmured softly. On the left of Yixian, Mo Yunqi held a blade of grass between his lips, humming a tune of unknown origin with a carefree demeanor. Whereas on Yixian's right, Beize walked with his head bowed, enveloped in silence, seemingly preferring not to speak at all. At that moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly inquired, By the way, have you two any confidence about what lies ahead in a year and a half? Yixian gently patted Mo Yunqi's shoulder, saying, What is there to fear? Just go ahead and do it. Mo Yunqi gave a thumbs up to Yixian, replying, Brother, your words sound so easy. But the question is, can we actually succeed? If we fail, we might end up dead, with our bodies hanging on the path of Songshan. Yixian spread his hands in resignation. Not willing to do it? What then? Shall I kneel at the entrance of the Tsangmu Academy and beg for mercy? Mo Yunqi sighed softly, lamenting, It is all my fault for being foolish enough to trust the words of old man Ji, which led me here. Alas, tears abound. At this point, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned his gaze toward the imposing beehives nearby. Big guy, how were you deceived into coming here? Yixian also turned his gaze towards Beize, intrigued to understand how the other had been persuaded to come here. Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly venture into such a place. After a moment of hesitation, Beize spoke. Old Master Ji remarked upon my remarkable bone structure and exceptional intelligence, declaring me a rare talent in martial arts, asserting that the future peace of the Jiang Kingdom would rely upon me. Yixian and Mo Yunqi stood in place. And after a moment, Mo Yunqi cleared his throat and said, Do you believe it? Beize glanced at Yixian and Mo Yunqi, then nodded. Indeed, I do. Yixian. P.S. There is still one more chapter. Do not leave. Upon hearing Beize's words, Yixian shook his head. It seems there are still such naive individuals in this world. Mo Yunqi cast a sympathetic glance at Beize, shaking his head in response. At that moment, Beize suddenly retorted, Am I not a martial arts prodigy? Yixian exchanged a glance with Mo Yunqi, and the two swiftly made their way towards the distance. Behind them, Beize scratched his bald head, somewhat bewildered. Before long, Yixian and his companions entered the bustling streets of the imperial capital. Armed with a VIP card for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Yixian headed directly to the establishment. One must seize every opportunity. Soon, the trio arrived at the most prosperous area in the heart of the city, where stood a magnificent 9-story building, renowned for its opulence. This was none other than the illustrious drunken immortal pavilion of Qizhou. Yixian entered with Yuling and Mo Yunqi, two laborers. Soon, a graceful young woman approached them and offered a slight bow. "Do you require any assistance?" she inquired. Yixian produced his VIP card, and upon seeing it, the elegant woman's expression shifted dramatically. She bowed deeply once more and said, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Soon, under her guidance, the four of them arrived at a lavish private room. As they settled in, fine spiritual tea was promptly served. Before long, an elderly gentleman entered the room. After offering a slight bow to Yixian and his companions, he inquired, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed guest?" Yixian said, "Yixian, Yixian." Upon hearing these two words, the elderly man was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized Yixian for a brief moment and soon came to a conclusion. The individual before him was indeed the renowned Yixian, whose name had been fervently discussed throughout the imperial capital. The elder's expression returned to normal as he inquired, "May I ask what instructions young master Yi has?" Yixian pondered for a moment and then said, "Bring me 300 pounds of rice, 50 chickens, 50 ducks, 10 pigs, 10 cows, and 5 barrels of oil." Everyone present was left in a state of astonishment. The elderly man before Yixian was rendered utterly speechless. Meanwhile, not far away, Mo Yunqi had retreated to a corner, fixated on the ceiling, feigning ignorance of Yixian's presence. Beizai's demeanor was equally awkward. Who had ever heard of someone visiting the drunken immortal pavilion to purchase such mundane items? After a considerable pause, Yixian finally concluded his request, only to recall something and add, "Please apply a discount. Remember to give me 50% off." The old man responded with a pained smile, "Young Master Yi, it is not that we refuse to sell, but rather that we do not possess such items." Yixian spoke softly. "The person who provided me with the card mentioned that in the future, should there be any needs, I may come to the drunken immortal pavilion. And as long as the requests are reasonable, the pavilion will be able to accommodate them." Alas, it seems he was merely boasting. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed slightly. He promptly bowed deeply and said, "Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. Although our drunken immortal pavilion may not have such items, there are plenty available outside. I shall prepare them for you at once. I kindly ask you to wait for a brief moment." Yixian nodded, expressing his gratitude. After the elder bowed respectfully, he turned to leave. Within the private room, only Yixian and his 3 companions remained. At that moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly remarked, "This is a purple card you possess, which ranks just below the esteemed black card among the numerous VIP cards at Zui Xianlu. You are quite remarkable." Yixian chuckled, "It's merely a card." Mo Yunqi shook his head, "Brother, the drunken immortal pavilion is undoubtedly the most luxurious and prestigious establishment in the imperial capital. To come here and purchase such mundane provisions as meat, rice, and oil, you truly have a remarkable sense of humility." Yixian cast a fleeting glance at Mo Yunqi and inquired, "If we do not stay here, will we have sufficient funds outside? If not, shall it be you who covers the difference?" Mo Yunqi fell silent. Shortly thereafter, an elder entered the room, offering a slight bow to Yixian. "Young Master Yi, we have prepared everything you requested, loaded onto 2 horse-drawn carriages, and arranged for servants to assist you on your journey. Is there anything else you require, young Master Yi?" Yixian clasped his fist in gratitude, expressing his thanks. "Well then, how many gold coins in total?" The old man chuckled and replied, "Consider it a complimentary gift." "A complimentary gift?" Yixian shook his head with a smile, placing a bag upon the table before him. Within it lay 36 gold coins, which he presumed to be sufficient. "Farewell," he declared, and with that, he took hold of Yuling and made his way towards the exit. Beizai and Mo Yunqi hurriedly followed suit. Inside the private room, the elderly man wore a bitter smile. He had intended for Yixian to owe a minor favor. Yet it was evident that Yixian had no desire to be indebted to the drunken immortal pavilion for such a trivial matter. After securing the pouch of coins, the old man followed them out. Before the entrance of the drunken immortal pavilion, 2 carriages awaited, laden to the brim, while behind them stood 3 enormous iron cages, each containing livestock. Fortunately, the drunken immortal pavilion had arranged for assistance. Otherwise, he truly would have struggled to transport these items. Yixian glanced at Mo Yunqi and Beizai. "Let us depart." The 2 swiftly leaped onto the carriage, while Yixian also took Yuling and ascended into one of the carriages. Thus, the group set forth with great momentum, heading towards the distant horizon. Behind Yixian and the others, the old man glanced at the pouch of coins in his hand, shaking his head in dismay. As they traveled, Yixian and his companions naturally attracted considerable attention for they were burdened with an excessive amount of belongings. Yi Xian found himself in a predicament. The Kanglin Academy was quite distant from the Imperial City District, making it impractical for him to make the journey on a daily basis, as it would be an utter waste of time. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "It is Yi Xian! Yi Xian!" As this exclamation echoed, countless gazes converged upon him. Faced with such attention, Yi Xian himself felt a moment of bewilderment. Had he truly garnered such renown? Indeed, it was Yi Xian. Among the crowd, someone remarked, "He is the discarded refuse of Songmu Academy." TSK, Kanglin Academy has lost all dignity in accepting this trash that Songmu Academy has rejected. No wonder they are being overwhelmed by Songmu Academy. Yet I have heard that Guoshi seems to hold him in high regard. Even Guoshi can misjudge. Just look at him. He has only recently reached the Qi transformation realm and has yet to achieve the Qi control realm. Such a person wouldn't even qualify for menial tasks at Songmu Academy. In the arena, the crowd buzzed with chatter, their words brazen and devoid of restraint. Yi Xian wore an expressionless face. Such is society, where many individuals derive a sense of superiority by belittling others. Do not speak ill of my brother. At that moment, Yi Ling suddenly glared at the crowd around her. My brother has done nothing to offend you. What gives you the right to speak of him in such a manner? Below them, a young man smirked and retorted, I will speak of your brother if I wish. He is nothing but refuse, discarded by the Songmu Academy. What will you do about it? Haha. Yi Lingqi's face flushed crimson as she furiously pointed at the young man. Brother, strike him. From the carriage, Yi Xian swiftly descended, and in the next moment, the young man who had spoken earlier was sent flying, soaring 5 or 6 yards until he collided with a wall. Coming to an abrupt halt, he lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, his ribs shattered beyond repair. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Did Yi Xian dare to assault someone so brazenly? Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi shook his head in disbelief, finally grasping the situation. One might offend Yi Xian, but one must never provoke his sister, otherwise one would deeply regret ever setting foot in this world. The audacity to strike someone in broad daylight was utterly outrageous. Did he possess no sense of law or order? The onlookers pointed at Yi Xian, murmuring amongst themselves. Yet none dared to take action. Yi Xian cast a glance at the crowd surrounding him and suddenly roared, "Silence!" Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound stillness. Yi Xian surveyed the crowd, cutting through the superfluous chatter. If anyone has a problem with me, come and face me, he proclaimed boldly. At that moment, a young man suddenly surged forth from the throng. Yet, as he reached Yi Xian, he was swiftly sent flying by a single punch. The young man crashed to the ground and did not rise again. Yi Xian cast a glance around, inquiring if anyone else remained. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. It is often the case that many individuals exhibit a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. How audacious of the disciples from Kanglin Academy to display such arrogance in the imperial capital. Just then, a voice suddenly emanated from nearby, and shortly thereafter, 3 men clad in ink black and white robes approached from the distance. They were students from Songmu Academy. Gasps echoed through the crowd, and soon, the previously silent onlookers began to murmur excitedly. The appearance of the Songmu Academy students had evidently emboldened them. Upon seeing the students from Songmu Academy, Mo Yunqi narrowed his eyes slightly, while Beizei's expression turned icy. In unison, they dismounted their carriage and strode over to Yi Xian's side. The rivalry between Songmu Academy and Kanglin Academy could be deemed a genuine enmity, with an inherent animosity existing between the two. Previously, encounters between the students of these two institutions invariably led to conflict. However, as Kanglin Academy's fortunes waned, its students had begun to avoid their Songmu counterparts. The 3 Songmu Academy students stopped before Yi Xian and his companions. The leader among them scrutinized Yi Xian and sneered, "So you are the discarded refuse of Songmu Academy. Qi Transformation Realm? TSK, Kanglin Academy is truly regressing. Even such a specimen as you." At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly launched a kick, striking the speaker squarely in the chest. Bang! To the astonishment of all present, the man was propelled backward, his body bending as he soared through the air. Blood spouting from his mouth. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Mo Yunqi and Beizei were equally stunned, for they had not anticipated Yi Xian would take action. A profound silence enveloped the scene. As Yi Xian propelled the speaking man into the air with a single strike, he swiftly unleashed 2 additional whip kicks, catching the remaining 2 students of the Songmu Academy completely off guard, sending them flying as well. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He dashed towards the 3 individuals. swiftly snatching their money pouches from their waists. Subsequently, he hurried back to the side of Mo Yunchi and Bai Zhe and exclaimed, "Run! Run!" Mo Yunchi and Bai Zhe, who were poised for a fierce confrontation, were momentarily taken aback, convinced they had misheard. Meanwhile, Yuxian had already returned to the carriage, cradling Yiling, and set off. After having struck a blow and pilfered goods, he simply fled. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. In a postscript, a reader group has been established. Feel free to join and engage in some lively discussions. Lastly, for those with votes, kindly cast your support. And for friends who have yet to bookmark, remember to add it to your reading list. Not only Mo Yunchi and Bai Zhe, but all present were left bewildered. To strike and flee? It wasn't long before Bai Zhe and Mo Yunchi regained their senses and swiftly followed suit. The gaze of the crowd turned towards the three students from Sangmu Academy, whose expressions were now filled with unrestrained fury. For many years, when had Sangmu Academy ever faced such disgrace? Not only were they assaulted, but they were also robbed. And by none other than Kanglin Academy. Such a profound humiliation. The leading student suddenly bellowed after them. With that, he charged forward, followed closely by the other two. For the trio, the recent events were undoubtedly a severe disgrace. If they did not redeem themselves, they would become the laughingstock of all Sangmu Academy, tarnishing its reputation. For years, it had only been Sangmu Academy that bullied Kanglin Academy. When had they ever been subjected to such indignities? This humiliation could only be washed away with blood. The glint of cold murderous intent gleamed in their eyes. Yuxian and his companions, burdened with a plethora of belongings, naturally progressed at a sluggish pace. It wasn't long before three students from Sangmu Academy caught up with Yuxian and his group. Yuxian came to a halt, dismounting from the carriage and turning to face the three pursuing students from Sangmu Academy. As they rapidly closed the distance, the leading young man snarled, "You insolent wretch! How dare you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yuxian abruptly vanished from his position, reappearing directly before him. In an instant, Yuxian unleashed a powerful kick. The force of his strike sliced through the air. The young man's expression shifted dramatically, in a panic. He could only hastily raise his left hand to defend himself. Bang! Crack! With a resounding thud and the sickening sound of breaking bones. The young man was sent crashing into a wall several yards away. Boom! The wall trembled violently before collapsing, but fortunately the young man reacted swiftly, rolling backwards to avoid being buried. However, as soon as he came to a stop, a foot came crashing down upon his abdomen. Yuxian cast a cold glance at the young man beneath him, whose eyes were filled with a frenzied and malevolent glint. "If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, I shall ensure the demise of your entire family." Just then, Yuxian forcefully pressed his foot against the young man's throat. A sickening crack echoed, silencing the young man as blood gushed from the corners of his mouth. In his final moments, his eyes widened in disbelief. Witnessing Yuxian's act of violence, the two other students from Kanglin Academy finally felt a pang of fear. Their previous audacity in pursuing Yuxian stemmed from a misplaced confidence. They had believed that the students of Kanglin Academy would never dare to take their lives. However, reality proved them gravely mistaken. The two began to retreat slowly, their thoughts of honor and disgrace forgotten, consumed only by the instinct to survive. Meanwhile, Mo Yunchi and Bai's were expressions of grave concern. What had initially seemed like mere skirmishes had escalated into something far more perilous. The situation had become dire. Not far from the scene, after slaying the young man, Yuxian turned, mounted his horse, and departed. He firmly grasped Yiling's hand, guiding the carriage away into the distance. Bai's and Mo Yunchi hastily followed suit. A quarter of an hour later, a group of men clad in black and white robes arrived at the location where Yuxian and his companions had been. Upon spotting the lifeless body of the young man not far away, their expressions twisted into grimaces of rage. At the forefront stood a tall, striking figure wielding a black spear, Zuoli, one of the three prodigies of the outer court of Sangmu Academy. Zuoli, one of the students from Sangmu Academy, growled. "These Kanglin Academy students have truly overstepped their bounds, daring to kill our students under the broad daylight. Zuoli, I beg you to allow me to fight. I vow to annihilate every last one of those Kanglin Academy students. If I fail, I shall end my own life at the Academy's gates." With that declaration, he lunged forward but was swiftly halted by the spear. All eyes turned to Zuoli, who surveyed the end of the street. "Blood for blood. Today, let us obliterate Kanglin Academy." With that, he charged forth, followed by over 20 students from Sangmu Academy. In a remote wilderness, Yuxian and his companions raced forward with their carriage. Along the way, Mo Yunchi glanced at Yuxian, pondering whether they had acted too impulsively. Yuxian spoke softly. I granted him the chance to live. Mo Yunqi fell silent. Yi Xian continued, if we do not eliminate him, he will relentlessly pursue us. Moreover, given the opportunity, he would show us no mercy, would he? Bai Zhe suddenly nodded in agreement. Indeed, he must be dealt with. Mo Yunqi sighed with a bitter smile. Yes. He must be eliminated, but what shall we do afterward? The Tsangmu Academy will undoubtedly seek retribution. Yi Xian glanced at Mo Yunqi and said, if the younger ones come, I shall fight them. If the older ones come, it will be old Ji who will engage. But what if we cannot prevail? Mo Yunqi inquired. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, conceding defeat with a sense of resignation. What more could be done? Mo Yunqi was about to voice his thoughts when Bai Zhe interjected abruptly. Could you refrain from uttering nonsense? Mo Yunqi fell silent. At that moment, the trio turned their heads abruptly to see a group of individuals pursuing them from a distance of 100 feet. Students from Tsangmu Academy. Upon recognizing them, Yi Xian maintained a calm demeanor, retracting his gaze and directing it towards Mo Yunqi nearby. Please do me a favor and escort my sister back to Kanglin Academy. Yi Ling wished to speak, yet upon receiving a piercing glare from Yi Xian, she obediently fell silent. Mo Yunqi cast a glance behind him, then swiftly seized Yi Ling. In an instant, 2 whirlwinds erupted beneath his feet, and before long, he and Yi Ling found themselves several dozen paces away. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Zhe beside him and said, you should also take your leave. However, Bai Zhe merely shook his head in response. Yi Xian chuckled. This matter is of my own making. Bai Zhe shook his head once more, stating that their focus on Kanglin Academy would persist, with or without him, as they would still target both him and Mo Diamao. Yi Xian smiled faintly, choosing not to utter another word. He dismounted from the carriage and strode towards a group of students from the Tsangmu Academy, accompanied by Bai Zhe. As he observed the approaching students from the Kanglin Academy, Yi Xian's expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity. Fighting? It was the one thing Yi Xian had never feared in his life. His current realm and strength were not forged through mere cultivation, but were the fruits of countless battles. Particularly when he had just ascended to the position of heir to the Yi family. He had fought tooth and nail with individuals from other clans almost every single day in the streets. For him, fighting had long become a routine affair. Suddenly, Zhuo Li raised his long spear, causing a group of people behind him to halt. In a cold voice, Zhuo Li declared, I alone am sufficient. As his words echoed, he forcefully stamped his right foot. Bang! The ground instantly shattered. Beneath his feet, a surge of air erupted, and in the blink of an eye, Zhuo Li, wielding his long spear, surged forward like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Yi Xian and Bai Zhe. The realm of qi manipulation. Yi Xian suddenly came to a halt. In that fleeting moment, Zhuo Li's long spear was already poised before him. His body, akin to a piece of origami, arched backward, deftly evading the thrust of the spear. Simultaneously, he executed a powerful kick with his right foot. Bang! Zhuo Li's spear trembled violently, causing him to stagger backward by several feet. Yet, no sooner had he regained his balance than Yi Xian lunged at him like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Zhuo Li narrowed his eyes slightly, wielding his spear with forceful intent, sweeping it across in a broad arc, as if to cleave through an army. Whoosh! The strike cut through the air, producing a sudden and thunderous sound of an explosive shockwave. A sinister smile crept across Yi Xian's lips. He did not flinch. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist and unleashed a powerful strike. The force of this low-tier martial technique, amplified by his battle intent, transcended its original limitations. The collision of fists and spear resonated with a thunderous bang. With the sound of an explosion, Zhuo Li was propelled backwards several feet, his feet carving 2 deep furrows into the ground as he retreated. As soon as Zhuo Li came to a halt, Yi Xian surged forward once more, launching another fierce punch towards him. It was yet another straightforward, unrefined blow, brutal in its simplicity. The raw power bore down upon Zhuo Li. Sensing the overwhelming force behind Yi Xian's strike, Zhuo Li's pupils constricted in alarm. He could not afford to be careless. A torrent of energy surged into his long spear, which he thrust forward with precision. The spear emerged, glinting ominously, accompanied by a shrill, piercing sound that cleaved through the air, a testament to the spear's velocity. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the fist and spear collided once again with the utmost ferocity. Bang! Upon contact, both Yi Xian and Zhuo Li were sent reeling backward. However, Yi Xian quickly regained his footing, while Zhuo Li continued to retreat. In that moment, Yi Xian charged at Zhuo Li once more, leaving Zhuo Li with no time to react. Yi Xian struck fiercely at Zhuo Li's chest. With a grunt, Zhuo Li spat out a mouthful of blood, his body bending as he was propelled backward. Just as Yuxian prepared to strike again, a group of students from Songmu Academy surged toward him from behind Zwili. Witnessing this scene, Bei Zai's eyes glinted with malice, and in the next moment, he charged directly toward the approaching crowd. With each step he took, deep impressions marred the ground beneath him. Yuxian, undeterred, dashed toward the throng of students as well. He feared not the challenge of a single opponent, nor did he shy away from a brawl. Wait a moment. At that instant, a voice called out from behind Yuxian and Bei Zai. It was Mo Yunqi, who appeared like a gust of wind, swiftly closing the distance to their side. Glancing at the more than 20 individuals rushing toward them, Mo Yunqi grinned menacingly and inquired, "Are we allowed to kill?" Yuxian spoke softly. "Do you believe they would kill us?" "Haha." Mo Yunqi laughed heartily. "How foolish of me to ask such a question. Let's eliminate them. Let them understand that from this day forth, our Kanglan Academy is not to be trifled with." As his voice fell, he suddenly brought his hands together, and at the moment they parted, two beams of cold light shot forth from his palms. Flying daggers. In the distance, the heads of two students from Songmu Academy were sent flying. Yet, in the next instant, Mo Yunqi was struck back by a student from Songmu Academy. However, in a flash, that same student's head was shattered by Yuxian's punch. But soon after, another student from Songmu Academy crashed into Yuxian. The arena was filled with screams, wails, and the sound of bones breaking. A chaotic brawl ensued. The scene was utterly devastated. Although Yuxian and his companions possessed formidable strength, the sheer number of students at Songmu Academy proved to be an advantage. Consequently, when the confrontation ensued, Yuxian and his allies did not gain a significant upper hand. After all, the students who were able to join Songmu Academy were far from inferior. However, Songmu Academy also did not fare well. One could say it suffered greatly, as by now, 6 or 7 of its students had tragically perished. Bang! After Yuxian sent a student from the Songmu Academy flying with a single punch, he was poised to press his advantage when, suddenly, a spear sliced through the air. It was none other than Zwili. Yuxian halted his steps, unwavering and unflinching, allowing the spear thrust by Zwili to pierce his chest. Bang! Yuxian retreated a considerable distance, yet the expression on Zwili's face underwent a drastic transformation. This was due to the fact that Yuxian had defiantly withstood his thrust with nothing but his flesh, a development Zwili had not anticipated. The unforeseen nature of this encounter would inevitably lead to dire consequences. True to this notion, Yuxian suddenly grasped Zwili's spear, and in the next instant, he propelled himself upward along the shaft, delivering a fierce knee strike to Zwili's abdomen. Bang! Zwili was instantly sent hurtling several paces away. Thud! He crashed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, as the internal organs in his abdomen had been shattered by Yuxian's decisive blow. Yuxian approached Zwili, who looked up at him with an expression of fierce disdain. "I have underestimated you," he declared. "However, after our demise today, the Academy shall no longer regard you with such contempt." With that, he bellowed furiously to those around him, "Advance." In that instant, the students of Songmu Academy halted, and upon witnessing Zwili's demeanor, they surged toward Yuxian. Yuxian cast a cold glance at the individuals before him, causing them to halt abruptly. It was not fear of him that compelled them, but rather the dread of him slaying Zwili. Bei Zai and Mo Yunqi positioned themselves on either side of Yuxian, both bearing varying degrees of injury. Particularly, Mo Yunqi had blood continuously seeping from the corner of his mouth, while Bei Zai displayed numerous cracks upon his torso. The students from Songmu Academy before them were all at least at the Qi control realm, and they were not ordinary practitioners of this level. The fact that the 3 of them could survive against 20 was indeed a testament to their formidable prowess. Before Yuxian, Zwili slowly rose to his feet once more, bellowing angrily at the students of Songmu Academy behind him to flee quickly. He was not foolish after a fierce battle. He had realized that he and his companions had gravely underestimated the strength of the 3 before them. Continuing the fight would only lead to needless sacrifice. Yet, around them, not a single student from Songmu Academy made an attempt to escape. At that moment, Yuxian abruptly turned and began to walk away into the distance. Bei Zai and Mo Yunqi exchanged a glance at Zwili, who had been grievously injured by Yuxian, and then also turned to leave. Suddenly, Zwili let out a sinister laugh. "What? Do you intend to humiliate me? Haha. We, the students of Songmu Academy, would rather die than be humiliated by those from Kanglan Academy." As his voice echoed, Zwili clenched his right fist tightly and forcefully struck his own throat. Crack! His bones shattered, and his body stiffened in place. "Senior Zwili, The students of Tsangmu Academy rushed to Zhua Li's lifeless form, tears streaming down their faces. Not far away, beside Yuxian, Mo Yunqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, "Damn it, it's as if we are the villains here. Who is really bullying whom?" Bai Zhe rubbed his own body. Soon, the cracks upon him began to gradually heal. He glanced at Yuxian beside him and remarked, "Your physical prowess is impressive. During the battle, I realized that your physique is certainly on par with mine." Yuxian spoke softly, "You are indeed formidable." This was not merely a compliment. Thus far, among the younger generation, only Bai Zhe could stand toe-to-toe with him in terms of physical prowess. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly materialized before Yuxian and his companions. The man donned a long robe interwoven with gold threads, and emblazoned on his left chest was the emblem of Tsangmu Academy. Yuxian recognized him. It was Li Xiu, the vice president of Tsangmu Academy. The situation had escalated. However, it was to be expected. With a death already involved, matters were bound to intensify. Li Xiu fixed a piercing gaze upon Yuxian, demanding, "You think you can simply walk away after taking a life?" Yuxian scoffed, "Murder? How is it that only the students of Tsangmu Academy are permitted to kill, while those of Kanglin Academy are not? Or is it that the students of Tsangmu Academy have dwindled, necessitating the vice dean to seek vengeance?" Li Xiu chuckled coldly. "Provocation, is it? Rest assured, I shall not employ my strength against those weaker than myself." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards a distant stone mill, where an elderly man lay, none other than Old Ji. A sinister smile gradually crept upon Li Xiu's lips. "Old Ji, from this moment forth, I declare war from Tsangmu Academy upon Kanglin Academy." Just then, Old Ji suddenly rose to his feet. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he plucked a blade of grass from the ground and casually tossed it aside. Li Xiu's expression drastically changed. He clasped his hands together with great force. And in that moment, an invisible aura enveloped him. Simultaneously, a formidable power surged forth from his hands like an unrelenting tide. Yuxian and his companions were abruptly propelled several dozen yards away by this overwhelming force. At that moment, amidst their astonished gazes, the seemingly inconsequential weed sliced through the power unleashed by Li Xiu as if it were a sharp sword, causing even the aura emanating from Li Xiu to vanish without a trace in an instant. With a sharp sound, Li Xiu's right arm was sent flying. The arena fell into a profound silence. Witnessing this scene, Yuxian and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded. Mo Yunqi swallowed hard, pondering that this old man was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps next time he should approach him with a greater sense of respect. Yuxian was somewhat taken aback. The old man's prowess was truly formidable. He was perhaps even stronger than the third-floor master of the drunken immortal pavilion he had witnessed earlier. In the distance, Old Ji cast a glance at Li Xiu and inquired, "Are you certain about engaging in battle?" Li Xiu fixed his gaze on Old Ji, his expression darkening to an extreme. Old Ji took a sip of his drink and shook his head. "Do you know why Kanglin Academy has endured until now?" He gestured towards himself and stated, "Because of me. As long as I live, Kanglin Academy shall remain open. If you wish to wage war, so be it. Let these three young ones face your wrath. However, I assure you, none of your members under 30 years of age will witness the sun of tomorrow. If you doubt my words, feel free to come and test it. After all, these three individuals are mere strays to me, so I am indifferent." Upon hearing this, Yuxian and the others were on the verge of erupting with rage. Strays? How outrageous. Mo Yunqi shot a fierce glare at Old Ji, contemplating whether to teach him a lesson. Yuxian glanced at Mo Yunqi. "You go first. Go to hell." Mo Yunqi shot a glare at Yuxian. "You want to sell me out again?" Yuxian solemnly remarked, "Brother, in the future, could you possess a modicum of discernment when it comes to engaging in fights? If you can win, then proceed. Otherwise, please refrain from seeking confrontation. This isn't fighting, it's merely inviting trouble." Mo Yunqi interjected. At that moment, the elderly Ji glanced over at Yuxian and the others, muttering something under his breath. "Let us go." Mo Yunqi and Bai Zhe began to depart, but suddenly, Yuxian called out, "Wait." Everyone turned their attention towards him. Amidst their gaze, Yuxian approached the lifeless bodies of the students from Tsangmu Academy nearby. He meticulously collected their money pouches and weapons, yet he did not take the one belonging to Zhuoli. Witnessing Yuxian's actions, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. The elderly Ji, in response, simply lay down, feigning death. Not far off, Mo Yunqi hurried to Yuxian's side, tugging at his sleeve. "Brother, could you not consider your dignity? So many eyes are upon us." Yuxian cast a glare at him. "Face? Are you here to feast or to graze?" Mo Yunqi fell silent, obediently returning to Bai Zhe's side. Mo Yun covered his face with his hands, shaking his head in embarrassment. How humiliating. How utterly humiliating. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yixian collected 8 or 9 pouches and 5 or 6 weapons. A glance at those weapons revealed they were no ordinary items and could fetch a handsome price. Yixian nodded in satisfaction, then cast his gaze towards the distant Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi, who remained frozen in place. What are you waiting for? Come over and assist in harnessing the cart, he urged. Yet, the two remained unmoved. Yixian spoke softly. Tonight, you shall feast on grass. Mo Yunqi hurried over and leaped onto one of the horse-drawn carriages, while Bai Zhe, after a moment of hesitation, ambled over as well. Thus, under the watchful eyes of numerous students from Songmu Academy, Yixian and his companions leisurely drove the carriage into the distance. Old Ji did not depart. Instead, he reclined on the stone mortar, appearing as though he were asleep. Li Xiu cast a fierce glance at Old Ji, declaring, today is not an end, but a beginning. With that, he turned and led the group of Songmu Academy students away. On the stone mortar, Old Ji remained with his eyes slightly closed, snoring softly. The events between Songmu Academy and Kanglin Academy spread through the imperial capital like wildfire, shocking the entire city. The students of Kanglin Academy had slain those of Songmu Academy. How many years had it been since such an occurrence? Could it be that Kanglin Academy is on the rise? For a moment, the entire imperial capital buzzed with speculation. In the imperial palace of the Jiang Kingdom, within the Yangxin Hall, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes perused a secret edict. Suddenly, a smile broke upon his face. He rose and approached the hall's entrance, gazing into the distant horizon. He remarked upon the secret edict. The youth who once dared to confront thousands of black-armored cavalry from the Tang army alone in the city of Two Realms has now arrived in the imperial capital. The very same Yixian who has become the talk of the town. From a corner of the hall, a woman's voice chimed in. I have investigated his background. He hails from Qiqing, raised without his parents, growing up alongside his sister, dedicating himself to the Yi family, only to be cast aside in the end. He brought his sister to the imperial capital in hopes of treating her illness. The middle-aged man glanced towards the corner, offering a slight smile that is merely the surface. In the corner, a wheelchair glided forward, occupied by a young and exceptionally beautiful woman dressed in a black gown, her hair as white as snow. Moreover, her eyes were perpetually closed. The woman in black spoke softly. The national scholar regards him with special esteem. He killed an elder of the drunken immortal pavilion aboard the cloud ship without facing any repercussions. The details are beyond my reach. The middle-aged man replied with a chuckle. To survive after slaying an elder of the drunken immortal pavilion is no small feat. He then returned to his desk, producing a golden round seal. With a golden brush, he inscribed the character Yi on the front of the seal, while the reverse bore the words National Scholar. Suddenly, he turned to the woman. Do you not object? The woman retorted. Why should I object? It bears no harm and much benefit. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, continuing, many young people today are consumed by their own petty interests, particularly those from prestigious families and academies. Their hearts hold only their family and academy. The notion of country is absent from their minds. That young man dared to stand against the Tang army without seeking any personal gain. For this alone, he deserves the title of National Scholar. With that, he addressed the woman in black. I would trouble you, Master Liu, to pay a visit to Kanglin Academy. P.S. May I humbly inquire how one might justify a hiatus without incurring the reader's ire, but rather garnering their support? I have pondered this for several days without resolution. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. At Kanglin Academy, within Kanglin Hall, a gathering of individuals surrounded a table. Yixian and his sister occasionally served a dish, each not particularly exquisite in appearance, yet emitting an enticing aroma that stimulated the appetite. Beside them, Ji Anzes licked his chopsticks, eager to partake, but was repeatedly deterred by the gazes of Old Ji, Bai Zhe, and Mo Yunqi. If that woman were to begin eating now, there would be nothing left for them to savor. After a considerable wait, the dishes were finally served, 12 in total, both meat and vegetarian options. Yi Ling obediently served a bowl of rice to everyone, then dutifully sat beside Yixian. Old Ji took a sip of wine and remarked, today was impulsive. The crowd fell into silence. Yixian pondered for a moment before exclaiming, they intend to bully us. Old Ji, we must endure this for the time being. Yixian inquired, if we endure, will they truly let us go? Shaking his head, he concluded, no, the more we bear, the more emboldened they become. During my time in Qiqing, I encountered individuals who were fierce and formidable. The more feeble you appear, the more they will exploit your weakness. The only way to gain their respect is to confront them directly. Once they feel the sting of your retaliation, they will think twice before daring to bully you again. Old Ji fell into silence. Mo Yunk remained quiet as well. Jianji was preoccupied with his meal. At that moment, Bai Zhe suddenly interjected, "He speaks the truth. While I was at Mang Mountain, I frequently battled against ferocious beasts. When faced with such creatures, never attempt to flee. The more you run, the more aggressive they become in their pursuit. Only by standing your ground and fighting can you instill fear in them, ensuring that they will think twice before approaching you again, perhaps even retreating in caution." With that, he lifted his wine cup towards Yu Xian, exclaiming, "Well done." Yu Xian also lifted his wine cup. He cast a glance at Mo Yunqi beside him, who pondered for a moment before raising his own cup. The three exchanged glances and then downed their drinks in unison. Once strangers, they now shared a common identity as students of Kanglin Academy. Old Ji ceased his chatter and began to eat. The others around the table devoured their food as if they were ravenous spirits returned to life. In less than a quarter of an hour, the dishes on the table had been completely cleared away. After finishing his meal, Old Ji took a hearty swig of wine and declared, "Gather at the back mountain at midnight." With that, he turned and departed. Jianji set down her chopsticks and glanced at Yu Xian, asking silently if there was more to be done. Yu Xian's lips twitched slightly as he gestured towards the side, indicating that some food had been reserved for her in the dining room. Jianji nodded in acknowledgement and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." After that, she picked up her chopsticks and turned to leave. Yiling obediently cleared away the dishes from the table, while Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi hastily made their escape after finishing their meal. Washing the dishes was a task they would rather avoid at all costs. Witnessing their retreat, Yiling covered her mouth and let out a soft, amused laugh. Yi Xian felt a sense of helplessness. He assisted in tidying up and then said, "Come, brother will help you wash." Just as Yiling was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted outside the hall. Yu Xian turned around and beheld a wheelchair outside the hall, upon which sat a woman clad in a black dress. "Shall we converse?" The woman in black suddenly inquired. Yu Xian pointed at himself. "Me?" The woman in the black dress nodded. Yiling smiled sweetly at Yu Xian, saying, "Brother, you may go ahead. I can manage the cleanup myself." Yu Xian gently tousled Yiling's little head, exercising caution. Yiling nodded, then carried the bowl and chopsticks to the side. Yi Xian approached the woman in the black dress and inquired, "Is there something you need?" The woman extended her right hand, and from her palm, a golden disc soared towards Yi Xian. "What is this?" Yu Xian asked, perplexed. The woman replied, "By the command of the sovereign, you are conferred the title of National Scholar." National Scholar. Yi Xian was taken aback. After a moment, he shook his head and returned the round token, believing that one should not receive rewards without merit. The woman in the black dress did not accept it, stating, "In the city of Two Realms, you must resist the Tang army." Yi Xian smiled and remarked, "Is that all?" The woman in the black dress remained silent. Yi Xian sat before the stone steps, an event that had transpired quite some time ago. Yet now, you come to bestow upon me the title of a national scholar. Forgive my candor, but you must have ulterior motives, do you not? The woman in the black dress remained silent. Yi Xian remarked, "Now that I have joined the Kanglin Academy and have come into conflict with the Tsangmu Academy, let me speculate. If I am not mistaken, the royal family desires to prevent the Tsangmu Academy from monopolizing power in the kingdom of Jiang. The larger and stronger the Tsangmu Academy becomes, the more detrimental it is to the royal authority. Now that you perceive Kanglin Academy as possessing the capability to contend with Tsangmu Academy, you seek to lend a hand, hoping to incite a fierce rivalry between the two institutions. Am I correct?" The woman in the black dress, with her fingers elegantly interlaced upon her lap, replied, "You are far more astute than I had anticipated." Yi Xian gazed intently at the woman in the black dress. "I refuse to be a pawn in someone else's game." The woman shook her head. "From the moment you became a member of the Kanglin Academy, you were destined to carry the burden of animosity that exists between Kanglin Academy and Tsangmu Academy. This enmity knows no right or wrong. It is merely a matter of perspective. As you mentioned, the kingdom of Jiang indeed desires someone to counterbalance Tsangmu Academy. Yet that is not the true reason for bestowing upon you the title of a national hero." Yu Xian approached the woman in the black skirt, pondering the true reason behind his actions. The woman raised her head, yet she still kept her eyes closed. There was someone who, outside the city of Two Realms, dared to confront thousands of black-armored cavalry from the Tang kingdom single-handedly. Yu Xian remained silent. The woman in the black dress suddenly grasped Yu Xian's right hand and placed a golden disc within his palm. regardless of whether it was Kanglan Academy or Sangmu Academy. All were citizens of the Jiang Kingdom. Alas, many had forgotten this truth. A heart devoted to the nation, prioritizing its interests, and possessing capabilities are the hallmarks of a true patriot. You are worthy of this title, which shall not confine you. Rather, it will ensure that in the future, you may receive the support of the nation throughout Jiang. Upon concluding her words, a mysterious figure emerged behind the woman in black, urging her to turn and depart. After descending the mountain, they halted abruptly. Not far before them lay an inebriated old man. The woman in black slightly leaned forward, addressing him, "Old G." The old man remained silent. She continued, "Though there is a motive behind this, the sovereign harbors no ill intentions." Old G turned slightly. For the news of the patriots must not be divulged. He was not yet prepared to withstand too many scrutinizing gazes. The woman in black bowed slightly in understanding, expressing her gratitude. With that, the mysterious figure guided her away. Old G fell into a deep slumber. Midnight struck, marking the hour of the rat. Yixian, Bai Zhe, and Mo Yunqi arrived at the back mountain, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded down, spanning over 10 zhang in width with torrents of water flowing fiercely. At this moment, Old G and Jianji had long been waiting there. Mo Yunqi chuckled. "Old G, are you about to impart some unparalleled martial arts to us?" Just then, Old G let out a sharp whistle, and in the next instant, a pitch-black monstrous wolf suddenly burst forth from the depths of the forest. The wolf towered several zhang high, its fur glinting like blades, and its eyes radiated a chilling ferocity. The demon wolf. Bai Zhe's expression turned vigilant. It was at the celestial ascension level. Old G pointed at Mo Yunqi, who was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean, Old G?" At that moment, the demon wolf charged directly at Mo Yunqi with lightning speed, leaving even Yixian only able to glimpse a fleeting shadow. "Damn it! Old G, what madness is this?" Mo Yunqi turned to flee, his speed rivaling that of the wolf. However, in terms of stamina, he was no match for the beast. At that instant, Old G suddenly turned his gaze toward Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe puffed out his chest, his eyes devoid of fear. He was most unafraid of beasts. During his time on Mang Mountain, he had fought beasts daily. Old G seized Bai Zhe suddenly, and although Bai Zhe instinctively attempted to resist, he was horrified to find that he could not muster any strength at all. In Yixian's astonished gaze, Old G shackled Bai Zhe's feet with a chain as thick as an arm, and then, with a mighty heave, he hurled Bai Zhe toward the distant waterfall. Bai Zhe plunged directly into the cascading waters below. At that moment, another demon wolf appeared, leaping to the edge of the waterfall, seizing a chain on the mountainside, and pulling it down with all its might. Within the waterfall, Bai Zhe was swept upstream against the torrent, the powerful currents leaving numerous crimson marks across his upper body. Initially, it was bearable, but after 2 or 3 attempts, anguished cries echoed from beneath the waterfall. Not only Bai Zhe, but even Yixian felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite his formidable physique, the ferocity of those waters was akin to blades. At this juncture, Old G turned his attention to Yixian, whose eyelids twitched. This training seemed rather extreme. Old G appraised Yixian and shook his head. In the entire imperial capital, based on fundamentals, aside from that in Guashu, you are unmatched by anyone. Yixian chuckled lightly, acknowledging the situation as merely average. Old G fell silent, seemingly in a quandary, for the individual before him possessed an exceptionally solid foundation, and yet, the realm could not be forcibly elevated. After a brief pause, Old G suddenly inquired, "Have you perhaps comprehended the essence of battle?" Yixian nodded. Old G also nodded, indicating that it would be manageable. As he spoke, he turned and walked aside, urging, "Follow me." Yixian promptly followed suit, with Jianji closely trailing behind. Before long, under the guidance of the elder Ji, Yixian arrived at the foot of a modest hill. While not particularly large, it was certainly more expansive than the Kanglan Palace, at least tenfold. The elder Ji pointed towards the hill before them and inquired, "What is your most proficient martial art?" Yixian remarked, "Fist collapse. It is merely a low-tier martial technique." The old man Ji gestured towards the small mountain before them, instructing, "Utilize your fist collapse to strike this mountain. Strike it with all your might until it is utterly shattered." Yixian stood frozen in place. "Is there a problem?" inquired the old man Ji. Yixian swallowed hard, then pointed at the small mountain. "Old Ji, are you drunk tonight? Perhaps we could discuss cultivation tomorrow instead?" Old Ji gazed at Yixian for a long while before finally turning away. "Take your sister and leave." With that, he walked off into the distance. "Fight. I will fight." At that moment, Yixian suddenly declared, "I will fight right now." He charged toward the distant mountain. Bang! Bang, bang. Before long, his hands were reduced to a bloody mess. Striking the mountain with his fists? Such an idea had previously been inconceivable to Yixian. Yet now he was doing just that. He and his sister had to remain at Kanglin Academy. First, Old Ji possessed the ability to heal his sister. Second, if they left now without his protection, the consequences would be dire for both of them. He had to stay. For his sister, he would flatten not just one mountain, but 10. Observing Yixian relentlessly pounding the mountain in the distance, Ji Anji suddenly said, "You should let them go." Old Ji shook his head. "If they leave now, they will surely perish." Ji Anji replied, "They should never have come in the first place." Old Ji turned to Ji Anji. "True. Their arrival here means they must confront Sangmu Academy. However, is this not also an opportunity for them? Moreover, had they not encountered me, their lives would undoubtedly be far more miserable than they are now." Ji Anji fell silent. Old Ji then looked toward Yixian. Regardless of why they came to Kanglin Academy, they are now students of Kanglin Academy, and they must view themselves as such. Therefore, I will take full responsibility for them. After saying this, he turned to leave, but after a few steps, he collapsed to the side, intoxicated. Ji Anji did not offer assistance, for she had grown accustomed to it. She turned her gaze back to Yixian, who was still frantically assaulting the mountain. Yet he had not even managed to chip away a corner of it. Instead, his hands were now utterly mangled and bloodied. Ji Anji shook her head and walked away. As Old Ji had stated, since they had become students of Kanglin Academy, if they lacked strength, they would inevitably become just another corpse on the path to Tsongshan in the future. Under the night sky, Yixian continued to hammer away, asking in his heart, "Senior, is this method effective?" The mysterious woman remained silent. Yixian inquired twice more, yet the enigmatic woman remained silent. Helpless, he continued to unleash one punch after another. Did it hurt? Naturally, it did. Although he had attained the golden body realm, rendering his physique significantly more robust than that of an ordinary martial artist, this did not imply invincibility. Nonetheless, he harbored no doubts about the method proposed by the old man Ji, although he was yet unaware of its significance. He sensed that enlightenment would soon grace him. Time swiftly passed, and before long, dawn was approaching. Yixian paused, and just as he did, the old man Ji appeared before him, tossing a pouch of herbs into his hands. "Crush these and apply them to your fists and arms," he instructed before turning to depart. Yixian opened the pouch of herbs and crushed them vigorously. He then applied the mixture to his arms. The moment the herbs made contact with his skin, he jumped up in agony. The pain was excruciating. It felt as though a piece of red-hot iron had been placed upon his flesh, searing him intensely. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and endured the torment, for he noticed that the wounds on his hands were gradually healing. In truth, this level of pain was inconsequential to him. After all, the suffering he endured during his cultivation of the hidden realm and the golden body was truly unforgettable. Even now, reflecting on it sends shivers down his spine. After a moment, Yixian glanced at his arms, which were now a deep crimson, resembling red iron. He turned and charged once more towards the small hill. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously throughout the area. These detonations persisted until midday, marking the time for lunch. Yixian arrived at the waterfall and washed himself thoroughly. Just as he was about to leave, a figure emerged from beneath the cascading waters. It was none other than Bai Zai. At that moment, Bai Zai's upper body had completely shed its skin. A grotesque sight, truly unbearable to behold. Bai Zai crawled towards a nearby rock and tossed a bundle of herbs to Yixian, pleading, "Could you lend me a hand?" Yixian picked up the medicinal pouch and approached Bai Zai. He then crushed the herbs contained within and applied them to Bai Zai's wounds. Bai Zai instinctively gasped, nearly letting out a cry, but managed to suppress it with great effort. Nevertheless, his entire body trembled. As he observed the gradual healing of Bai Zai's injuries, Yixian remarked softly, "This medicine is quite effective." Bai Zai took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed. This is premium yuling grass. A single leaf can fetch at least 50 gold coins." Yixian suddenly came to a halt, glancing at the remaining herbs in his hand. "Is it true?" he inquired. Bai Zai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is not false." Yixian hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "How about we refrain from painting and instead sell this?" His elder brother responded, "Do not jest with me. A 50-50 split? Quickly. Let us proceed with the painting. 70-30? Am I capable of ending your life?" Half an hour later, Yixian and Bai Zai returned to the Kanglin Hall, where, at the entrance, lay a man, none other than Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi was sprawled there, his legs twitching uncontrollably as if in a fit. The previous night, He had been relentlessly pursued by a demonic wolf, nearly exhausting his legs in the process. Yuxian cast a glance at Mo Yunqi before turning to leave. Half an hour later, the group gathered around the table, and the atmosphere felt distinctly different. After Yuling served everyone their meals, Mo Yunqi immediately began to devour his food, while Bai Zhe hesitated for a moment before joining in the feast. Yuxian, too, was eating heartily. After a night of cultivation, he was both fatigued and famished. Observing Yuxian's voracious appetite, Yiling felt a pang of pity. She hurriedly filled a bowl of soup for him and gently patted his back, urging, "Brother, eat slowly. Take your time, don't choke." Not far away, Mo Yunqi glanced at the Yu siblings and sighed quietly, pondering why other people's younger sisters were so well behaved, while his own, alas. With that, he buried his head back into his meal. At that moment, old Ji rose to his feet, declaring, "From today onward, no one is allowed to descend the mountain casually." After uttering his command, he turned to leave. "Why?" Mo Yunqi suddenly inquired. Old Ji did not pause in his stride, retorting, "If you wish to die, then go down." Mo Yunqi looked towards Jianji, who licked his chopsticks and remarked, "Some students from Tsangmu Academy have come down from the mountain, eagerly awaiting your descent." Mo Yunqi scoffed. "What do I have to fear from them?" Jianji shot him a glance. "You may be able to defeat one, but can you defeat 10? Moreover, I've heard that disciples from the inner academy are arriving. Do not underestimate Tsangmu Academy. Last time, they caught you off guard, but this time, it will be different. Those who dare come are certainly not trivial opponents. However, if you find your training tedious and seek a bit of excitement, you may venture down to spar with them." With that, she headed towards the kitchen, knowing that Yuxian would always leave her a portion of food. After finishing his meal, Yuxian changed into another set of clothes and continued to pound the mountain. Bai Zhe returned beneath the waterfall, while Mo Yunqi ventured deeper into the mountains, accompanied by a monstrous wolf. In the rear mountains, Yuxian unleashed punch after punch against the rock face before him, pouring his martial intent into each strike. Initially, everything felt normal, but gradually, he sensed his fighting spirit intensifying. Not only his spirit, but also the power behind his punches seemed to grow. Realizing this, a wave of joy surged within Yuxian. Evidently, this method of training was remarkably effective. Thus, he intensified his efforts. And so, the trio trained diligently day after day. Each day, students from Tsangmu Academy arrived at the foot of Kanglin Academy. At first, they merely waited, hoping for Yuxian and the others to descend. But as time passed, they noticed that Yuxian and his companions showed no intention of coming down. Consequently, some began to ascend the mountain. Leading the group was a young man clad in a brocade robe, approximately in his 20s, tall and bearing 2 short blades at his waist. This individual was none other than Chen Yin, one of the top 3 talents from the outer academy of Tsangmu Academy. Following Chen Yin were 6 students from Tsangmu Academy, each at the pinnacle of the Qi manipulation realm, their auras robust and evidently, they were the elite practitioners of the outer academy. One of the students beside Chen Yin suddenly spoke. "Senior Chen, I have inquired, and those 3, particularly Yuxian, are formidable. He is said to be a swordsman, and even Ingusher treats him with special regard. We must not underestimate them this time." Chen Yin nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "We must indeed remain vigilant." Zuoli fell due to his own complacency. "It is only natural. Even I have underestimated the students of Kanglin Academy in the past." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze upwards, reflecting, "The deaths of Zuoli and the others serve as a stark warning for us." The group nodded in agreement. Tsangmu Academy may have underestimated Kanglin Academy once, but they would not do so again. After all, it was a millennium-old institution, and the students it produced were certainly not fools. Before long, Chen Yin and his entourage arrived at the entrance of Kanglin Hall, where a young girl was washing clothes. This girl was none other than Yiling. Upon spotting Chen Yin and the others, Yiling quickly turned and ran towards Old Ji's courtyard, where Old Ji lounged in a chair, exuding the familiar odor of alcohol. Yiling approached the old man Ji and gently nudged him, her voice filled with urgency. "Grandfather Ji, please wake up. They are attacking." The old man remained unresponsive. At that moment, Chen Yin and others had arrived at the entrance of the old man's courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene, Yiling swiftly concealed herself behind him. Chen Yin cast a glance at the old man reclining on the chair and offered a slight bow. Introducing himself, "I am Chen Yin, a student from the outer court of Tsangmu Academy, here to seek guidance from the students of Kanglin Academy." He then fixed his gaze on the old man, declaring a challenge of life and death. The entire imperial capital was currently watching Tsangmu Academy. Should they fail to avenge Zhuo Li and the others, it would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation, while the renown of Kanglin Academy would soar. Most crucially, Sangmu Academy had suppressed Kanglin Academy for many years. They could not afford to falter during their own tenure, lest this cohort be forever marked as a disgrace to Sangmu Academy. At that moment, the old man Ji suddenly spoke. To the back mountain, go. Chun Yin and his companions turned and departed. This day, at the back mountain of Kanglin, it was destined that only one academy's students would survive. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, Yi Ling whispered behind the old man Ji, "Grandfather Ji, are my brothers in danger?" The old man rose, his gaze upon the little girl filled with complexity. He gently ruffled Yi Ling's hair, assuring her, "Do not worry, they will be fine. Stay here with Grandfather Ji and do not wander off, all right?" Yi Ling nodded obediently. "Grandpa Ji, I will go prepare something to eat for you." With that, she turned and hurried towards the kitchen. Her body trembled slightly, consumed by worry for her brother's safety. Yet, she understood that at this moment, venturing to the back mountain would be futile, as she could offer no assistance. Going there would only complicate matters for her brother. In the kitchen, Yi Ling curled up in a corner, her arms wrapped around her knees, gazing silently at the roaring flames in the hearth. At this moment, it felt as though she had been transported back to her days in the Qingqing family. During those times, when Yi Xian ventured out during the day, she would wait for him just like this. In her world, there was no father, no mother. Only her brother. He was her sole companion, her everything. In the courtyard, after Yi Ling departed, an elderly man appeared opposite Grandpa Ji, dressed in a simple robe. His beard reached his chest, and his hair was tied back in a loose bun, giving him an air of cultured elegance that starkly contrasted with the inebriated Grandpa Ji. This man was none other than Li Xuanzang, the head of Sangmu Academy, and one of the foremost experts in the current Jiang Kingdom. Li Xuanzang glanced at the old man before him and shook his head. "All these years, you remain unchanged." Grandpa Ji chuckled, "Yet you seem to grow increasingly refined." Li Xuanzang surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "In the Jiang Kingdom, there is only one academy, which I find quite satisfactory." Grandpa Ji chuckled lightly. "Isn't it true that Sangmu Academy currently reigns supreme in the Jiang Kingdom?" Li Xuanzang gazed intently at Grandpa Ji. "You have summoned 3 individuals. I understand your intentions. However, they will meet the same fate as those you once gathered, ultimately becoming corpses along the Tsangshan path." Grandpa Ji nodded. "We shall see." Li Xuanzang smiled. "Then let us await the outcome." At the back mountain, Mo Yunqi came to a halt, and Bai Zhe emerged from the waterfall, while Yi Xian ceased his efforts to shake the mountain. Before a dense thicket, the 3 of them stood side by side, Yi Xian in the center, with Mo Yunqi to his left and Bai Zhe to his right. Opposite them stood Qin Yin and other students from Sangmu Academy. Beside Yi Xian, Mo Yunqi suddenly inquired, "Did old Ji truly permit them to ascend so easily?" Yi Xian gazed silently at Chun Yin and the others in the distance. To be candid, although he had not joined Sangmu Academy, he harbored no animosity or ill will towards it. However, circumstances often dictate one's path. From the moment he affiliated himself with Kanglin Academy, he was destined to be an adversary of Sangmu Academy. Even if he refrained from instigating trouble with Sangmu students, they would inevitably seek him out. The enmity between them cannot be articulated in mere words. Nevertheless, Yi Xian had never been one to shy away from confrontation. On the contrary, when it came to brawling, he had never feared anyone in his life. At that moment, Chen Yin suddenly stepped forward, proposing a 3-on-3 match. Yi Xian turned his gaze towards Mo Yunqi and Bai Zhe, both of whom nodded in agreement, signaling no objections. Behind Chen Yin, 2 gentlemen stepped forward. The man on the left donned a robe of deep indigo, exquisite yet imposing, complemented by his refined features, exuding an air of sophistication. The man on the right was clad in white, with a tall, slender frame, sharp brows, and starry eyes, his demeanor as ethereal as that of a celestial being. Both exhibited an extraordinary presence. Upon encountering these 2 individuals, Yi Xian's expression darkened instantly. A sense of peril enveloped him. This was an instinctive reaction, one he had always trusted implicitly, for it was honed through countless life and death battles in the narrowest of alleys. The reality confirmed that Sangmu Academy did not underestimate them. They would not send mere novices to challenge them. Yi Xian cast a glance at Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi, cautioning them. The 2 nodded in acknowledgement. The man in white approached Mo Yunqi, while the man in black stood before Bai Zhe. At this moment, Yi Xian turned his attention to Chen Yin. Suddenly, the man in black vanished from sight, and Bai Zhe's expression shifted dramatically. He crossed his arms in front of him just as the man in black reappeared. With a resounding crash, Bai Zhe was sent staggering back several yards, a deep crimson handprint marking his arms. In that instant, the man in black lightly propelled himself into the air, charging toward Bai Zhe with astonishing speed, akin to a hawk swooping down on its prey. The sight caused Yi Xian's expression to alter. This young man, not yet 20, was a practitioner of the Void Realm. Such youthful talent was rare indeed. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe's countenance transformed with alarm. He crouched low, using his legs to anchor himself to the ground. With a sudden motion, he clasped his hands together. His upper body muscles bulging as veins writhed like tiny serpents beneath his skin, an imposing sight. At that moment, the man in black descended with a palm strike, akin to a massive axe, unleashing immense pressure that tore through the air. Bai Zhe raised his head abruptly, pressing his palms upward in a defensive stance. A wave of earthy energy pulsating from his hands, clearly a martial technique. As the man in black's palm descended, a piercing explosion echoed across the arena, and Bai Zhe was thrust back several yards. Yet, the man in black did not relent. With a quiver of his form, he glided toward Bai Zhe as if carried by a gentle breeze. On the opposite side, the man in white abruptly vanished, prompting a shift in Mo Yunqi's demeanor. He deftly propelled himself backward, gliding 10 yards before halting. However, as he came to a stop, the man in white was already hovering above him, a Void Realm practitioner. Mo Yunqi's heart raced with alarm. He retreated hastily, summoning a flying dagger from his palm. In the air, the man in white deftly evaded the attack, and Mo Yunqi found himself 10 yards away, having distanced himself from his adversary. Yet, his expression remained grave. Without uttering a word, the man in white charged at Mo Yunqi once more. Meanwhile, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze, his expression equally somber, for he realized that Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi were being thoroughly overwhelmed by their opponents. It was evident that these individuals had conducted thorough reconnaissance on Bai Zhe, Mo Yunqi, and himself prior to their arrival. Yi Xian gazed intently at the figure before him, Chen Yin, who without a doubt was no ordinary individual. Suddenly, Chen Yin lunged forward with great speed, and at the same moment, two glimmers of cold light surged menacingly towards Yi Xian. Twin blades. Yi Xian reacted with remarkable speed. At the moment Chen Yin drew his blades, he fiercely launched his fists forward, executing the fist collapse, imbued with an indomitable fighting spirit. Just then, the trajectory of Chen Yan's dual blades abruptly shifted, slicing towards Yi Xian's wrist at an uncanny angle. Almost simultaneously, Yi Xian spread his arms wide, followed by a powerful kick aimed at Chen Yin. His foot extended farther than the blade. In that instant, as Yi Xian struck, Chen Yin swiftly raised his blades in defense. Bang! Chen Yin was propelled backward several paces, and before he could regain his footing, Yi Xian surged into his space once more, delivering another devastating punch. The fist collapse. Although this technique was rudimentary, its potency was far from trivial. As he unleashed his fist, it shattered the air with a resounding force. Boom! Chen Yin was again forced back, while Yi Xian advanced relentlessly, overwhelming him with sheer power. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yin found himself under Yi Xian's relentless assault, suppressed by his fists. To Yi Xian, Chen Yin was akin to a small mountain, each punch more potent than the last, his fighting spirit escalating with every strike. With sheer force, he dominated. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yin was repeatedly forced to retreat, unable to draw his blades, reduced to a state of passive defense. He was entirely enveloped by Yi Xian's momentum, specifically the force of his fists. Initially, Yi Xian's punches lacked momentum, but after this frenzied barrage, they began to acquire their own force, coupled with his fighting spirit. What began as a basic martial technique now exuded the essence of an advanced skill. In a secluded courtyard, Elder Ji observed as Li Xuanzong withdrew his gaze, chuckling lightly. What a fighting spirit! At such a young age, he has already grasped the essence of combat. His foundational skills would place him among the elite, even within the inner academy. What a pity, what a pity. He lamented twice, for this young man was destined to join their Songmu Academy. Had Yu Xian become a part of Songmu Academy, it would have undoubtedly added another prodigy to their ranks. As Li Xuanzong was about to speak, Elder Ji interjected with a smile. In truth, there is nothing to lament. His choice to forego joining Songmu Academy is his own loss. Besides, he's merely a talent. If need be, he can be eliminated. He then turned to Elder Ji. What do you think? Elder Ji glanced at Li Xuanzong. Any talent that does not join your Songmu Academy meets this fate, does it not? Li Xuanzong chuckled. Those who are not allies are but adversaries. He turned his attention to the back mountain. The three of them are quite impressive, particularly that spirited youth, Yi Xian. Such a shame he chose the wrong side. Elder Ji sneered. It seems he was unwanted by you. Li Xuanzang's expression grew cold. I would rather Sangmu Academy bear the burden of the world than allow anyone to betray us. Those who dare to do so shall meet a dire fate. Is it arrogance? No. For him, it is confidence, and Sangmu Academy possesses every reason to be self-assured. Elder Ji reclined in his chair, sipping wine with a smile. Once upon a time, Kanglin Academy was even more audacious, if such a thing were possible. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continued on the back mountain. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a figure was sent hurtling through the air. This figure was none other than Shen Yan. As Yi Xian was poised to continue his attack, a sudden change swept across his countenance. An ominous sword had stealthily appeared at his nape. It was a formidable blade, despite the promise of a fair duel. An unexpected ambush ensued. Coupled with the sword's extraordinary swiftness, Yi Xian had no time to evade, allowing the weapon to pierce his neck. In the courtyard, Old Ji abruptly rose, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xuanzang. You play dirty, he accused. Li Xuanzang stood, a smile gracing his lips. From this day forth, all shall know but one outcome, the annihilation of every disciple from your Kanglin Academy. The outcome shall overshadow the process. With that proclamation, he turned to depart. Yet at that moment, both men abruptly gazed towards the rear mountain. At the rear mountain, as the sword pierced Yi Xian's nape, he remained unharmed. In fact, the blade transformed into a stream of energy that flowed into his body. The invincible sword body technique, which forges a sword from one's own being, granted him immunity as long as the sword that harmed him was of lower caliber than the one within him, allowing him to absorb its essence. The instant the sword's energy was assimilated, a terrifying aura erupted from within Yi Xian. It was the presence of the Qi manipulation realm. In the courtyard, Li Xuanzang stared intently at the rear mountain, disbelief etched across his features. The sword penetrated his body but was absorbed impossible. Could it be the legendary innate sword body? At this thought, his pupils constricted sharply. Legend spoke of certain extraordinary physiques, one being the innate sword body, capable of devouring swords. Those possessing such a physique were destined to be natural sword cultivators. This rare trait, when it manifested, signified an existence that defied the heavens. At the rear mountain, in the moment Yi Xian ascended to the Qi manipulation realm, he pivoted and delivered a powerful punch. This strike, compared to his previous efforts, had intensified in potency by at least a factor of 1. Such was the benefit of his newfound strength. Bang! Before Yi Xian, a figure retreated 10 paces. Revealing himself at last, Yi Xian discerned that the assailant was a young man clad in a fitted black robe, probably in his 20s. With a gaze that was as frigid as ice. Clearly, he was a swordsman, and it seemed he was on the verge of becoming a grand swordsman. For in that fleeting moment, Yi Xian had sensed a faint glimmer of sword energy emanating from him. The man in the black robe fixed a steely gaze upon Yi Xian, exclaiming, "How could you possibly devour my sword?" Yi Xian's expression turned increasingly ferocious. What was promised as a one-on-one duel had devolved into such trickery. "Face your demise," he bellowed, and with that, he charged forward. At the same moment, a sword manifested in his palm, the Lingxiao sword. Upon reaching the Qi control stage, Yi Xian had acquired the ability to manipulate Qi. As soon as the Lingxiao sword appeared, beams of sword light radiated continuously from its blade. This sword light was the hallmark of a grand sword cultivator. Witnessing this spectacle, the students of Sangmu Academy were utterly astonished. The man in the black robe across from Yi Xian wore an expression of utter disbelief. A grand sword master. You have indeed attained the status of a grand sword master. Despite being a mere step away from this pinnacle, that slight distance could confine him for a decade, 2 decades, or perhaps even longer. The man in the black robe had no time to ponder further. For Yi Xian had already closed the distance, striking down with his sword. As the blade descended, several strands of sword light shot forth like arrows. The man's face paled dramatically. He stamped his right foot forcefully, leveraging the ground's resistance to propel himself backward. Yet, he was still too slow, and several strands of sword light pierced through his chest. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The man in the black robe staggered and fell to the ground, blood splattering from his chest. As Yi Xian came to a halt, his expression subtly shifted. Suddenly, he pivoted to the side, just as a white shadow lunged towards him. It was none other than the man in white who had just engaged in combat with Mo Yunqi, and at this moment, it was evident that he aimed to rescue the man clad in black robes. Yi Xian's expression remained impassive as he thrust his long sword forward with swift precision. A glimmer of sword light flickered at the tip of the blade. The man in white narrowed his eyes, and suddenly his hands trembled violently. A powerful surge of blue energy erupted from within him, forming a blue barrier. However, it failed to intercept Yuxian's strike. Yuxian's sword sliced through the azure barrier with precision, yet it halted mere inches from the brow of the man in white. For he had firmly grasped Yuxian's sword with both hands. In that moment, a faint blue flame emanated from the man's palms, effectively countering the radiance of the sword's edge. Just then, Yuxian swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful kick towards the man in white. Reacting with remarkable speed, the man released his grip on Yuxian's sword and pressed downward. Bang! Yuxian and the man in white both staggered back several paces simultaneously. As Yuxian came to a halt, Mo Yunqi and Bai Zhe appeared at his sides. At this moment, Bai Zhe's upper body was marked by crimson handprints, particularly on his chest, which had sunken severely, presenting a rather alarming sight. Mo Yunqi fared little better. His entire right arm was completely fractured, rendering it immobile, and blood was still trickling from the corner of his mouth, indicating significant injury. In stark contrast, the man clad in white and the one in dark attire bore no visible wounds. Their gaze was fixated upon Yuxian, and it seemed they were poised to attack. Suddenly, an elder materialized before the three of them. It was Old Ji. Upon landing, Li Xuanzong promptly appeared before him. Old Ji took a hearty swig from his flask and then turned his attention to Li Xuanzong, inquiring, "What say you? Shall we have these three young ones dispatched?" Li Xuanzong narrowed his eyes, fully comprehending Old Ji's implication. If he were to slay Yuxian and his companions, it would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic fallout. And as an individual of such caliber, Old Ji's recklessness could inflict severe damage upon Sangmu Academy, particularly if he targeted the younger generation. It would be exceedingly difficult to restrain such a formidable figure. After a brief pause, Li Xuanzong suddenly shifted his gaze towards Yuxian, remarking, "You are indeed a surprise. However, fret not. By next year on the path of Tsongshan, your corpse shall surely lie." With that, he turned and departed with the other students of Sangmu Academy. Once Li Xuanzong and his entourage had left, Old Ji turned to Yuxian and his companions, asking, "Do you know who those men in white and dark garments were?" Yuxian and the others shook their heads. Li Xuanzong spoke in a calm tone. "These are two of the three remarkable talents from the inner court of Sangmu Academy. You should consider yourselves fortunate that the third did not attend today. Otherwise, I would be preparing to collect your remains." Yuxian and his companions fell into a profound silence. The old man Ji spoke again. "The two individuals you encountered earlier did not exert their full strength. While you have essentially given it your all, I summoned them here to illustrate just how feeble your current abilities are in comparison to Sangmu Academy. As that old fool remarked, if you do not strive to improve, the corpses of the three of you will indeed be displayed on the path of Tsongshan in a little over a year. At that point, I shall be unable even to collect your remains." Having said this, he turned to leave, but paused after a few steps. "By the way, those two were not even the pinnacle of strength within Sangmu Academy. The true elites are those known as Fenju and Beichen. If you were to confront them with your current capabilities, your chances of survival would be non-existent." In the arena, Yuxian and his companions remained silent, their expressions grave. They understood that the old man was not merely attempting to frighten them. They had witnessed the terrifying prowess of the white-clad and dark-clad men firsthand. Even Yuxian, who had reached the Qi Master realm, felt uncertain about his ability to triumph over them unless he unleashed a decisive strike, which might offer a glimmer of hope for victory. Moreover, these two were not even the strongest within Sangmu Academy. A sense of impending crisis enveloped them. This time, all three felt the weight of urgency. Previously, they had indulged in a carefree existence, with their training largely enforced by the old man Ji, leaving little room for genuine enthusiasm. Now, however, they recognized that if they did not grow stronger, their bodies would surely be left hanging along the road in the future. Even Yuxian felt the pressure. No matter his past, one truth he had to accept was that he was now a student of Kanglin Academy. He could not escape the burdens of the historical grievances between Kanglin Academy and Sangmu Academy. Furthermore, he had promised Ji to fight with all his might against Sangmu Academy to reclaim the bodies that lay on the path of Tsongshan when Ji saved his sister. Training. The three departed the arena in silence, each setting out to pursue their own cultivation. Yuxian continued to strike the mountain. Following the recent battle, he gained a profound understanding. This time, he was not merely attacking the mountain, but was striving to infuse his punches with momentum after enhancing his battle intent. The force of a punch. This, without a doubt, was the intent behind the old man Ji's instruction for him to strike the mountain. Each punch must carry an impressive force. With the realization of this principle, Yuxian's strength and momentum in his strikes grew increasingly formidable. Naturally, this came at a cost. His hands were already a gruesome sight, bloodied and bruised. As night fell, Yi Xian collapsed before the small mountain, lying on the ground and gazing at the myriad stars in the sky, panting heavily. At this moment, he felt not only exhaustion but also an exhilarating sense of relief. It was an extraordinary sensation, akin to the release of all the power within him, a feeling of sheer liberation. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Yi Xian sat upright. He opened his palm, and within it hovered a sword, the Ling Xiao sword. At this moment, the Ling Xiao sword appeared somewhat altered compared to before. This change was inexplicable, yet he could feel its presence. He surmised that it was due to his previous consumption of another sword, which was undoubtedly of a commendable rank, likely at the spirit sword level. Of course, it could not compare to the Ling Xiao sword, otherwise, that sword would have claimed his life. The essence of his invincible sword body technique lay in the sword itself. The stronger the sword at his dantian, the more formidable his technique became, allowing him to devour even more swords. Contemplating this, Yi Xian seemed to recall something. He glanced around, and seeing that he was alone, he swiftly entered the realm prison tower. Beneath the endless starry sky, Yi Xian stood at the base of the tower, looking up at its pinnacle, where 3 swords were embedded. From his vantage point, he could only discern the general outline of the 3 swords. He yearned to observe them up close, yet alas, he had not yet attained the ability to fly, thus he could merely gaze from afar. As he beheld the 3 swords, a fervent glimmer ignited in Yi Xian's eyes. His intuition whispered to him that if he could harness these 3 swords as his dantian, there would be no sword in the world he could not absorb. Just then, the realm prison tower trembled suddenly. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly ascended to the 1st level. He scanned his surroundings, calling out, "Elder? Mysterious woman?" Yet, there was no reply. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, poised to speak, when suddenly he lifted his head. A moment of silence ensued. Thud. Above Yi Xian's head, footsteps began to resound. Upon hearing these sounds, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. At first, he thought he might have misheard. However, soon, thud, 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 the footsteps from the floor above grew louder and more pronounced. Yi Xian felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids, as if sensing an ominous presence. No one responded. Yet the footsteps grew increasingly frequent, louder, and more resonant, causing the very 1st level of the abyssal tower to tremble. At that moment, Yi Xian abruptly lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the 2nd level, which began to shake violently. Witnessing this sight, Yi Xian's heart raced. Could this individual be emerging? Panic gripped him fiercely. The mysterious woman had warned him that the 2nd level was inhabited by no benevolent beings. If they were not benevolent, communication would undoubtedly be arduous, which meant that once the entity appeared, he might not even be afforded the opportunity to speak. "Senior?" Yi Xian took 2 steps back, casting a glance around him. "Senior? Are you still there?" The mysterious woman remained silent, offering no response. Yi Xian was preparing to make his escape. At that moment, the boundary prison tower suddenly trembled slightly. Soon, the footsteps from above ceased abruptly, and the entrance to the 2nd floor returned to a state of tranquility. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly inquired, "Senior? Was it you who intervened?" Yet, no one responded. Just as Yi Xian was about to inquire further, a sheet of white paper suddenly floated out from the entrance of the 2nd layer. Paper. Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment, then took a couple of steps forward. At that instant, a piece of paper floated before him, adorned with a smiling face. Beneath the smile, there were 2 paw prints, resembling those of a cat. Yi Xian. At that moment, another piece of paper floated out from the entrance of the 2nd layer, lazily drifting before Yi Xian. This time, the paper bore the visage of a sorrowful face, beneath which were 2 tiny paw prints. Suddenly, yet another piece of paper appeared, swiftly making its way to Yi Xian. This time, it displayed a weeping face, with 2 diminutive paw prints beneath it once more. Yi Xian glanced up at the 2nd floor. "Do you wish for me to release you?" As his voice faded, a faint sound suddenly echoed from the rooftop. Yi Xian forced a bitter smile. "Well, I can't let you out just yet." After a brief moment of silence, suddenly, boom. The 1st and 2nd levels of the underworld tower trembled violently, and an immense shockwave instantaneously sent Yi Xian flying. Bang! Yi Xian collided violently with the tower's wall, and an anguished cry escaped his lips. In that moment, he felt as though his limbs were on the verge of disintegration. Yet, before he could rise, a malevolent aura suddenly manifested on the 1st level. The sheer wickedness of this presence caused Yi Xian's countenance to change dramatically, prompting him to hastily retreat outside the tower. Just as that sinister energy threatened to seep beyond the tower's threshold, a sword hovering above the realm of the prison tower quivered ever so slightly. Boom! The malevolent aura was instantaneously shattered, and the tower returned to its normal state. After a considerable interval, witnessing the tranquility restored within the realm of the prison tower, Yi Xian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Not daring to linger any longer, he promptly departed from the tower. In reality, Yi Xian took a deep breath and sought the path of understanding. At that moment, he truly comprehended the terror of the prison tower. This was merely the second level. With the third and fourth levels yet to be encountered, what manner of entities were imprisoned within? He must seek the path of understanding. After calming himself, Yi Xian refreshed his demeanor and returned to his courtyard. At the entrance, he beheld a petite figure seated on the stone steps. It was none other than Yi Ling. Just as before, regardless of how long he had been away, upon his return, he would always find his sister, Yi Ling, waiting for him. Yi Xian approached Yi Ling, who had already fallen asleep. He gently lifted her into his arms, and in that moment, she instinctively clung to him tightly, burying her head against his chest, murmuring, "Brother." Yi Xian smiled gently, then carried Yi Ling back to her room. After covering her with a blanket, he quietly exited the chamber. Not far from the door, old Ji had appeared at some point, beckoning, "Come, walk with me." With that, he turned and strode outside. Yi Xian followed closely behind. Along the way, old Ji took a hearty swig of his liquor and remarked, "The matters concerning Sangmu Academy have reached a temporary conclusion. However, when you descend the mountain in the future, it would be wise to exercise caution. Presently, there is a palpable sense of resentment within Sangmu Academy, a thirst for vengeance that lingers, though it has been subdued by the higher authorities of the academy. Rest assured, they do not intend to relent. Rather, they await the return of Fenju and Bei Qin. Are they not present in Sangmu Academy?" Yi Xian inquired. Old Ji replied in a calm tone. "Had they been at Sangmu Academy, those who came to challenge you that day would not have been the three extraordinary talents. When Sangmu Academy refrains from intervening, it does so with restraint, but once it takes action, it will be with lethal intent." Yi Xian remained silent. The old man Ji continued. "As long as I am here, Sangmu Academy would not dare to send powerful assassins to eliminate you. However, this is not absolute. Therefore, you must exercise caution when outside. One careless moment could lead to your demise." Yi Xian nodded, comprehending the situation. Old Ji suddenly came to a halt, remarking that in half a month, it would be the day of your journey to the Two Realms Mountain, correct? Yi Xian turned to Elder Ji. "Does the dean know?" Elder Ji nodded. "In the Jiang Kingdom, only 2 or 3 individuals have obtained the qualification. Anya has bestowed that qualification upon you. It seems she truly holds you in high regard." Yi Xian remained silent. Old Ji hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Young man, you are no ordinary individual. However, that girl is even less so. The actions of Sangmu Academy are notoriously domineering, yet when Lanqiu declared her refusal to join, Sangmu Academy did not dare to utter a single word of protest. From this, you should be able to discern the extent of her formidable nature." Yi Xian smiled and said, "What do you wish to convey, esteemed elder?" The old man Ji replied in a calm tone, "What I wish to express is already quite clear to you." Yi Xian smiled gently. "The dean fears that my proximity to her may lead to trouble, does he not?" Old Ji nodded, affirming that a girl harbors no ill intentions towards you. Yet those behind her may not share the same sentiment. It is advisable to maintain your distance from her, or to approach her only when you possess absolute strength. This would be beneficial for both you and her." Yi Xian shook his head. The old man Ji turned to Yi Xian, who softly replied, "My connection with her is pure and untainted by other influences." The old man Ji shook his head, saying, "You are overly idealistic. While your bond with her may be free from complications, do you believe others are equally unencumbered? Or do you envision a world where all are rational and principled?" Yi Xian shrugged her shoulders. If her family attempted to thwart her, she would confront them head-on, ensuring they would think twice before attempting to impede her again. Old Ji gave Yi Xian a thumbs up, acknowledging her courage. However, he lamented that it was a commendable trait, yet ultimately insufficient. Yi Xian felt somewhat speechless. What else could he do? Should he go and tell Missen that he was afraid of her family, and that they should cease their friendship? Old Ji stared intently at Yi Xian and asked, "Do you truly wish to be nothing more than friends with her? Do you harbor no other intentions?" Yi Xian blinked, expressing his bewilderment. "I do not comprehend what you are articulating." With that, he turned and walked into the distance. The old man Ji sighed softly, taking a step forward, which brought him directly beside Yi Xian. He continued, "This is your choice, and I shall refrain from further commentary. However, when the time comes to visit the Two Realms Mountain, heed these 3 warnings. First and foremost, Be wary of the Tsangmu Academy. Those 2 prodigies and 3 extraordinary talents may attend. If you encounter them, do not be overzealous. It is prudent to retreat when necessary. Second, exercise caution regarding individuals from the Tang Kingdom. It is certain that they will send representatives. And the relationship between our Jiang Kingdom and the Tang Kingdom parallels that of Tsangmu Academy and our Kanglin Academy, as you are well aware. At this point, he paused briefly before adding, thirdly, remain vigilant of other nations' geniuses. In the outside world, the acts of murder and treasure hunting are commonplace. Remember, many prodigies ascend by stepping over the corpses of their peers. I understand that you have fought and killed your way to this point, but out there, the laws of survival are far more ruthless. Yu Xian nodded. I will remember. Old Ji took a sip of wine and continued. The fire spirit within your sister is being devoured. It cannot hold out for much longer. This time, as we venture to the Sword Master's cave, which is situated in a volcanic region, if the opportunity arises, seek out some fire attribute items. The hotter, the better. Yi Xian offered a slight bow, saying, My sister is here. I shall trouble the dean. The old man Ji replied, Rest assured, she is safe here. With that, he paused before heading to the Two Realms Mountain and advised, You must cultivate your fist momentum. Your current aura is insufficient. True fist momentum is not merely about striking. It is the force that emanates even before the punch is thrown. As for your own martial spirit, do not rush. There exists a process between you and the martial arts masters, and this journey must be traversed gradually. In martial arts, haste is counterproductive. It is best when everything unfolds naturally. Yi Xian bowed deeply to Elder Ji, expressing his gratitude for the teaching. Elder Ji nodded and advised him to return to his cultivation. Developing a formidable fist technique would greatly aid him on his journey to the Two Realms Mountain. Yu Xian bowed once more before turning to leave. Observing Yu Xian's departing figure, the old man Ji murmured, patient and composed. He is indeed a promising talent. After speaking, he took a hearty swig of his drink and then vanished into the distance. The rear mountain. Yu Xian once again arrived at the foot of the small mountain, and soon, a series of thunderous roars echoed from the rear slopes, beneath the waterfall. Beizhe was fervently swimming upstream against the cascading waters. Within the mountain, Mo Yunqi was desperately fleeing, and this time, he was pursued not by one, but by 2 ferocious demon wolves. After their previous encounter with the students of Tsangmu Academy, Yu Xian and his companions entered a fervent training regimen. The trio had witnessed the formidable prowess of the Tsangmu Academy students, and it was inevitable that they would cross paths with them again. No one wished to taste defeat or face dire consequences. Training. Relentless training. For the following period, Yi Xian and his companions devoted themselves to this rigorous practice, dedicating every moment to training apart from the necessities of eating and sleeping, particularly for Mo Yunqi and Beizhe, who had been thoroughly suppressed during their earlier confrontation with the academy students. The humiliation was unbearable for these proud souls, and they were determined to never let such a situation recur. After half a month of intense training, the results were evident. Mo Yunqi was now adept at evading the relentless pursuit of the 2 demon wolves while simultaneously able to unleash flying daggers in retaliation. Meanwhile, Beizhe, under the waterfall, had transcended the need for chains, effortlessly navigating the rushing waters. His physical form had undergone a remarkable transformation, accompanied by a significant enhancement of his strength. As for Yi Xian, at the foot of the mountain, Yi Xian's eyes subtly shifted, his entire being resembling a statue. After an indeterminate passage of time, his eyes abruptly opened, and his right hand clenched into a fist. Boom! An invisible force surged forth from within him. In the distance, a resounding crash echoed as a massive stone, several meters wide, shattered into pieces. The power, the might of his punch. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly unleashed a ferocious strike towards the ground. Boom! The earth within a radius of several meters around Yi Xian erupted instantaneously, countless fragments of stone scattering like arrows in all directions. Yi Xian rose to his feet, casting a glance at his own fist, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. I am truly remarkable, he thought. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A resounding slap echoed through the air, and Yi Xian was sent hurtling against the mountainside. Several dozen feet away. Thud! The mountain wall trembled slightly, and countless fragments of stone cascaded downwards as Yi Xian crashed into it. After a brief moment, he slowly began to rise, and at that instant, a small claw mark appeared on his right cheek. Yi Xian was utterly bewildered. Who had struck him? He leaped to his feet, brandishing the Lingxiao sword, scanning his surroundings with caution, yet found nothing amiss. redirecting his gaze to the Lingxiao sword. He noticed a small claw mark on his right cheek reflected upon the blade. Upon seeing this tiny imprint,